The sky was shrouded in a somber gloom, as if a torrential downpour was imminent from the heavens. He Qing felt a restless agitation within, a sense of unease that left him shivering, as though he were on the brink of catching a cold. Strangely, however, after the thunderous rumble of the nine heavens, He Qing found himself invigorated, as if a breath of fresh air had cleared his lungs, his demeanor transforming into one of unanticipated contentment. At the entrance of a convenience store stood a couple. The girl had expertly applied her eyeliner, her large, twinkling eyes radiating a lively charm. The boy carried a bag of snacks, complaining, "I told you this little shop has a meager selection and is quite filthy. If I had known, we would have gone to the larger supermarket up ahead." The girl, undeterred by the inclement weather that had coaxed him out, was clearly unconcerned with such trivialities. She remained silent, a playful smile gracing her lips. Just then, a drop of rain fell with a soft plop on her boyfriend's head, prompting her to exclaim, "Oh dear," and quickly unfurl the large black umbrella she had prepared in advance. The umbrella, a thoughtful provision, was perfectly suited for the two of them, allowing for a snug fit that kept them sheltered from the rain. With the press of a button, the umbrella blossomed open like a mushroom after the rain, forming a graceful arc above them at precisely the right moment. As it opened, the rain cascaded down, trickling along the curved surface of the umbrella. The girl, her eyes glimmering with mirth, elegantly twirled the handle, causing the raindrops to scatter like crystalline beads, creating a scene of exquisite artistry. However, He Qing, exposed to the rain, shuddered violently, causing a large bag of snacks in her hand to splatter into the muddy water with a loud splash. The young couple nearby turned their gaze toward her, only to find He Qing's hair drenched and clinging to her cheeks, staring blankly at them, her complexion pale and visibly distressed. The girl muttered under her breath, utterly vexed, "Who is that? Why does she look so unhinged? It gives me the creeps. How awkward." The girl bit her lip, realizing she had unwittingly spoken ill of someone who could hear her. "That person." The girl stomped her foot, her exquisite crystal-embellished high heels firmly planted, unbothered by the mud thanks to the protective platform in front. The neatly dressed boy beside her gently reassured, "It's all right. It's nothing to worry about. She's probably just envious that this humble gentleman has caught the attention of a princess like you. Just ignore her." The boy, barely in his 20s, possessed a fair complexion and striking features. Although he had monolith eyes, many had come to appreciate the melancholic charm akin to the aesthetics of Goguryeo. Coupled with his witty remarks, he effortlessly shifted the conversation. "Oh, Lingza, I told you I wanted to give you a set of clothes, but you insisted on refusing. Look at those aimless rich airs. None can compare to your ambition and talent. They are all but superficial." Such tender words were irresistible to any young lady. The one in his arms nodded, her smile mischievous. "Well then, it's settled. Once accepted, you cannot go back on your word." The boy, with a resigned nod, replied, "No takebacks." "Very well, my little princess. You are truly the little princess?" The girl pouted playfully, yet her heart pondered, "Previously, I was apprehensive that he wouldn't accept that the watch I bought cost over 2,000. In the end, Ling still declined it. After all this time, the only gifts he has accepted were those I insisted upon. Sigh, he possesses all admirable qualities, yet his unwavering pride sets him apart from the typical signs of wealth." As she contemplated, her gaze fell upon the one beside her, who steadfastly held her bag and shielded her with an umbrella, filling her heart with sweet affection. He Qing's complexion appeared ashen. Despite the summer heat, where even a torrential downpour leaves the temperature above 20 degrees, she was inexplicably seized by a shiver. Memories of blood staining the rain clouds invaded her mind, causing her to stiffen and hastily retreat to the bathroom. Outside, a gentle breeze offered a delightful respite, prompting Yu Dandan to lean against the window, allowing the wind to tousle her hair. As the rain gradually subsided, He Qing emerged from the bathroom clad in her pajamas, absently drying her hair while hesitantly inquiring, is Zhang Lingyan from the English department involved with Ling Zhe from the finance department? The moment this topic arose, Yu Dandan became animated. Yes. Oh, can you believe it? She is the belle of the English department, a true heiress, and countless wealthy heirs are vying for her attention. Yet, she has taken our campus heartthrob for herself. Oh, how unfair. Must they leave us ordinary girls with no chance at all? She harbored deep-seated resentment. It was said that Zhang Lingyan's family was engaged in substantial business, with connections to various branches, and her monthly allowance could sustain the living and tuition expenses of those impoverished souls like herself for an entire year. Despite such advantageous circumstances, she chose not to pursue a romance within her circle, but instead connected with Ling Zhe, a diligent and morally upright student from a rural background. Was it too much to ask for a chance for an ordinary girl like her? Her hair was only half dry as she climbed up to the upper bunk. Lamenting, however, Ling Zhe's capabilities are beyond question. Being with Zhang Lingyan could spare him 4 decades of hard work. Alas, why wasn't my father part of the affluent generation? Chapter 2. The Transit of Venus. She spoke as if she were destitute, yet in truth, her family was not lacking. Rather, it was the reality of HE QING's life that was truly impoverished. With a bitter smile, she remained silent. Yu Dandan, babbling incessantly, was ignored as she burrowed into her blankets to begin her writing. As a popular online author, she found herself, despite her status as a top student at Ming University, struggling to make her mark in the realm of fiction. After 2 years in the female literature genre, she remained a mere shadow, invisible amidst the luminaries. The demanding coursework at Ming University left her with the capacity to produce only 3,000 words daily, a stark contrast to the prolific authors who churned out tens of thousands each day, rendering her efforts nearly futile. Her writing bore a striking resemblance to academic papers, devoid of the intricate rivalries, charismatic male leads, and eccentric friends that typically populate female literature. Readers, in the comments below, critiqued her work as if it were a serious novel. She never voiced her thoughts, yet HE QING understood well that, in her spare time, she secretly composed lengthy reviews, subscribing and tipping with a sense of camaraderie. Yet, to be honest, Yu Dandan truly lacked the innate talent for this craft. In her narrative, the male protagonist proposed with a pull tab from a soda can, and astonishingly, the female lead accepted. Consequently, after 50 or 60,000 words, the comments section burgeoned with ridicule, prompting a serious response from the author. As long as the molecular structure or composition is the same, isn't diamond and graphite both carbon? Indeed, such a blunder revealed HE QING's own intelligence might also be in question. Lying beneath her covers, her face pale, she struggled to regain her composure when she suddenly heard Yu Dandan pounding on the bed, exclaiming, "Ah, I have no inspiration." Yet after her outburst, she turned to HE QING and proposed, "Hey, what do you think about wrapping up this story and writing something supernatural and terrifying instead? Last night, I had a dream in which I awoke to find myself consumed by my own being." HE QING was utterly speechless. After a moment, her voice emerged. "Supernatural tales can be quite intriguing. I could provide you with some material." Yu Dandan was elated. "Indeed, your family resides in the countryside, where countless rural ghost stories abound. Quickly, regale me with one." HE QING fell into silence, seemingly pondering something profound, while Yu Dandan remained patient, resting her chin on her arms in contemplation. She vividly recalled that year when she had just turned 4. In rural customs, a child is considered 1 year old at birth, thus she was technically 4. Children under the age of 6 retain a natural spiritual fire, symbolized by 3 lights atop their heads and shoulders, which do not easily extinguish unless met with death. Especially for children, the more vibrant the spiritual fire, the more they perceive. "HE QING, HE QING," she called, but she did not respond, for her nickname was Xiaoyu, and no one in the village addressed her by her full name. However, in her youthful innocence, she felt no fear upon hearing someone call her from the pond. She simply sat by the edge, unperturbed. After all, she had always relished basking in the sun. With temperatures soaring to 36 or 7 degrees, she found it quite comforting. As He Qing's voice grew increasingly ethereal, Yu Dandan dared not breathe a word. She knew the tale was about to unfold. Suddenly, he turned and walked straight towards the center of the pond. At that moment, I understood nothing, merely observing his actions. To my astonishment, that uncle waded directly into the water, submerging his head. The pond was a good 5 minutes' walk from the nearest dwelling, and though I was young, I sensed something was amiss. Thus, I rushed over to grasp his arm. Yudan's eyes sparkled with excitement, coming from a well-off family. She had always focused solely on her studies, never having heard such bizarre tales before. In truth, He Qing's story was rather ordinary, lacking any captivating elements. Yet Yudan remained there, incessantly babbling about how inspiration had struck her. This narrative, however, was far more complex. He Qi was born during the twilight hour, a time filled with enchantment. From a young age, she developed a profound affection for the sun, believing that only beneath its rays could her body feel truly at ease. Although she was aware of her differences from others, as an orphan girl caring for a frail grandmother, she dared not voice her thoughts. That fateful noon, indeed. The uncle had plunged into the water, submerging his head. In that fleeting moment, however, He Qing perceived a grotesque, sinister figure twisting and pulling at the uncle. She could distinctly see that with each step the figure took, a puddle of water appeared on the ground. At precisely 1 o'clock, when the sun was at its zenith, a rare event occurred, the transit of Venus across the sun, happening only once in a century and 40 years. Suddenly, the world dimmed, overshadowed by a glaring golden disk swiftly traversing the sky. Unknown to her, He Qing summoned an extraordinary strength, desperately gripping the uncle's arm. Despite her tender age and the puddles beneath her, which should have made it impossible to pull him, she found herself remarkably powerful that day. Though her face flushed with exertion, her body felt as if it were anchored to the ground, steadfastly holding onto the uncle's hand without budging an inch. Yet, soon after, that distorted figure began to glide through the misty atmosphere, akin to Mercury, advancing along the uncle's arm and inexorably making its way towards the palm of He Qing. The chilling and profound sensation sent a shiver down He Qing's spine upon first contact. During that time, her mind was clouded and muddled. Yet instinctively she understood that she could not let go. If she did, her uncle would perish. Gritting her teeth, she allowed the icy tendrils to coursing through her body, colliding time and again. In the brief struggle, frost had already formed in her hair and brows, her complexion pale and ashen. As she witnessed her uncle's arm slowly slipping away from her grasp, just when it seemed she would lose hold completely, the sunlight suddenly burst forth. The celestial alignment had concluded. As the warm rays enveloped He Qing, it felt as though she was instantly rejuvenated. That comforting sensation inspired a surge of determination. With a resolute bite, she pierced her fingertip and pressed it against her crown. In an instant, a tremor coursed through her, and the icy sensation evaporated from her body, leaving no trace behind. He Qing collapsed into the mud, utterly drained of strength. Chapter 3. In the dead of night, He Qing's parents passed away shortly after her birth, leaving her grandmother, burdened with illness, to raise her with great difficulty. When He Qing completed her college entrance examination and learned that her scores could secure her a place in the prestigious Ming University, her grandmother finally sighed with relief and departed, filled with contentment. The family had little savings. Even the funds for the funeral were pooled together by the community. After settling the expenses, only just enough remained to total 1,000 yuan. After all, it had been too long since her parents' demise, and social connections had long since faded. Her grandmother, now advanced in age, could no longer venture far and had lost contact with the villagers. Consequently, when the elderly woman passed, only a handful of people attended. He Qing thought even 1,000 yuan was not to be dismissed lightly. After completing the morning rituals for her grandmother, she purchased a train ticket to the capital. With 2 months remaining before the start of school, during that time, she worked a summer job for 2 months, and with the assistance of financial aid for underprivileged students and student loans, she managed to scrape together enough to attend school. Having departed from her hometown and arrived in the capital, she was unsure whether it was the majestic golden dragon columns of the Forbidden City that stirred her spirit or simply her own maturation, but He Qing's abilities flourished. Correspondingly, her courage began to blossom as well. While it could not be said that she was entirely unflappable, she had learned to remain silent in many instances. Previously at home, she could only vaguely perceive the differences around her or occasionally have fleeting moments of insight, thinking to herself, in such situations, I might act this way. But beyond that, her thoughts were limited. However, after spending more than a year in the capital, it was as if a seal had been lifted within her. She frequently encountered a variety of apparitions, and on occasion, she could even glimpse faint shadows during funerals. Yet, rather than simply observing, she found herself pondering these encounters long into the night. Over time, she developed a notable apprehension about her own curiosity, and the nightly self-induced fright became quite burdensome. As the rain outside finally ceased and dusk began to settle, HE QING and her friend Udandan, both afflicted with a penchant for laziness, decided to tackle their evening meal with the provisions she had recently bought. While they dined, her thoughts inevitably returned to the female ghost she had seen that day, her complexion paling as she recalled the image. Yet, after more than a year of growth, she had improved significantly. At the very least, her pallor remained merely pallid, without any further complications. The female ghost harbors a potent grudge. Despite the heavy atmosphere of a rainy day, the thunder's electrifying essence is overwhelmingly bright, yet she dares to linger upon the umbrella of the couple, demonstrating the depth of her resentment. Just imagine, upon the black surface of the umbrella, crimson droplets of blood, visible only to her, trickle down. Truth be told, there are moments when HE QING finds herself rather impressed with her own endurance, having survived thus far without succumbing to terror. Though she still feels somewhat unaccustomed to the situation, she has largely adapted over time. However, Zhang Lingyan and Ling Zhe are two illustrious figures within the school. A handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, they are the focal point of gossip among the students. Moreover, Ling Zhe, despite his impoverished background, is exceptionally talented and fiercely ambitious. In contrast, Zhang Lingyan hails from a wealthy family and possesses striking beauty. Both possess qualities that attract the gaze of their peers, regardless of gender. How could such extraordinary individuals become entangled with a ghost burdened by such profound animosity? Furthermore, during the day, HE QING's expression has already been observed by the ghost. Based on past experiences, it's only a matter of time before the ghost approaches. With a shiver, HE QING resolved to finish her meal post-haste. As expected, in the dead of night, while the dormitory lay in slumber, HE QING inexplicably opened her eyes to find the ghost from earlier seated at the edge of her bed. This apparition appeared quite ordinary, a woman with short, unkempt hair that seemed never to have been properly tended to, and a delicate face that bore signs of weariness, blending seamlessly into the crowd without drawing a second glance. A pair of hands, stiff and calloused, bore numerous wounds and calluses, unmistakably belonging to one who has toiled through arduous labor. HE QING could not help but furrow her brow in discomfort, although she was acutely aware that what she perceived was merely an illusion. With no blood actually staining the bed, her intermittent obsession with cleanliness compelled her to resolve, tomorrow, I shall dismantle and wash it all anew. The female ghost, witnessing her open her eyes, exclaimed with fervor and urgency, You can see me, can't you? Please, help me. Help me. Quiet, quiet. She lamented, covering her eyes in anguish. Sleep had become elusive, and with time, the toll of weariness was inevitable. Yet she had somewhat regained her composure, noting that the specter before her had not distorted. In a weary tone, she urged, Make haste, be succinct, lay out your matters clearly. The ghost, sensing the latent energy emanating from her, forsook her own resentments and hastily articulated her tale. The narrative was rather cliché, yet each time HE QING encountered such stories, a wave of vexation washed over her. Damn it, one day, I shall rid the world of these loathsome men. My name is Zheng Mingcue, and I hailed from the same village as Ling Zhe. However, he was the sole cherished son in his family, while I am an orphan, having lost both my parents. The ghost continued, her fingers brushing through her dry hair, offering a sorrowful smile. Do you think I am not so pleasing in appearance? In truth, I was only 15 when I fell in love with Ling Zhe. At that time, my family was still intact, and we were well fed. I was considered one of the rare beauties in our village. But alas, tragedy struck, and my family met their demise. Due to the shared responsibility of both parties, only a sum of 100,000 was compensated. At that time, 100,000 was quite substantial. I had initially intended to use that money for my education. However, Ling Zhe lamented that his family could no longer afford to support his studies. In my naivety, I was deeply moved, as tears of blood streamed down Zheng Mingsui's face. By then, I was already in my second year of high school, and I dropped out for this reason. Subsequently, I paid for Ling Zhe's university tuition, which was exorbitantly priced at nearly 20,000, alongside living expenses. Ling Zhe explained that the academic workload was overwhelming, preventing him from taking on a part-time job. So I provided him with monthly allowances. The 100,000 quickly dwindled as I could only spend without any income, prompting me to rent an apartment and start working. A year later, as Ling Zhe progressed to his second year, he began to dabble in stock trading, thereby depleting all my savings, over 80,000 from my earnings and the remaining compensation. Stock trading? HE QING recalled that Ling Zhe had indeed been a notable figure in the finance department the previous year, reportedly earning tens of thousands through trading stocks. An impressive feat for a student. After all, in novels, small capital can multiply into millions within the stock market, which is utterly unrealistic. This phenomenon had stirred quite a commotion, inspiring countless students to venture into stock trading. HE QING had contemplated joining them, but, after much confusion, decided against it. Was there really an underlying story? Chapter 4. Inhuman. HE QING, recalling this incident, interjected, "Stock trading? Ling Zhe, our senior, is quite adept at it. It is said that he earned several tens of thousands in his first year of trading." The moment HE QING finished speaking, she noticed Zheng Mingsui's expression and inwardly lamented. This is not good. Indeed, scarcely had the words left her lips when Zheng Mingsui's cheeks and limbs began to swell uncontrollably, her emotions spiraling into instability. The glass windows of the dormitory rattled ominously in the chilling wind, and with her exceptional night vision, HE QING observed several roommates clutching their blankets tightly around them. The oppressive aura in the air rendered the temperature significantly colder. She quickly shouted, "Stop!" The sound resonated with a powerful clarity, amplified by the soundproof barrier of the room. For Zheng Mingsue, it was akin to a thunderclap striking overhead. A sharp pain throbbed at her temples, as if her fragile soul might disperse with that utterance. She jolted, instantly regaining her composure. Fearfully, Zheng Mingsue cast a glance at HE QING, bewildered by the girl's formidable prowess. The previous year, Ling Zhe had squandered all her savings in stock trading, and within a month, he confessed to her that everything was lost. Now, faced with the prospect of having no funds for her tuition and living expenses for the upcoming semester, Zheng Mingsue felt a wave of urgency. Living in the capital was no easy feat. The cost of daily life was exorbitant. In her endeavor to save more money, she took on several short-term jobs. Her diligent and honest nature made it relatively easy for her to find work. However, in her relentless pursuit of earnings, she had little time to care for herself, even resorting to selling her hair. Occasionally, during her days off, she would lend a hand at construction sites, managing to gather enough money just in time for the new school term. Unable to contain her curiosity, HE QING asked, "How much have you managed to save?" Zheng Mingsue replied, "Tuition is 20,000 yuan, but I haven't saved up enough for living expenses yet." "Nonsense!" HE QING exclaimed, unable to restrain her frustration. Mingdai University is among the premier institutions in the nation, receiving countless sponsorships each year. The tuition is remarkably modest, merely 8,000 yuan annually. Moreover, it is well known that Ling Zhe receives a scholarship each year, approximately the same amount, so there is no need for a girlfriend to toil endlessly to support his education. She gazed at the weary-faced Zheng Mingsue, feeling a sense of frustration. Fool. The female ghost sat by the bedside, her gaze tenderly fixed on her abdomen, cradling it as if it still held her child. "I have lost my family. Thus this news brought me immense joy, prompting me to share it with him at once." He arrived swiftly, and at that moment, I believed he was equally elated, which is why he rushed over that night. Little did I know, the first words out of his mouth were to implore me not to have the child, claiming he could not afford it. I refused to acquiesce. He was already in his 3rd year, on the verge of interning within a year, and I also had a job. Albeit demanding, I was entirely capable of raising him. Lingze remained silent, never one to engage in quarrels with me. I thought I had swayed him. That night, he chose to stay with me, even insisting I take several vitamins before sleep, claiming they were beneficial for pregnant women and the baby. However, Zheng Mingcue continued, tears of blood streaming silently from her hollow eyes, her voice suddenly turning mournful. I never expected, never imagined. The sensation of ingesting sleeping pills is excruciating. My entire being throbs with agony, yet I am immobilized. My stomach and bowels churn incessantly, inducing nausea that I cannot relieve. I feel as though I am confined within a pitch-black chamber, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Such despair. My child extinguished bit by bit. HE QING also sighed, lamenting. The child was too young. The innate spiritual embryo perished prematurely, likely without even comprehending resentment. Before long, I sensed my own demise. Lingze, that depraved and fiendish individual, even in this state, would not grant me respite. My baby, too diminutive to even glimpse his spirit, now gone. Zheng Mingcue's expression became dazed as she spoke. However, perhaps this is for the best. Lest he suffer even more if he were conscious. I stood by, merely observing, likely due to my recent death, unable to move, forced to witness Lingze wielding the large cleaver from the kitchen, the one I used for cleaving bones for broth, hacking off my limbs, rendering me a dismembered and fragmented being. Subsequently, he used my black suitcase to contain my remains. I never imagined that meticulous individuals could be so terrifying. He laundered the blood-stained sheets with detergent, meticulously scrubbing the floors and walls, leaving the apartment immaculate. He even showered in the apartment, changed into clean clothes he had stored there, and then erased all traces, brazenly exiting with the suitcase. Furthermore, he even remembered to pilfer my newly accumulated wages upon his departure. Upon hearing this, HE QING shuddered involuntarily. Indeed, many commit murder in a fit of rage. But to calmly handle the aftermath is beyond the capabilities of most. A talent like Lingze, were it not for his limited vision and inclination to deceive women, would undoubtedly have achieved great things. However, in a way, murder and dismemberment could also be considered a significant undertaking. I followed him relentlessly, yearning to tear a piece of flesh from his very being. But I was powerless, unable to even touch him, forced to watch as he pushed the suitcase into the park's lake. I am not reconciled. I am not reconciled. I am not reconciled. Zheng Mingcue's expression was frenzied. I have lived my life without committing any misdeeds, so why must my child and I endure this suffering? And the man who committed the murder, I have been following him, yet he remains so radiant and successful, even starting a new romance with another wealthy woman in less than 2 weeks. How could he? How dare he? That beautiful and affluent girl is merely a stepping stone for him. I want to kill him. Kill him. Zheng Mingcue's countenance was deranged. Fang Yuanyuan's earlier sharp rebuke could no longer restrain her. Her body suddenly became fragmented, pale, and bloated. Her entire being was suffused with turbid blood. HE QING, unable to bear it any longer, quickly pushed her away. Get away. Not on my bed. However, Zheng Mingcue's limbs had all been severed, cut in half. HE QING's push only dislodged one half of an arm. She was frantic. Take a moment to compose oneself, inhaling deeply to restore tranquility. With hands forming the incantation, intone, disperse, spectral essence, by decree, assume form. The convergence of triple yang proves arduous. Gather, ye sixfold een. Chapter 5. Vermilion ink and yellow talismans observing the tender, verdant hues of her coral fleece summer blanket marred by the fetid lake water and bloody streaks. HE QING often lamented her preternatural vision. It was this ability to perceive what remained unseen by others that branded her a bedsheet washing fiend among her dorm mates. The need to constantly launder her linens, sometimes immediately after changing them, led to agonizing waits for the communal washing machines. Yet, she felt compelled. To endure the spectral effluvia and various traces visible only to her was simply unbearable. Fortunately, her abilities had grown steadily during her year in the capital, and she had aided 3 spirits in their affairs. One, a victim of immolation, left an indelible residue upon the bed the moment she sat. Compared to that, a simple wash was a small price to pay. However, she unconsciously gnawed at her fingernails, musing, "I believe today marked his birthday, did it not? Perhaps I shall anonymously send a gift, upon which you may affix yourself." The intimate contact will allow the ingress of Yin energy, creating an opportunity to enter his dreams. Ideally, he will unwittingly reveal his secrets in his sleep. That presents a quandary. HE QING herself was impoverished. Anonymously gifting a notebook or pen would be manageable. But an expensive present was out of the question. She had yet to indulge herself in such luxuries. Yet, she was perpetually assisting this ghost and that spirit, receiving no remuneration and even incurring additional expenses for the extra laundry detergent. As dawn approached and the earth began to awaken, she hastily instructed Zhang Mingcue, "Let us not dwell on these matters for the moment. I shall draw a talisman. You must find a place to conceal yourself." The academic atmosphere of this campus is overwhelmingly potent, steeped in the rigidity of scholarly tradition. It would not tolerate a lingering spirit such as yours, especially if the sun rises and the students commence their studies, awakening the scholarly essence. You would be swiftly expelled. Although the scholarly essence in various campuses has waned, Ming University remains among the finest institutions, housing a plethora of capable students, thus rendering the environment even more formidable. Had HE QING not been admitted to this university, she would likely be besieged nightly by restless spirits seeking her company. While speaking, HE QING swiftly illuminated her small desk lamp, raised the bed curtain, and retrieved the vermilion yellow paper hidden in her drawer. She quickly ground it for a moment before dipping her brush in ink and composing the talisman with fervor. This talisman paper had been salvaged from a shop selling funeral supplies. Alas, since the establishment of the Republic, the sale of such items has been prohibited, leaving few options. Even if someone were to sell it, HE QING, being merely a young girl, would hardly know where to procure it. Thus, the stack she had acquired was particularly coarse, covered in uneven granules. Were it not for her innate skill, ordinary vermilion would have bled and rendered the talisman ineffective, wasting her efforts. Contemplating this, HE QING resolved to venture out when time permitted, for at the very least, high-quality yellow paper and vermilion would yield talismans of enduring efficacy. Unlike now, when all spiritual energy dissipates within 3 days, rendering it impossible to offer it to my roommate. The talisman I painted is an embodiment of the spirit of the dead, using vermilion infused with the essence of moonlit black dog blood, balancing the inner yin and outer yang to nurture the souls and shield against celestial secrets. The yellow talisman, imbued with spirituality, shimmered brilliantly the moment it was completed, glowing resplendently under the light. However, due to the transient nature of its spiritual energy, it flickered for just an instant before returning to its mundane state. HE QING adeptly called out, "Zhang Mingcue?" "Yes," Zhang Mingcue replied, perplexed. Once these tasks were completed, dawn broke. In July, the sky brightens by 5 o'clock. HE QING gazed at her haggard reflection from a night of toil and instinctively performed a facial rejuvenation incantation. As she finished the gesture and observed her now rosy and delicate visage in the mirror, a question flickered in her mind. How do I know this? However, such occurrences had become frequent since her arrival in the imperial capital, so she dismissed the thought without further inquiry. After all, having knowledge of these spells and common practices is certainly preferable to complete ignorance. The soundproof barrier had already faded, so she gently removed the bed sheet to replace it. Yudandan, sleeping in the adjacent bed, groggily opened her eyes to see HE QING fussing with the bedding and mumbled, "HE QING, are you washing the sheets again?" Turning over, she promptly fell back asleep. HE QING quickly washed up and then took the sheets to the laundry room, inserting coins and leaving them to their fate. After all, with the dawn bringing the harmonious interplay of yin and yang and the 6 energies of the universe surging forth, it was indeed a propitious time for cultivation. Chapter 6. Are you stealing money? The leader, HE QING, observed a group of individuals who had been training for over half an hour. Only then did she finally cease her exercises and stand still. It was perplexing how her body, nurtured by the rural environment, could accumulate so much filth. After a year of practice, she still expelled copious amounts of gray sweat, and those nearby could perceive a rather unpleasant odor. In the early days, it was as if she had rolled in a stagnant ditch, enough to deter anyone from approaching her. Thankfully, the elderly were able to expel some impurities due to their connection with the vital energy of the earth, rendering the collective odors somewhat tolerable. Professor Lee, who taught politics and was a sophisticated elder, chuckled in response, saying, "Indeed, children are quite lazy and skeptical. However, my little grandson, utterly engrossed in his novels, insists that what I do is akin to washing the marrow, much like a Taoist priest. You wouldn't believe it, but I read a remarkable book yesterday that described detoxification as washing the marrow, which can also help in foundation building." HE QING replied, "While there is indeed a semblance of marrow washing involved, the way you phrase it feels somewhat off." She recalled the purpose of her visit today and hurriedly asked Professor Lin, "Professor, do you happen to have any unused brushes at home? Could you possibly spare one for me?" Professor Lin winced at her request. This child had an incessant desire for his old brushes. They hardly appeared worn out. He would gladly give her a new one, yet she turned it down. Sometimes, he would offer her a brush that had only been used a couple of times, and she would still refuse. She clung to her nearly worn-down brush head, convinced of her own writing prowess, believing herself to be a celebrated calligrapher. As she pondered, she overheard the professor beside her expressing his discontent. "Ah Qing, why are you so intent on obtaining old man Lin's brush? He excels in calligraphy, and we are quite adept as well. Come, I have some at home, and they are of superior quality." HE QING could only manage a wry smile, uncertain of how to respond. As for the other professors, those teaching Marxist philosophy, mathematics, and etiquette, though they shared decades of literary refinement, their expertise did not lend itself to the complexities of brushwork. Watching the favored student cradle the brushes in her hands, Professor Lin felt increasingly gratified. Offering her guidance, "You should take 3 brushes with you. Your previous ones have worn out, making it impossible to practice. If you truly cherish them, you might consider sourcing some materials and commissioning someone to craft them for you. On Zhongshuan Street, there is a shop called MOBA. You ought to pay a visit. They have a comprehensive selection, both finished and semi-finished products, and you should be able to find a brush that meets your desires." HE QING nodded eagerly. Who would prefer using a worn-out brush, which barely holds ink? MOBA on Zhongshuan Street is a long-established shop, reputed for its heritage. Yet it only caters to regular patrons, preventing HE QING from visiting even once. However, now that Professor Lin had mentioned it, it indicated his willingness to vouch for her. HE QING felt a surge of joy, repeatedly expressing her gratitude, and resolved that if she indeed found good brushes, she would procure some vermilion to create talismans for Professor Lin and the others. Indeed, it was not long before Professor Lin handed her a handwritten note. Elated, HE QING hurriedly set out for Zhongshuan Street. Yet, upon exiting the school gate, she realized it was still not yet 7 o'clock, and not a single shop was open. A wave of disappointment washed over her. Yet, undeterred and clinging to a glimmer of hope, she ventured forth, only to be astonished to find the door of the Ink Treasure Studio ajar. How industrious! HE QING joyfully stepped inside, where she encountered a male customer whose demeanor was somber, casting an oppressive aura throughout the shop. She cautiously sidestepped past him, catching a faint, familiar yet peculiar scent wafting through the air. Suppressing her curiosity, she presented Professor Lin's handwritten note to the seemingly indifferent proprietor. "Excuse me, I would like to purchase a brush. Do you have any of superior quality?" The owner, a middle-aged man resembling the benevolent Methriya Buddha, had previously ignored the male patron. But upon glimpsing the letter from Professor Lin, he beamed with delight. "Indeed, I have many. What kind of brush does the young lady desire?" After a moment's contemplation, HE QING, though uncertain of availability, tentatively inquired, "Do you have any talisman brushes?" The owner's expression remained unchanged as he replied with a smile. "What do you mean by talisman brush?" A calligraphy brush? It seemed they did not have such an item. Although she had anticipated this outcome, a sense of disappointment washed over her, prompting her to seek alternatives. Then, do you have any peach wood? No, wait. The incense in the shop, with its subtle yet enduring fragrance, reminiscent of sandalwood, was actually a blend of peach wood ash and ambergris, known for its calming and wealth-attracting properties. Each stick cost approximately 30,000 yuan, capable of pacifying souls and clarifying the spirit. Who, outside of the industry, would indulge in such extravagance? HE QING regarded the owner with a knowing smile. It seems that my relentless search has borne fruit unexpectedly. For the past 2 years, I have been in pursuit of such treasures, and to discover them right beneath my nose is truly serendipitous. She tapped on the counter and requested high-quality talisman brushes, cinnabar, yellow paper, and dried black dog blood powder. The shopkeeper glanced at her, astonished that such an unassuming girl possessed such discerning taste. After a moment's contemplation, he displayed the items one by one. A talisman brush made from 500-year-old thunderstruck peach wood for 500,000. A block of millennia-old cinnabar for 600,000. Yellow paper priced at 10,000 per sheet, and 3,000 per gram for the lunar black dog blood. HE QING exclaimed, "Are you extorting me?" Chapter 7. Selling talismans. Are you extorting me? Hey, how can you speak like that? Protested the plump, Methriel Buddha-like shopkeeper. He extended his chubby finger adorned with a jade Pai-Shio ring and pointed at the array of items on the table. This talisman brush, crafted from 500-year-old thunderstruck peach wood. Do you have any idea how long 500 years is? Houses have been demolished for generations, and this is not just any wood. It has been struck by lightning, rare and invaluable. Now, look at this. This block of cinnabar weighs at least 300 grams and is a millennium old. Who knows? It may have even been used by emperors for their top scholars. And this yellow paper, let me clarify. This is not the coarse stuff sold for $10 at cemetery entrances. Feel it. It's delicate, smooth, and resilient, made from premium bamboo and excellent turmeric powder. A traditional craft you might not even be aware of. As for this black dog blood, while it may seem abundant in its liquid state, once processed and left under the moonlight to dry, it condenses to just a few grams. It takes 10 pounds of black dog blood to yield 500 grams of powder. Moreover, acquiring this blood requires the sacrifice of a dog, which incurs karmic retribution. Who would engage in such trivialities? This is indeed detrimental to one's moral integrity. 3,000 yuan per gram. Is that not a bargain? Is it not? Pray tell. Is it not? Witnessing the proprietor fervently gesticulating, his words flowing like a torrent, HE QING glanced disdainfully at the items on the table and retorted, "Not a bargain." From her bag, HE QING produced Professor Lin's pen and placed it upon the table. "Boss, if you can sell that pen of yours for 500,000, then surely this one of mine should fetch at least 1 million, drawing eager buyers." The owner's expression shifted instantly. The pen HE QING presented, while seemingly unremarkable and somewhat worn, held an unmistakable aura of literary elegance that insiders could readily recognize. It rendered the act of crafting symbols effortless, despite its frayed appearance. Carefully wiping her hands, she examined Professor Lin's old pen. Its literary spirit was robust, and its rhythm harmonious. "My dear lady, is this pen for sale? I offer this amount," he exclaimed, gesturing with his plump fingers to signify 2. HE QING stifled a laugh within. 2 million? Oh dear me, 2 million? What a jest. Just look at my figure. If I were to part with 2 million, I would wither away to nothing. I meant 200,000. The corpulent proprietor leaned closer. But this is an old pen. 200,000 is quite reasonable. HE QING lifted her chin, indicating the row of new pens on the counter. Yours may be new, priced at 500,000. But for what purpose? The stout owner displayed no signs of embarrassment. But it is because I was unaware of your expertise. With that, he added, "Please hold on a moment," and turned towards the storeroom behind him. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, clutching a stack of items. HE QING gazed at the array displayed by the rotund proprietor on the counter. For talisman brushes, 2 blocks of vermilion, 3 boxes of vermilion powder. For packets of yellow talisman paper, and a box of black dog's blood powder. Vermilion. in its solid form requires laborious grinding, and should an urgent matter arise, it would be utterly exasperating. Thus, vermilion powder seems more practical, as it can be utilized with the addition of some materials. HE QING unwrapped the inner paper package and inhaled deeply. It contained negligible impurities, and moreover, it appeared to be of a rather aged mineral. Quite satisfactory. Upon inspecting the yellow talisman paper, she noted that while the quality varied across the 4 boxes, they were all cut to the size of talisman paper without any frayed edges, vastly superior to what she had previously used. Lastly, the Black Dog's blood powder, a thin layer weighing perhaps less than 10 grams, also appeared commendable. How much? HE QING feigned calmness, though she knew her purse contained merely 1,000 yuan. As a student working part-time, she was impoverished and had to assist spirits without remuneration. The plump proprietor beamed. "Isn't discussing money rather sentimental?" HE QING replied. "So exquisite. The prices for the talisman brushes range from 2,000 to 18,000 yuan. The powdered vermilion was 300 yuan per gram, while the solid form commanded 21,000 yuan per block. The yellow talisman paper, from left to right, was priced at 100 yuan for 500 sheets, 100 yuan for 100 sheets, 100 yuan for 20 sheets, and 100 yuan for a single sheet." HE QING's smile instantly faded. As for the Black Dog's blood, it had undoubtedly never seen the sun, priced at 500 yuan per gram. HE QING exclaimed, "I only knew they were expensive, but I didn't expect them to be this exorbitant." She pointed at the box of 100 yuan for 500 sheets of talisman paper, declaring, "I'll take this, 500 sheets." The proprietor stared at her, and she returned his gaze. "Is that all? No other items?" The rotund proprietor, incredulous, remarked, "After all this fuss, you're only spending 100 yuan. HE QING, is this the one? Boss, do you buy charms?" "Boss, yes, yes, yes." The plump boss, brimming with excitement, leaned closer. "Do you have any? Are you selling? What kind of charm?" After contemplating for a moment and observing his eager expression, HE QING rummaged through her bag for quite a while before producing a piece of rough charm paper folded into a small cardboard, a protective charm for one-time use. "Boss." Seeing the stormy expression on his face, HE QING hurriedly unwrapped the paper and spread it out for him to see. This was her first successful charm, a permanent one, although it could only ward off a single disaster, rendering it rather ineffective. Overcome with excitement at the time, she had intended to keep it as a memento, hence had folded it away. The charm was indeed a good one, imbued with ample spiritual energy, easily discernible at first glance. Furthermore, it was a rare disaster-repelling charm. As for HE QING's claim of it being a one-time use, weren't all disaster-repelling charms one-time only? Alas, the craftsmanship was rather coarse. The boss, eyeing the yellow paper shreds that had scattered when HE QING hastily tore it open, felt a pang of sorrow. Such a waste. Nowadays, few could draw charms. And after much effort in creation, who would wish to sell? It was rare to encounter a young girl who appeared rather impoverished yet possessed such depth. Cautiously, he touched it with his fingertip for a while before lifting his gaze, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, "The charm is acceptable, though somewhat rough." While he intended to bargain, he dared not criticize too harshly. In these times, those willing to sell charms were indeed the true masters. One could only wonder from which school of thought this naive youth emerged, so recklessly throwing away such treasures, even contemplating selling them. Yet, he was left pondering whether there were any more hidden gems. As for the price, the plump proprietor winced, deciding to cast a wide net in hopes of reeling in a bigger catch. He resolved to offer a sincere price, fearing that if he did not, the customer might never return. Thus, he spoke, offering a firm quote. "This talisman, the materials are rather crude. At most, it is worth 100,000. Anything beyond that is simply unattainable." HE QING. "What? 100,000? Her expression remained impassive as she pinched herself fiercely. Upon feeling a sharp pain in her thigh, she struggled to maintain her composure, stifling a scream. The proprietor, noticing her silence, assumed she was hesitating. However, this price had already caused him considerable distress, leaving him reticent to speak further. "All right, It's settled then. I shall sell it at this price. After a moment, He Qing heard her own voice. At that instant, the proprietor opposite her finally exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Chapter 8. Gathering shadows to summon spirits. When He Qing emerged from the Ink Treasure Studio, it was already 9:30 in the morning. It was Saturday, and with no classes scheduled for the morning, she was free from the anxiety of tardiness. However, at this moment, He Qing found herself entirely unconcerned with such trivial matters. She had money. The talisman she had crafted for the first time could astonishingly fetch 100,000. 100,000. He Qing now felt an overwhelming urge to slap her past self from a year ago. If a single talisman could be sold for such a sum, why on earth had she bothered with a summer job? And what of the tutoring assignment the professor had kindly arranged for her just yesterday morning? Was it too late to decline? Yet, reflecting on the fact that the tutoring fee was higher than that of her peers, and that the professor had specifically recommended her due to her financial difficulties, she decided to attend class after all. One must always prepare for contingencies. What if the value of talismans diminished in the future? Upon contemplating the remaining 80,000 yuan in her bank account, He Qing felt as though her handbag had become unbearably heavy. A wave of joy surged within her, and she found herself grinning like a fool. She had sold charms, subsequently purchasing more talisman paper and vermilion, along with a talisman brush that had captured her fancy. Despite its bamboo handle, the brush exuded a mystical aura, radiating a brilliance that suggested it was far from ordinary. Surprisingly, what she had anticipated to be quite expensive turned out to be the most affordable in the proprietor's eyes, a fortunate stroke of luck indeed. However, the black dog's blood remained exorbitantly priced. A mere gram was insubstantial, hardly sufficient for a few strokes. Considering the tuition fees for the upcoming semester, He Qing decided it best to postpone that purchase for now. Yet, in the foreground, were the couple, Ling Zhe and Zhang Lingyan, displaying their affection for one another. Precisely the individuals He Qing had meticulously aimed to approach. Today, Zhang Lingyan was brimming with delight. Ling Zhe had previously acquiesced to accept her gift, albeit only a watch, which the girl whimsically claimed to be unaware of. Over the past few days, she had lavished gifts upon him, from clothing to shoes, from socks to bow ties. Had their relationship progressed further, she might have even considered gifting him undergarments. Yet, each time, Ling Zhe had graciously declined, ultimately accepting with palpable reluctance, while she, the one spending, was filled with exuberance, unable to extricate herself from her feelings. Zhang Lingyan felt that every time Ling Zhe gazed at her with a furrowed brow, a mix of innate pride and affection in his eyes, he let down his guard, accepting her gifts with a reluctant smile. It was as if she could sense the depth of his love, further ensnaring her heart. Today marked a significant event. She had previously made a heartfelt call to her father, lamenting her financial struggles, and managed to deceive him into sending her 200,000 in pocket money. Last night, she spent the entire evening wandering through the mall, and finally, she had settled on a particular watch. Although it was not a brand like Patek Philippe, it still possessed a certain level of sophistication, barely adequate for her standards. But where was the ink? The ink was not yet prepared. How frustrating. He Qing was in a state of panic, unsure of when that couple would leave. In a moment of urgency, she reluctantly bit her finger, drawing blood, and proceeded to sketch directly on the yellow paper. The bizarre and intricate talismans flowed from her hand effortlessly, without a hint of hesitation. She grasped the talisman, and miraculously, the wound on her finger healed instantly. Seizing the moment while no one was around, He Qing pinched the talisman between her fingers and called out, "Zheng Mingsue?" Zheng Mingsue's voice responded without a trace of doubt, resolutely affirming, "I will." Without a moment's hesitation, He Qing clutched the item in her arms and dashed out from around the corner. Fortunately, the two individuals ahead were still entwined in each other's embrace. He Qing gauged the distance accurately and, with her eyes closed, charged forward unexpectedly. In an instant, the three collided, and bags were scattered across the ground. Luckily, with grass on either side, He Qing had chosen her spot wisely, resulting in the other two being startled but unharmed. Upon seeing them, He Qing squinted her eyes, tears welling up instantly. Apologizing with a quivering voice, she exclaimed, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." She hurriedly began picking up the items from the ground. First retrieving her securely fastened bag, then Zhang Lingyan's textbook, followed by the watch that had accidentally tumbled out of its box, now covered in dust. He Qing had just caught sight of the watch, and her pace quickened as she contemplated affixing the talisman onto Ling Zhe's clothing, believing that its efficacy would remain intact even through the fabric. To her surprise, a fortuitous opportunity presented itself. Such an expensive timepiece, as Zhang Mingcui had remarked, would undoubtedly be carried by Ling Zhe daily, allowing the malevolent energy to seep into him more seamlessly. Thoughts raced through her mind as her hands moved with purpose. She was on the verge of making contact with the watch. In a flash, neither Ling Zhe nor Zhang Lingyan, who were preoccupied with their own activities, noticed as a small yellow talisman nestled into her palm and was swiftly pressed above the watch, vanishing without a trace in an instant. A chill breeze swept by, causing Zhang Lingyan to shiver as goosebumps erupted on her arms. Glancing at He Qing as she tidied up her belongings, she managed a faint smile. "It's all right. Just be more careful next time," He Qing observed from behind as Zhang Lingyan ambled along, deftly fastening the watch onto Ling Zhe. By a strip, an infinite loop. A cycle without end. And what of nightmares? Chapter 9. A decade in dreams. Ling Zhe stood within the confines of a humble rental apartment. In truth, to call it a room was an overstatement. The total area scarcely exceeded 10 square meters, comprising a 2-square-meter folding steel bed, a similarly sized plastic enclosed bathroom, 2 cluttered cabinets, and a few scattered household items such as pots and stoves. This was the dwelling place of the working class in the capital, especially for individuals like Zhang Mingcui, who had no understanding of life's pleasures, dedicating themselves solely to labor and fervently saving every penny. Indeed, the bed adorned with vibrant pastel pink peony sheets served as a testament to Zhang Mingcui's residence. He seldom frequented this place. Throughout his 3 years of university life in the capital, he had visited it a mere handful of times, perhaps 5 or 6 at most. Yet, he had never truly paid attention to it, save for that paltry, solitary red plastic stool, etched in his memory solely because he was invariably compelled to sit upon it. Ah, yes, and that garish, utterly tasteless bedsheet. On that particular evening, after having spent the day ingratiating himself with Zhang Lingyan, endeavoring to amuse her, he had also managed to extract a sum of money from Zhang Mingcui. The confluence of pent-up resentment and the palpable sensation of the banknotes in his grasp stirred within him an indescribable, perverse exhilaration. Thus, emboldened by alcohol, he finally experienced the sensation of conquest, the bedsheet swirling before his eyes. Ling Zhe was at a loss as to why he stood there. He recalled that Zhang Mingcui, that inconsequential woman, had been thoroughly dealt with. Such a woman, so base and cheap, had dared to presume she could bind him with a child. Ling Zhe's path in life would never be altered by anyone, be it his commonplace, superficial parents, or Zhang Mingcui, who had delusions of ensnaring him, or even the haughty, condescending Miss Zhang Lingyan. He surveyed the surroundings with a sardonic smile, impervious to any emotional sway. Perhaps this was an innate faculty of Ling Zhe's. He was preternaturally composed and aloof. Though perpetually smiling, he never truly deigned to acknowledge others, and certainly would not be moved by the actions of mere insects. He was keenly aware of his true worth and had meticulously charted his future course. His resolve was more formidable than anyone's, utterly devoid of weakness. Regrettably, he overlooked the fact that a woman in love invests her entire heart and soul into her beloved, her capacity for observation surpassing that of the individual themselves. Yet, in their infatuation, these women often exhibit a peculiar kind of folly, their minds instinctively filtering out unwelcome truths, rendering them blind to all but what they wish to perceive. Presently, Zhang Mingcui stands in the corner, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she gazes at Ling Zhe. The steadfastness of Ling Zhe's character is undoubtedly extraordinary. He Qing's earlier assessment was astute. Such a man, if not hindered by a humble beginning and narrow horizons, is destined to become a formidable figure. Ling Zhe remains impervious to the thoughts of others, standing resolutely in the room. He understands this is but a dream, for the actual dwelling had been vacated by the tenant at the end of the month, discovered empty during the rent collection. Yet, this scene grows increasingly vivid. He can even hear the faint sound of water trickling from the bathroom. A short-haired, weary yet gentle Zhang Mingcue emerges, appearing somewhat older. Her complexion remains pallid. Yet in his memories, her visage, though fatigued, still bore a hint of youthful brightness unique to her. The woman before him, however, seems like a genuine housewife, worn down by the trials of life, resembling the lifeless eyes described by Jia Baoyu. Zhang Mingcue regards him with tenderness, approaching him only to pass right through his form. The man at the doorway speaks not a word, merely snorts with disdain before striding into the room. Ling Zhe is astonished to discover that this man bears an uncanny resemblance to himself, albeit appearing older. He suppressed the astonishment within him, turned away, and took a deep breath, only to catch sight of the blurred old calendar where the red digits formed an arrangement. The date was XX month of 20XX, a time that advanced 10 years ahead of his current year. Could this possibly be his future? No, that cannot be. It is impossible. Zhang Mingcue had long since vanished from this world. His future was bright and flourishing. She could not reappear. Ling Zhe thought furiously. He had become that aged version of himself. Before him, Zhang Mingcue sighed deeply, her expression one of sorrow. Alas, what shall we do if it continues like this? Little Bao is already 10 years old. If I cannot come up with the school selection fee, he won't even have a chance to attend school. And you? The girl who in Ling Zhe's memories was always gentle towards him, now appeared both helpless and heartbroken, mixed with a hint of disdain she herself was unaware of as she looked at him. Just think about it. I spent so much money supporting you at Ming University, and you insisted on breaking up with me to entangle yourself with that Zhang fellow, only to end up not graduating. Now, when we speak of it, you were once a distinguished student of Ming University, yet without a diploma. You feel embarrassed to take on other jobs, fearing people will know your background. So you are left with sales. Look at you. After 10 years, you remain stagnant, spending your days either selling television boxes or health products, earning less than I do as a nanny. How could you be so inept? Zhang Mingcue sounded like a middle-aged woman truly crushed by the weight of life. Her complaints endless. However, as Ling Zhe listened, he began to sift through the information in her words, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. From the moment he began to form memories, he instinctively learned to leverage his advantages and was willing to exert effort. This determination allowed him to rise from a humble village to gain admission to the prestigious Ming University in the capital. Although he found himself in a state of destitution compared to his classmates, the proud Ling Zhe would never resign himself to a passive existence. His future was promising. Yet how could he endure such a mundane and dismal life? In a fit of rage, he abruptly overturned the dining table, unleashing a cacophony of clattering sounds as he bellowed, "What are you talking about?" At 2 or 3 in the morning, when most were deep in slumber, the night's sudden and startling murmurs jolted Zhang Su, causing him to slip and tumble down the ladder. Early Sunday morning, some boys in the dormitory began to stir. As the sounds of washing ceased, the groggy Zhang Su, still half asleep, leaned over the edge of his upper bunk and exclaimed, "What the? Ling Zhe, do you ever take a break on Sundays? Why are you up so early?" Ling Zhe, without turning his head, continued to dress with meticulous care, rolling up his sleeves. The understated yet luxurious watch on his wrist constantly drew the attention of others. Zhang Su, momentarily captivated by the glimmering watch face, momentarily lost his train of thought. But soon he regained his focus. "Hey, Ling Zhe, what kind of dream did you have last night? You seemed quite agitated while talking in your sleep." Ling Zhe paused in his actions, lowering his gaze, and inquired, "Oh, did I talk in my sleep? What did I say?" Zhang Su found himself at a loss for words. He recalled the details vaguely, muttering something along the lines of "What are you talking about?" but could not quite remember. Ling Zhe chuckled lightly, unconcerned, and remarked, "I had a splendid sleep last night, not a single dream at all." Zhang Su felt a bit disheartened. especially since he himself could not recall what he had said, and so he shifted his position and fell asleep once more. The others, lacking Ling's spirited energy, slumbered until midday before rising to eat. They soon resumed their gaming. As the evening approached and the heat subsided, the group decided to head to the basketball court. Qin playfully slapped Zhang Su's shoulder and asked, "What was up with you this morning? Did you actually converse with Lingze?" Nearby, Zhou Haoran, wiping sweat from his brow, chimed in teasingly, "Indeed, you managed to chat with him." Honestly, with Lingze's inexplicable air of arrogance, I doubt I could ever find common ground with him. Zhang Su laughed at this. "You think you could vibe with him? Not a chance. Lingze is the campus heartthrob, and he has no shortage of female admirers. You, my friend, are a single dog. No hope there." "What? Who wants to vibe with him? You still haven't told me what you discussed with him this morning." Zhang Su sighed in resignation. "Last night, I overheard him mumbling in his sleep, so this morning I casually asked him about it, but he stubbornly refused to admit it. I noticed he's been dressing quite well lately, and he is sporting a new wristwatch that looks rather expensive, likely in the thousands." Qin lamented. "I consider myself quite handsome, yet I receive no gifts of clothing or watches from young ladies. Observe Lingze. He has accepted numerous tokens, yet the women still commend his integrity and capability. It confounds me." Zhou Haoran responded with a wry tone. "He possesses the grace to accept such gifts with discernment, rejecting those of ostentatious value and favoring those with intrinsic merit and understated elegance. Alas, you shall never possess such acumen. Do you have any notion of the value of that timepiece? It is AZ brand, fetching a price of no less than several $100,000. Furthermore, you find his somniloquy remarkable? How provincial." His words, though casually uttered, struck a chord of dismay in the other two. "Good heavens! Hundreds of thousands! That is the equivalent of a down payment on a house. Should fortune ever smile upon me, I, too, shall carry my abode upon my person." It must have been a gift from Zhang Lingyan. Alas, these scions of wealth are indeed affluent, unlike myself, who is burdened by debt. Why does no fair heiress lavish her affections upon me? Speaking of which, Haoran, your appearance is not wanting, and your family is of means. Why then, do you remain unattached? Zhou Haoran furrowed his brow. "Cease addressing me as mouse incessantly. Such a moniker conjures an image of a lecherous fellow in the minds of the fairer sex, thereby diminishing my prospects of courtship." "Indeed, how could we?" "Forgive us," they replied, scratching their heads and offering sheepish grins. Zhou Haoran, observing his two jovial companions, who even eavesdropped upon nocturnal utterances, shook his head in speechless resignation. In the wee hours, the dormitory fan whirred, stirring the lingering heat of the Indian summer. Qin, engrossed in his computer, abruptly felt a drop in temperature. He sneezed and promptly switched off the fan. Once more, Lingze found himself transported to the realm of dreams. Today, he remains an aged and unaccomplished man. He stands at the threshold of a house, burdened by a large and heavy satchel, cradling a white plastic bottle resembling calcium tablets, which appears quite inexpensive. Before long, the door before him swings open, revealing a young man who hurriedly peers outside. Indeed, it is the face of Zhang Su. Lingze is perplexed. Could it be that Zhang Su's just this morning about speaking in his sleep has conjured this dream? It is not entirely implausible. They say dreams mirror reality, and it is true that he hardly engages in conversation with several individuals in his dormitory at school. Zhang Su languishes in idleness, utterly unambitious. Qin spends his days immersed in video games, skipping countless classes, while Zhou Haoran, relying on his family's wealth, perpetually adopts a condescending demeanor. To be honest, Lingze does not perceive any potential connection with them. Before he can gather his thoughts, Zhang Su seizes his hand and thrusts a few red bills into it. A cursory glance reveals it to be over 1,000 yuan. "Lingze," he says, "we were classmates after all. Given your current situation, I won't say much more. I've purchased this health supplement." With that, he takes the bottle emblazoned with the label XX strengthening pill from Lingze's grasp, offers a forced smile, and swiftly shuts the door. Lingze, in a daze, ambles away. As he passes by the window of their balcony, he can still hear a woman's voice from within. Who is this person? Ugh, We have door-to-door salespeople every day. It's utterly annoying. Let me see what this XX strengthening pill is that you bought. What a mess. What purpose does it serve to purchase it when it cannot be consumed? Alas, there is no alternative. You may as well dispose of it. The one promoting it is a former classmate of mine from university, and I have heard that she has amounted to nothing, with her family relying entirely on her wife's income from working as a maid. If you could spare a little more money for her, consider it a gesture of goodwill for the sake of our shared academic past. Your classmate? From Ming University? How has she fallen to such depths? It is utterly disgraceful. At this point, Ling Zhe could no longer discern the subsequent words. He had no desire to continue listening. He is the pride of his village, the sole individual to have gained admission to Ming University. How could this happen? What on earth transpired? How could he have descended to such a state? Ling Zhe gazed at the familiar yet alien surroundings, the pink bedsheet that he had once set ablaze, the cheap red plastic stool that had been meticulously scrubbed to remove bloodstains. All of this despair, this poverty, this degradation, invites ridicule and pity. Every ounce of his misery stems from the existence of that woman who should never have been. He glared at the woman standing in the room and shouted, "Zheng Mingcui, I will kill you." In the dormitory, Chun Chang collapsed to the floor with a thud. "Zheng Mingcui, I will kill you." The sudden outburst shattered the silence of the dormitory, startling Chen Cheng, who had been engrossed in a game. He fell to the ground in shock. He looked towards Ling Zhe, pondering the depth of hatred that could provoke such vehement declarations. From their slumber, Zhang Su and Zhou Haoran peered out, bleary-eyed, and inquired, "What is happening? Why the sudden loud outburst? Who are you planning to kill?" As the two individuals were lost in the depths of slumber, they were abruptly roused by a thunderous roar, leaving them utterly vexed. Gasping with remnants of trepidation, one remarked, "I have no idea why they shouted so loudly." Claiming never to talk in their sleep, it nearly terrified me. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a chilling laugh emanated from the still slumbering Ling Zhe, echoing unsettlingly in the tranquil night. "Zhou Haoran, Zhang Su, this. Ultimately, Chen Qing wiped his dazed face and, with an expression devoid of emotion, declared, "I never expected Ling Zhe's inner thoughts to be so twisted." As he spoke, he shuddered slightly. After all, the tone of Ling Zhe was exceedingly fearsome, reminiscent of a psychopath. He glanced at the still, slumbering Ling Zhe, hesitating momentarily before deciding against waking him. Instead, he proceeded to the restroom to splash some water on his face. The atmosphere in the dormitory had grown even chillier. It was best to retire early. A smirk graced his lips, his eyes sharp and fierce. Yet his voice remained calm and gentle, akin to tender whispers exchanged between lovers. With a slightly raised chin and an upright posture, everything about him signified the true, haughty essence of Ling Zhe. "This is merely your little trick, isn't it?" He scoffed with a disdainful smile. For a corpse, there was no need for pretense. It remained as pathetic as ever. In doing so, aside from indulging in the fantasy of marrying me and experiencing the sensation of superiority over me, what else could you possibly achieve? Zheng Mingcui sneered. To her, Ling Zhe appeared both trivial and superficial. Did he truly believe that his dying obsession was to marry him? Foolish. As the years weighed heavily upon her, Zheng Mingcui's expression began to shift towards fury. She exclaimed, "Ling Zhe, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by killing? I toil day in and day out to provide for this family, while you, a person of no achievements, dare to disturb my peace. Have you forgotten that I funded your university education?" Ling Zhe's most significant flaw lies in his perpetual arrogance, an unwillingness to embrace mediocrity and failure. Once this truth is discerned, she possesses ample strategies to extract his confessions. In the realm of dreams, should his emotions become heightened, he would, in reality, divulge the same sentiments. After all, who guards themselves against the deceased, right? Moreover, upon awakening, he would scarcely recall his experiences. Ling Zhe, of course, sensed something amiss. Yet to him, the three individuals in the dormitory each bore their own shortcomings, rendering further interaction unnecessary. Thus, after tidying his belongings, he departed without a backward glance. With the sound of the door closing, Chun Chung regained his senses and sighed. Ah, I forgot to ask him what dreams he had last night. It sounded so thrilling. Zhang Su shot him a glance. Enough already. Did you not see that he barely acknowledges our presence? Even if you asked, he likely wouldn't admit it. Chun Chung, pondering this, sighed once more and proceeded to freshen up. Zhou Haoran furrowed his brow. I feel that it may not necessarily be the person from the dream. This remark, vague as it was, surprisingly resonated with Zhang Su, who felt his legs weaken in disbelief. Is that true? Don't frighten me, Howsy. At midnight, silence enveloped the dormitory. The three occupants of the beds gradually sat up, then softly beckoned one another. Come here. I'm closest. The sound was faint, and Ling Zhe had fallen into a deep slumber, completely unresponsive. The three individuals were Chun Chung, Zhang Su, and Zhou Haoran. They huddled together on Zhang Su's bed opposite Ling Zhe, shifting aside the computer on the lower bunk and powered on their phones, using the dim light to commence a game of cards. Four of a kind. Are we making quite the commotion? Zhang Su remarked. Ling Zhe used to complain about me disturbing his studies even when I went to the restroom. Eight of a kind. Uncertain, but who cares? Rat. Do you have any credibility in what you said today? Otherwise, with class tomorrow morning, staying up all night is simply untenable. Two of a kind. Indeed, what you said is rather alarming. I often find myself slaying monsters in my dreams. Darn it, I've lost again. Though, on that note, it is somewhat eerie. It's nearly 1 o'clock. Usually, we're still playing around this time, likely to be heard soon. Once again, he found himself in that small room, confronted by the haggard and disdainful woman before him. Ling Zhe's suppressed fury reignited at Zhang Mingsui's expression. He scoffed. You seem quite pleased with yourself now. Have you forgotten how you met your end? Zhang Mingsui's complexion turned ashen. So you do recall how you perished? It is said that spirits linger after death. I administered a sedative. You wished to preserve the child within you, did you not? Yet, given the current circumstances, could it be that I administered too much? Thus, the child was ultimately lost. TSK. Had I known, I would not have prepared so many pills in advance. Do you know how repugnant that female doctor's expression was every time I visited the infirmary, claiming insomnia to stockpile sleeping pills? It was akin to yours. However, you are already dead. If I were to chop your bones and limbs with a cleaver, would you feel anything? Would you desire to kill me? Gazing into Zhang Mingsui's crimson eyes, Ling Zhe seemed to finally sense his own formidable power. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he delivered the final blow. Your suitcase is quite large. After I have reduced you to pieces and wrapped them in plastic bags, there remains ample space. But it is precisely due to its size that I can add other gravel and soil, ensuring it is forever submerged in the lake of your beloved. Tears of blood began to stream down Zhang Mingsui's eyes. I only regret my own foolishness for supporting you through school and life. Wasn't that money given willingly from your heart? Chapter 12. Truth and Falsehoods. Ling Zhe smiled faintly, his expression ever gentle. This was his nature. The more tumultuous his heart, the softer his countenance appeared. In the dormitory, the cards held by Chun Chung and his companions lay scattered across the floor, while Zhang Su was nearly paralyzed with fear. My God, he can't be serious, can he? Chun Cheng's face turned ashen in the dead of night. Hearing his roommate narrate a murder story in such a calm and casual tone made him want to flee. Who says boys are fearless? Just because he plays horror-themed games does not mean he can accept a real-life murderer. Comparatively, the well-off Zhou Haoran remained notably composed. Composed, my foot. What are you doing? A rat, a rat. Chun Chung and Zhang Su, two timid souls, were utterly terrified, speaking in hushed tones as they hurriedly inquired, fearing the possibility of someone fleeing. Fortunately, despite their loud voices, Ling Zhe remained undisturbed in his slumber. We must go. We absolutely must. The situation was chilling. Listening to the story alone was not so alarming, but if Zhou Haoran's speculation proved correct, it meant they had been sleeping next to a gruesome murderer for 3 years, a chilling thought indeed. Hastily, they decided to flee. As they jumped out of bed and dashed for the door, Zhang Su, in his haste, collided headlong with the bedpost, producing a loud thud. However, Ling Zhe, ensnared in a dream by the scheming Zhang Mingcue with He Qing's assistance, remained blissfully ignorant, unable to awaken. At 3 in the morning, as the rooster crowed heralding the dawn and the sun began its ascent, Zhang Mingcue, with traces of bloodied tears upon her face, silently smiled upon observing that the 3 from the dormitory had already fled. Ling Zhe had slept particularly soundly that night, awakening to a bright morning. Glancing at his wristwatch, which he had neglected to remove while sleeping, he saw it was 7:58. Oh no, I'm late. He hastily rolled out of bed, dressing in a flurry while pondering how he could have slept for so long. Moreover, there was no sign of life from the others in the dormitory. Could it be that he had been deceived? In his hurried exit from the dormitory, he encountered Zhang Li from the neighboring room, who was just stepping out. Recently suffering from a severe cold, Zhang Li had taken a 2-day leave, thus had no urgency to rush. However, upon seeing Ling Zhe, his gaze was not one of envy or admiration as it had been before. That particular look had become commonplace since Ling Zhe and Zhang Lingyan had confirmed their romantic involvement, rendering it unremarkable. However, today, the gaze emanating from Zhang Li was imbued with an indescribable and enigmatic quality, rife with disdain, astonishment, contempt, and fear. A tapestry of complex emotions intertwined, leaving Ling Zhe utterly perplexed. Yet, this moment of intrigue was fleeting. In the next instant, Zhang Li, her face obscured by a large mask, abruptly turned away. Her voice muffled as she uttered, "I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave," before hastily departing. Time was of the essence. Ling Zhe, disregarding his image, hastened away, sprinting towards the classroom. Upon his arrival, he was met with a chorus of voices, but as soon as he stepped through the door, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Such a typically boisterous classroom, where even the absence of a teacher did not quell the lively chatter, was now inexplicably hushed. As he suppressed his growing confusion and settled into his seat, his classmates on either side instinctively recoiled, as if parting like the Red Sea at Moses' command. Ling Zhe was left bewildered. The class concluded, yet the usual ritual of students vacating the room was disrupted. Instead, they clustered together, whispering furtively while maintaining a considerable distance from him. Even many of the girls followed suit. The weight of this collective alienation bore down on Ling Zhe like a mountain, rendering him breathless. It was only when Zhang Lingyan approached that the tension began to dissipate. "Ling Zhe, they are saying you committed murder," she exclaimed. "How could that be?" Zhang Lingyan had seen the messages circulating in the group chat early that morning, and in her haste, Ling Zhe had left without his phone, making him unreachable. Anxious and out of breath, she had rushed over. Ling Zhe's brow furrowed slightly as he calmly inquired, "What do you mean by murder? Is it you? You killed a woman named Zhang Mingcue." Zhang Mingcue. Ling Zhe's expression immediately darkened. In just a few words, Zhang Lingyan became indignant. Stomping her feet in frustration, "I knew it. They are simply envious of your beauty and talent. That's why they fabricate nonsense, accusing you of murder. Even Ming Jie has been slandering you. But it's all right," she comforted, casting a sympathetic glance at the disheartened Ling Zhe. "Those who do not attract jealousy are mediocre. Pay them no heed. How could they stoop to such petty behavior? I will ask my brother to investigate." With that, she disregarded Ling Zhe's suddenly grim demeanor and hurried away. Fool. Involving her brother in this matter would only lead to discovery, whether or not it was intended. How infuriating. What nonsense is this? What murder? It is impossible for anyone to know about Zhang Mingcue. She had never been to the school and had never interacted with me in public. Where could the problem lie? Ling Zhe's heart seethed with resentment. However, the pressing issue was how to handle the situation. Enduring the whispers and curious glances, he made his way back to the dormitory. Since entering university, he had diligently crafted an image of an elegant and aspiring gentleman, always succeeding in his endeavors, yet never had he faced such humiliation as he did at this moment. Upon returning to his dorm, he opened his phone, and the first thing that caught his eye was the missed calls and messages from Zhang Lingyan. He disregarded them and directly accessed the campus forum, where the top post glaringly displayed in bold red letters read, "Chilling." The captivating and attention-grabbing title. The financial department's heartthrob LZ recalls the gruesome tale of murder and dismemberment. has already garnered hundreds of thousands of clicks, especially since the protagonist is a well-known figure in the finance department and the post was made around 3 in the morning. Almost all students at Ming University, whether graduated or not, are now aware of this incident. Ling Zhe, trembling with apprehension, clicked to open the post, which began as follows. The original poster is from the XX dormitory of the finance department, located right next to the Heartthrob S dorm. At approximately 3 o'clock this morning, there was a sudden knock on our door. Upon opening it, we found 3 boys from the Heartthrob's dorm seeking refuge in ours, claiming they had been playing cards at night when they heard the Heartthrob mumbling in his sleep, which terrified them so much that they fled. The mumbling went like this. Ling Zhe's eyes burned with fury as he ground his teeth. Zhou Haoran. Chincheng. Jiangsu. Chapter 13. The shameless dog. Ling Zhe's crimson eyes reflected his inner turmoil. No matter how composed he tried to appear, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. Should someone take it upon themselves to investigate, his life would be irrevocably altered. He had never been one to speak in his sleep throughout his life. Furthermore, he had been sleeping particularly soundly in recent days, devoid of any dreams that he could recall. How could they possibly have overheard such unfounded mumblings? Could it be that someone was conspiring against him? Ling Zhe took a deep breath, attempting to quell the frantic beating of his heart. The situation had not yet spiraled beyond control. It was merely circulating within the internal forum, without evidence or a victim, and based solely on a few words uttered in sleep. The authorities would hardly take action. He browsed through the forum once more. Although the posts were detailed and even recounted his incoherent mutterings in his sleep, he himself could not fathom the origins of these bizarre utterances, let alone his fellow students. Scrolling down, he noted that aside from some profoundly unsettling comments, numerous young women had left messages criticizing the original poster for being irrational, accusing him of exaggerating mere sleep talk. Some even claimed to have dreamt of tearing apart adversaries, yet in reality, they could not muster the courage to harm a fish. In essence, most were viewing this as a mere tale, albeit one that was harrowing and gory. It did not translate into reality, and no one truly believed him to be a murderer. After all, none had ever encountered Zheng Mingcue, nor were they aware of her existence. Those who did were back in their hometown, a small mountain village, and were oblivious to the discussions on the Ming University campus forum. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Zheng Mingcue had no family left. The heightened reactions from everyone today likely stemmed from the stark contrast between his usual gentle, sunny, and inspirational demeanor and this unsettling portrayal of him as a sleep talker, which they found difficult to reconcile. He felt a slight relief wash over him. HE Qing, gazing at her battered phone, couldn't help but feel disheartened. She had merely been perusing the forum, just as the news about Ling Zhe broke. And before she could even revel in it, her phone had abruptly frozen. This VV smartphone had been purchased during her university years and was of commendable quality. However, the constant presence of spirits at night had contributed to an overwhelming aura of negativity, and the frigid temperatures had significantly diminished its lifespan. After all, a mobile phone is a mechanical device and cannot absorb the ethereal energy that permeates the air like a dorm mate. When enveloped by an oppressive aura, its components become damp, reflecting on the balance of 80,000 yuan in his account. HE Qing contemplated the dragon-rising phone he had long desired and ultimately decided to make the switch. As the old adage goes, why should one suffer when one can choose to alleviate their own burdens? Adjacent to the school lies a bustling mobile phone market, and HE Qing traversed the alley from the north gate, taking no more than 10 minutes to reach his destination. However, today appeared to hold an unexpected delight. HE Qing's gaze fell upon 3 stray dogs beside a trash bin, and he felt fortunate indeed. Although purchasing a new phone would deplete his finances, he could save the expense of acquiring the coveted black dog blood. Among the 3 scruffy, emaciated strays, one stood out, a pure black dog. Recalling the struggles he faced the first time he sought black dog blood, HE Qing winced, yet he was comforted by his prior experience. These 3 strays were quintessential local dogs. In this day and age, people tend to favor various purebred canines, with even the Japanese Shiba Inu gaining immense popularity. Yet, the Chinese rural dog is seldom kept, except in the countryside. HE QING, however, recognized that in terms of genetic purity and versatility, none could rival them. Moreover, when it comes to drawing talismans, aside from local dogs, other breeds of black dogs hold no practical value. After all, when comparing pet dogs to guard dogs, the inherent rigidity of their lineage is insufficient. The 3 stray dogs often roamed near the university and were not particularly fearful of humans. Thus, as HE QING stood still, they merely glanced at him before returning to their scavenging efforts. HE QING observed the trio of dogs and turned to purchase 3 substantial double happiness sausages from the nearby convenience store. As she tore open the packaging, she slowly approached the stray dogs. With a plethora of university students in the vicinity, it was common for young women to bring snacks to feed them. The 3 dogs, having only displayed a moment's caution, soon chose to indulge in the fresh offerings. As HE QING waited for them to approach, she deftly used her thumb and pinky to perform a summoning charm. Animals possess an innate survival instinct, a gift passed down since birth, allowing them to embody habits conducive to their survival. Humans, conversely, are often burdened by the complexities of acquired knowledge, with every action dictated by the precedents set by their forebears. Over time, this has led to a gradual erosion of such primal virtues in mankind. Yet, with loss comes gain. Although humans lack the instinctive survival prowess of animals, their capacity for learning is unparalleled. This summoning charm enables seamless communication with living beings within a short span of time. She adopted a grandmotherly smile, coaxing them gently. Come, eat slowly. There's no need to rush. This one, affectionately named Huang, was particularly fond of the treat. A dog of earthy yellow hue, though somewhat grimy and lacking luster, undeniably bore the essence of its name. The leader of the pack, the largest among the 3, was a robust black dog that playfully swatted at her. What a waste! This smells divine, but can it compare to the taste of meat? Another dog, with a coat of black and brown, howled in agreement. Boss, meat is indeed delectable, but alas, there is none. HE QING couldn't help but feel bemused. This dog was far from the obedient creature she had envisioned. But never mind that. As the last of the ham sausage was about to be consumed, HE QING remarked, great black dog, you must be perpetually hungry. How about this? If you provide me with a vial of blood, I shall guarantee you meals for an entire week. What do you say? The great black dog silently swallowed the final morsel of ham sausage. In response to HE QING's faintly hopeful gaze, it abruptly instructed its companion, Hurry, we must leave. This is a dog meat vendor. I knew she was coveting my flesh. As a few barks echoed, the other 2 dogs immediately seized the last remnants of food, tucked their tails between their legs, and scurried away. The great black dog followed suit, swiftly disappearing into an alleyway, leaving no trace behind. HE QING was left astonished. What on earth? Where has the fundamental trust between humans and dogs vanished to? A mere vial of blood amounts to only 100 milliliters. To provide meals for a week. Considering the size of that dog, it would likely cost 200 to 300 yuan or even more. The processed blood from the MONO-MANHUA, after all, sells for merely a few hundred yuan per gram. If the dog blood obtained so willingly was not so exceptionally effective, would HE QING have expended such effort? She gazed at the bare, vibrant red packaging of her newly acquired Shuanghui sausage and couldn't help but mutter, 3 shameless dogs. Once fed, they forget their benefactor. In the end, all her efforts culminated in spending money and acquiring goods, only to have the dogs abandon her after feasting. HE QING comforted herself by stroking her newly purchased Longting S1, reassuringly thinking, at least this remains. Chapter 14. Underwater in this information age. An abundance of bizarre tales and horrifying cases emerge daily across the nation. Yet, within just a couple of days, the post regarding Ling Zhe has garnered little attention. At this juncture, Zheng Mingsui's plans had reached an impasse. HE QING had allotted merely a week, and today marked the 6th day. Despite Zheng Mingsui's attempts to create various scenarios, Ling Zhe remained resolutely silent. Consequently, He deduced that this was all the handiwork of Zhang Mingzue. However, observing the situation, he was certain that she had no more effective means of retaliation, which allowed him to maintain his composure. Zhang Mingzue, now ensnared in nightly gatherings of shadows, found herself trapped within the confines of enchantments, unable to communicate with HE QING. As the 7-day period swiftly approached its end, she was left with no choice but to take the initiative. On Wednesday evening, by the Lovers' Lake in Shiha Park, law enforcement apprehended 2 young men intent on vandalizing the public environment. Shiha Park is a renowned open park in the capital, spanning approximately 300,000 square meters, featuring a lotus pond, small water recreational facilities, and an artificial lake at its center. The previous revelation of Ling Zhe's sleep-talking had mentioned Lover's Lake. Although merely the ramblings of a dream, it had sparked curiosity among many imaginative minds. Nonetheless, while suspicions lingered, the idea of seeking verification seemed absurd, relegating it to mere gossip without substantive significance. What HE QING undertook was to target these 2 disgruntled young men, casting the incantation symbol upon them. These 2 young men hail from affluent families and excel academically. However, whenever the time comes to award scholarships, they find themselves overshadowed by Ling Zhe, a paragon of inspiration, resulting in their disqualification. While the scholarship holds little significance for them, they are determined to contest the notion of merit. For 3 consecutive years, they have faced the same rationale. Ling Zhe's modest background necessitates reliance on scholarships to cover tuition fees. Their instructor, in an attempt to assuage their grievances, advised, "You both perform similarly. Consider it a noble act." Yet, 3 years of such treatment is hardly justifiable. Thus, these 2 discontented individuals forged an unbreakable bond, becoming confidants. Initially, HE QING's guiding principle was to amplify human thought. After careful consideration, these 2 students, despite their simmering resentment, proved to possess commendable character. Consequently, they shared a singular ambition: to visit Lover's Lake and discern the veracity of the whispered legends. By day, the lake is teeming with visitors, rendering their endeavor impossible. Hence, they resolved to lurk alongside a homeless man in the park until midnight, waiting for the tranquil solitude of night to descend upon the lakeside. The 2 young men, Su Yang and Wang Songlin, found themselves beneath the dim glow of street lamps and flashlights, gazing at the verdant waters beneath the bridge. A flicker of trepidation coursed through them. Wang Songlin inquired, "Should we venture into the water? What if there is nothing there? Wouldn't that render our efforts futile?" Su Yang, too, hesitated at the sight of the lake, which loomed like a mythical beast. Yet, contemplating the obsession that had consumed his thoughts for days, he realized he could not leave without seeking resolution. With a steely resolve, he clenched his teeth and declared, "We must go in. We've come this far. We must take the plunge." Having made up their minds, the 2 individuals made their way to the small dock. Su Yang, as he wrapped a rope around his waist, remarked, "You should first lower that large iron hook all the way down. They say this Lover's Lake is 10 meters deep. I doubt it, but it certainly must be 5 or 6 meters. Secure one end of the rope to the railing, and I'll do the same with mine. Keep an eye on the time. If I'm not back in 3 minutes, pull me up." The large iron hook was one typically used in the market for hanging meat, and their intention was to descend and see if there were any boxes at the bottom. If they found one, they would attach it to the hook. If not, they would simply dismiss it as a fleeting dream. Su Yang, a member of the school's swimming team, was adept in the water, and the rope was merely a precaution. After all, they had come to create discomfort for others, not themselves. Once he confirmed that the rope was securely tied and the hook submerged, Su Yang stretched his limbs, adjusted the other rope around his waist, took a deep breath, and plunged into the water. The lake's depths were particularly profound at night, and given its artificial nature, the water quality was as one might expect. With a waterproof flashlight strapped to his head, he propelled himself swiftly to the bottom. The underwater landscape was littered with debris, shattered glass, rocky fragments, and various decaying plastic items were omnipresent, along with an assortment of backpacks and bags. To his delight, he quickly retrieved the hook he had prepared and attached it to the handle of a suitcase. This suitcase had been purchased when Zheng Mingsui's family was in better circumstances, ensuring its quality. Furthermore, it had only been submerged for a few months, so the handle was still intact. Although it is uncertain whether this box is the large black suitcase mentioned by Ling Zhe, it is indeed black when observed from beneath the water. Su Yang's objective has been achieved, and he feels a significant weight lifted from his heart as he swiftly swims upward. With a splash, he breaks the surface of the water. Although the two had come to carry out their clandestine task partly out of resentment towards Ling Zhe, they were also driven by a mix of curiosity and trepidation regarding his seemingly coherent yet bizarre ramblings. After a prolonged duration underwater, Su Yang has yet to resurface, and should he delay any longer, Wang Songlin would soon tug on the rope. Upon spotting a figure in the water, Wang immediately breathes a sigh of relief, as though he has narrowly escaped calamity, and exclaims to Su Yang in delight, "Thank goodness. I was worried something had happened to you. Come on. I'll hold the rope. Hurry up and come up. By the way, did you find it? It seems that rope is moving." Su Yang wipes his face with his hand while submerged, his thoughts drifting to the large box, which heightens his fear of Ling Zhe. Nevertheless, when his companion inquires, he feigns a brave smile, responding, "It's nothing. Why would anything happen to me?" However, there are indeed words left unspoken. Suddenly, beams of flashlight penetrate the darkness from the shore, accompanied by sharp commands. "Who goes there?" Chapter 15. Record Who Goes There? Just as Su Yang and Wang Songlin felt a momentary sense of relief, the piercing lights from the shore are accompanied by a stern reprimand. The beams emanate from powerful flashlights, forcing the two to shield their eyes. Poor Su Yang is half sprawled on the dock, while his lower body remains submerged in the water. A bolt of realization strikes them, leaving both utterly bewildered. The sound of footsteps approached rapidly, revealing 3 night shift attendants from the park. As they drew closer, illuminated by the streetlights, even without the aid of flashlights, their dubious activities became abundantly clear. Notably, the striking red underwater flashlight on Su Yang's forehead was still aglow. Upon closer inspection, one could see that they were quite well equipped. A rope was notably tied around their waist. The two young men, catching the suspicious glances directed at them, quickly retreated. We aren't doing anything. Just going down to look for something." The attendants were undoubtedly skeptical. One of them, upon closer examination, noticed a thick hemp rope submerged in the water. As they regarded the two, the third attendant began to pull the rope upward. What could it be? It seems rather heavy. Su Yang and Wang Songlin, feeling rather deflated, simultaneously thought, of course it's heavy. What if it truly is as Ling Zhe described in his dream, containing an entire person inside? At that moment, they hadn't yet glimpsed the contents of the box, nor did they consider fleeing. They simply stood by obediently. The other two attendants, observing their inaction, decided to assist in hauling the rope. After all, what mischief could one possibly engage in within the confines of a park lake? After considerable effort, they finally managed to drag the large box ashore, and only then did they realize just how enormous it was. Its length exceeded a meter, and it was both wide and tall. Seeing it was a box, nearly deformed from waterlogging, the attendants jested, "Well, you've come to this lake in the dead of night to retrieve this. Could it possibly be a hidden treasure?" As they spoke, the group scrutinized the box, preparing to pry open their newfound treasure. As the situation escalated, Wang Songlin and Su Yang found themselves increasingly apprehensive. They recalled the chilling recounting from the post regarding Ling Zemo's delirious murmurs. "That suitcase is indeed quite large. I chopped you into pieces and packed you into plastic bags. Yet there remains ample space." Gazing at the sizable suitcase, they mentally gauged its capacity, indeed envisioning it could accommodate a person. A shiver ran down the spines of these two unfortunate souls, prompting them to instinctively retreat a step. The 3 duty officers observed this with growing suspicion, exchanging glances. 2 of them discreetly stepped back, positioning themselves beside Wang and Su, while the remaining officer prepared to unseal the suitcase. With a raspy sound, the zipper, having succumbed to prolonged exposure to the water, was gradually pulled open. As the suitcase creaked, The pallor of Su Yang and Wang Songlin's faces intensified. With a sudden motion, the suitcase was flung open, revealing a layer of crushed stones and decayed sand on top, beneath which lay a faintly discernible black plastic bag. At this revelation, Su Yang and Wang Songlin could no longer contain their terror, simultaneously screaming, "Ah!" Without regard for their drenched state, they clung to each other in sheer fright. The horrifying sensation of a horror film unfolding in reality was overwhelming. In the dead of night, their unexpected shriek sent the duty officers into a state of panic, their bodies trembling as if on the verge of collapse. The leading man shot them an irritable glance, his suspicion deepening. Without further hesitation, he reached out to part the plastic bag. A collective wave of nausea swept over the five of them, their legs trembling so severely that they could scarcely support their weight. The individual at the forefront maintained a semblance of composure, retching twice before fixating his gaze on the two students. He promptly retrieved his mobile phone to report the incident. "Hello, is this the HE District Police Department? A murder has occurred. There's a corpse. It's right by the Lovers Lake in HE Park. I am the night security guard here." The HE District Police Department is responsible solely for the vicinity surrounding HE Park, with the security post situated at the northern gate of the park. At this late hour, coupled with the limited number of personnel on duty, there were only 3 individuals in the precinct, all of whom were dozing off. Suddenly, the alarming call disrupted their slumber, and given the gravity of the situation, 2 officers hastily set off towards the scene. How did a murder unexpectedly arise? By Lover's Lake? Could it possibly be a suicide by drowning? Officer Zhou Xiaoyang could not help but feel perturbed. The 2 officers rode their police motorcycle, and before long, they arrived at the scene. To their surprise, there were quite a few people present. Counting them, there were 5 individuals in total. Surely, such a crowd could not have all stumbled upon the deceased simultaneously. At around 2 in the morning, Wang Songlin and Su Yang were brought to the police station, where they were promptly separated for individual questioning. What is your name?" The officer, pulled from his slumber, was not in the best of spirits. I am Wang Songlin. Gender? Male. Age? Is this person one you killed? No, absolutely not. At this point, Wang Songlin became suddenly agitated, fearing he would be unjustly implicated. This was no trivial matter. If you did not kill him, how do you know he is in the lake? Why did you wade into the water in the dead of night to retrieve a suitcase? We were just momentarily possessed by folly, thinking of what we read on the forum about dismembered bodies concealed within suitcases, which might be in Lover's Lake. We contemplated that such a heavy suitcase could not be discarded elsewhere and could only be disposed of from the dock. Thus, to verify our suspicions, the police, we did not commit the murder. We merely stumbled upon a post and could not suppress our curiosity. Stop! A forum? A post? The officer swiftly seized upon these 2 keywords and inquired, "What forum? What post?" Well, it was on the Ming University campus forum, where a student from the finance department, Ling Zhe, was said to have been talking in his sleep about having killed a woman named Zheng Mingcue, dismembering her and hiding her in a suitcase. As he spoke, the image of the corpse he had just seen flashed in his mind, causing him to retch involuntarily. Straightening up, fearful that the police would doubt him, he hastily presented evidence. "It's right here on my phone. Both of us attend Ming University. This post is well known throughout the campus." In the adjacent room, Su Yang's testimony bore striking resemblance to Wang Songlin's, though he elaborated on the grievances between himself and Ling Zhe, thereby providing a motive for their midnight endeavor to retrieve the body based on a mere post. As dawn broke, the police station was engulfed in shock. A distinguished student from Ming University was implicated in a murder and dismemberment case. This night had been nothing short of exhilarating. Chapter 16. Interrogation. Ming University is one of the most prestigious institutions in Huaghua, producing individuals whose renown often surpasses that of the nearby political and legal university. At this moment, with a case involving a Ming University student accused of murder and dismemberment, the head of the HE District Police Station was compelled to proceed with utmost caution. After all, in this age of rapid information dissemination, A misstep could propel their station into the headlines in an instant. At the break of dawn, He Qing stealthily positioned herself near the male dormitory, eagerly awaiting the moment when Ling Zhe would emerge. Upon his departure, she deftly performed a ritual to summon Zheng Mingsue's spirit. Having entered the realm of dreams for 7 consecutive nights, Zheng Mingxue found herself depleted of the necessary ethereal energy, her vengeance unfulfilled, sustained solely by sheer will. Thus, upon hearing He Qing's words, she expressed her gratitude with genuine delight. "Thank you so much." Witnessing He Qing's extraordinary abilities, her manner of address shifted significantly. He Qing, however, remained unperturbed, offering a casual nod before Zheng Mingsue's form dissipated into the ether. As the clock approached 10 in the morning, discussions began to circulate on the forum regarding an incident involving Ling Zhe from the finance department, suggesting that he was required to cooperate with the police investigation. This vague announcement was a strategic decision by the authorities, mindful of Ming University's reputation. They opted to consult with the institution before disclosing any specifics, aiming to mitigate potential harm to the campus's standing. Nonetheless, while the official statement was couched in diplomatic language, it was evident to most students that they had encountered the aforementioned post, and with the arrival of the police, suspicions ran rampant. Even if the officers did not directly enter the classrooms to seek out individuals, it was clear to everyone that Ling Zhe's predicament was intricately linked to the contents of that post. Unbeknownst to them, Ling Zhe himself was engulfed in a tumult of resentment and confusion. As he was escorted to the police station, he maintained a stoic silence, akin to a bewildered stranger summoned for interrogation, torn between panic and a disconcerting sense of tranquility. His appearance was impeccable, although his attire did not reveal its opulence. It was tailored to perfection, accentuating his refined demeanor and exuding an air of genteel sophistication. Such a person, suddenly identified as a suspect in a grotesque murder and dismemberment case, would hardly be believed were it not for the presence of an officer among the arresting team who witnessed the events unfold last night. Yet, the mere thought of the repugnant, decaying, and fragmented body from last night, juxtaposed with the shocking posts on the university forum, evokes a profound sense of horror. One must ponder, who could articulate such gruesome details unless they were directly involved? The idea that a seemingly pristine, ambitious student from a humble background could harbor such a monstrous nature sends shivers down one's spine. His name? Ling Zhe. His origin? Shangshui Village, Pingqiao District, Dingbei City, Nanning Province. In light of this, the officer deliberately summoned Ling Zhe to the office before proceeding to the police station, hoping to avoid the public spectacle of his arrest, which could tarnish his reputation. The officer sighed at this thought. The old professor is indeed a commendable teacher, yet he remains oblivious to the fact that this matter has already become widely known on the forum. From their investigation, it is clear that Ling Zhe is the sole success story from his impoverished background, but there is no evidence of gratitude or a willingness to assist others. The professor's claim that he helped arrange a job for a matchmaker was merely a facade. Ling Zhe's biological parents had come to see him, witnessed by the professor, and he dismissed them as too destitute, fabricating excuses. As for the murder, "Are you familiar with Zheng Mingxue?" the officer inquired. According to the forum, the deceased is indeed named Zheng Mingxue. Through their system, they have also uncovered rental information, employment contracts, and testimonies from colleagues regarding Zheng Mingxue over the past few years. According to the material provided, Zheng Mingxue hails from Ling's hometown, and they were merely one grade apart at the same school. Furthermore, technical personnel managed to recover communication records between Lingze and Zheng Mingxue, as the data had not been erased after merely 6 months. The information revealed that they were indeed in a romantic relationship. Simultaneously, Zheng Mingxue held multiple jobs, striving to earn money, with 70% of her income being transferred into Ling's account, while the remaining 30% included unrecorded cash flows. Lingze shook his head decisively, asserting, "I do not know her." The officer documented the statement and inquired, "However, we have learned from several of your high school classmates that you once had a romantic involvement." Ling's complexion turned pale. He was taken aback that the police had uncovered such details. In truth, this was a consequence of his own folly. Typically, it would take the police a mere 20 hours to reach this information. Regrettably, the previous night, a leader from the Zhang family had insisted on a thorough, prompt, and efficient investigation into the matter. Thus, within a single night, Ling's secrets were laid bare. The officer regarded him with a stoic expression as Ling's face turned ashen. After a moment, he softly replied, "I do not know. I thought it was a mistaken transfer by someone else." The officer took a deep breath. Realizing that the little white-faced man was indeed no good, he composed himself and continued to question, "What about your last meeting with Zhang Mingzue? When and where did it take place? Do you recall?" Lingze feigned contemplation for a moment before responding, "Perhaps 3 years ago? Was it during graduation? It's been so long that I can hardly recall." The officer produced a photograph, set against the backdrop of a rudimentary wire bed. In the image, Lingze lay in a deep slumber, with a woman's face pressed against his neck, exuding an aura of sweetness. The woman, with her pale skin and short hair, wore a smile that radiated both sweetness and contentment, while the bedsheet beside her revealed a charming shade of pink. Thud! Lingze abruptly stood up, knocking over a chair. Chapter 17. A heart not belonging to man. As time passed, she created a QQ account, adding no one, merely to express her emotions. Most of her posts were filled with the minor struggles and grievances of work, yet overall, the tone reflected a remarkably positive and sunny disposition. Occasionally, she shared trivial matters concerning Lingze, such as his failed stock investments, which had resulted in a loss of 80,000 yuan, or lamented the exorbitant tuition fees and her insufficient salary. In the 2 months leading up to the death of the victim, she posted a particular photograph. The officer, holding the recently delivered documents, perused the printed social media records, where the last message read, "I have a baby now. I wonder if Lingze will be very happy too. He is eager to come over. Baby, Daddy loves you dearly." Such sweet words, imbued with the gentle essence of femininity. The officer couldn't help but ponder what Zhang Mingzue would feel if she knew at the moment he was recording his confession. He felt utterly limp. Now a junior, he was on the cusp of embarking on an internship, with his mentor already arranged at a prestigious workplace, placing him at a significantly higher starting point than his peers. Yet, in this instant, all of that was rendered meaningless. The officer, clutching the transcript, entered the conference room, where silence enveloped the atmosphere as everyone glanced at the document. Such a young and refined student, barely in his 20s, had resorted to murder out of an inability to shoulder the responsibilities of fatherhood. How could a student, who seemingly thrived on deceit and exploitation of women for financial gain, be considered an inspirational figure? No. A female officer in the room furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the documents, identifying a troubling discrepancy. "What is it?" a colleague inquired, leaning in with curiosity. The female officer, with palpable agitation, pointed at the paperwork. "Look here, since his freshman year, Lingze has been withdrawing 20,000 yuan each year under the guise of tuition fees, when the actual tuition is only 8,000. Moreover, since he applied for financial aid, his tuition was reduced by 4,500. In essence, of the 20,000, 16,500 went directly into his pocket." A collective gasp resonated throughout the conference room. To think that he had the audacity to demand money from women right from the onset of his college journey. One could indeed say that he was a prodigy in finance. Several officers frowned and began calculating, multiplying 16,500 by 3 for 3 years, adding the 24,000 from part-time work, along with another 80,000. This far exceeded any earnings from his labor. Another rebuttal emerged. That is not accurate. Earlier this year, there was a widespread influenza outbreak, and Mingda has been closed for nearly 2 months. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken until mid-August to announce the holiday. During these 2 months, there was still a cost of 2,000. Over 3 years of university, I've earned around 200,000. This education has certainly been worthwhile. The female officer coldly remarked, "This is precisely why Zhang Mingzue is so naive, allowing herself to be deceived in such a manner." Another female officer empathized. "It's understandable. a childhood friend from the same hometown, who appears both attractive and virtuous, and is adept at charming others. It is normal for a girl in love to act foolishly. The female officer scoffed. You seem to have calculated quite well, but this is far from over. Ling Zhe's academic performance is outstanding. At the end of each semester in his first and second years, he received an 8,000 yuan third-class scholarship, totaling 16,000. Furthermore, according to my investigation, he began a romantic relationship with Zhang Lingyan in the second semester of his sophomore year. Everyone knows the Zhang family, right? They are wealthy. Preliminary statistics indicate that the young lady has spent no less than 250,000 on Ling Zhe. Just the watch on his wrist alone costs 18,000. What the hell? Several male officers exclaimed simultaneously. That is utterly ruthless. At this rate, by the time he graduates, Ling Zhe might as well be able to afford a down payment on a house. How can we, the local underdogs, cope with this? However, Ling Zhe's double dealings, along with the nearly 200,000 yuan exchanged with Zheng Mingcue, may remain concealed for a time, but not indefinitely. Upon his graduation, he must rely on Zhang Lingyan, devoid of any emotional entanglements. Thus, the situation with Zheng Mingcue must be meticulously resolved. The most definitive solution would be to render her incapable of speech permanently. The female officer laid out the evidence for all to see. Observe here. Ling Zhe's testimony states that in a moment of drunken confusion, he engaged in relations with Zheng Mingcue, resulting in a child. Zheng Mingcue adamantly refused to terminate the pregnancy. In a state of panic, fearing repercussions from the school and overwhelmed by the inability to support a child without a job, his emotions spiraled, leading him to commit murder. Furthermore, it is worth noting that he only began to feel remorse after the act, subsequently dismembering the body and sinking it into the lake. Now, let us examine this document. The officer pointed to another piece of evidence. This is a printed statement from his dormitory mates, recounting Ling Zhe's incoherent ramblings, which are not thoroughly documented on this forum. It states, I slipped you a sleeping pill. Weren't you eager to keep the child in your womb? Look at the current predicament. Did I perhaps administer too much of the sedative? Alas, the child could not be saved. TSK, had I known, I wouldn't have prepared such an abundance of medication. Do you realize how the expression of that female doctor in the infirmary mirrored yours when I would collect sleeping pills under the pretense of insomnia? It was utterly revolting. What does this imply? And what of this statement? The female doctor's reaction in the infirmary, what does it signify? The female police officer sighed and remarked, the doctor in the infirmary is a chubby, gentle, divorced woman, merely 25 years of age. With Ling Zhe's striking appearance and his frequent requests for sleeping pills, he must surely charm her. Ling Zhe is an incredibly arrogant individual. He undoubtedly flatters her while simultaneously looking down upon and reviling her. Chapter 18. One must use their brain in romance after removing his coat and sitting briefly in the living room. Aunt Zhang hurriedly brought in a bowl of chilled mung bean soup. In recent days, numerous troubling matters had arisen, and Zhang Duanxi no longer found fault with this sweet beverage. He stirred it slightly with a spoon before bringing it to his lips. As the cool sensation traveled down his throat, he felt a modicum of comfort and inquired, Where's Ling Yan? Still upstairs? Aunt Zhang chuckled awkwardly. Yes, indeed. Did you not instruct me to lock her in? She has been confined for an entire day now, and the meals are yet to be delivered. The young lady is still just a girl. Perhaps you should consider letting her out for a proper meal. Zhang Duanxi snorted, still fuming. True, she is a girl, but she is already 22. In our Zhang family, we have never had a daughter so lacking in sense. If I do not let her go without food for a while to teach her a lesson, she will never reflect on her behavior. And Zhang, feeling sympathy for Zhang Lingyan, wished to speak a few kind words, but seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Reflecting on how long it had been since she last ate, and knowing that the snacks and drinks in the room's freezer offered little nutrition, he, as her elder brother, could not help but feel a pang of concern. With a wave of irritation, he commanded, Aunt Zhang, bring her down. Zhang Lingyan entered the living room, her stomach growling with hunger, yet she still refrained from showing her brother any semblance of kindness. In truth, she had been confined since 11 o'clock, and now, released at around 6, she had only missed one meal. However, her family was concerned, treating her as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Zhang Duanxi maintained a commanding presence before his sister. Observing her eyes, swollen like fish bladders, he imperceptibly furrowed his brow, realizing that at her age, she ought to comprehend certain matters. Consequently, he retrieved the information from the police department's backup and placed it before his precious sister. Zhang Lingyan swiftly perused the documents, harboring not a shred of belief. Shaking her head vigorously, tears cascaded down like raindrops, splattering onto the papers. Impossible. Ling Zhe is not that kind of person. The ones providing these testimonies are merely envious of him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to the lake in the dead of night. He is so exceptional. I know many harbor jealousy towards him, she muttered, for this was her first love. Convincing a girl ensnared in the throes of romance that her beloved is a murderer would be a more merciful act than a swift death. Thus, regardless of how the police meticulously presented their evidence, she would not believe a single word. Zhang Duanxi felt an exasperation akin to iron turning to steel. Were she not his sister, he would have slapped some sense into her. Disregarding his demeanor, he lifted a sheet from the pile, shaking it in the air, and admonished her sternly. Have you not used your brain? Look at what is written here, clear as day. That Ling Zhe has been plotting murder from the very beginning. He has spent a year or two amassing a sufficient quantity of sleeping pills. Yan, with such a shrewd and calculating man by your side, I genuinely fear that one day you may not even realize how you met your demise. Zhang Duanxi seized the moment and proceeded to show her the next piece of information. Moreover, over a span of 2 to 3 years, he has conned nearly 400,000 from both of you. Yan, do you comprehend how arduous it is for a student to earn such a sum? Uncle Chun, who drives for our family, does not even make that much in an entire year, braving the elements day in and day out. After a brief silence, Zhang Lingyan burst into tears. Zhang Duanxi rubbed his temples, finally unable to contain himself, and sighed with relief. He exhaled deeply, deciding it best to allow his sister some time to herself while he retreated to his bedroom for a brief respite. Just as he ascended the stairs, his assistant's call came through. Boss, we have secured a tutor for Ning Rue. She is a sophomore at Ming University, a young woman from a modest background. However, several professors have vouched for her character, and she will commence teaching after the holidays. Ming University again? Zhang Duanxi felt overwhelmed. Ming University? Another one from a humble background, yet with good character? Thanks to Ling Zhe, the mere mention of Ming University in modest means now gave him a headache. Nevertheless, since Chunja had reported this to him, it indicated that matters were essentially settled. To refuse the professor's goodwill would be counterproductive. However, that mischievous child, Ning Rue, is not a typical student who can be easily managed. Very well, let it be for now. After all, he had just managed to settle his own sister. As for this cousin, he would have to fend for himself. Chapter 19. The conclusion of the female grievance. The renowned Ming University has birthed a heinous murderer, a maniacal killer known for dismembering his victims. Regardless of attempts at concealment, the news inevitably spread. The gravity of the situation, coupled with the Zhang family's indignation over their daughter's deception, propelled the investigation forward. Once the evidence was amassed, the verdict for Ling Zhe was swiftly rendered. Given the premeditated nature of the murder, the brutal dismemberment in an effort to obliterate evidence, and his evasion of justice for over 6 months, the societal uproar was unprecedented. Considering his status as a top-tier student from a prestigious university, the exposure of this incident ignited a wave of moral discourse in society, highlighting its deplorable nature. Consequently, the court convicted Ling Zhe of intentional homicide, fraud, and other charges, sentencing him to death. Ming University, which had only recently surpassed neighboring institutions such as the Political and Legal University and the Reading University, achieving the status of the nation's premier educational establishment, now found its reputation in tatters. It is likely to suffer a decline in enrollment for the next 2 to 3 years. On the day of the verdict, numerous students attended the proceedings. Once regarded as a paragon of excellence, Ling Zhe, despite his impoverished background, had garnered an incomparable aura of respect due to his candid and unpretentious demeanor. In his third year, with the semester yet to conclude, several professors had arranged esteemed internships for him. Alas, all of this has now evaporated into mere illusions, a fruitless endeavor. As Ling Zhe's parents emerged from the courthouse, a scruffy elderly couple knelt at the entrance, heads bowed in despair. They, having been unable to attend the trial, pleaded with the authorities. "Officers, please investigate. Our Ling Zhe would never commit such an act. He has never harmed a creature in his life." Zhe. After the court session concluded, Ling Zhe was swiftly taken away, seated in a nearby police vehicle. His classmates, teachers, and even the onlookers were fixated on the elderly couple, observing their bruised foreheads, swollen from some unknown ordeal, the duration and intensity of which remained a mystery. The elderly couple had hurriedly traveled from their village upon receiving the news, their age and frailty rendering the tumultuous journey by train and bus a near-fatal experience. However, upon arriving at the courthouse, they found themselves too intimidated to confront their son, resorting instead to bowing at the entrance, beseeching anyone who might restore justice for him. Whispers circulated among the crowd, while the two officers inside the police car felt a pang of sympathy, despite the fact that they were escorting a deranged murderer. Witnessing the desperate actions of the murderer's parents on behalf of their child was heart-wrenching. Numerous journalists were present, their cameras flashing incessantly. After a moment of hesitation, the officers ultimately decided to allow Ling Zhe to step out of the vehicle for a final farewell with his parents. Given the heinous nature of the incident and the immense pressure from various fronts, his period of probation was exceedingly brief. HE QING clutched a yellow talisman, anxiously waiting outside the courthouse. Inside, the presence of the Zhongjing sword rendered common spirits invisible, yet vengeance had been duly exacted. Zheng Mingcue harbored but one obsession, rendering the visibility of spirits inconsequential. Zhe. As the two officers flanked Ling Zhe, escorting him toward the elderly couple, his mother, Chun Solan, rushed forward. Her rough, reddened hands caressed her son's delicate face as she sobbed uncontrollably. "You foolish child, have you been wronged? I have never even allowed you to kill a fish. How could you possibly commit murder?" On the weathered visage of Ling Datong, marked by deep furrows, tears streamed down as he lamented. "Child, you have squandered Suetsu's money, and you cannot repay it, can you? Why are you so foolish? If you cannot repay, your father will do it for you. Suetsu's family has so little left." Ling Zhe's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly shut them tightly, only to reopen them moments later, filled with rage as he berated. "You two are utterly useless. If you could earn money, I wouldn't have to resort to deceit. And as for Zheng Mingcue, she is already dead. I am the one who killed her. Why do you still come to see me? Do you wish to bring shame upon the entire nation? With a child like me, my sisters can no longer hold their heads high. Why do you persist? Consider me as if I do not exist. Leave. Go away." Gasping for breath, Ling Zhe's eyes were aflame, and his entire body trembled. The media, reveling in the chaos, focused all attention upon him. His parents, having never encountered such brutal words, were rendered speechless with shock. The police officer who had brought him, cursing him inwardly for his inhumanity, hurriedly escorted him to the vehicle. Once inside, they noticed Ling Zhe trembling uncontrollably, his eyes tightly shut, as large tears cascaded down his cheeks. To stifle any sound, he clenched his teeth tightly. At that moment, her short hair framed her pallid face. Yet the smile that emerged was strikingly radiant to HE QING. "Thank you," she said, uncertain if she ought to refer to him as Master He. "I have avenged my great grievance. What Ling Zhe owed me has been repaid in full. He once aspired to make his parents proud and cherished his reputation dearly. However, thanks to your methods, his misdeeds have been brought to light, revealing his true nature to all. In the next life, I hope I shall never encounter him again." HE QING nodded in affirmation. The moment the righteous sword of justice struck down, the malevolent aura surrounding Ling Zhe became uncontainable. For at least 300 years, he shall not be reincarnated. By then, given Zheng Mingcue's character, One can only wonder how many lifetimes of benevolence she will have accumulated, ensuring he will not cross paths with her again in the next life. In the air, Zheng Mingsui's smile grew ever more ethereal with He Qing's acknowledgement. As a gust of wind swept by, her figure floated away like the breeze, disappearing into the black door that had materialized behind her, leaving no trace. Suddenly, a muffled sound resonated from the distant sky, causing He Qing to tremble. A faint glimmer of golden light imperceptibly entered her being, leading her to momentarily lose her sense of self. She felt as though her usually frigid body had become warmer. Shaking her head, she realized that in that fleeting moment, a myriad of inexplicable thoughts had surged within her mind. Although she had yet to untangle them, He Qing had already grown accustomed to such occurrences. Chapter 20. To you, a true man. Ming University has traditionally commenced its summer break at the beginning of July. However, this year, due to a widespread infectious disease, universities across the nation were closed for nearly 2 months, resulting in Ming University only beginning its vacation in mid to late August. With the new semester approaching in mid-September, students are overwhelmed with despair. He Qing had been preoccupied with matters concerning Zheng Mingxue for the past week. Since her encounter with Zheng Mingxue, despite the brief span of just over a week, it felt as though an eternity had passed. This is largely due to Zheng Mingxue being a novice ghost, who, apart from her desire for vengeance and to ruin Ling Zhe's reputation, harbors no other convoluted obsessions. Otherwise, if she were like the stubborn ghost encountered previously, He Qing would truly be on the brink of losing half her life. However, there are advantages as well. Ever since she felt the warm embrace of energy outside the courthouse that day, she has noticed significant progress in her cultivation over the past few days. The fragments of unknown memories in her mind have multiplied, and most importantly, it seems she has become more beautiful. He Tianshi has remarked that she is indeed a girl who cherishes beauty. Lost in thought, the examination soon passed in the blink of an eye. Regarding this test, He Qing had not studied at all. Notions of review or cramming were mere illusions. After all, her previous assistance to Zheng Mingxue had been exhausting enough. Consequently, during the exam, had it not been for her excellent physical condition and clarity of mind, coupled with a little she would have transitioned from a perpetual scholarship recipient to a student at risk of failing. How could she not dwell on this? The thought alone brings a pang of sorrow. He Qing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. As soon as the exam concluded, Professor Lin summoned her, informing her that the tutoring job previously arranged for her was urgent, as the child would be preparing for university entrance exams next year and had time during the holidays. With the holiday being too brief and summer jobs unattainable, He Qing, who had previously reveled in her possession of 80,000 yuan, now found herself compelled to sincerely express gratitude, thumping her chest in determination to start tomorrow. After all, while charms are splendid, selling them in excess would inevitably lead to a price drop. This is He Qing's unilaterally held belief. Contemplating concepts such as oversupply and inflation, He Qing resolved to take her time. Alone in her desolate dormitory, she was inexplicably struck by a profound sense of solitude, as if she were a solitary figure in a vast expanse. Alas, who could she blame for not having relatives? She rubbed her face and turned to prepare her lessons. The student introduced by Professor Lin bore the surname Ning and resided near the finest high school in the capital, adjacent to Experimental High School No. 1. Upon examining the address, He Qing discovered that she could reach it directly by subway without needing to change trains, which was incredibly convenient. Earning 200 yuan per hour, she began to appreciate the benefits of attending university. Furthermore, the student was not required to achieve high grades. Obedience sufficed, which seemed rather simple. He Qing mused that if the student were disobedient, she could simply teach him a lesson, as she had recently recalled a rigorous physical training regimen that posed a significant challenge yet offered substantial benefits. Considering that he was a male student, she decided to present herself modestly to impress his parents. She simply tied her hair back and donned a discounted sports outfit, looking neat and trustworthy. As she focused on the address noted in her phone, she walked purposefully forward when suddenly, A boy on a bicycle whizzed past her like a gust of wind, abruptly halting beside the entrance of Building 32 to secure his bicycle. Upon closer inspection, HE QING was astonished to see a high-end giant gear bicycle, one she had recently seen advertised online, priced at 20 to 30,000 yuan. Indeed, it required a lock. Upon closer inspection, there stood a young lad, his short hair standing on end, exuding an aura akin to that of a walking embodiment of rage. His vitality was palpable. Before HE QING could fully marvel at this sight, the boy, in a fit of frustration, failed twice to secure the lock and, in a moment of anger, delivered a forceful kick that shattered the expensive bicycle. Yes, shattered. HE QING felt a pang of discomfort in her teeth as she witnessed the bike cleave into two distinct halves. Her gaze shifted to the boy's legs, and she discerned the dire consequence. Beneath the immense force, his calf bone had indeed fractured, with a spiderweb of cracks radiating from his ankle. Wait, am I actually observing this? A fleeting thought crossed HE QING's mind, though she quickly dismissed it, having grown accustomed to such sights. Despite the severity of his injury, the boy remained silent, turning and striding into the corridor with remarkable agility. Recognizing her own fragility as a woman, HE QING opted for silence, trailing behind him in preparation to ascend the elevator together. Throughout the journey, she scrutinized the boy. Such fortitude in enduring pain was a rarity in this world. It was evident that he was not devoid of sensation. Beads of cold sweat had begun to form on his forehead and body within mere steps, clearly indicating that his body was struggling to cope. Considering that he was a teenager, perhaps he valued his pride above all else, likely unwilling to show weakness in the presence of others. Thus, she refrained from further commentary. I commend your resilience, HE QING mused as she observed the descending floors of the elevator, taken aback by the realization that the very leg he had used to kick the elevator was the one afflicted by the fracture. Goodness, this boy is not merely brave. He borders on madness. Chapter 21. Tutoring or psychological counseling. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 9th floor. This building featured a 2-unit layout per floor, making the rooms quite easy to locate. As long as one entered the correct unit door, it was almost certain which residence awaited upon exiting the elevator. Indeed, there were 2 doors, one to the left labeled 904 and the other to the right marked 903. HE QING glanced at her watch. It was now 9:25, just a tad shy of their agreed time of 9:30. She concluded to herself that the timing was just perfect. However, as she pressed the doorbell, an abrupt clattering of footsteps echoed from the adjacent fire escape, ascending the stairs with remarkable speed. The sound was all too familiar, and HE QING, in astonishment, thought, surely not. Turning her head, she was met with the sight of the boy from the 1st floor, the one who had fractured his bone. The boy stared at her, and she returned his gaze. After a brief moment, she pivoted away in horror, glancing once more at the door of 903. Her mind racing. Oh no, could the boy I am meant to tutor be this troublesome child? Given the boy's appearance, drenched in cold sweat, and with the increasingly severe cracks on his calves, HE QING fretted. What kind of predicament was this? How could she possibly begin her tutoring session when her student was already injured? Furthermore, she pondered the generous remuneration she had been offered. Generally speaking, tutors of her caliber typically earned between 80 to 120 per hour, especially for a somewhat niche subject like Chinese language tutoring. To receive a staggering 200 per hour for such lessons suggested either an affluent family or an exceptionally challenging student. Observing the boy's demeanor, she couldn't help but wonder if he harbored some unspeakable affliction. After all, who in their right mind would sprint from the 1st floor to the 9th with a fractured bone? The pain would be unbearable. As HE QING had already pressed the doorbell, she knocked once more, and the door swung open. This family is indeed affluent. This was HE QING's initial impression upon entering their residence. Although it appeared to be an ordinary home, lacking the grandeur of a villa, it was situated adjacent to the renowned experimental high school in the capital, within the 2nd Ring Road, boasting a duplex of approximately 200 square meters. From the outside, it exuded an understated elegance, remarkably discreet. Furthermore, the interior was adorned with a plethora of religious and artistic artifacts. In recent years, the trend of collecting such items has surged, although these modern religious crafts may not hold significant monetary value. They certainly cannot be acquired for a mere few hundred from street vendors. The door was opened by a fair-skinned middle-aged woman, dressed in comfortable loungewear. Yet her attire radiated a sense of refinement. HE QING surmised that she was likely the young boy's mother, Zhang Shuohua. As expected, upon seeing her son, this elegantly attired woman subtly furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with concern. However, upon noticing HE QING standing behind him, she immediately donned a polite smile. "You must be HE QING, am I right? Please, come in and make yourself comfortable. Xiao Rui, do come in as well. It's quite warm outside." HE QING gracefully stepped inside. In the living room sat a kindly middle-aged man, whose features bore a resemblance to those of the boy, suggesting he was Ning Rui's father. With such a welcoming demeanor from the hosts, HE QING felt at ease. She had previously harbored concerns about encountering difficult parents, so she quickly introduced herself. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie, I am HE QING, a sophomore at Min University, and Professor Lin referred me to you." In truth, Professor Lin had previously communicated these matters to Ning Zongjin. However, HE QING's simple yet elegant demeanor, coupled with her confident and courteous manner of speaking, further endeared her to the couple. When HE QING introduced herself, the young boy reclined carelessly on the sofa, not uttering a single word. As the cushion behind him was misplaced, he nonchalantly tossed it to the floor, nearly toppling a water cup in the process. Zhang Shuohua, without casting a glance in his direction, smiled gently at HE QING and remarked, "Dear He, my son has a rather difficult temperament. I hope you can be understanding. You are of similar age, so I encourage you both to communicate more, with a remaining time of about 10 to 20 days together. May I share my expectations with you?" HE QING nodded, knowing that with such a generous salary, it was prudent to clarify expectations in advance. Yet, recalling Ning Rui's injury, she couldn't help but glance at him again. His calm demeanor seemed unwarranted. Could it be that she had misjudged? Nevertheless, the fracture in his leg remained vividly clear in her mind. She lingered on her observation for a moment longer. Although Ning Rui was often described as a mischievous child, his commendable genes rendered him tall, sturdy, and handsome. Zhang Shuohua's expression darkened slightly. While Ning Rui had previously maintained respectable grades, as parents, we do not impose stringent expectations concerning rankings. However, since the second semester of his sophomore year commenced, his temperament had become increasingly irritable. Seemingly due to the onset of adolescence, he appears discontented with everything, and we wish to confine him at home during the holidays to seek out a gentle teacher who can guide him appropriately. Academic performance is of little consequence. What truly matters is the ability to engage in meaningful conversations with him, ensuring he refrains from causing any trouble. It seems that rather than teaching language, your role leans more towards psychological counseling, does it not? He's expression darkened. Why bother with such unnecessary measures? Are there not ample psychologists in the capital? The Ning family lacks for nothing. Previously, Ning Rui excelled at experimental high school. Had it not been for his increasingly volatile temperament over the past 6 months, his academic standing would not have plummeted. Let us take him to the hospital for an examination. Yet, regardless of whether it is a physician of internal or psychological medicine, all assert that his indicators are perfectly normal. Prescriptions for liver-soothing and mood-relieving medications have proven utterly ineffective. Were it not for their desperation, they would not have sought the assistance of relatives to find a knowledgeable and gentle tutor. After all, a patient demeanor is essential to temper a fiery spirit, and being fellow students might provide them with common ground for conversation. It would also be wise to ascertain whether his anger stems from a heartbreak or some other cause. Why else would his temper be so frayed? Other families may have their share of tempers, but none exhibit such extremes. At home, a mere disagreement leads to him shattering objects, and they have replaced pots and pans several times over. Chapter 22. Hospital and Truth. The Ning family does not solely indulge their child. Ning Zongjin and Zhang Shuohua initially sought to impose discipline. Zhang Shuohua attempted to converse gently about personal matters, only for Ning Rui to abruptly overturn his notebook. Their conciliatory approach yielded no results, prompting Ning Zongjin, as the head of the family, to consider a more forceful method of correction. However, after merely striking him a couple of times with a thin bamboo stick, the child fainted. Upon visiting the hospital for an examination, it was revealed that the child was suffering from excessive stress and stagnation of liver qi. The doctor lamented the high expectations that parents often impose on their children. Ever since that moment, Ning Zongjin and Zhang Xuehua found themselves utterly at a loss. They were confronted with a tempestuous child whom they could neither reprimand nor discipline, and gentle approaches fell on deaf ears, leaving the couple in a state of despair. He Qing was oblivious to the helplessness of Ning Rui's parents. She simply observed that after sitting there for most of the day, Ning Rui had not once shown his parents any semblance of respect, casually tossing items about. It was no wonder that finding a suitable tutor was challenging. Who would be willing to teach a child with such a troublesome temperament? With great strength and a volatile disposition, even his parents were unable to manage him. Had He Qing not been diligent in her daily exercise, feeling confident in her own abilities, she might have wished to leave on the spot. However, could the capriciousness of adolescence truly manifest in such a manner? Surely there must be an underlying reason. Heartbreak? Academic setbacks? Enduring frustrations? Contemplating one possibility, He Qing gasped in astonishment. Could it be that he was grappling with his sexual orientation? If that were the case, it seemed entirely plausible. A teenager, in the throes of youthful exploration, might suddenly realize an absence of attraction to soft-spoken girls, their gaze instead drawn to individuals of the same gender. For a normally developing individual, this revelation would undoubtedly be an immense shock. Once this thought took root, it was difficult for her to rein it in. She found herself observing Ning Rui for an extended period, despite his sullen and irritable demeanor. There was no denying that he possessed the tall and handsome features that many girls found appealing. As I pondered within, I considered the seemingly ordinary demeanor of this tutor. Could it be that? Speaking of which, wasn't there recently a perverse murderer released from Ming University? Alas, the student that Tua Duanxi sought, although recommended by Professor Lin, might not necessarily possess good character. Ning Rui truly lived up to the reputation of a mischievous child. Upon hearing his mother's concerned words, he rose silently, carelessly kicking over the trash bin, and with a sullen expression, he made his way upstairs. He Qing observed this peculiar behavior with growing unease. However, as she saw Ning Rui ascend the stairs, she suddenly recalled the pressing matter and hurriedly called out to him. "Ah, that, Ning Rui." Her abrupt exclamation instantly drew the watchful gaze of Zhang Xuehua, whose eyes now glinted with suspicion, while Ning Zongjin turned to look at her as well. In that moment, with 6 eyes upon her, He Qing felt an immense weight of pressure, yet she steeled herself to inquire, Are you really sure you don't need to go to the hospital?" "The hospital? What hospital?" Ning Zongjin was the first to respond. He Qing, noticing the same impatience etched on Ning Rui's face, stammered, "Well, earlier when I was going upstairs, Ning Rui kicked and broke his bicycle, and I think. She gathered her thoughts, contemplating how to articulate her observations. It seemed to me that he might have a fracture. When he was climbing the stairs, his leg appeared somewhat off. Look at how cool this room is. Yet he continues to sweat profusely. This is rather unusual. Under normal circumstances, when Ning Rui's temper flared, he would instantly transform into a fiery dragon. However, inexplicably, upon hearing He Qing's bewildering remark today, he merely furrowed his brow and replied, "My leg is perfectly fine." Despite his words, both Zhang Xuehua and Ning Zongjin grew anxious. After all, He Qing spoke the truth, and their thoughts were numerous. Ning Rui's bicycle, equipped with gears, was personally purchased by Zhang Xuehua, who had been assured of its superior quality by the sales associate. Although their son's strength had increased recently, it was implausible to suggest that he could break it with a single kick. Furthermore, while He Qing was correct about the 30-degree weather outside, their air conditioner had been running continuously, and after sitting for half an hour, their son's sweat continued to pour. Glancing at the sofa where he had just lain down, deep water stains marked the fabric, indicating an excessive amount of perspiration. Even if he claimed to be fine, Dehydration was a distinct possibility. Recently, the couple had been particularly vigilant for their son's well-being, and upon realizing the situation, they immediately resolved to go to the hospital. In the midst of the chaos, the orthopedic specialist's office at the People's Hospital of the capital was bustling. The nearly 50-year-old seasoned expert examined the X-ray under the bright light, simultaneously observing Ning Rue, who was reluctantly seated in a wheelchair. He praised, "Young man, you are remarkably strong and resilient, managing to endure this. Truly a man." Turning to the parents, he continued, "You are his guardians, correct? Allow me to explain. His injury is serious. The bone fracture is quite severe. Just look at these evident fissures on the X-ray. Furthermore, as parents, your negligence is quite alarming. How can you allow your child to continue exercising after sustaining an injury? Look at this wound. It is evidently a result of secondary harm. What were you thinking?" Today, HE QING, unexpectedly brought into this situation, has witnessed the remarkable efficiency of having connections in high places. He promptly recounted, he first kicked the bicycle until it broke, then struck the elevator door, and finally sprinted from the first floor all the way to the ninth. Observing the astonished expressions of Zhang Xuehua and Ning Zongjin, along with the old expert's incredulous gaze, HE QING instinctively fell silent. The old expert's eyes bulged with disbelief. This is utter nonsense. How is this even possible? He is injured. With such pain, he could hardly walk. However, upon seeing Ning Rue's nonchalant demeanor, he pondered for a moment before gently suggesting that the parents take their child to a neurologist. Zhang Xuehua replied courteously, "Young He, you've seen Xiao Rue's condition. He undoubtedly needs hospitalization. Let us forget about this class for now. I truly apologize for the confusion. It's unfortunate that you had to accompany us to the hospital. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. Without you, considering Xiao Rue's temperament, we might not have realized he had a broken bone. This is a small token of appreciation from me. Please do not refuse it." Chapter 23. The Deep Slumber Given the Circumstances. It seems that proper parenting has been compromised. Yet, before 9 o'clock, Zhang Xuehua's call came through. "How is it?" "Of course, it is possible." HE QING sprang from his bed in a single roll, brimming with excitement. "Heaven truly favors me." Excitedly arriving at Ning's residence at 10:30, she was momentarily struck by the sight of Zhang Xuehua, whose eyes bore dark circles and whose face was marked by exhaustion. This sobering realization prompted her to ponder. Could it be that the situation had worsened? HE QING's speculation was not unfounded. Indeed, Zhang Xuehua had resorted to reckless abandon in her search for assistance. The tutor had been dismissed with subtlety, and Zhang Xuehua felt no regret, as she had not mistreated the individual. Fortunately, he occupied a single patient room. Otherwise, had there been another occupant, the bedside table might have been shattered, leading to unforeseen consequences. Overwhelmed by a sudden rush of emotions, Zhang Xuehua struggled to catch her breath, nearly succumbing to a faint. Ning Zongjin, observing his son's grip on the four-pole, felt utterly helpless in the face of his son's explosive fury. The palpable tension radiated from Ning Rue was akin to a storm, with an aura so fierce it seemed to materialize into flames, each strand of his close-cropped hair resembling a sharpened sword. Doctors and nurses clustered at the entrance, paralyzed by fear, hesitant to approach. The security personnel, alerted by the commotion, were equally reluctant to intervene, having witnessed Ning Rue's recent outburst that had shattered the bedside table with ease. Two doctors, armed with tranquilizers, found themselves at a loss as to how to administer the medication. After all, this was a public hospital, not a psychiatric facility, and they were ill-equipped with injection guns. Fortunately, after a brief interval, Ning Rue's complexion turned ashen, his eyelids fluttering before he collapsed, witnessing the formidable figure fall unconscious. The doctors hurriedly prepared to reapply the cast and secure him with restraints, anxious to prevent any further outbursts. Zhang Xuehua and Ning Zongjin, witnessing the scene, felt a mix of shame and sorrow, refraining from further comments and acquiescing to the doctor's recommendations to transfer him to the psychiatric department for an evaluation. The once well-behaved child has transformed into this state. Zhang Xuehua wept for several hours during the night. Had it not been for Ning Zongjin producing a series of normal test reports, she could not fathom how much longer her sorrow would endure. The doctors, too, found themselves at a loss. According to their examinations, Ning Rui's pain receptors were intact. However, astonishingly, his brain was unable to perceive signals of pain. Even though his body's protective mechanisms triggered a profuse sweat in response to the excruciating agony of his fractured bones. It ultimately led to a neuromuscular tug-of-war that caused him to faint protectively. Remarkably, none of this impeded his brain's capacity for rational thought. Correspondingly, his inexplicable irritability remained a mystery, prompting an internal conference that even summoned seasoned experts from traditional Chinese medicine. Yet, regardless of the scrutiny, Ning Rui's body appeared perfectly normal and healthy, which posed the real conundrum. Beside him, Ning Zongjin anxiously scrutinized the test results. The relentless stimuli had profoundly affected this typically composed man. Zhang Xuehua felt the onset of tears again, grappling with the juxtaposition of vitality and the ominous notion of organ failure. Could such a condition truly be trivial? Yet, all the imaging and tests indicated normalcy. At that moment, Ning Rui stirred from his slumber, and the surrounding doctors and nurses instinctively stepped back, leaving only Zhang Xuehua and Ning Zongjin, their hearts swelling with paternal affection, to rush to the bedside. "Xiao Rui, how are you? Do you feel any discomfort?" Ning Rui's gaze was clear, yet his brow was furrowed, and the veins at his temples throbbed rhythmically. He snapped irritably, "Why are you crowding so closely? Get out. All of you, just leave." He reached out and slammed his phone against the bedside, panting heavily as he sat there. Just as he was on the verge of tears, he suddenly noticed Ning Rui's vacant expression, lost in a daze as he murmured, "Extra classes. Tutoring." Zhang Xuehua quickly echoed, "Yes. We won't have extra classes anymore. We won't hire a tutor." No sooner had she spoken than Ning Rui clenched his fists tightly, repeatedly pounding his head. His expression a blend of clarity and madness. "Extra classes. I want to attend class. Where is the teacher? Where is the teacher?" The two psychologists nearby hastily took notes, recognizing this symptom. His frantic state, coupled with the desire for additional learning, was undoubtedly a result of overwhelming academic pressure, another victim of the examination policies. However, Ning Zongjin discerned his son's anguished struggle and quickly enveloped him in an embrace. All right. Extra classes. We'll have extra classes. Let us see if the morning tutor is available. We'll still hire her." As he spoke, he sensed his son's immense strength gradually calming in his arms. The room fell silent, everyone holding their breath in fear of provoking him. Zhang Xuehua covered her mouth, too afraid to make a sound. After a moment, a gentle rhythm of breathing filled the air. Ning Zongjin looked down to find his son had drifted into slumber. Chapter 24, Possessed? HE QING was cautiously invited into the room by Zhang Xuehua. To be honest, it felt rather unfamiliar. How peculiar, HE QING pondered. Nevertheless, as a tutor, her primary responsibility was to educate her students. Thus, as long as the remuneration was satisfactory, other matters were of little concern. Upon entering, she was taken aback once more. Ning Zongjin was seated on the sofa, his eyes bearing the same dark circles, yet his were evidently the result of a physical altercation, with slight swelling evident on his cheekbone. Clearly, he had been struck by his own son. HE QING mused, such a formidable student. Even his parents have felt the repercussions. 200 an hour truly seems modest. Zhang Xuehua and Ning Zongjin had deliberated throughout the night and had summoned HE QING today with a specific intent in mind. Consequently, she offered HE QING a box of medicine and a glass of water, speaking with remarkable warmth. "Dear teacher, Xiao Rui is upstairs. Why not go and check on him? And could you please take this medicine up with you? It is nearly mealtime, and he must take this half an hour prior to eating." Zhang Xuehua felt her ears burn with a mix of anxiety and guilt. The temperament and strength of her son had been thoroughly tested from yesterday afternoon to this morning, a force that even 3 or 5 individuals would struggle to manage. At that moment, driven by an uncertain thought, they were sending this young tutor to confront the storm directly, and even though they had decided to follow closely behind, they felt quite embarrassed. Though He Qing was unaware of their underlying intentions, she perceived that the couple had decent character based on their appearances and considering her own capabilities. She accepted the items with grace and ascended the stairs without hesitation. Though she had yet to ascend the stairs yesterday, Ning Zongjin and Zhang Xuehua were diligently trailing behind. Guiding the way, she mused that any mistakes would be hard to come by. As anticipated, no one paid her any heed. He Qing, uninterested in overthinking, directly reached for the doorknob and turned it, revealing a room unmistakably belonging to a boy. The navy blue curtains adorned with beige scalloped edges showcased a nautical anchor pattern, while a handcrafted corner bookshelf nestled by the window displayed a collection of bright yellow shell models. The walls were plastered with posters of unknown sports stars. And as He Qing's gaze swept across them, she noted that they featured 3 different individuals. Above the computer desk lay the quintessential assortment of a high school student's study materials, densely packed and reminiscent of her own struggles amidst a sea of questions. She turned her attention to Ning Rue, who lay half reclined on the bed, his legs tightly encased in plaster, his expression sullen. With a smile, she said, "Ning Rue, let us commence our tutoring session shortly. I would like to assess your foundation before dinner. Also, here is your medication, and I have poured some water for you. Quickly drink it while we await the meal." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ning Rue found everything irksome at that moment, as if his very insides were constricted, leading him to believe that only the act of violently destroying something could bring him solace. Upon hearing He Qing's words, he initially contemplated hurling the water cup, yet inexplicably, a soothing coolness enveloped him, instantly alleviating his discontent. Unconsciously, he caught the cup. Without raising his eyelids, he inhaled deeply and replied, "Enough of your prattle. Just hand me the medicine." He Qing remained silent, while Zhang Xuehua and Ning Zongjin could not contain their excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, the son has not lost his temper. It appears that indeed, one thing can subdue another." The couple exchanged a glance, turned, and gently descended the stairs. Meanwhile, within the room, He Qing, for reasons unbeknownst to her, blinked and suddenly realized that Ning Rue's form before her was astonishingly transparent. Through his crystalline body, she beheld threads of various hues, black, green, yellow, and white, meandering past the heart, gradually emanating a golden luminescence. This golden filament was as resplendent and captivating as gold itself. After being transformed by the heart, it continued to diverge into delicate strands, slowly coursing through the bloodstream towards every extremity. Simultaneously, half of Ning Rue's mind was overtaken by this dazzling golden flow. "What are you dawdling about?" Downstairs, Zhang Xuehua and Ning Zongjin were also engulfed in profound suspicion. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ning Zongjin glared at her. "Can our son's condition be feigned? The inability to diagnose an issue at the hospital is indeed grave. His current state is akin to that of a lunatic. Instead of indulging in these fanciful thoughts, wouldn't it be wiser to ponder why our son regains consciousness the moment he sees this little teacher he?" Zhang Xuehua felt her eyes well up with tears at his words. "How can I not be anxious? Yet, nothing can be discerned at present. I must consider every angle. If he is not pretending, it cannot possibly be a mere possession, can it?" Ning Zongjin was disinclined to engage with her further. In their esteemed family, with a background of no insignificance, he himself held a position at the Religious Affairs Bureau and had heard numerous tales of the supernatural and the unclean. Yet when it came to matters of substance, he was utterly at a loss. Thus, regarding the unexplainable illness of her son, he harbored not even a fragment of thought. It was Zhang Xuehua, as a woman, who was innately sensitive to various mysterious matters. In her usual position at the Bank of China, she encountered a myriad of individuals. And when women congregate, it is inevitable that they indulge in whimsical discussions. She herself had once concealed from her husband and son the fact that she had consulted fortune tellers on 2 occasions. With her son in such a condition, it was impossible for her not to ponder deeply. Yet, why was it that upon seeing He Qing, he regained his composure? She furrowed her brow, straining her mind to comprehend. Chapter 25. The Alchemy of Gold and Stone Exchange. He Qing gazed at Ning Rue's youthful and vibrant visage, as well as the fleeting glimmers of gold that had just dissipated. A whirlwind of inexplicable scenes and thoughts flashed through his mind, prompting an exclamation. Consequently, his acute focus on He Qing had not wavered since she entered the room. He Qing, in her moment of astonishment, posed a mild inquiry, although subtle. It was distinctly audible to Ning Rue, despite his lack of understanding of her words. His keen intellect immediately grasped that this seemingly ordinary tutor must possess insight into the reasons behind his emotional fluctuations. After all, it was implausible that he would achieve tranquility merely upon her arrival. What is the alchemy of gold and stone exchange? He leaned closer to He Qing, his gaze unwavering and his demeanor grave. Ning Rue was endowed with striking good looks. Hailing from an illustrious family, his ancestors had been renowned beauties since the rise of their lineage, and with each generation, their allure had been refined. As long as contemporary aesthetics remained unwarped, the offspring were inevitably captivating and charismatic individuals. The boy before her was a testament to that legacy. He Qing found herself under the earnest gaze of a high school boy, his dark eyebrows framing piercing black eyes, complemented by a strikingly handsome visage typical of youth. She felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably. Ah, the intoxicating essence of youthful hormones. How could she, a pure college student with a heart full of experience yet trembling with timidity, withstand such an onslaught? As she noticed Ning Rue slightly narrowing his eyes, He Qing, in a flurry of anxiety, blurted out without a moment's reflection. The so-called transmutation of metal and stone is a form of nefarious sorcery that involves forcibly transforming the nature of one substance into a metallic essence. It is labeled as sinister because all things are born of nature, and the 5 elements are predetermined, each possessing its own nurturing properties. For instance, verdant plants are imbued with the essence of wood, beneficial for the liver, as the liver corresponds to wood in the 5 elemental theory. Likewise, yellow foods are rich in earth energy, nourishing the spleen, which in traditional Chinese medicine is associated with earth and is responsible for receptivity. Aligning with the Taoist principle of earth bearing all things in the universe adhere to this inherent order. The transmutation of metal and stone employs sorcery to forcibly alter the attributes of objects, such as converting the properties of a plant into that of earth. For an ordinary person consuming such an altered item, it would neither satiate hunger nor provide any significant benefit. It disrupts the natural order and is thus deemed a form of malevolent magic. In time, others drew inspiration from this, slightly modifying the technique to directly and dramatically alter the external appearance of objects themselves. Having succinctly explained this concept, He Qing suddenly realized her secrets had been laid bare. Speaking so candidly could only suggest that she was far from ordinary. She gazed at the tall boy across from her, who was deep in thought, his brow furrowed under the sunlight streaming through the glass window. Such a vibrant youth. She mentally chided herself, delivering a sharp reprimand. How foolish. The characters were indeed well crafted. He could write them individually with ease. Yet, when strung together into sentences, they lost their decorum, meandering into topics of the natural world and the attributes of the 5 elements. Did one's understanding of the 5 spiritual roots count? It seemed somewhat relevant. He Qing had mentioned that one could not simply extricate themselves from such matters. With a determined resolve, she succinctly reintroduced the technique of transmuting stone into gold, commonly referred to as alchemy. Essentially, it is the art of transforming stones of similar attributes into gold for profit. However, this method forcibly alters the inherent nature of the object, which typically cannot sustain itself for long and will ultimately crumble to ashes, dissipating into the ether. She turned to Ning Rue. Do you understand? Ning Rue nodded. I see. So, am I now to learn this alchemy without a teacher? He Qing replied. How naive. You are currently under the influence of alchemy. In other words, someone desires to transform you into gold. Yet, alchemy is limited to inanimate objects. As a living, breathing individual, should you be subjected to such a process, the first consequence would be an increase in the golden energy within you, forcibly converting the energies of your organs. The nature of gold is sharp and assertive, manifesting most evidently in your aura or magnetic field, which becomes unstable. Consequently, you exhibit a formidable presence, and any slight dissatisfaction may trigger an explosive reaction. Moreover, due to the forcible extraction and transformation of the vital energies associated with the 5 elements, your body will no longer maintain its equilibrium. The internal organs will gradually begin to deteriorate. Traditional Chinese medicine often states phrases such as insufficient kidney energy leads to poor spleen and stomach function, yet Western medicine fails to detect this, for it is not classified as a disease. Subsequently, you will slowly realize an increase in strength. However, this accumulation of internal metal energy will not render you impervious like the iron cloth shirt. Instead, it will disturb your nervous system, dull your senses, and twist your cells. You may suddenly feel immensely powerful, yet simultaneously possess a fragile physique and sluggish nerves. He Qing explained in detail while glancing at Ning Rui's leg, which was suspended in plaster. Throughout his life, Ning Rui had been steeped in a fearless materialistic ideology, especially given the stringent regulations imposed by the state over the years. Since the establishment of the nation, even the refined spirits could not thrive. This so-called alchemy truly broadened his horizons. Just as he pondered, an unexpected surge of unbridled fury erupted from his heart. This sensation was both familiar and swift. Caught off guard, a distorted sense of pleasure flickered across Ning Rui's face. He impulsively overturned the bedside table, sending its contents crashing to the floor, as if he could not bear the sight of a precious object before him. Desperately needing to unleash havoc and destruction, He Qing swiftly stepped back to avoid the ensuing chaos. Ning Rui's gaze became vacant, seemingly fixated on the deepening stains on the carpet, while an internal struggle raged within him, a desire to seize control of the situation. He Qing observed the throbbing veins on his temples and the beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his gaze inexplicably drawn to the shimmering gold that occupied his vision. After a brief respite following Ning Rui's moment of clarity, it was uncertain whether he had hit rock bottom or could no longer suppress himself. The radiant golden aura enveloped a significant portion of He Qing's sight. The manifestation of this golden technique was simultaneously magnificent and striking. Ning Rui lifted his head, his expression contorted with rage as he glared at He Qing. "I feel an overwhelming urge to smash something." In that fleeting moment, He Qing noticed the dark hue of his pupils, interspersed with flickering golden lights, indicating that the golden technique was nearing its final stages. Downstairs, Zhang Xuehua and Ning Zongjin, who had been attentively monitoring the commotion above, were making their way straight to the second floor. Chapter 26. Forgotten that she was a tutor, Zhang Xuehua pushed open the door, the round water cup still rolling slightly on the damp carpet. And she gazed at her son, who was still panting heavily, her eyes filled with despair. Ning Rui, not yet 18, was exceptionally handsome and excelled academically. Had it not been for his recent erratic behavior in the latter half of his second year, he would have likely received a notice for direct admission by now. The transformation from a prodigious child to a concealed neurotic had struck a profound blow, most acutely felt by his ever-proud parents. Just moments ago, Ning Zongjin and Zhang Xuehua had pinned their hopes on He Qing, believing that her tutoring could temper Ning Rui's volatile temperament. Little did they know that, in the blink of an eye, Ning Rui had erupted once more. As Ning Rui's labored breaths grew increasingly heavy, He Qing found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure while merely standing by, especially with his parents present, rendering any significant actions impossible. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to gently stamp her foot. As her shoe made contact with the carpet, a subtle, yet imperceptible aura enveloping her began to ripple, akin to waves of water, radiating outward in a circular pattern. The foremost to feel this shift were Ning Rui's parents, who, amidst their worries, suddenly experienced a jolt throughout their bodies, as if an unknown frequency was drawing them in, causing their limbs to tremble and filling them with an unexpected sense of ease and exhilaration. This surge of spiritual energy was intended for Ning Rui, who stood at the periphery of the aura. At that moment, his eyes glowed a fierce crimson, flecks of gold shimmering within his pupils, contrasting sharply with his youthful features. which now bore an alluring charm. Previously, upon encountering HE QING, he felt an inexplicable restraint on his destructive impulses, as if clarity had washed over his mind and body. This transformation was a direct result of HE QING's daily cultivation. Even her modest achievements in harnessing spiritual energy rendered her presence far more striking than that of her peers. The almost tangible quality of her aura bestowed numerous benefits upon those around her. For instance, her dormitory mates had not suffered a single cold throughout the semester. To Ning Rue, whose own elemental energies were waning and whose internal organs were weakening, this spiritual essence was akin to a beacon of light in the darkness, shimmering brilliantly and offering hope. Even though he himself may not fully comprehend the situation, the instinct for survival compels him to seek connection, thereby prolonging his existence. At this moment, Zhang Xuehua and Ning Zongjin merely feel a lightness in their bodies and a refreshing sensation. In contrast, for Ning Rue, who is mired in distress, this brings significant relief from his suffering and oppression, allowing him to regain clarity and maintain composure. He is an individual with thoughts and ideas. The silence of HE QING earlier and her continued discreet actions indicate her desire to avoid drawing attention, although Ning Rue yearns to unravel the issues troubling him. His youthful spirit renders him oblivious to the severity of his physical condition, and he possesses an inherent openness to novelty, which prevents him from speaking hastily. Instead, he observes his parents' perplexed expressions and gently reassures them. "Dad, Mom, I'm fine. You may go downstairs first." How rare this moment is. Zhang Xuehua and Ning Zongjin are profoundly touched. Since Ning Rue's troubles began, it has been an eternity since they last heard their son express such normality and warmth. Each day has been accompanied by his gloomy, angry visage or his unrestrained shouting. Hearing such simple, soothing words once more stirs an overwhelming wave of emotion within them, causing their eyes to glisten with tears. Zhang Xuehua covers her mouth, striving to suppress the urge to weep, and hurriedly nods, mumbling, "All right, we'll go down first. You focus on your studies." With that, she quickly pulls Ning Zongjin out the door. She smiles with an air of ease and nonchalance, as if this alchemy were merely a trifling matter, hardly worthy of mention. Though Ning Rue had endured suffering, he possessed no understanding of this realm. He was entirely unaware that once subjected to the transmutation spell, the object, or person, would become irrevocably altered. This was precisely why the art of gold and stone exchange was deemed sinister. Observing HE QING's serene smile, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Ultimately, it was she who had aided him the most. "What should we do? Should we set up an altar? Do we need to prepare millet or something? Perhaps a peach with sword?" He casually inquired, as such details were often depicted in novels. Upon hearing the mention of an altar, HE QING felt an inexplicable wave of disdain rising within her. An altar? For whom? Did they even deserve such a tribute? However, she quickly recalled, "Indeed, what preparations were necessary? I have never done this before." She glanced at Ning Rue, contemplating. The gold and stone exchange was already halfway successful. Any abrupt interruption now might mean that the transformed portions of his body could very well turn to gold. Therefore, it was imperative for him to maintain composure until she was fully prepared to conclude the process. Ning Rue nodded, observing the girl before him, clad in casual athletic wear. Her raven black hair simply tied back in a ponytail, her face devoid of makeup, seemingly unbothered by the sun. He couldn't help but frown. The students these days were quite precocious. The girls in his class altered their foundation shades daily, and few dared to appear barefaced before him. Even if they did, it was merely a guise of natural beauty, a facade of simplicity. However, upon closer inspection, although HE QING's features were not particularly striking, her skin was indeed remarkable. With his keen eyesight, he noticed, even from such proximity, that her pores were imperceptible, exuding a youthful vitality that surpassed even those of 17 or 18 years of age. It was no wonder she hesitated to apply powder on her face. HE QING, feeling somewhat perplexed by Ning Rue's peculiar scrutiny, was unaware that men nowadays were well-versed in makeup, even knowing the nuances of foundation shades, particularly among the students of the prestigious experimental high school in the imperial capital. They were either affluent or exceptionally gifted. Those within its walls, influenced by their families from a young age, possessed their own aesthetic sensibilities and makeup skills. In contrast, HE QING's rudimentary skincare knowledge was easily eclipsed by any student in grades 3 to 5. After all, she still struggled to distinguish between the application order of moisturizer and lotion. Mistaking Ning Rui's gaze as a sign of her own fatigue, a result of excessive absorption of yin energy the previous night, compounded by neglecting to cleanse herself with spiritual energy in the morning, she cleared her throat and said, "Since you seem stable in your emotions and the issues at hand cannot be resolved immediately, let us commence our lesson. It will provide me with an opportunity to assess your capabilities." Ning Rui. He unexpectedly forgot that she was there to tutor him. Chapter 27. A lively scene. Ultimately, the lesson could not proceed as planned, for shortly thereafter, it was time for dinner. Due to Ning Rui's mobility issues, Ning Zongjin assisted him in getting off the bed, setting up a dining table in his spacious and well-ventilated bedroom, a luxury common in affluent households. The meal was prepared by Zhang Xuehua. However, her mind was elsewhere, distracted by the concerns of the child upstairs, resulting in the dishes lacking their full flavor. HE QING, experiencing the food for the first time, could not discern its taste, yet Ning's father and son immediately recognized its mediocrity. This home-cooked meal was indeed lacking in depth. HE QING eagerly devoured her rice, delighting in the sight before her. The table was adorned with sweet and sour pork, spicy small yellow fish, winter melon and old duck soup, scrambled eggs with green peppers, garlic broccoli, and fragrant, sticky rice. Oh, how delightful! Being a girl, despite her insatiable desire to eat, she endeavored to maintain a semblance of decorum during the meal. Meanwhile, Ning Zongjin, preoccupied with his own troubles, absent-mindedly took a few bites. Finding no joy in the food, Zhang Xuehua, burdened with worry for her son, was oblivious to the flavors, merely picking up a couple of pieces of broccoli without much thought. Only HE QING seemed to relish the meal. After several enthusiastic bites, she felt a twinge of embarrassment as everyone else appeared disinterested. With a quick glance at Ning Rui, she impulsively scooped some of her favorite scrambled eggs with green peppers into his bowl, urging him, "This is delicious. Eat more." Ning Rui, idly pushing his food around, was taken aback when a large helping of the unwelcome eggs suddenly landed in his bowl. Thankfully, HE QING's proximity helped suppress the simmering irritation within him. Otherwise, he might have overturned the table. Zhang Xuehua, ever watchful of her son, felt a surge of displeasure upon seeing that bold girl serve him food without hesitation, especially when it was eggs. Xiao Rui harbored a profound aversion to eggs. With a subtle smile, she reached for her chopsticks to assist her son in moving the dishes aside. However, Ning Rui deftly intercepted her gesture with his own chopsticks, gently but firmly stating, "Mom, don't worry about me. You two should eat up, enjoy yourselves." With that, he lowered his head and began to eat heartily. Zhang Xuehua and Ning Zongjin exchanged glances, pondering the undeniable bond between the two. Could it truly be that nothing was amiss? Hadn't he, their son, who typically shunned such dishes, now eagerly consumed them? This indeed was a delightful misunderstanding. HE QING's intention to serve food stemmed from the fact that Ning Rui was the only one she felt at ease with at the table. Without the host present, how could she, as a guest, indulge freely? Ning Rui's compliance was influenced by HE QING's endorsement of the dish. Her remark of this is good. Eat more resonating with him. In his eyes, HE QING was an enigmatic and youthful practitioner of yin-yang. So if she declared that green pepper and eggs were beneficial, it was undoubtedly wise to indulge. Having endured the capriciousness of his own health, he resolved to heed her advice. Thus, to the astonished gazes of his parents, Ning Rui consumed an entire bowl of rice accompanied by the green pepper and scrambled eggs, while HE QING, for her part, claimed the remaining dishes for herself. Delightful. Seated at Ning Rui's study desk, HE QING felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The only drawback was that Ning Rui had devoured solely green pepper and scrambled eggs for lunch, leaving her reluctant to take more. She could only partake of the other dishes. Nonetheless, she relished those as well. After finishing lunch, She recalled that there were still 2 hours of language lessons to make up for. HE QING realized she could no longer afford to procrastinate, especially since she was being compensated for her efforts. Consequently, as soon as the table was cleared, she promptly retrieved her textbooks, preparing to commence the lesson. However, upon turning to a piece of classical literature, Ning Rui's brow furrowed, and a wave of agitation surged throughout his body. The fingertips of his left hand began to manifest a faint, visible golden hue. So soon? HE QING was taken aback. Hastily discarding the textbook and pushing Ning Rui down to lie flat, he then placed his palm directly against Ning Rui's chest, a soft white light emanating from his hand, penetrating straight into his heart. Ning Rui gritted his teeth, forcefully suppressing the sudden, sharp pain in his chest. The golden and white hues fluctuated, gradually transforming his vision into a tinge of gold. If the Midas touch succeeded, he would slowly become a resplendent golden statue, he mused vaguely. He raised his hand to stifle an impending cry of pain. Meanwhile, HE QING was drenched in sweat. This spell required an immense amount of spiritual energy, and correspondingly, the effort to suppress it was equally taxing. The heartbeat beneath the palm of HE QING's hand was akin to a drum, resonating powerfully, both heavy and loud, as if it would burst forth from Ning Rui's chest at any moment. HE QING understood that this was due to the fact that Ning Rui's body had already been significantly influenced by the transmutation spell, granting him an exceptionally robust constitution. Had it not been for the body's instinctual protective response gradually altering the heart's rhythm, increasing its intensity, the blood circulation in many areas would have lacked sufficient strength, leading inevitably to a catastrophic rupture and sudden death. The sunlight outside is just perfect, and beneath her palm lies a boy, his fair face dotted with beads of sweat, his lips pale, and faint traces of blood welling from his exposed arms. Meanwhile, HE QING, who is tasked with restraining him, finds herself continuously resisted by the energy within him. The ceaseless influx of spiritual energy seems to have drained her strength. In her exhaustion, an inexplicable thought surged in her mind. Instinctively, she seized upon this fleeting insight, reaching out to lift Ning Rui's pure white t-shirt. Ning Rui? At that moment, surprise overshadowed his pain. His face flushed crimson as he timidly stammered, "What are you doing?" His tone, frail and lacking in vigor, exuded a delicate allure, as if he were a flower poised to bloom, yet hesitant to fully reveal itself. HE QING, wholly focused, paid no heed to the vivid tableau unfolding before her. Ning Rui stared blankly at her fingertips, his gaze unfocused. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his body, faintly flushed, and felt a rush of embarrassment and confusion. When he finally regained his composure and looked closely, he was taken aback, eyes really turning red. In Chapter 28, Ning Rui's entire being radiated a deep crimson, reminiscent of a river shrimp freshly pulled from the water, exuding a fiery hue from within. This was certainly not merely the result of his shyness. Rather, there truly was a flame ignited within him. Ning Rui gritted his teeth, suppressing the muffled groans threatening to escape his throat, his voice raspy as he spoke. Beneath HE QING's palm, a searing flow of heat akin to flames surged wildly around his heart, akin to molten lava, inflicting a pain reminiscent of burns. He desperately stifled his cries, fearful of alerting his parents. Given Ning Zongjin's rather austere disposition, should he be informed of any semblance of sorcery, he would undoubtedly summon security at once. HE QING harbored similar thoughts, as she had no intention of revealing her extraordinary nature to others. The Ning family was either affluent or noble, and she merely wished to receive her tutoring fee without inciting scrutiny or suspicion. At this moment, her inexperience left her unaware that as long as she demonstrated formidable prowess, she had no reason to fear such judgments. Soon enough, there would be plenty of individuals seeking her assistance. Observing Ning Rui, who was furrowing his brow in distress and drenched in sweat, desperately stifling his pain, she internally marveled, truly a man. Yet this was merely the beginning. Greater suffering lay ahead. To prevent Ning Rui from inflicting harm upon himself and to silence his cries, He Qing seized a corner of the soft pillowcase by his ear, twisted the gentle fabric into a tight ball, and forced it into his mouth. What are you doing? Ning Rue exclaimed, his mouth stuffed beyond capacity. He was bewildered by how she managed to cram the pure cotton-striped pillowcase into his oral cavity, rendering his tongue immobile and making it impossible to expel the material. A searing heat enveloped him, yet He Qing, the one exerting effort, found herself in a most arduous predicament. As Ning Rue, with his mouth filled, struggled against this confinement, she glared at him and admonished, "Stop squirming." Her commanding tone momentarily stunned him into silence. How fierce, he thought, a mere adolescent grappling with immense pain, unaccustomed to such torment throughout his life. Unbeknownst to him, tears welled in his eyes as He Qing noticed the glimmer of impending tears and the redness that crept into his gaze. It was only then that she recalled he was merely an immature young man. Moreover, she was fully aware of the agony her own spell inflicted. The fact that Ning Rue could endure such a state was commendable, and it was unjust to impose further demands upon him. Thus, He Qing relaxed her furrowed brow, softening her tone considerably. "Do not struggle, be obedient." Ning Rue gazed into her obsidian eyes. The girl hovering above him was merely 4 or 5 years his senior. Yet she emanated an irresistible aura of authority, reminiscent of a sovereign seated upon a throne, with all creation as her subjects. Her profound and commanding gaze fixed upon him. The monarch suddenly tempered her tone. Enveloped in her enchanting presence, he subconsciously nodded in acquiescence. A moment later, the realization struck him, and his face flushed crimson. He Qing, however, was too preoccupied to indulge in the innocent musings of this youthful boy. She found herself in a predicament from which there was no easy retreat. Initially, she had intended to restrain him if the situation were not dire, gradually devising a solution. After all, with her inexplicable confidence and the ability to perform brilliantly in critical moments, she had always managed to find a way. In her haste, He Qing could only muster her spiritual energy to protect Ning Rue's heart. Ironically, it was his heart that had been implanted with the stone-gold transmutation technique. Each beat of his heart served as a pump. Circulum moreover, the infusion of golden energy surged through his bones, rendering Ning Rue immensely powerful as he expressed the sharp aura of the metal. For instance, previously, a mere stamp of his foot could shatter a bicycle. And in the hospital, he could effortlessly break a bedside table with a stainless steel four-pole. What He Qing needed to do was to gradually dissolve this energy. She first shielded her heart with a portion of her spiritual power, then converted the remaining half into fire energy. The technique of metal and stone transmutation is particularly averse to fire. If the temperature is sufficiently high, it can forcefully halt the process. Achieving such a temperature is exceedingly challenging, akin to instantaneously melting iron. In order to preserve Ning Rue's life, He Qing had no choice but to allocate even more spiritual energy to envelop this intense heat. Juggling multiple tasks simultaneously, the myriad of difficulties was beyond description. As time elapsed, the agonized expressions of both He Qing and Ning Rue became increasingly synchronized. Suddenly, Ning Rue's chest surged upward as if electrified. He became as rigid as a lifeless fish, his hands instantly tearing through the bedsheet. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes seemed ready to burst. As his hands gradually moved farther from his chest, his body grew more rigid and tormented, his hands slowly bracing against the bed, yet his chest rose higher and higher. As though his heart had been for Seth meanwhile, He Qing clenched her 5 fingers tightly, exerting force as she extracted a misty orb of interwoven gold and gray from Ning Rue's left chest. At its seemingly translucent core, a blood-red seal character, resembling the character for gold, was ensnared in its center. With a sudden motion, He Qing tightened her grip, her expression dark and furious, her fair, rounded cheeks puffing as if she were grinding her teeth in rage. Her gaze seemed predatory, utterly disregarding the unconscious Ning Rue sprawled on the bed. As she uttered each word with palpable disdain and revulsion, gold, corpse, puppet, technique. Chapter 29, Primal Power. Gold, corpse, puppet, technique. Over the years, The true essence of Taoist arts had faded, replaced instead by these grotesque tricks of the ghostly realm, she muttered, her expression dripping with contempt. At that moment, the motionless young man on the bed groaned, his mouth stuffed with the damp pillowcase, his words muffled, leaving one uncertain of his consciousness. Contemplating for a brief moment, HE QING resolutely clenched her fist and crushed the orb. Such malevolent entities were better off non-existent. The talisman that had tormented Ning Rui's family, now in HE QING's grasp, seemed lesser than a mere bag of instant noodles, disintegrating effortlessly between her fingers, leaving no trace behind. She turned and strode forward, yanking the damp cloth from Ning Rui's mouth with disdain, pinching it between her fingertips before casting it aside. Ning Rui, languishing on the bed with limbs weakened, finally regained a modicum of strength. He immediately leaned over the edge of the bed, retching painfully. The earlier clump of pillowcase had indeed lodged firmly in his throat. In an old residential building on the outskirts of the imperial city, several middle-aged men and women sat joyfully around a card table, engrossed in their game. East Wind. 4 of circles. Pong. A middle-aged man clad in a loose shirt, fanning himself with a folding fan in his left hand, drew a card. Upon brushing his fingertips over it, a smile instantly illuminated his face. He placed the card on the table, exclaiming, "Ha ha. However." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Heh. What is happening? Does old Sue have a heart condition? I've never heard of it. Quick, call for help. The standing man began to convulse, and suddenly, with a disturbing sound, he expelled a stream of dark red blood. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Recently, the turmoil surrounding Ning Rui had deprived the Ning couple of their afternoon slumber. After finishing lunch, they lingered downstairs, engaging in a desultory conversation, while the television buzzed with news that neither of them absorbed. By 1:30, the sounds of objects crashing from above had ceased, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Xuehua murmured to her husband, "Is this tutor that Duan Si hired any good? If you ask me, a male tutor would be preferable. Nowadays, young girls are all so restless. We only seek someone outstanding. What does it matter who they are? Why must it be a girl? The boy and girl." I have heard that at her school, Ming University, there have recently been significant incidents. Ning Zongjin has no time to indulge in her trivial musings. The recent personnel changes at the education department have initiated the evaluation of the principal at the prestigious First High School of the imperial capital. This institution is no ordinary school. The parents of its students are either affluent or distinguished. A principal at such a school possesses the power to accomplish remarkable feats. Even before any actions have commenced, numerous individuals are already vying for connections. Families like theirs have ample resources, albeit discreetly. It is merely that the couple has lacked ambition throughout their lives, leading one to work at the central bank and the other at the management bureau for so many years. At Ning Rui's school, the teacher from the experimental class has approached him several times through various channels. At this juncture, it is truly unbearable. She fails to consider that even if there were opportunities for advancement, Ning Rui's homeroom teacher would undoubtedly have greater advantages. Yet she is already in a frenzy before any official documents have been issued. How annoying. At that moment, upon hearing his wife's words and recalling that their son's predicament has yet to be resolved, he had no time to attend to her. Thus, he curtly responded, "You have such high demands for a tutor. After all, this one comes highly recommended by a professor. It is said that the young lady possesses considerable skills and several years of tutoring experience. Have you noticed how much more well-behaved our son has become since she arrived? And you still find fault?" Yes, there was indeed a serious incident at Ming University. But other schools have also had their share of troubles in recent years, haven't they? We both know this all too well. It simply went unreported. You still worry about the young lady's feelings towards your son, yet do you not notice the current state of Ning Rui, who appears quite unhinged? Given the meager salary you provide, it is indeed commendable that she has not chosen to walk away immediately. Zhang Xuehua merely expressed her thoughts in front of her husband, not anticipating such a lengthy conversation, and thus decided to quell her small concerns. She muttered, "I was merely speaking out of jest. Besides, what is wrong with our son? He receives more than a dozen love letters at school. He is handsome and comes from a well-off family. As she spoke, the memory of He Qing serving Ning Rui during lunch surfaced in her mind, causing her to feel somewhat restless. After hesitating for a moment, she finally rose from the sofa and declared, "Oh dear, those two children have been studying for quite some time. I shall take them a plate of fruit." With that, she casually picked up several clean fruits from the coffee table and ascended the stairs. Ning Zongjin cast a glance at her, understanding her little thoughts, and chose to remain silent. Upon reaching Ning Rui's bedroom door, Zhang Xuehua first leaned in to eavesdrop, but after a while, she heard no sounds. Therefore, she knocked twice and prepared to enter. As soon as she stepped inside, a wave of heat, markedly different from the cooler air downstairs, enveloped her, prompting her to exclaim, "Why is it so hot in here? Silly children, do you not know to turn on the air conditioning?" Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed that the air conditioner's vent was open, yet the appliance itself was non-functional, clearly broken. Instantly, she felt a pang of sympathy. Observing her son and his tutor with their sweat-drenched clothes, and a wave of shame washed over her. When did it break? "Xiaorui, why did you not mention it? It is unbearably hot. Let us hasten downstairs to cool off for a while. I shall prepare some watermelon for you. Teacher He, please take a moment to rest. I truly apologize." As she spoke, she hurriedly descended the stairs to slice the watermelon. He Qing and Ning Rui exchanged glances, both exhaling in relief. Ning Rui's complexion was pale, yet his eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and at that moment, he disregarded appearances entirely. Lifting the hem of his t-shirt to wipe his face as he slumped into a chair, exclaiming, "I am utterly exhausted." He Qing felt relatively fine, though her clothes were damp with perspiration and she had not yet had the chance to dry them. Just moments ago, she had thought she had exerted all her strength. Yet now she felt surprisingly invigorated. Observing the disheveled Ning Rui in the chair, she pondered, could it be that the primal force within me has been unleashed? Chapter 30. Unable to conceal while enjoying the watermelon, He Qing expressed her frustration to Ning Rui, saying, "Our previous efforts were in vain. This matter is significant and complex. You should contemplate how to communicate with your parents." Without waiting for Ning Rui to respond, she took another bite of the watermelon, which had been highly recommended by Xuehua, muttering, "The entertainment world is truly chaotic. You city dwellers know how to have fun. A mere disagreement can lead to dire consequences." Ning Rui felt aggrieved. "I am completely in the dark. Teacher He, no, Sister He Qing, why didn't you speak up earlier?" At that time, he mimicked a pulling gesture with his palm, as if performing in a fantasy drama, insisting that the special effects were undoubtedly worth more than mere pennies. Anyone who witnessed it would surely believe. Now, let me express that I am devoid of any matters at hand, given my father's disposition. It is indeed remarkable that anyone would believe him. He envisioned his father in his childhood, draped in a bedsheet, wielding a feather duster while pretending to be a deity, only to be vanquished by Ning Zongjin's stern and disdainful gaze. Futile, superstitious. He Qing, feeling perplexed, glanced at the vibrant watermelon in her hand, which Zhang Xuehua had extolled for its exceptional sweetness and flavor. However, after tasting it twice, she realized it bore no difference from those she had savored back in her hometown. City dwellers are indeed particular about their food. The watermelon was somewhat cold, and with her constitution being rather lean, she typically refrained from consuming it in excess. Yet, having already indulged in 2 pieces, she nibbled the remainder, leisurely wiping her mouth as she softly remarked, "I merely thought I could keep it under wraps. Besides, if I were to claim you were afflicted with a talisman, and I had the ability to resolve it, would your family truly believe that? Were it not for my own capabilities, I too would be a staunch successor of socialism. And yet, I am entangled in this affair." Back in school, it seemed as though spirits visited every night. Ning Rui, this young lad, forgets the lessons of discipline. Just moments ago, he was tormented by the talisman to the point of agony, yet now He Qing's words had led him astray. Spirits? Sister He Qing, can you truly see them? What about in my home? As he inquired, he glanced around nervously, fearing the presence of something nearby. One must admit, Ning Rui possesses a sweet tongue. He is articulate and adept at handling situations. At this moment, he feigned the innocence of a naive young boy, charming HE QING, who could easily succumb to his allure. Alas, the desires of humanity are as diverse as the colors of life. HE QING sighed. Without lifting her head, she reassured. Do not fret. Typically, if nothing amiss occurs at home, restless spirits are disinclined to intrude. Moreover, does your household not bear the protective couplets of door gods? Although faith has waned in these tumultuous times, and the divine may lack a physical vessel, the customs passed down through millennia possess their own unique essence. Generally, unruly entities would prefer not to court such misfortune by encroaching upon a home that is already under guardianship. Ning Rue replied, Sister, do not underestimate my lack of literary experience. Your words resonate too strongly with the tropes of online novels. HE QING glared at him. Believe it or not. Ning Rue shrank back. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the moment HE QING fixed her large, expressive eyes upon him, he felt an uncontrollable urge to comply. His heart racing and ears flushing with warmth. HE QING, equally troubled, reflected, I previously thought my reasoning was sound. I was initially under the impression that you had inadvertently stumbled upon some talisman related to the art of transmutation. Thus, I considered a gradual approach, discreetly allowing you to resolve it in due course. After all, the deliberate application of such transformative magic upon an individual is unnecessary and requires an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Ultimately, you would be reduced to mere brass. For living beings cannot be transmuted into gold. If it were a premeditated act of malice, there are myriad methods to pursue, rendering this approach a futile endeavor. I merely envisaged that you might have encountered it by chance, leading me to refrain from disclosing my abilities. Ning Rue listened with rapt attention. At his age, boys are often captivated by films of the X-Men genre and novels steeped in Eastern fantasy, such as 30 Years East of the River, 30 Years West, and do not underrate the young and poor. Although he sometimes struggles to comprehend the psychology behind the underdog's triumph, given his own family background, this does not diminish his enjoyment of reading. Yet, he is acutely aware that while these narratives are thrilling, they are ultimately fictitious. In contrast, HE QING's abilities are something he has genuinely witnessed and experienced. As she spoke of these fantastical notions, he felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself before her as a disciple. Unbeknownst to HE QING, Ning Rue's inner fervor was palpable. She merely furrowed her brow and remarked, who could have predicted such a sudden eruption? I too was thrust into this situation, only to realize that it is not alchemy, but rather the art of creating golden corpses. You see, as a poor student, is it easy for me to earn this meager 200 yuan per hour? A mere penny can thwart a hero. Reflecting on how I was lured by this small sum, only to expend so much effort on my students, I truly feel I have suffered a great loss. Ning Rue remained silent, pondering her words. Although they might ring true, they nonetheless left him with an uncomfortable sensation. Meanwhile, HE QING's demeanor turned grave. Ning Rue, you must contemplate this matter carefully. It is acceptable to disclose my situation to your parents, but it is imperative that they take it seriously. The art of creating golden corpses is extraordinary. Once it takes root, it will gradually consume one's sanity, rendering the limbs rigid and puppet-like. In such a state, should specific sacrificial offerings imbued with bloody resentment be presented, it could transform one into a being akin to a golden corpse zombie. The abilities of the flying corpse are extraordinary, especially since it is a golden corpse, capable of withstanding the crushing force of a tank. Moreover, its toxicity is immensely potent. Any untrained individual who suffers an injury from it will find their very soul eroded by the poison. In such a case, the innate spiritual fire within the human body cannot protect the soul, rendering it vulnerable to being seized by wandering spirits. HE QING felt a wave of disgust wash over her as she recalled the peculiar golden gray sphere, stating, the most crucial point is that this golden corpse puppet technique is particularly labor-intensive and difficult to execute. Furthermore, crafting such a meticulously designed talisman to be implanted in your heart when you are utterly defenseless requires the life essence of a loved one. In summary, if it were not premeditated, accomplishing such a feat would be impossible. Ning Rue listened, utterly astonished. This 17-year-old youth could not help but ponder. What deep-seated grudge could drive someone to employ such malicious methods? Was it from the old residents? Or was it directed at himself? Chapter 31. A second refusal. Ning Rui's expression turned grave and heavy, even his typically bright eyes dimming with concern. As an ordinary student, despite his privileged background, he was not one to indulge in extravagance. Conflicts with classmates typically culminated in a simple after-school brawl. He never imagined that someone would resort to such a vicious means to threaten his life over a mere disagreement. HE QING gazed at him, initially intending to keep him in the dark, but she could no longer contain herself. Alas, what could she do? After all, she was a kind-hearted and tender person. She was willing to sacrifice her own standing for the sake of this matter. She addressed Ning Rui. In fact, it should not be difficult for you to investigate. The requirements for crafting a talisman are exceedingly rigorous. While the scarcity of certain materials may be tolerable, inscribing seal characters within the talisman to invoke spiritual energy necessitates the blood of a close relative. To activate the talisman, merely a drop of blood from the talisman cultivator's kin suffices. The individual providing this blood serves merely as a catalyst. They themselves are not in jeopardy, often remaining oblivious to the process. At worst, if the talisman fails, they might suffer from cardiac distress, but it is not fatal. However, prior to this, the successful creation of the talisman's core demands the heart's blood of another close relative, a considerable 2,000 milliliters, rendering the blood provider certain to perish. This talisman has been in place for nearly 6 months. You may wish to investigate those in your vicinity who have recently lost a close relative and are now experiencing repercussions, such as spitting blood or other ailments. He clenched his teeth, pondering the immense cost of one life. Why not simply run me down with a car? The blood of 2 close kin, one of whom is destined to die. Is it truly worth it? HE QING too found herself perplexed. Yet, she understood that when driven by madness, individuals often act beyond the realm of reason. After some reflection, she concluded, while it may seem simple to extinguish your life, the substantial cost indicates that the benefits derived from your existence far outweigh the sacrifices made. In any case, exercise caution. It is truly exasperating to ponder. She only discovered the nature of the golden corpse puppet technique after extracting the symbol. Otherwise, if she had performed it in front of Ning Rui's parents, it would have been far easier to gain their trust. Perhaps, for the sake of their child, Ning's father and mother might have offered a substantial sum as a life-saving gesture. Now, however, all traces have vanished, leaving her with nothing but empty words. And it is hardly surprising that they might not believe her. It seems that her visit tomorrow is unnecessary, sighed HE QING. After a day of turmoil, she felt utterly exhausted and resolved to take her leave promptly. After all, it was likely that Zhang Xuehua would prefer not to witness her idling about. Yet, she was mistaken in her assumption. Upon hearing HE QING's intention to depart, Zhang Xuehua immediately expressed regret. Are you leaving so soon, teacher He? It's such a hot day. Why not stay for dinner? Moreover, given Ning Rui's academic performance, as long as he returns to normal, there is no need for remedial classes. Once she departs, whether Ning Rui can manage his parents is another matter altogether. Therefore, it would be prudent for her to withdraw before the situation escalates. After all, with no tangible evidence to support her claims, convincing these 2 staunch materialists of the Ning family seems quite implausible. HE QING mused, feeling a sense of uncertainty. After all, even Ning Rui, their son, lacked confidence in this matter. Yet, perhaps this is for the best, considering the complications. Should they genuinely believe her and seek her assistance, HE QING would find it difficult to refuse. It is truly disheartening to earn a meager profit while bearing the burdens of a more arduous endeavor. HE QING felt disheartened. As I departed, I cast a lingering glance at Zhang Xuehua's reluctant expression, fearing that Ning Rui might fall ill again in her absence. I mused that this was likely the first and perhaps the last time I would receive payment from their family. After all, in her perspective, Ning Zongjin and Zhang Xuehua would never place their trust in Ning Rui. Having missed the opportunity to present them with evidence today, it was probable that by tomorrow, I would be branded a deceiver in the eyes of these parents. Alas, should this reach Professor Lin's ears, what would he think? Indeed, that very evening, HE QING received a phone call. The couple from the Ning family once again dismissed her teachings, deeming her a fraud, and their words were far from courteous. Meanwhile, the ramblings of Ning Rue led to his immediate transfer to a psychiatric ward, where he was compelled to undergo a psychological evaluation. In short, it was a predicament difficult to articulate. Even though HE QING had mentally prepared herself for this outcome, Zhang Xuehua's harsh words ignited a fire within her. She refrained from responding, silently vowing, "Today you may disregard my worth, but tomorrow I shall render you unable to afford my services." Humph. Yet, the matter of money weighed heavily on her mind. Tugging at her hair, she resolved to create a few more talismans for sale. Let inflation rise, she thought. It mattered not. With only a few days remaining in this truncated summer vacation, this seemed as for the last encounter. HE QING gritted her teeth, vowing that anyone who dared consume her belongings would face the consequences. Should she cross paths with them again, she would not hesitate to ensure they received their due punishment. Chapter 32. The medicine must not stop. It is indeed true that thoughts often materialize into reality. The following day, HE QING unexpectedly encountered the trio once more. The three dogs were named Huang, Dehe, and Mao Mao. Huang and Dehe were quintessential rural dogs, while Mao Mao was a timid mixed breed of unknown heritage, easily startled by the slightest disturbance. Huang was simply a foolhardy creature, heedlessly pursuing food, which led to Dehe, the cunning and somewhat unscrupulous one, taking the lead among the trio. Little did HE QING know that life was not particularly easy for the three dogs either. They roamed the vicinity of the school, scavenging for food provided by the students and local eateries. Their existence, once carefree and devoid of worries, was occasionally brightened by benevolent students offering them meaty treats. After all, it is easier to transition from simplicity to luxury than from luxury to simplicity. Not far from the east gate of Ming University lay a small residential area, where several snack shops remained open. Among them, HE QING's favorite was a modest establishment run by an elderly couple, famed for their hot dogs, those inexpensive substitutes sold for just 1 yuan each. Despite their low price, the abundance of artificial flavoring rendered them irresistibly fragrant, detectable from afar. Given HE QING's frugal nature, such affordable yet gratifying snacks were her utmost delight and within her means. At this moment, she ambled toward her dormitory, 3 unseasoned grilled sausages in hand, only to realize upon entering the campus that she was being followed. Tracking her were those 3 insidious and shameless hounds she could never seem to find. Meanwhile, at the Ning household, the battle was far from over. Zhang Xuehua felt a mixture of sorrow and joy. She was relieved that Ning Rue's manic disorder had improved, and his fractured leg appeared to be healing, although, for safety's sake, it was still encased in a cast. Yet, her concern lingered, for with the absence of his mania seemed to have emerged a delusional state. Hearing him speak the previous night of conspiracies against him, of curses being cast upon him, and of the young tutor being a practitioner of yin and yang, it was evident he had succumbed to the allure of fantastical tales. With this thought in mind, she unreservedly chastised HE QING over the phone, lamenting how, at such a tender age and being a student of a prestigious university, he was straying down such dubious paths. She couldn't fathom how he had managed to deceive his professors. Zhang Xuehua ascended with a cup of water and a bottle filled with colorful pills. Ning Rue lay prone on the bed, having had his leg recast, motionless and indifferent to her presence, clearly still harboring resentment. Observing her son, she could not help but feel a pang of anguish. What sin had she committed? Her son was on the cusp of university entrance examinations, yet here he was, in such a dismal state. Thankfully, Ning Rue exhibited no tendencies towards self-destruction, alleviating one of the few concerns that occupied the minds of the Ning couple. Xiao Rue, come, take your medicine. What would you like to eat for dinner? Mom will make it for you. Ning Rue turned his head to her and replied, Mom, I am telling the truth. Why do you not believe me? I am not ill, and I do not wish to take the medicine. I am quite lucid at this moment. I am your son. Why do you not believe me and instead trust that obscure psychologist? Is it not evident that my leg is healed and the fractures have completely mended? Zhang Xuehua gazed at her son with maternal affection, saying, "All right. I understand you are not ill. Now, please take your medication. This medicine is meant to soothe the liver, regulate qi, dispel wind, and alleviate distress. Consuming it will do no harm." Ning Rui was increasingly exasperated by her demeanor. Throughout his life, even during his most rebellious adolescent phase, he had never found communication with his mother to be so challenging. It was utterly intolerable. He hurled the medication into the wastebasket beside his bed, his eyes wide with reproach and indignation as he stared at Zhang Xuehua. "Mother, you child," Zhang Xuehua lamented. Ning Rui abruptly straightened, astonished, and inquired, "Mother, have you dismissed Sister Qing?" "What Sister Qing? That name is utterly unpleasant. I am already aware. She did not teach today and merely sought to extort money. Tomorrow, I shall find you someone better." Not only did she swindle money, but she also misled you, causing you to develop new issues. Thankfully, I realized it early. Otherwise, if I had waited a few more days, you might have started concocting elixirs. Seeing her son so agitated, Zhang Xuehua's expression darkened, and she became quite angry. "You, mother, please trust me just this once." Sister Qing stated that the talisman for the golden corpse puppet technique is incredibly potent and requires the life of a close relative to be completed. Given the extent of her efforts, she must be targeting our family. Please investigate. I truly witnessed that talisman with my own eyes. My previous inexplicable frenzy was also due to this. You must look into it, mother. Zhang Xuehua took a deep breath, utterly alarmed. Qingjie, Qingjie. It's only been a few hours, and you've already fallen victim to such deceit. It seems to me that you are simply not thinking clearly. As a young girl who had yet to graduate from university, what skills could she possibly possess other than deception? The notion of a golden corpse puppet technique was merely a figment of your imagination, born from excessive reading of novels. If someone truly wished to take your life, there are countless methods to do so. Why resort to such mystical nonsense? If you are genuinely interested, wait until after your university examinations. Your father's bureau is filled with practitioners of Taoism and Buddhism. On a day when Master Yuan Tong is giving a lecture, you could attend. Surely that would suffice. Chapter 33. My past studies. HE QING approached the three foolish dogs with a menacing grin. Perhaps her aura was so captivating that the three dogs instinctively tucked their tails and began to retreat slowly. However, since HE QING held 3 grilled sausages, their fear was overpowered by their innate gluttony, and none of them considered fleeing. After a few moments of stalemate, Huang could no longer contain himself. Whoa, this woman feels so familiar, and the meat in her hand smells divine. Huang wants to eat. Mao Mao was the most timid of the trio, but having rummaged through trash cans for the past several days, some of which had spoiled, he could not resist the enticing aroma and discreetly wagged his tail. Woof. Mao Mao wants to eat too, though this sister seems somewhat familiar. Only Dahe remained calm and composed, his serious demeanor unyielding. His thick tail, however, could not help but relax slightly, swaying a couple of times before he regained control. Woof. This woman is a dog dealer. She once attempted to support me with sausages. Have you all forgotten? Though she possesses a delightful fragrance, the aroma of the grilled sausages she holds is even more enticing. If you wish to indulge, refrain from moving recklessly. Heed my command and sit. Dahe promptly plopped down on the ground, while Huang and Mao Mao took a moment to respond but soon settled as well. Dahe instructed, "Open your eyes wide and tilt your heads." To her astonishment, HE QING noticed that all 3 dogs tilted their heads in unison. How adorable and charming. However, today she had yet to utilize the spirit summoning talisman, rendering her unable to comprehend their words. She observed the trio, seemingly quite perceptive, and decided to take the high road, forgiving them and opting to treat them to a delightful meal first. Mao Mao, in a state of anxiety, exclaimed, "What should I do? My fur is too long over my eyes. They're completely hidden, and I don't appear cute at all." Woof. Dahe emitted a disdainful snort from his nostrils, lamenting, "Ah, being a mixed breed is such a hassle. Your lineage lacks the purity of ours. Dogs are so dull-witted, incapable of doing anything right, so you might as well wag your tail more." Mao Mao quickly nodded, his curly, long tail wagging vigorously against the ground. He Qing observed a nearby mixed-breed curly-haired dog, its fur so fluffy that its eyes and nose were nearly obscured. At that moment, it tilted its head and wagged its tail, truly embodying an unbearable cuteness. Fine, she thought. Since they are so endearing, I shall graciously forgive you later. Huang, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, Boss, she is coming over. Have we captivated her? I fancy the one in the middle. It looks the largest. Huang is so hungry. Huang wants to eat the biggest one. His eagerness was palpable. As he sat on the ground, his tail wagging in an unrestrained manner. Dehei, feeling helpless, had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well. I shall assume the role of the leader. I ought to have the largest share. Huang, extend your tongue just a tad more, perk up those ears of yours, and appear endearing. Soon, she will offer you a treat. Huang, thrilled, promptly stuck out his tongue, raising his ears only to let them droop again. Although Yi Qing could not comprehend their exchange, the overt gestures made it impossible for her to feign ignorance. Observing the trio of scruffy dogs, she squatted in their midst. Lifting a sausage, Come, enjoy this, it is yours. 1 sausage per dog, no snatching. Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly snatched the central sausage, settling down to savor it. Next came Mao Mao, and finally Dehei. Dehei, with his head bowed, cast a furtive glance upward at Yi Qing, his gaze rather lecherous. Noticing that the 3 had finished their meal yet remained, Yi Qing felt it was time to negotiate. Come here, my dears, let us discuss something, she proposed, delicately gesturing with her fingers to invoke a spell. The summoning enchantment was activated, with the school devoid of students and dog catchers lurking in the distance. It was unlikely they would dare venture there. Promise me a vial of blood, and I shall ensure that you 3 enjoy a week's worth of meals, each with meat. What say you? Mao Mao, with his little tongue out, approached, wagging his tail. Well, I will offer you 2 vials of blood if you can provide me with 2 chunks of meat daily, and they must be quite fatty. Yi Qing examined the trio of dogs with great care, her eyes shimmering with spiritual energy. To her surprise, all 3 possessed remarkable physical health, and their blood was rich in vitality. Even the mixed breed, Mao Mao, was not inferior to an ordinary rural dog. Indeed, one must not judge a dog by its appearance. An invigorated Yi Qing declared, This will not do. You must replenish your blood. Here is the plan. First, the strongest among you, Dehei, shall provide me with a vial of blood, and in return, I shall ensure you have a week's worth of hearty meals, complete with meat. Next, I will need a sample from a Huang, and I will promise you another week of nourishment. Once Mao Mao has sufficiently recuperated, I shall request another vial, and again. I will guarantee a week of feasting. By then, school will undoubtedly have commenced, and you will have ample food. Such advantageous terms were bound to garner their approval. Yi Qing, brimming with confidence, smiled so broadly that her eyes nearly closed. Her large, elongated eyes, with their elegantly upturned corners, sparkled as if filled with starlight, rendering her irresistibly charming. As anticipated, the 3 dogs conferred briefly and unanimously consented. Dehei extended his front leg first, stating, Then you should procure a syringe, one that holds 200 cubic centimeters. Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback. Wait, what? Delight surged within her. Moments later, however, she sighed. Do you even know how to draw blood? You lack basic knowledge. That is my stored fat. This here is the artery, and this is the vein. And you claim to be a university student? TCH. Crouching down, Yi Qing found herself scrutinized from above by Dehei, whose canine expression radiated disdain. Yi Qing stammered. In this day and age, dogs are aware of 200 cubic centimeters. They even know about arteries. Struggling to articulate her thoughts, she inquired, Pray tell, where have you been prior to this? Mao Mao and a Huang sat nearby, filled with admiration and pride, proclaiming, Our leader was born at the medical university to the east. Our leader, who once attended medical university open courses and became an internet celebrity featured in the news, also surreptitiously consumed a rabbit intended for dissection. Dehei, regarding her with a mixture of disdain and pride, emitted a dismissive sneeze. Yi Qing, I concede defeat. Her gaze fixed intently on the syringe. She meticulously followed Dehe's instructions, carefully inserting the needle into the vein. Dehe, living up to its reputation as a medical connoisseur, guided her with expertise, and soon, vibrant red blood began to flow steadily into the syringe. 10 milliliters, 20 milliliters, 30 milliliters, 90 milliliters. Halt, halt, halt. HE QING paused, turning to Dehe with a puzzled expression. Recalling its past tendency to slack off after receiving treats, she asked warily, "What's wrong?" Dehe regarded her speechlessly. "The syringe has a capacity of 200 cubic centimeters. You can't actually draw 200 cubic centimeters of blood. I had you purchase this because the needle is the most suitable. I'm a dog, after all. Where would I get that much blood? 100 milliliters is the absolute limit. Oh, and by the way, my subordinates are not in robust health. The most you can extract from each is 80 milliliters." HE QING. Chapter 34. The Alchemist's Touch. Finale. Even during academic recesses, Ming University maintained a teaching building for the use of those preparing for postgraduate exams or engaged in scholarly pursuits, and a food service window remained open in the cafeteria. Due to the reduced number of students, the cuisine was more refined. HE QING, in fact, had chosen Ming University precisely because it catered to impoverished students like herself. These black dog blood was too little, but fortunately it was given willingly and its spirituality was pure. HE QING resolved to refine her craft, practicing under the midday sun and blending with cinnabar. The talismans she created would emanate vitality, warding off all malevolence, making them perfect for amulets. As she counted on her fingers, Professor Lin, Professor Li, Yu Dandan, Lu Xiaodan. 10 individuals in total. She carefully laid out the yellow talisman paper and dipped her bamboo brush into the bowl of cinnabar, coaxing the vivid crimson ink with delicate strokes. With a swift and continuous movement, she rendered an intricate and bizarre protective talisman reminiscent of ancient script. The bamboo brush certainly justified its cost, channeling spiritual energy effortlessly without a trace of waste. The newly acquired talisman paper, though pricey, boasted its own merits. Its smooth surface resisted flaking and bleeding, ensuring that the scarce sanguine tincture of cinnabar was fully utilized. When the paper absorbed the spiritual energy, it remained remarkably stable, exceeding her expectations. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a slanted glow across HE QING's face, illuminating it with exquisite detail. The golden half of her visage revealed even the finest down, while the barely perceptible pores rendered her countenance reminiscent of pristine porcelain. Paired with her earnest expression as she crafted the talismans, she resembled a divine figure enshrined in a golden temple, embodying both purity and compassion. In stark contrast, the other half of her face, shrouded in shadow, appeared ghostly, nebulous and ethereal, emanating an indescribable aura of tremor. Oblivious to this duality, HE QING, having enhanced her abilities, infused the talismans with a radiant and potent energy. The traces of the sunlit cinnabar, mingled with the essence of utmost yang, shimmered under the sunlight, akin to gilded dust, exuding an air of authority. She had painted a total of 20 talismans, and the last remnants of the black dog's blood were now entirely expended. The thought of having to provide sustenance for 3 dogs for over half a month made HE QING's heart bleed. Good heavens, granted with such a remarkable ability, why could she not be born into a life of luxury? Her current predicament was so dire that she could scarcely afford meat. After all, her appetite had become quite substantial. She required at least 8 taels of rice for a single meal, not to mention the accompanying dishes. Sigh. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a message from Ning Rue suddenly arrived. "Sister Qing, I apologize, but my parents have never encountered matters like this, and thus do not believe it." Along with the message was a photo, a piece of paper covered in colorful little pills, a daunting array of over a dozen. "These are for treating my delusions of mental illness." HE QING was taken aback. Such medication could very well lead to complications, even in the absence of illness. However, this also illustrated the resolute stance of Ning Zongjin and Zhang Shuohua. HE QING recalled the uncles and aunts from her village. Although she hadn't seen them for many years, she remembered their staunch belief in such matters. In her childhood, many had remarked upon her strong fate and its effects on others. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. It was precisely because of their unwavering faith, their complete dismissal of superstitions, that they lived without trepidation. If they were to believe, they would undoubtedly find themselves tormented by fear, unable to sleep soundly at night. Reflecting on this, it seemed reasonable for Ning Rue, the favored child, to face such consequences for his provocative behavior. But no, He Qing thought with a tinge of jealousy. It is only when you seek my assistance that I shall revel in this. However, misfortune does not befall the young and handsome. She composed herself and reassured Ning Rue, saying, "It's all right, do not worry too much. I suspect that the mastermind will be significantly weakened in the short term and will not act easily again. Focus on your well-being and do your best to avoid those medications. Should anything unusual arise, remember to seek me out. I apologize." He Qing's eyes widened in astonishment as a red envelope popped up before her, filled with an astounding 20,000 yuan. Overcome with joy, she felt as if she could soar through the skies, believing she had stumbled upon a new avenue for earning money. Although it was likely no one would believe that a young girl like her could accumulate such wealth, she understood that reputation is built gradually. There was no need to rush. Yet, a pang of bitterness struck her heart. The avaricious wealthy, a high school student, could casually save this much. She recalled the days when she labored tirelessly at 4 different jobs for 2 months, exhausted like a dog, just to barely scrape together tuition and living expenses. Nevertheless, considering the monetary reward, she decided to let bygones be bygones. After exchanging a few secretive words, the days that followed were marked by silence from Ning Rue. He Qing sighed. It seemed his parents still could not bring themselves to trust her. Oh well, if trouble arises, so be it. It is not my concern. Though it is a pity for such a charming young man, she mused absently. Her mind remained remarkably composed, entirely oblivious to the stark contrast between her present sentiments and her earlier resolve to divulge her own secrets to reveal the truth to Ning Rue. In just a few days, I have come to realize that my thoughts seem to have bifurcated. One part remains immersed in the psychological state of conversing with Ning Rue, while the other perceives people as mere ants, indifferent to the fortunes and misfortunes of those I know. The brief span of less than 20 days of summer vacation has flown by, and after He Qing successfully acquired 3 talismans, the latter 2 are not black dogs. But their spiritual power suffices for protection. The entrance of Ming University once again displayed recruitment announcements. This year's sun is particularly relentless, and the air in the capital is arid. Despite September being well underway and more than half a month having passed since the onset of autumn, the heat remains unbearable. Observing the swarm of first-year students darting about the campus like headless flies, He Qing reflects on the grueling military training that awaits them, and a mischievous smile creeps upon her face. The hardships I have endured must be endured by the younger students as well. Chapter 35. Close friends due to the involvement of Ming University in a criminal case last semester. This year's enrollment numbers are noticeably 5 students fewer than those at the neighboring Yue University and 3 fewer than at the Political Science University. 5 students. For an ordinary institution, this might not be significant, especially in an era where universities are expanding their intake each year, with the power to select students resting solely in their hands. Typically, if a school lacks sufficient students, they merely lower their admission standards. However, for Ming University, which prides itself on the principle of better to have none than to have mediocrity, and stands alongside the prestigious Political Science University and Yue University, the students they select are invariably top achievers, the C-Army de la C-Army of academia. To lose such talent, even just 5, is simply intolerable. Particularly, one must also observe the triumphant expressions of the neighboring universities. The president declared, "This is intolerable." Consequently, the newly admitted students faced a harsh reality. Whereas there had previously been a week of grace, the president insisted, "We must begin with the most fundamental tasks to cultivate the students' mindset and abilities." Thus, the collection of enrollment fees commenced on August 30th, with a mandate for all students to arrive by August 31st, and by September 1st at the latest. All first-year students were required to be settled in. Naturally, Special circumstances could be communicated in advance via telephone to accommodate those working or hailing from remote areas. Such a hurried arrangement not only burdened the newcomers, but also the seasoned students like HE QING, who, as a member of the school staff, had been enlisted since August 27th. Day after day, under the scorching sun, she welcomed incoming students and their parents at the school gate, leaving her lips parched and strained. Alas, the president's fury had rendered the entire situation chaotic. Fortunately, the busyness was drawing to a close. This year's freshman cohort comprised 2,995 students, with 5 slots remaining unfilled, as several preferred candidates opted for other institutions instead. HE QING lamented the situation regarding Ling Zhe, feeling a pang of guilt towards her alma mater. As she rubbed her weary back, she reflected on the relentless days. Though her body could withstand the strain, her spirit felt utterly exhausted. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, she was greeted by Yu Dandan's boisterous voice. "Ching. Ching. My dear, please help us tidy up the beds. Love you lots. Dash." She fixed her gaze and exclaimed, "Oh my. Dandan, how did you get so tanned?" Yu Dandan usually had fair skin and took great care of it. HE QING recalled how during military training, Dandan had been so sunburned that she barely wanted to go outside for 2 months. However, now, Yu Dandan wore a vibrant orange dress. A recent purchase at the end of the semester, which exuded energy and vitality, HE QING had complimented her numerous times before. Yet, that was in the past. Now, her skin was darkened, and the dress only accentuated her tanned appearance, making her look drastically different from the previously delicate and fair girl, almost unrecognizable. HE QING silently lamented. "Now I truly believe that a fair complexion can conceal a multitude of flaws." She gently touched her own cheeks, reflecting on this realization. At that moment, someone emerged from the restroom. It was the stunning beauty Liu Xiaodan from the English department, who had been coordinated to join them. Indeed, the English department was renowned for its beautiful students, not to mention the former campus belle, Zhang Lingyan. In HE QING's eyes, Liu Xiaodan, with her ample bosom, slender waist, and long legs, was just as captivating, if not more so, despite rarely wearing makeup. What was most remarkable was Liu Xiaodan's humility. She never regarded herself as superior, instead being remarkably approachable. Among the dormitory, the bond among the 3 of them was the strongest. After all, Liu Xiaodan occasionally took on part-time jobs and had worked as a promoter on campus. They had even scoured the stalls for clothes together. Aside from the shoes on her feet, there was nothing that hinted at her affluent background. HE QING had only gradually come to this realization last semester, as she had previously been a struggling student, unable to discern whether a pair of slippers was from Hermes or not. When Liu Xiaodan presented gifts, she never revealed much, treating them as if they were mere trinkets from a market stall. However, coincidentally, these trinkets were something the 2 had previously praised. It was precisely because of this thoughtful gesture that HE QING, despite the hassle, chose to care for Dahe and the others during her break, striving to acquire the purest and most spiritually resonant blood to craft the finest talismans for them. Though Liu Xiaodan was not particularly effusive, her care was evident in subtle ways. Upon emerging from the bathroom and noticing the tidy bed, she simply smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Aching. I brought you some delicious food." "Great. That's wonderful," HE QING exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Liu Xiaodan was quite discerning about food, and if she deemed it delicious, it was surely exquisite. Yet, Dan appeared disheartened. "Why are both of you so fair? And Aching, have you been secretly undergoing skincare treatments or even plastic surgery? You seem different somehow, and far more beautiful." HE QING, taken aback, wondered, During the summer break, I've been exercising daily, practicing drawing talismans, channeling spiritual energy, and some spells require observing celestial conditions. Spending 2 or 3 hours under the scorching sun is no challenge, and it's perfectly normal to venture onto the rooftop in the dead of night. Could it be that I've somehow become more attractive? Perhaps my recent beauty regimen has improved? She felt a surge of delight within. Liu Xiaodan scrutinized her closely. "Indeed, you have become more beautiful. Perhaps you have simply matured. It's only been a little over 10 days of vacation. How could cosmetic procedures yield such rapid results?" But Dan, Why have you become so tanned? Yu Dandan let out a lament. Don't even mention it. During the summer vacation, I went to Sanya with my high school classmates. My goodness! After splashing in the sea and enduring the sun for nearly 10 days, I've ended up looking like this. He Qing glanced over and exclaimed, "Goodness gracious." Large green mangoes, dragon fruits, coconuts, and 2 hefty boxes filled with durians, not to mention the chaotic assortment of coconut candies, dried mangoes, and betel nuts. Yu Dandan was indeed quite tanned, and Lu Xiaodin could hardly contain her laughter. A little darker is nothing to fear. After all, you're already in your junior year. It's quite a feat that people might mistake you for a freshman, making you appear 2 years younger. Yu Dandan could only respond with silence. Chapter 36. Military training. Yu Dandan felt a mix of emotions. She had indulged too much in fun and lost control. Now, she truly resembled a piece of charcoal. Despite her silent lament, the playful banter among friends was a common occurrence, and the 3 of them paid it no mind, dismissing the teasing with ease. Before long, Yu Dandan proudly produced 3 small boxes, her face beaming with delight. "Tada! Look what I specially bought from Hainan, a pearl bracelet. This isn't some cheap 20 yuan trinket. I personally selected each pearl and strung them together. Aren't they particularly round and uniform?" Lu Xiaodin immediately took the bracelet with joy and examined it closely. Indeed, it's exceptionally uniform. It must have cost quite a bit. I'm sure all your savings from last semester are gone now. Yet, we truly are in sync. As she spoke, she slipped the pearl bracelet onto her wrist and retrieved 3 more boxes from her backpack on the bed. Inside were 3 charming crystal hairpins, uniquely designed and utterly adorable, an irresistible find for any girl who naturally adored all things sparkly. This, too, was a deliberate selection on my part. Look, it is engraved with our names. How exquisite it is, don't you think? Absolutely beautiful. I am particularly fond of this dolphin, and this panda is simply adorable. Yu Dandan and He Qing were utterly captivated, having noticed the Swarovski emblem on the box. And they understood that since it was a gift from Lu Xiaodan, it must be of considerable value. However, as Lu Xiaodan chose not to disclose the price, they decided to remain oblivious. After all, regardless of its worth, it was a carefully chosen gift. He Qing selected the panda crystal hairpin and effortlessly gathered her long hair with it. Yu Dandan was correct. She had indeed become much more beautiful this summer. Her skin was fair and supple, adorned with rosy cheeks, her lashes were thick, and her eyes had an alluring yet enigmatic charm. Her pupils were dark and bright, exuding a vibrant spirit. At first glance, one might not notice, but if one were to gaze for a couple of minutes longer, they would be irresistibly drawn in, unable to shift their gaze. He Qing, unaware of her friend's distraction, rummaged through her backpack and retrieved a talisman meticulously wrapped in a dust bag. Although the packaging alone elevated the gift beyond the others in terms of quality, the 3 of them were unconcerned, merely curious about what He Qing would reveal. He Qing handed them 2 folded yellow talismans shaped like hearts. These are hard-won protective charms. Keep them in your wallets or elsewhere, but do not lose them. Remember to take care of them. The 2 were rendered speechless. The transparent dust bag, along with the yellow folded paper within, seemed utterly incongruous with Lu Xiaodan's bespoke platinum diamond-encrusted phone charm, yet she remained blissfully indifferent. Dan, emulating her, promptly adorned herself with a similar charm. He Qing observed the stark contrast in value between the 2 charms, both of which clashed with the mystical talismans, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Perhaps next time, a more suitable material could be chosen as a medium. Surely, peachwood would look far more appealing than this. Lu Xiaodan, intrigued, glanced over with her large, expressive eyes, radiating charm. He Qing hesitated momentarily. Well, this was obtained from the temple. There are only 3 in total, and they cannot be separated. It is said to be a talisman for peace and protection, capable of warding off calamities. Please, do not lose it. Dan scoffed. You? Seeking talismans at a temple? Have you forgotten our trip to Lingshan, when you absolutely refused to kneel and worship the Buddha? I can still vividly recall your expression. She mimicked He Qing's demeanor, lifting her chin and casting a disdainful glance. You nearly exclaimed, A bunch of clay and wooden figures. What is there to worship? You mere ants. HE QING gasped. Must you be so dramatic? Lu Xiaodan chimed in with a playful jab. Indeed, your expression lacked sufficient contempt, yet I suspect your inner thoughts were quite similar. So, do confess, where did this come from? Dan's exaggerated imitation was too juvenile, and HE QING, embarrassed to admit the truth, chose to deflect. She touched her nose and confessed, I've been studying this recently and specifically invested a substantial sum in acquiring these materials. I have given you the best of my work. The two individuals were finally satisfied. You should have mentioned it earlier. We could tell you had an interest in these things. Since you drew them yourself, we will certainly carry them with us. The three girls chattered animatedly as they tidied their belongings, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their dormitory mates. The other students in the dormitory were similarly from different departments and had already rented accommodations off campus, which rendered them somewhat unfamiliar with one another. Consequently, such intimate interactions among close friends were not within their experience. Yu Dan couldn't help but exclaim, Goodness, our school is really making waves this year. The students just arrived yesterday, and they're whisking them away for training without any buffer time? After saying this, she couldn't suppress her mischievous delight. Oh, seeing the freshmen work so hard truly brings me joy. Yu Dan playfully slapped Lu Xiaodan in mock indignation. Lu Xiaodan, agile with her long legs, easily dodged the playful hit. Oh, come on, don't hit me. I have a face mask, one for repair, hydration, and whitening. Would you like to use it? Only then did Yu Dan relent. Humph. HE QING gazed at the 5 cars lined up at the school gate and remarked, Our school has many good qualities, but the military training is far too rigorous. Not only do we have to endure a month of training, but we also have to go to a base for close training. I'm just glad I'm a strong girl. Strong girl. Lu Xiaodan and Yu Dan were left utterly speechless, observing the counselors of various classes gathering their students, and then glancing at the excited yet anxious faces of those burdened with hefty backpacks and clad in oversized, heavy camouflage uniforms. Yu Dan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Look at their expressions. They cannot possibly believe that the military training at Mingdao will resemble that of high school, she thought. Oh, Navi children. Since Mingda has chosen to send you to the base for military training, you will undoubtedly experience the essence of genuine training. Do not fear, for there will be 2 accompanying doctors in each class. As she surveyed a few girls with meticulously crafted makeup and their selfie sticks in hand, she couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, a military truck arrived and parked in the open space at the school gate. A soldier clad in full camouflage emerged from the passenger seat. As he approached, his chiseled features and slightly furrowed brow became increasingly pronounced, eliciting a growing buzz among the students. So handsome. Who is he? Could he be our instructor? With so many classes, I wonder if it's possible? It must be. He is so charming and manly. Look at that brow. There's a hint of melancholy about him. Chapter 37. Blood extraction. While other soldiers might merely exude vigor and spirit, this newly appeared soldier radiated not only energy, but also striking handsomeness, paired with a unique melancholic aura. From the moment he stepped onto the scene, he captivated the attention of all present, men and women alike. Even the typically aloof and composed Lu Xiaodan found herself stealing glances at him. HE QING found herself momentarily captivated, pondering the undeniable masculinity, formidable aura, and striking handsomeness of the man before her. Oh, how her heart fluttered. Beside him stood a dashing black-backed dog, exuding an air of majesty that she found utterly delightful. Overwhelmed with excitement, HE QING momentarily lost focus. With a sigh, she turned her gaze back to the soldier, scrutinizing him with newfound interest. Gu Ping felt slightly uncomfortable under the intensity of so many eager stares. Having spent several years in the military, he had maintained a low profile, particularly after a previous incident that left him emotionally unsettled. Consequently, his family had arranged for him to accompany a military training session at Ming University, treating it as a vacation. However, after years of being distanced from ordinary social interactions, he found himself nearly fleeing from the penetrating gazes of the students as he disembarked. Clenching the slender leather belt wrapped around his hand, he took a deep breath, silently enduring the spotlight that surrounded him. As he passed by the trio, a girl beside him raised a selfie stick, causing him to tense up instinctively, his right hand making a pulling gesture. He Qing's eyes immediately followed his movement, landing on a vacant patch of ground, where she couldn't help but smile. Gu Ping tightened his grip on the belt, feeling its constriction. Turning his head, he earnestly regarded Yi Qing and her companions. The first thing that caught his eye was a short girl, significantly darker than the female soldiers. Next was a girl with glossy black hair and flawless skin, who gazed at him with a somewhat stiff expression. Yi Qing, feeling anxious, looked at him and thought to herself, she hadn't done anything at all just now. It was precisely at that moment that Gu Ping, after pursing his lips and steeling himself to speak, suddenly caught sight of Lu Xiaodan behind the two individuals. Hesitating for a moment, he chose silence and strode away decisively. Among the first-year students across from him, a group of blushing girls, having just noticed Gu Ping's pause, began to murmur amongst themselves. Is he from our school? He must be. That girl is so dark. Could it be that the handsome instructor was looking at her? That makes sense. She's so dark. She is almost like one of those African women. That's impossible. I'm certain he was eyeing the tallest girl. She is the most beautiful, with such striking features. But she seems so cold. Who does she think she is? Humph. Who knows if it's innate or acquired? How shameless. To be so entranced by a handsome face in public. Yi Qing, having just freed himself from Gu Ping's scrutinizing gaze, breathed a sigh of relief upon overhearing the idle chatter of the girls. As for Lu Xiaodan, being a stunning beauty herself, she had long grown accustomed to receiving more slander than praise. However, the delicate Yu Dandan, who took pride in her fair skin nurtured by the waters of Jiangnan, felt indignant at the remarks, especially since her complexion had darkened. Puffing her cheeks in irritation upon hearing the comments, she became visibly upset. Yi Qing quickly pulled her away, and as they passed the group of girls, an abrupt cold snort escaped, prompting them to walk away nonchalantly. Oh dear, Li Mingming, why is there suddenly so much sweat on your face? Xiaoxian, your eyeliner is smudged. How could that be? This is waterproof. Ah, yours is too. The fleeting glance caught several girls frantically reapplying their eyeliner, which brought a smirk to Yudan's face. Humph. And they dare to criticize us. Military vehicles departed one after another, with new empty ones continuously arriving. Gu Ping sat in the passenger seat, a leather strap still wrapped around his right hand. The strap resembled a collar, coiling twice around the broad palm of the man. At the lower end of the collar, an unseen leash extended, gradually revealing a perfectly seated, purebred German shepherd. The large dog licked his palm, quietly leaning against its master. This year's military training felt particularly grueling. Over half a month had passed, and the sky remained a pristine blue without a hint of rain. Yudan felt a silent joy within, realizing she was no longer alone. Yi Qing, on the other hand, had found two spirited dogs through Dehe. Although they were not entirely black, there was an inexplicable vitality in the stray dogs, which he accepted as a normal phenomenon. During the midday break, Yi Qing had arranged with Dehe for him to bring his new companions to donate blood in exchange for a meal. As she spoke, she gestured for the two newly arrived yellow dogs to extend their front legs. Dehe observed silently, akin to a network marketer, for every willing dog he brought. Yi Qing would treat him to a grand feast. After more than a month of interaction, he understood that Yi Qing primarily sought blood donations. But she was a decent person, so he frequently encouraged his canine companions to participate. As time passed, Yi Qing created an abundance of melodramatic tales, and he appeared particularly vibrant and well-groomed. Now, when he entered the campus, the gatekeepers could hardly discern whether he was a cherished pet or a stray dog. The canine companions were also quite impressed, for Yi Qing required merely 80 milliliters of blood from each dog, yet provided a week's worth of hearty meals in return, which felt like quite the bargain. They willingly offered their blood, which possessed an exceptionally pure essence. With a hint of suspicion, he tightened the leather strap around his wrist and silently followed along. While speaking, he diligently disinfected the dog's leg with alcohol, preparing the syringe with precision. Ready to draw blood. His experience had honed his skills, allowing him to find the exact spot effortlessly and execute the task with remarkable decisiveness, showcasing his professionalism. He Qing mused, growing up under the disdain of dogs truly embodies the unbearable pain of existence. Just as he grasped the dog's paw, a booming male voice erupted from behind him. What are you doing? Chapter 38. A glimpse of daylight, yet no sight of Chang'an. What are you doing? A thick brow furrowed, a scowl etched upon his forehead, and a pair of eyes ablaze with fury. It was that dashing officer from the other day. Behind He Qing, Dahei and two yellow dogs sensed trouble for their benefactor and immediately crouched low, their limbs poised for attack, emitting a low growl from deep within their throats. Gu Ping initially thought this peculiar girl intended to harm the stray dogs, but to his astonishment, all three dogs were protecting her. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized his mistake. My apologies, I misunderstood. After finishing his words, he suddenly realized that the girl across from him was still gazing at his lower right side. It wasn't just her. Even the three dogs behind the female student shared the same focus, all intently observing his lower right side. Lower right side. Gu Ping pressed his lips together, his left hand instinctively brushing against the leather strap coiled around his right wrist. What are you looking at? He inquired, his voice resonant and deep, imbued with an irresistible suspicion. This base. In perfect synchronization, the large black dog and the two yellow dogs behind him immediately shifted to a sitting position, appearing exceedingly serious. This only heightened the intrigue. Gu Ping shook his right hand and posed the question once more. What exactly are you all looking at? He Qing couldn't help but grimace. In her moment of carelessness, she wondered why this instructor was so persistent. She adamantly denied it. Nothing. I'm not looking at anything. Gu Ping clenched his right fist and in a hushed tone exclaimed, Chang'an. In He Qing's line of sight, the imposing, well-built black shepherd slightly crouched, assuming an aggressive stance towards her, and unleashed a loud bark. Woof! Fierce and formidable. Caught off guard, He Qing stumbled back a step, letting out a short gasp. Ah! Gu Ping, who had been fixated on her, immediately narrowed his pupils. He glanced at his right leg, his expression turning grave as he questioned He Qing once more. What did you see? Is it Chang'an or not? His countenance was serious, his voice raised in demand, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. Those who have witnessed bloodshed exude an intimidating presence when their aura is fully unleashed. The three dogs, including the large black one, simultaneously let out a bark, their tails wagging in unison. He Qing's complexion turned pale as he weighed the pros and cons, stammering to reveal the truth. It's just one dog. What kind of dog? What does it look like? Gu Ping's eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness as he pressed on, determined not to miss even a sliver of hope. He Qing took a moment to steady his breathing. It's just a black-backed one, with large ears and particularly bright eyes. It has a leather collar around its neck, but the collar is attached to a thin iron chain. The end of that chain is connected to the right sleeve of this man before me. Gu Ping inhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand towards He Qing. Thank you. I am Gu Ping. May I ask your name? Would you be able to spare some time for us to converse? To converse? Or perhaps to flirt? With a deep voice, long legs, and a strikingly handsome and masculine face, complemented by a perfectly fitted uniform. Ah, He Qing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she immediately forgot everything, nodding eagerly. Gu Ping smiled quietly, gesturing for her to proceed ahead. He Qing, momentarily dazed, took a couple of steps before suddenly remembering, Ah, my dog, after exclaiming. She quickened her pace to catch up with Gu Ping, shyly smiling. Unfortunately, her flirtatious glance was wasted, as Gu Ping was too preoccupied with his own turmoil to notice the fluttering emotions of the young girl. He was overwhelmed with urgency. Thus their conversation truly became a simple exchange on a bench by the school's woods. Can you see Chang'an? I mean, the black-backed dog. Gu Ping struggled to breathe deeply, attempting to suppress the excitement that raced within his heart. He Qing hesitated for a moment before earnestly pointing to his own eyes. I have been able to see ghosts since childhood. No, he has always been by your side, particularly attached to you. You're still holding on to him, aren't you? I thought you were aware of that. He Qing spoke with a mix of curiosity and frustration. Holding him? Gu Ping revealed his right wrist, which was encircled by 2 loops of leather strap, clearly designed for a pet. In the center of the strap, 2 square characters read Chang'an. He Qing carefully compared it and remarked, "This is it. The collar on the neck of that black-backed dog, Chang'an, is just like this one." Suddenly, tears streamed down Gu Ping's face, unable to contain the surging emotions within him. He had been a privileged individual in the army, notoriously lazy and devoid of any sense of responsibility, which led his family to send him there for discipline. However, once enlisted, he caused a ruckus, repeatedly making grave mistakes. To teach him a lesson, the captain assigned him to work at a pig farm. There, he was tasked with caring for a military dog's offspring, a black-backed puppy. He had undergone training and could perform basic puppy training tasks, spending his days in the company of the dog. Over time, a bond inevitably formed. Young Gu Ping embraced the small military dog, Lucky, feeling quite indignant. "Damn old man, why must I stay in this godforsaken place where not even a bird would defecate? And you?" He glared at the bewildered puppy in his arms. "TSK. What a ridiculous name. It sounds dreadful. Do you even know where I come from? If I told you, you wouldn't have heard of it. Beijing. In ancient times, it was called Chang'an. Forget the name Lucky. Let us just call you Chang'an instead. As I gaze upon the sun, I am met by the sight of Chang'an, yet it is the Chang'an that remains elusive. From that moment forth, this black-backed dog came to recognize no other name than that of Chang'an. In due course, Gu Ping also became accustomed to this way of life, sharing in the dog's simple joys, as if he too had succumbed to folly. Gradually, he began to mature. Achievements followed, promotions ensued, and he ascended the ranks. This was the inevitable path for individuals of his ilk. 2 months prior, he had been temporarily reassigned to investigate a case of drug trafficking. The suspects numbered 2, both heavily armed and tightly wrapped in secrecy. Accompanied by Chang'an, Gu Ping kept a vigilant watch at the train station of the small county. He crouched down to pat Chang'an on the head, saying, "Good boy, keep an eye on them, stay close, and do not let them escape." Chang'an let out a soft whimper, obediently lying on the ground, masquerading as an ordinary traffic police dog. Meanwhile, many others were also surveilling the scene, and Gu Ping offered only a brief admonition. Having spoken, he proceeded to attend to other matters, for given the information at their disposal, it was evident that the suspects had chosen the train station merely as a means of obfuscation. They would not depart until their task was complete. He was overly confident. Chapter 39. The foolish dog. His confidence was misplaced. He and a group of colleagues remained there, akin to fools, oblivious to the fact that they had already been outmaneuvered. In a mere 3 to 5 minutes, the 2 suspects brazenly hailed a taxi and sped away along the national highway. The small county offered little concealment. The train station was situated right alongside the highway, and the waiting room was sparsely populated. Due to the sweltering heat and a malfunctioning air conditioner, those not awaiting a departure sought respite in the open air. Local taxis, having long established their trade here, lined up in rows. The old red Santanas ready to depart at a moment's notice. According to Gu Ping and their assessment, it was evident that the suspect had business to conduct here today. It was implausible that they would simply depart without taking any action. Consequently, a momentary lapse allowed them to brazenly slip away right under their noses. As the announcement of an arriving train echoed through the waiting hall, the crowd began to surge forward. Gu Ping could only manage to shout, "Follow him," before being obstructed by the oncoming tide of passengers. The only one who managed to pursue was Chang'an. Dogs exhibit an extraordinary level of obedience. Their loyalty has been ingrained in their very essence since the dawn of domestication thousands of years ago. Often, even if they are not responding to their rightful masters, they may still heed commands with a seemingly mindless devotion. In HE Qing's hometown, when the household craved meat, the dogs could very well face a fatal end. Yet, despite this grim reality, a mere cord can bind them, rendering them incapable of resistance. The haunting, pleading, and desperate gaze of those dogs had once been a source of nightmares for the young girl she once was. Once Gu Ping began to speak, He could not contain the torrent of words that followed. His pent-up emotions, stemming from the sacrifice of military dogs on missions, left him no outlet for his anguish. At times, he would even despairingly contemplate that he cared little for those criminals, as long as Chang'an remained alive and by his side. Among the throngs present, including myself, he felt utterly diminished, akin to a mere dog, helplessly watching as others boarded their transport while we remained trapped in the crowd. Only Chang'an, who was most attuned to my commands, kept his gaze fixed. As soon as they boarded the vehicle, he darted after them. Those two damned fools. Gu Ping's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched in rage, as hatred surged within him like a torrential wave, building up and crashing down in his heart. The soldier's unique ferocity instilled a sense of discomfort even in the sensitive HE QING. They must have reached Chang'an to elude our pursuit. The taxi had soon switched to a long-distance bus. Chang'an was merely 3 years and 5 months old this year, not particularly clever, rather foolish. As he spoke, large tears streamed down his face. HE QING, watching the ghost that continuously licked its master's hand, felt a pang of sorrow as well. I had said that we must not lose track of him. He had sprinted on 4 legs for an exhausting 23 hours, following the bus, then the car, and finally the train. Without food or water, when we found him, his paws were completely worn down to the bone. That foolish dog, who would never tolerate any hardship during training, was such a delicate creature. When I saw him, I couldn't fathom what had sustained him through those 23 hours. He looked particularly wretched at that moment, his mouth foaming. Gu Ping suddenly cursed, "Damn it. I never want to see such a foolish dog again in my life." Then, right there on the campus bench, he buried his face in his hands and wept uncontrollably. His muffled cries, filled with despair and an endless longing, echoed across the empty campus in the midday sun. HE QING felt a lump in her throat, yet to her, death was merely another beginning. In her eyes, every form was the same. Gu Ping's cries were so loud that she felt a twinge of embarrassment. This is the new campus deity, a male instructor. If anyone were to witness him weeping by her side, one can only imagine the wild speculations that would ensue. HE QING trembled slightly and promptly reassured him, "It's all right. It's all right. Chang'an is still by your side, though you may not see him at the moment. Just consider it as if you have temporarily lost your sight. Chang'an remains with you, and all you need to do is acknowledge his presence. Isn't that so?" Her words were imbued with such sincerity that soon, Gu Ping recalled the purpose of his visit today. He wiped away his tears and inquired, "You can see Chang'an, can't you? Is he unappealing? He is so fond of beauty, he becomes unhappy when others speak ill of him. What does he wish to eat? I will buy it for him." Even a soldier can express his emotions with such nonchalance. HE QING thought of the eyeliner she had applied today, wishing she could casually smudge it like he did. Her appearance would surely be unrecognizable. She steadied herself and replied, "He is not unattractive. Typically, when a spirit appears, it reflects their most recent form. As long as they are not in a state of madness, they will not display the visage of their death." Gu Ping smiled faintly, revealing a hint of youthful vigor at that moment. HE QING began to ponder. Having been in the capital for a year or two, the few boys at school who caught her eye were rather scarce. Although not everyone would necessarily find her appealing, girls do tend to compare in their hearts. Why is it that recently, the few boys she has interacted with have all been exceptionally handsome? Alas, such high-quality suitors seem to belong to different social standings. How vexing. Gu Ping nodded and suddenly turned his gaze towards HE QING. The girl possessed an exceptionally youthful round face, with delicate and well-defined features. Her skin resembled fine porcelain, and her eyes, large and expressive, did not bear the typical light brown or hazel hues common among Asians. Instead, they were an immaculate shade of black. Like an innocent newborn, her bright gaze was pure and untainted, reflecting the essence of all that is good. After a moment's hesitation, he could not help but inquire, "May I see Chang'an? Do you have a way?" HE QING was taken aback. But in an instant, she comprehended his request. "Oh, certainly." She rummaged through her satchel for quite some time, only to realize she had forgotten her talisman brush and vermilion. After all, being writing instruments, they were not conveniently portable without a case. After a brief contemplation, HE QING conjured an alternative method from her mind. With her chubby fingers, Adorned with a sense of fortune, she deftly manipulated a rectangular piece of bright yellow talisman paper, folding it into an intricate shape. Then, with this creation as her focal point, she spread her hands apart. Gu Ping widened his eyes in astonishment as he observed the folded paper, unsupported and unanchored, hovering steadily between He Qing's palms, suspended in midair without so much as a tremor. Chapter 40. Enchanted by desire, the small yellow origami, scarcely the size of an infant's fist, remained poised in the air, devoid of any inclination to descend. Coming from a military lineage, Gu Ping had never witnessed such a marvel and found himself gazing in awe, as if beholding an exotic spectacle. As He Qing's palms aligned in unison, a sudden cool breeze swept past them, lingering restlessly. Gu Ping vaguely sensed the peculiarity of the moment, and suddenly recalled, was it not said that spirits could not roam during the daylight? As the sun blazed down, the very essence seemed on the verge of disintegration. Ah, Chang'an! A pang gripped his heart, compelling him to raise his right hand, as if to gather his arm in the air. Observing this, He Qing's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. She deftly pressed her thumb against the Yangming meridian on her ring finger and softly intoned an incantation. In spirits draw the yang, dream souls possess virtue, I humbly beseech. Grant me this favor for the moment. Suddenly, the blank piece of origami shimmered with golden light in midair, then constricted into a tight bundle, emanating a brilliant white flame in the gentle breeze. It ignited spontaneously. Witnessing the talisman catch fire, she finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. He Qing spread her hands beneath the burning talisman, firmly catching the small handful of ashes that remained. Gu Ping swallowed hard. Could this possibly be the legendary ash that cures all ailments? Would it allow him to glimpse Chang'an? Should he consume it directly or dissolve it in water? His gaze fixated on He Qing's hands, utterly absorbed in the moment. Cradling the minuscule ash, He Qing suddenly called out, Gu Ping. He turned his head slightly. What? But before he could finish his sentence, a cloud of gray dust swept into his eyes, all of it without a trace to spare. Seizing the opportunity as he turned, He Qing had blown the talisman ash directly towards his eyes. Years of conditioned reflexes kicked in. Gu Ping instinctively shut his eyes. In that instant, his right leg twitched, ready to spring up and deliver a lesson to his adversary. However, He Qing had anticipated his move. With a mere cough, Gu Ping's legs turned to jelly, his previously surging combative spirit dissipating like a deflated balloon, leaving him devoid of any emotion. It was only at this moment that he realized He Qing was there to assist him, not to be his adversary. The unexpected encounter had caught him off guard, causing most of the ash to enter his eyes. Tentatively, he squinted, opening a narrow slit, and it seemed he felt nothing at all. He immediately widened his eyes and blinked several times, discovering that indeed, there was no sensation. There was a slight coolness around his eyes, akin to having just applied eye drops, bestowing upon him a remarkably clear and alert feeling. He surveyed his surroundings, scanning the scene around him. Beside his right knee, a dark silhouette sat quietly, reminiscent of countless visions that had haunted his dreams. As he gazed up at the sun, he felt the absence of Chang'an. At times, Gu Ping pondered whether it was because he had named Chang'an thus that the dog had met an untimely demise in its youth. Chang'an. In a flurry of emotion, he knelt on one knee, extending his arms in an attempt to embrace him. Chang'an was a striking military dog, with tawny underbelly and black fur covering his back, his large ears standing tall and straight, exuding an air of elegance and vitality. Particularly captivating were his round, jet-black eyes, which were forever fixed on his master, Gu Ping, embodying unwavering loyalty and resolve. He Qing observed him and finally understood why such a determined soldier as Gu Ping could suffer so profoundly for him, possessing a formidable conviction that allowed him to keep him close, eternally by his side. Overwhelmed with joy, Gu Ping wept, yet upon closing his arms around the figure, he found it dissipated like a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. He looked around in panic, swiftly redirecting his gaze towards He Qing. He Qing shook her head, stating, "It is impossible. The realms of the living and the dead are fundamentally distinct. To lend you the eyes of the underworld, even temporarily, is already a considerable favor. Although Chang'an is akin to a loyal hound of virtue, his time of passing is still too recent for him to be fully accessible. Furthermore, you soldiers, with your abundant yang energy, are their natural adversaries. Were it not for the deep-seated bonds you both share, intertwining your fates, he would not be able to remain by your side, tethered to you, preserving his consciousness amidst the yang energy that surrounds you, preventing it from dissipating him. Gu Ping bent slightly, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Regardless of the circumstances, having Chang'an by my side brings me immense satisfaction. He Qing regarded him, aware that there are always many who seek to impress. Yet, here was a man who embodied a blend of coolness, strength, and fervent devotion, though perhaps there was something amiss in that description. His earnest gaze rendered her momentarily speechless, and even she found it hard to maintain her composure. At that moment, Gu Ping's brow bore no trace of gloom. He radiated a distinctive brightness, a stark contrast to his former self. He earnestly assured He Qing, "Rest assured, I remember. You are He Qing." He Qing pondered for a moment. "It matters not. Chang'an remains by your side due to the faith you both harbor. The existence of a soul is contingent upon specific celestial and terrestrial conditions, or the fervent attachments of loved ones, or the deceased's own resolve. In your case, if he accompanies you and performs good deeds, he may very well manifest in corporeal form, allowing you to embrace him." Gu Ping's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars, shimmering with hope. Ultimately, it is hope that provides boundless motivation to the human spirit. He gazed at the large dog by his feet, merely engaging in acts of kindness. His savings were considerable, and his family members were all capable individuals. His own work provided him with natural advantages. As long as it benefited Chang'an, he would exert every effort to accomplish it. "Oh, right." He Qing turned and advised. "Your eyes are borrowed from the realm of the underworld. Without magical enhancement, they will be suppressed in the human realm. For now, you can only see Chang'an. Tomorrow, I will bring you a two hearts communication talisman, allowing you to understand each other's intentions clearly, which will be immensely convenient." After saying this, He Qing glanced at the time. Afternoon classes were about to commence, and students were gradually filling the campus. She hurriedly bid farewell and left in a rush. Upon reaching the dormitory corridor, she slapped her forehead in realization. Damn it! Wasn't it agreed that this ability would come at a cost? How could I be so easily distracted? Chapter 41. Package deal. Gu Ping tugged at the empty leather collar with his right hand, feeling an uncharacteristic surge of happiness. Beside him was Chang'an, visible only to him, quietly accompanying him like the countless years that had passed. This brought him immense satisfaction, although he could not physically interact with it for the time being. This also meant that no one could harm him. Moreover, He Qing had mentioned that as long as he continued to perform good deeds and accumulate merit, soon, Chang'an would possess a physical form. At this moment, Gu Ping was deceived by He Qing's vague words, completely oblivious to the immense merit required to manifest a physical form. Fortunately, Chang'an was merely a dog. Being a primordial spirit, it was not comparable to a human being. Otherwise, after a lifetime of effort, Gu Ping might still be unable to achieve it. Just as he emerged from the gates of Ming University, he noticed a stall selling grilled sausages still in operation, causing Chang'an to abruptly halt in its tracks. How amusing it was! Only moments ago, he had portrayed himself as a stoic hero in front of He Qing, yet now his true nature was laid bare. In essence, Chang'an was simply a lazy and gluttonous dog with a penchant for vanity. Gu Ping retrieved his wallet and nonchalantly selected a large, well-cooked sausage, glistening with grease and split open. He intentionally circled to the right, drawing Chang'an's attention, whose head turned halfway in response. He let out a hearty laugh, prompting a curious glance from the stall owner. Just as he was reveling in the moment, he suddenly noticed Chang'an crouching low, emitting a familiar growl, a reaction he displayed upon spotting a target or an enemy. Gu Ping immediately composed himself, feigning casualness as he surveyed the surroundings, his instincts heightened. After more than 3 years of companionship, he was intimately familiar with Chang'an's habitual responses. Chang'an slowly shifted its body, fixating its gaze in a particular direction. Although it had transformed into a spirit, rendering it invisible and inaudible to others, it still adhered to its former habits. Upon identifying a target, it would stealthily prepare for ambush, waiting for a command before launching an attack. Following Chang'an's line of sight, Gu Ping observed that it was directed towards the barbecue street not far away. As it was only afternoon, virtually all the shops remained closed, leaving the streets eerily empty, devoid of any semblance of liveliness, save for a few private vehicles parked beneath the shade of the trees lining the road. Chang'an's gaze was fixated on an Audi parked outside a tea house named Shuyunjian. His demeanor was vigilant, and Gu Ping mirrored this intensity, both of them watching intently. Before long, two individuals emerged from the tea house. One was a short, plump middle-aged man exuding a remarkably gentle aura, while the other, also under 5 feet 7 inches, was slender in build. Gu Ping felt a sense of confusion, unable to recall any impressions of these two men. He noticed that as they prepared to enter their vehicle, they seemed to sense something amiss and glanced in their direction. Instinctively, he lowered his head and turned away, shoving the tantalizing roasted sausage that Chang'an coveted into his mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, he perceived the two men scrutinizing him for a moment before they finally entered the black Audi, bearing the license plate number 1122. Only when the vehicle gradually pulled away did Chang'an's intense focus wane, and he began to relax. Yet, Gu Ping could sense a lingering restlessness within him, as if he harbored a desire to follow, alongside some other unspoken thoughts. Gu Ping's anxiety surged as he recalled HE Qing mentioning that a talisman for mutual understanding would be delivered the next day. Patience was his ally. Tomorrow would unveil the meaning behind Chang'an's intentions. The Audi accelerated swiftly, and with the sparse midday traffic, it soon vanished from sight. Chang'an emitted a low sound from his throat, but his thoughts remained comparatively uncomplicated. With his concerns momentarily set aside, he turned his attention back to his roasted sausage. Where had it gone? Why is my sausage in the master's mouth? This cannot be. Why is it in the master's mouth? He never eats it. Gu Ping, with his brows furrowed, met Chang'an's reproachful yet perplexed gaze and found himself momentarily frozen. Embarrassed, he extracted the sausage from his mouth. In a fit of anxiety, he had unconsciously devoured quite a bit, leaving only a solitary bite remaining. Worse, Gu Ping felt an inexplicable sense of shame. He fished out his wallet once more. "Boss, I would like another one." He smacked his lips. Though it was laden with starch and artificial flavoring, curiously, the taste was rather pleasant. Perhaps 2 more would suffice. Ultimately, he heard himself utter those very words. While jokingly speaking, he placed his hand on Wu Ji's shoulder, subtly applying pressure, and they exchanged a knowing glance. Zheng Qiuxing, with a smile, teased Wu Ji about his burgeoning belly. "Oh, your esteemed client, we mustn't be careless in our address. Brother, we are in business, not the underworld." Addressing him as old who lacks elegance, it should be Mr. Hu instead. "By the way, old Wu, you mentioned that your employees are not honest, yet. It seems you have also put on some weight, haven't you?" Wu Ji, maintaining a countenance reminiscent of a benevolent Buddha, nonchalantly replied, that is merely trivial. There are always a few dishonest ones each year, aren't there?" As they conversed, the group entered a luxurious massage room. The Yinhai massage parlor, run by Zheng Qiuxing, enjoys a modest reputation locally, boasting an expansive layout of approximately 2,000 square meters across 3 stories. The first floor features standard rooms. The second floor is designated for members, while the third floor houses the truly opulent suites. Moreover, this massage establishment is well known in the vicinity, not solely due to its reasonable prices, attentive service, and substantial scale, but also for its employment of a considerable number of visually impaired individuals, making it a renowned charitable blind massage parlor. The 3 individuals ascended directly to the 3rd floor without any guide. Unlike the 1st and 2nd floors, which were adorned with charming and articulate receptionists and managers, the 3rd floor greeted them with the sight of 2 lean and efficient young men standing at the entrance. Upon exiting the elevator, they were met with a corridor that extended on both sides at its end. Flanking the corridor were deep red solid wood doors, heavy and impeccably fitted, opening and closing without a whisper. Each room had a dedicated male attendant stationed at the door, whose appearances were rather unremarkable. However, their eyes sparkled with sharpness, exuding an air of competence. The massage therapists, too, were present, all of them visually impaired. Perhaps accustomed to the solemn atmosphere of the third floor, standing silently to the side. Upon seeing the owner arrive, the leading man promptly approached. "Good day, Boss Wu. And this gentleman, please follow me." He was clad in a suit, adorned with a nameplate indicating his position as a client manager. The trio entered the spacious private room nestled in the corner, where the client manager courteously poured tea for them, and then smiled slightly, inquiring, "Boss, which package shall we indulge in today?" Chapter 42. Package Presentation. Boss, which package shall we indulge in today? Zheng Qiuxing and Wu Ji exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Xiao Zhao, it has only been a few days since we last met, and you seem to have lost your touch. Haven't you seen Boss Hu for the first time? Let us go for the full package. All 4 options. Let us showcase our skills to Boss Hu." The account manager immediately nodded. Yes, please wait a moment. I will arrange it immediately." Before long, 4 groups of individuals entered the room in succession, totaling 9 people, including the manager. Wu Ji felt a surge of satisfaction as he glanced at his major client. Hulong was highly capable in their area, and after nearly 2 years of mutual probing and acclamation, he felt confident in introducing him here. Once a partnership was established, it would be a win-win situation for everyone, and it would somewhat alleviate the frustration of the first half of the year. Not only was he corpulent, but his face was also round and fleshy. Among the 3 bosses present, he was the heaviest, followed by Zheng Qiuxing, while Hulong appeared the most gaunt. Of the 8 individuals who entered, 4 had serious expressions and carried trays, appearing to be in their 30s. The remaining 4, 3 men and 1 woman, had unremarkable appearances. They remained silent upon entering, simply standing in place, awaiting instructions. Initially, Hulong didn't discern anything unusual, but after a closer look, he noticed that all 4 were disabled. Although they appeared to have all their limbs, they were all deaf-mute. He looked curiously at Zheng Qiuxing and Wu Ji. Wu Ji didn't elaborate, only saying to Hulong, "Old Hu, don't underestimate this set of 4 items. We specifically adjusted it based on market results, and it's incredibly popular." With a flicker of his eyes, the account manager immediately and tactfully unveiled the red cloth on a nearby tray. Beneath it was a hexagonal crystal cosmetic sample box, and under the golden light of the private room, a pill encased in the center appeared particularly upscale. Simultaneously, the account manager gestured, and immediately, a corresponding deaf-mute individual emerged from behind. "Esteemed guests, please observe. This is the most ordinary yet most acceptable product for new clients, a large piece of ma. Requiring only a small amount." He decisively retrieved the white pill, effortlessly split it in half, and then pulled out a Chinese cigarette from his pocket. Extracting a strand of tobacco from the base, he proceeded to insert half of the pill into the tobacco. With a flick of the lighter, he ignited it. A thin wisp of ethereal white smoke ascended languidly. The manager deftly placed the cigarette to the lips of the deaf-mute man, who obediently began to exhale clouds of smoke. This was the first time Mr. Hu had witnessed such an unconventional tasting scene. His gaze was intense and focused. Within just a couple of puffs, even though the individual was deaf and mute, Mr. Hu discerned the allure without any verbal communication. After merely taking a second deep inhalation, the deaf-mute's expression became otherworldly. Oscillating between joy and sorrow, his pupils dilating, as if he were adrift in a dizzying reverie, feeling as though he were floating among the clouds. Mr. Hu nodded in delight, seemingly envisioning promising prospects. "Excellent. This is splendid." The nearby deaf-mute remained in a daze, but soon, someone arrived to escort him away. Next, it was time for the subsequent demonstration. This time, on the tray lay a sheet of silver foil, atop which rested a delicate layer of pale white powder. This, dear guests, is the renowned and popular HE Luoyin. While it is most convenient to consume orally, it can be somewhat wasteful and slow in effect. Thus, we shall demonstrate using a traditional method. He carefully folded the foil, gathering the powder to the center, while beneath, the lighter began to ignite. Instantly, Another deaf-mute individual, perceptive to the moment, leaned forward, captivated by the delicate wisps of rising white smoke, swaying his head as if suspended in the clouds. His facial expressions oscillated, seemingly filled with unparalleled joy and immense satisfaction, unable to restrain a silly grin. His limbs began to move restlessly. Boss, whose eyes sparkled with eagerness, longing to draw nearer. Nothing could be more persuasive than a direct demonstration of effect. Wu Ji and Zheng Qiuxing exchanged knowing smiles, both relaxing their bodies against the massage chair with a sense of assurance. Boss, who was undoubtedly familiar with the latest trend, a product that had gained immense popularity in recent years, ice, dew. The effects were indeed extraordinary. To compel others to kneel and implore us, this was an absolute necessity. On the tray lay a small piece of pure white crystalline substance, translucent and no larger than a fingernail. Boss, who should not presume that such a quantity was required each time. The potency was not inferior to that of the sea, luo, yet, to ensure enduring profits, the dosage must remain modest. He delicately picked up the crystal with tweezers, holding it up to the light. Our product is still coated with rock candy. This time, a woman emerged, swallowing it whole. In mere moments, she reached for her neck, though not with force, her eyes wide with astonishment, gradually sinking to her knees. It became indistinguishable whether the muffled gurgling sounds emanated from her stomach or throat. Her face was a portrait of mania, and from her half-open mouth, strands of saliva trickled down the corners, prompting a disoriented laughter. Boss, who shuddered in disgust, yet his eyes gleamed with brightness. He eagerly inquired, "What comes next?" The account manager smiled faintly and gestured, causing the earlier woman to be led aside, though she was not taken out of the room. The remaining men stood beside him. Slowly, Boss, who began to realize that these individuals were not only mute, but also exhibited some mental peculiarities. However, one thing was certain, Boss Zheng had trained them well, for they were all quite obedient. At last, the red cloth covering a tray was lifted, revealing a white crystalline powder alongside a glass of water. The account manager skillfully poured the powder into the water, shaking the glass with finesse while casually introducing, "This is our best-selling product, beloved by people of all ages." He continued, "K-powder, with rapid effects. Have you heard of it?" Observing the mute individual consume the concoction, he proudly proclaimed, "The results are undeniable. It's all about 2 words, joy." Indeed, as his words fell, a manic expression reminiscent of previous episodes erupted on the mute man's face, as if he were caught in a frenzy of euphoric delirium. Of course, there are some side effects. At this mention, a knowing smile crept across the account manager's face, implying that with this substance, enhancing emotional connections between men and women was a remarkably simple endeavor. Chapter 43. Pricing. With this, fostering emotional connections between genders is indeed a straightforward affair. The account manager wore a tantalizing smile, instructing those nearby to bring the previously disoriented woman back to the center of the room. Before long, the man under the influence of K-powder began to drool. His complexion flushed, pupils dilated, and his perception blurred. Yet, he lunged at the woman with fervor, his nose twitching and limbs thrashing about, clearly overtaken by desire. The woman, still entranced by the lingering effects of the drug, was lost in a euphoric haze, utterly oblivious to the man frantically tearing at her garments. Observing the scene, Wu Ji clapped his hands, signaling for them to be taken away. Such an unsightly individual should not linger here. Disgusting. Hurry, Xiao Su, explained the details to Boss Hu. As he spoke, individuals entered the private room and dragged the man out like a lifeless dog. Meanwhile, the client manager wiped his hands with a handkerchief and addressed Boss Hu. "We have now demonstrated all 4 packages for you. Do not think that just because there are only 4 options, the selection is inadequate. To be frank, we have conducted thorough market research to determine which packages sell best, which yield the highest profits, and which are most in demand. The 4 we present have been meticulously curated. Other varieties, such as opiates and cocaine, are troublesome and appeal to a limited clientele, resulting in minimal profit for us. I'm not boasting, but we sell by the kilogram here at wholesale prices. If you decide on a package or a combination of the 4, Given your rapport with Boss Wu, a discount is absolutely guaranteed. With Hu Long accompanying them today, he surely harbored numerous thoughts. He squinted his eyes and smiled teasingly, saying, "Oh, your boss hasn't spoken yet you've already secured this discount for me. Quite the tactful one. I like it." Gu Ping couldn't help but pat his bulging belly, still lingering with the taste of starch and flavoring from the roasted sausages. After a moment's pause, he declined, "No more for me. You all should eat well tonight to conserve your energy for tomorrow. I want to see the results of your military training." One of the instructors lamented, "No, it's only been a week, and with students we can't scold or hit. What can we possibly train?" The other two burly men at the table nodded in agreement while slurping their soup, sharing their sentiments. Today's university students are quite a handful. Just yesterday, 2 girls in their team pretended to faint, their eyes rolling beneath their eyelids. As soon as the school administration received news of a student who had collapsed during military training, they hastily granted a half-day off. What a vexation. If these were soldiers under my command, I would have them shaped up in no time. Unaware of his subordinates' frustrations, Gu Ping was, today, experiencing a peak of happiness. Lying in bed and gazing at the large dog quietly resting on his chest, he felt an inexplicable urge to shed tears. He raised his arm and gently caressed the outline of Chang'an, his heart swelling with rare contentment, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. This time, Chang'an did not appear in his dreams. HE QING spent the entire night in the library, feeling the sting of last year's scholarship slipping away due to Zheng Mingsui's interference. As if someone had scooped meat from her bowl, a sensation too painful to describe. Thus, with the commencement of the new semester, she resolved to strive diligently, ensuring that the scholarship would not slip away into the hands of others. However, HE QING secretly vowed, tomorrow, when it comes time to present this talisman, she must not allow herself to be swayed by appearances and feel embarrassed to accept payment. Mustering her courage, at the very least. How much could she earn from this talisman? Earn. How much would be appropriate? She immediately began to calculate with her fingers. Selling to the would net her a handsome sum of 100,000 yuan, undoubtedly. Given the superior quality of the new talisman, with its smooth flow of spiritual energy, the price would indeed rise. But to sell to Instructor Gu, HE QING mused, he is so remarkably handsome and devoted even to a dog. How could she possibly charge him more? Perhaps she should just charge him the cost price? 5,000? 3,000? Might that be a bit too steep? She began to nibble on her nails. Finally, casting a glance at the exorbitantly priced vermilion, she steeled herself. 3,000 it is. At worst, she could include an additional golden armor talisman as a gesture of goodwill. After all, he is a soldier, and bullets have no eyes. Offering one would simply express her sentiments. Furthermore, she could gradually sell the other talismans she had previously created to the owner of whenever she found the time. After all, the feeling of having money in hand is truly delightful. Shopping with such confidence is exhilarating. Moreover, her recent meals, replete with both meat and vegetables, had plumped up her cheeks considerably. She was indeed fortunate. She also needed to provide sumptuous feasts for several dogs. If she did not save up a bit, mealtime would lose its allure. However, charging Instructor Gu only 3,000 while offered 10,000, wouldn't that be somewhat unethical? She mused that she couldn't simply exploit his business for her own gain. What if she couldn't sell it at all? That would be quite the loss. Perhaps it would be wise to discreetly inquire tomorrow. Should that not sell, it would be prudent to refrain from selling the other charms for the time being. At this moment, HE QING completely overlooked the fact that the 10,000 price was proposed by the owner of Mo Baozhai himself, a notion she had not uttered a single word about. Chapter 44, which year it was during the initial collaboration between Boss Hu Wuji and Zheng Qiuxing that both parties expressed their satisfaction. After an early morning workout, HE QING took the opportunity to present each of the professors with a protective talisman, as they had yet to depart. Once she left, Professor Lin, holding the box in his hands, found himself in a state of bemusement. Even as university students, they still believe in this. Beside him, an elderly lady objected, "Your student remembers us old bones while traveling, so be grateful." I've heard that these charms are sold at exorbitant prices at tourist spots. That girl rushed through last year, didn't even receive her scholarship, and certainly doesn't have much money left. And yet you still express dissatisfaction. Among the 6 professors practicing Tai Chi, aside from Professor Lin, the others had never taught He Qing. They observed her thoughtfulness, especially as she had recently been seen secretly feeding stray dogs, and unanimously decided to embrace her kind gesture. After all, it was the sentiment that mattered, wasn't it? Meanwhile, He Qing had arrived at the entrance of Mo Baozhai, only to discover that it was closed for the day. Disheartened, she gazed for a moment before preparing to turn away, when she noticed the iron gate slowly rising, revealing the interior. To her surprise, it was not the owner of Mo Baozhai who appeared, but rather the young man who had previously attended to that peculiar man. The man exuded a somber demeanor and was exceedingly fastidious, leaving the young attendant too fatigued to discern He Qing's features. At this moment, He Qing had been waiting at the entrance since early morning. It was not unusual. She assumed he was a new customer. Stifling a yawn that was on the verge of escaping, he courteously inquired, "Hello, may I ask what you need?" He Qing surveyed the surroundings of the Mobazai and, after a moment's hesitation, asked, "I have heard that you offer talismans for protection?" Sensing that the youthful girl before him was no ordinary patron, he instinctively altered his address. Despite her young age and plain attire, one could never be certain of her background. Has it really sold so quickly? Just a month has passed. The young man hesitated momentarily. He Qing inquired, 50,000? Surely that was untenable, wasn't it? The young man nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Miss, that is a talisman, equivalent to an extra life. For 50,000, you wouldn't even get to touch it. It's 500,000. That is the base price. If demand increases, it could very well exceed that." He Qing gasped in astonishment. 500,000. Goodness. No wonder people say there's no business without deceit. Turning a profit of 400,000. Who wouldn't he become wealthy? No, the price must be raised. She glanced at the sky. The temperature was rising. To avoid encountering the owner and revealing what the young man had inadvertently disclosed, she promptly expressed her gratitude and turned to leave. Just as she departed, the portly owner of Mobazai arrived. His real name was Tang Ji, chosen for its connotation of accumulation and prosperity. However, as his business progressed, he became colloquially known as Tang Gongji, implying a miserly disposition. Of course, the blood, sweat, and tears behind this transformation were not easily articulated. Finally managing to ease his back, he overheard his nephew grumbling, which left him feeling quite exasperated. Before the conversation could unfold, Professor Lin arrived. Despite Tang Ji's fondness for wealth, he possessed a commendable character. Thus, even if Professor Lin merely purchased ordinary stationery, he would still be pleased. Upon seeing him, Tang Ji greeted, "Old Lin, what brings you here today?" Their relationship resembled that of a half-forgotten friendship across generations, and Professor Lin did not mind the informal address. Responding vaguely as he placed the small wooden box gifted by He Qing on the counter and hurriedly began to select some rice paper. It was only when he approached that Tang Ji noticed Professor Lin's countenance, prompting his astonishment. "Old Lin, after not seeing you for over half a year, how have you become so youthful?" This statement was devoid of any embellishment. Professor Lin had been exercising daily alongside He Qing, and the vibrant energy cultivated by He Qing inevitably seeped into them over time. As a result, while other ailments may linger, many of his old complaints had significantly improved. At that moment, he appeared rosy-cheeked and sprightly, showing no signs of aging. Of course, this transformation was also a consequence of He Qing's intentional release of spiritual energy. Otherwise, even a casual enchantment would prevent others from absorbing any of it. Professor Lin, accustomed to his own reflection, had not perceived any stark changes, attributing his vitality solely to his regular exercise. Taking Tang Ji's compliment as mere pleasantry, he dismissed it and continued to sift through items for his study. Tang Ji felt a twinge of frustration. However, given that Professor Lin did not reside near the school gate and rarely visited for purchases, their interactions largely remained at a distance, leading Tang Ji to refrain from speaking further. In a state of utter boredom, He idly reached for the small wooden box that Professor Lin had placed on the table. The moment his fingers made contact, he was jolted by a surge of profound spiritual energy, causing his middle finger to quiver uncontrollably. This. Chapter 45. Charges. This. Tang Ji's fingertip continued to tremble uncontrollably. This box was not a specialized spirit sealing container. Its internal fluctuations of spiritual energy were imperceptible to others. However, being in this line of work inherently made him more sensitive. Coupled with He Qinghua's adeptness in crafting these talismans, which were imbued with her spiritual power and crafted with superior materials, including the purest and most potent black dog blood infused with cinnabar. The quality was undoubtedly tenfold greater than the talisman Tang Ji had previously acquired. Moreover, considering the strength of the spiritual energy, while the previous talisman was a one-time use for protection, this one promised longevity. As long as the intensity was not excessively overwhelming, it could endure numerous uses. Old Lin, where did you procure this? After a moment, Tang Ji managed to suppress his excitement and feigned calmness in his inquiry. Professor Lin peeked out from behind the bookshelf. Noticing Tang Ji's pudgy fingers tightly gripping the palm-sized wooden box, and couldn't he help but feel a pang of sympathy. Hey, be gentle. Don't break it. Where did I get it? My student brought it back from a temple while traveling during the break. Nonsense. Tang Ji nearly exploded with expletives. Could it be that masters were gathering in the capital recently? Talismans were rare, and those skilled in drawing them were even scarcer. After contemplating, it was highly likely that it was indeed He Qing. As expected, a distracted voice emerged from behind the bookshelf. Oh, right. What's the matter? However, in the realm of business, it is often the case that Professor Lin emerged, cradling 2 sheets of rice paper and several brushes. Come, Xiao Tang. Let us see how much this is worth. Tang Ji felt a surge of determination. One cannot obtain something valuable without a sacrifice. To acquire such exquisite talismans, it was evident that old Lin shared a close bond with the seller, though the latter was merely concealing it from him. Thus, with a firm resolve, he declared, "No charge. What a mere 100 yuan? What kind of relationship do we have? Consider it a gift." Before his words could fully settle, Professor Lin promptly organized the items, turned, and tucked them into his bag, departing with them. Oh heavens, you're really willing to part with such treasures? Tang Ji could only stare in astonishment. Meanwhile, Yu Dandan was fervently applying facial masks in the dormitory. He Qing observed her with a twinge of envy. It was fortunate that she was young, with resilient skin. Otherwise, such an application method would surely result in breakouts. Nevertheless, Yu Dandan's complexion was undeniably dark. He Qing had secretly helped her with spirit-reviving beauty treatments for 3 consecutive nights, and while her skin had brightened, she had bought 3 more boxes of the same masks, claiming their effects were remarkable. At noon, she received a call from Gu Ping and hurriedly gathered her belongings to meet him on the tree-lined path at school. While Yu Dandan was washing her face, He Qing made her exit. She glanced at Lu Xiaodan. This study fanatic actually dashed out in the middle of the day without any books. Xiaodan, could it be that she has fallen in love? Lu Xiaodan didn't spare her a glance. A few days ago, Yu Dandan fervently extolled the virtues of a particular facial mask that had proven exceptionally effective for her. Consequently, she ended up purchasing an entire box, despite her affluence. Nevertheless, the sensation of being duped lingered, especially when faced with the reality of acquiring 20 boxes at 298 yuan each, yielding little to no benefit. For the past few days, she found herself reluctant to engage with her. In a rush, He Qing hurried to Lining Road, where Gu Ping awaited her with his dog. As she gradually slowed her pace, she couldn't help but admire the play of dappled sunlight on Gu Ping's profile, exclaiming inwardly how captivating he appeared. However, she reminded herself that payments must still be collected. As she approached him, she mentally prepared herself. A single charm from Mo Bao Zhai sells for hundreds of thousands. She wouldn't demand too much, but surely 3,000 would be reasonable. Yes, she settled on 3,000, absolutely no less. At best, she might include an additional golden armor charm. He Qing. Gu Ping rose to his feet, with Ping sitting at his side, both gazing at her. Dressed in a military green uniform, the top button fastened tightly, his jawline exuded an irresistible allure. Oh, how handsome! How was she to collect the payment? He Qing sighed silently. She reached into her bag, retrieving a Totoro wallet, which, upon opening, revealed an array of red and yellow talisman papers. This was the two hearts connecting charm. You extend your hand and place it upon Chang and S back. Chang and S sleek, glossy black fur shimmered, and his physique appeared healthy and robust. Yet, Gu Ping understood that merely admiring was all they could do. Physical contact was unattainable. He extended his palm, hovering just above the contours of Chang'an. He Qing held a bright yellow talisman paper between her right index and middle fingers, while her left hand formed an yin-yang gesture, supporting her right hand from below as she uttered a low command. Issue. In her hand, the talisman ignited with an ethereal blue flame, casting a serene glow. He Qing, seizing the opportune moment, affixed the softly burning talisman to the junction of Gu Ping and Chang'an's limbs. Gu Ping gazed intently, captivated by what He Qing revealed, as if it were a legendary tale from another realm. The cool, azure flames flickered silently in his palm, devoid of any sensation of burning. Chang'an's large ears stood erect, unmoving, unmistakably reveling in the moment. Gu Ping quickly realized, his eyes lighting up as he turned to Chang'an. Chang'an. Immediately, Chang'an's long tail began to wag joyfully. Gu Ping, filled with gratitude and delight, looked at He Qing, who hesitated for a moment before finally mustering the courage to voice the thoughts she had long prepared. Ahem, Instructor Gu, this. What is it? Gu Ping inquired curiously. Chang'an tilted its head, its round, black eyes fixed on her. He Qing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her face flushing. She bit her lip and stammered, this talisman requires a fee. Chapter 46, Keeping Up After Much Hesitation. He Qing finally uttered the words regarding payment, the experience laden with awkwardness and anxiety. However, once the words left her lips, a wave of relief washed over her. After all, her pricing was quite reasonable. The materials alone had cost her 20,000. The Mo Bao studio offered 100,000 for purchase. And given Instructor Gu's striking appearance, a friendly price of 3,000 was hardly excessive. Gu Ping paused for a brief moment, then broke into a smile. Of course. These must be quite valuable. Although he had never encountered such matters before, it was evident that when it came to affairs beyond human capability, the price would undoubtedly be remarkable. Fortunately, he had a modest fortune. While it was not excessive, he could still manage a sum of 100,000. The presence of Chang'an, as constant as in life, was far more precious than all his possessions combined. Gu Ping's amiable disposition brought a sense of relief to He Qing. She unfurled her intertwined fingers and raised her right hand to signal an okay. Gu Ping appeared somewhat uncertain. 300,000? He spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet He Qing gasped in astonishment. My goodness! Why is it that every person I encounter seems to possess even greater wealth? Previously, Ning Rue casually offered 20,000 as pocket money, and now, Instructor Gu is proposing a six-figure sum. It's merely a mutual understanding of no significant consequence. Yet 300,000? Could it be that this talisman is exceedingly valuable? But it seems she possesses many more, stealing her resolve. He Qing hastily waved her hands in refusal. No, it cannot be 300,000. 3,000, just 3,000 will suffice. Gu Ping smiled generously, disregarding her counteroffer. While I may not be well versed in the market for such items, I can at least estimate its worth. It cannot be less than 30,000. At the very least. Without a hint of hesitation, he requested He Qing's account details and promptly transferred 30,000 to her. As He Qing gazed at the transaction record, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Handsome, wealthy, and so generous. How could one be so kind? After pondering for a moment, he swiftly retrieved the prepared golden armor talisman from his bag. 30,000 yuan seemed rather excessive. Yet, this is the golden armor talisman, akin to the protective barrier found in martial arts novels. It serves as a safeguard against potential attacks, should one encounter them unexpectedly. having witnessed He Qing's extraordinary capabilities. Gu Ping felt an immense gratitude, fully aware that the powers of the golden armor talisman were far more profound than the casual remarks made by his companion. Thus, after expressing his sincere thanks, he accepted the talisman. Once the two parted ways, Gu Ping took Chang and to indulge in grilled sausages. With the bond of two hearts, he could sense Chang and's every thought, especially the relentless craving for grilled sausages lingering in his mind. As they ambled towards the convenience store, Gu Ping cautiously inquired, "Chang'an, how many do you wish to have today?" "5," came Chang'an's innocent reply. "5," Gu Ping exclaimed, a shadow of concern crossing his face. "Isn't that a bit excessive? You might soon grow tired of them and lose your fondness." "What is it?" Chang'an's thick, dark fur bristled slightly as he crouched low, adopting a stance of readiness for an attack. Gu Ping couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at this reaction. Yet Chang'an remained vigilant, declaring, "Ping Ping, that scent feels eerily familiar." Instantly, Gu Ping's alertness heightened. Chang'an, having undergone formal training, had instinctively assumed an aggressive posture twice and recognized the familiar scent, indicating a prior encounter with someone, or perhaps a target of their mission. He silently questioned in his mind, "Who could it be?" With wide eyes, Chang'an exclaimed, "Ping Ping, don't you remember? It was you who urged me to pursue them. Those two individuals from yesterday. Why is there only one today? Are we pursuing them? What about those two individuals?" Gu Ping gritted his teeth. It must be those two drug traffickers. But during the pursuit, both of them were rather slender. There wasn't a heavier one among them, right? It hasn't been long. It's impossible for them to gain so much weight. Chang'an sensed his master's confusion and tilted his head slightly. However, a dog's ability to recognize individuals is not solely based on their physique. He did not entirely comprehend Gu Ping's thoughts. There is no mistake. It's definitely this scent. He sniffed the air with his nose, affirming his certainty. With Chang'an's prowess, if he said so, it was undoubtedly true. Gu Ping spoke without hesitation. "Keep an eye on them. Chang'an, I will report back." It was a matter of course, an instinct inherent in every trained dog. Yet, Gu Ping abruptly tightened his grip on the collar. No, the scene from their last separation was far too painful, having become a nightmare for him. No matter what, he did not wish to witness it a second time. Chang'an's warm tongue gently licked his damp palm, though he felt no sensation. Gu Ping still perceived the comfort from Chang'an. It's all right, Chang'an can handle it. After all, Chang'an has already faced death. Upon hearing this, Gu Ping could no longer suppress the trembling of his body. He gritted his teeth and finally relented. "Fine. You may go. They caused your demise. I shall capture them. And they will pay in blood inside the Audi." The driver respectfully addressed his boss seated behind him. "Boss, that soldier we encountered here last time, should we investigate further?" In the back seat, Chang'an perked up his ears. Driver Xiao Zhang cast a nervous glance in the rearview mirror, but the soldier's figure had vanished into the distance. Suppressing his unease, he hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss. It was nothing compared to your efforts. You've undergone minor cosmetic procedures and received hormone injections to gain weight rapidly. Such hardships are not something an ordinary person can endure." Xiao Zhang drove steadily, delivering Wu Ji to his destination. While diligently maneuvering the vehicle, he remained oblivious to the spirited large dog that had also entered the premises. Chapter 47. The Convergence of Yin and Yang Hormone Injections? Gu Ping murmured to himself, no wonder, after the interprovincial procedure was completed, the person vanished shortly thereafter. Only those capable of being harsh on themselves can truly be formidable. The bond of mutual understanding extended well beyond mere thoughts. It allowed them to perceive through each other's eyes and hear what the other heard. Chang'an remained closely beside Wu Ji, his every move relayed to Gu Ping. Without hesitation, Gu Ping picked up the phone and made an immediate call. "Gu Ping, is what you say true?" In the office of the Narcotics Division of the Public Security Bureau in the Cultural District of the Imperial Capital, a middle-aged man with a square face, past his 30s, was seeking final confirmation from Gu Ping. "Cousin, Director Liu, you need not ask again. Would I deceive you? You recently mentioned that you encountered two suspects involved in cross-province drug trafficking. one of whom had undergone hormonal treatment to alter his physique. How did you come across this information? Furthermore, are you aware of the specifics regarding the hormonal treatment? Moreover, after gaining weight, their features should still be discernible. Our team has been searching everywhere. It is improbable that we have not found anyone fitting the description. Gu Ping touched his nose and produced the information he had obtained from Chang'an. He has also undergone minor cosmetic procedures, such as injections to modify his features. Gu Ping smiled confidently and retrieved a USB drive. Lu Mingyuan took it with suspicion. Is it possible that you have already secured evidence within just a few days? I'm not trying to undermine you, but if you possess such capabilities, Chang'an wouldn't have. At this point, Lu Mingyuan abruptly ceased speaking, realizing his indiscretion. This younger cousin had nearly fallen into despair over a dog incident and had been rendered incapable of recovery. Although he appeared to be in a decent mood now, one could not be certain. However, Gu Ping seemed oblivious to this, explaining, "This is an audio file for your reference. Please listen. It contains a timestamp for next Monday. If you deem it necessary, I can arrange for video recording that day to capture everything in one sweep." Lu Mingyuan remained skeptical. Furthermore, since this informant is not part of our internal system, there will be an additional fee. Once we secure the evidence, it will cost 200,000. 200,000. Lu Mingyuan flatly rejected this. Our budget does not allow for such an expenditure. Gu Ping, unrelenting, pointed out, if you solve the case, your bonus will far exceed this amount. On a Friday evening, Gu Ping once again summoned HE Qing, seeking her assistance. Instructor Gu, I cannot guarantee that I can establish a connection with the surveillance cameras in this realm of yin and yang. Alternatively, I could provide you with a puppet talisman, which you could use to covertly infiltrate and install the cameras, she suggested. Gu Ping felt a sense of helplessness. Had he been able to conceive of any other solution, he would not have so readily involved a student in this matter. Although this student appeared quite extraordinary, her youth cast a shadow of unease over him. Nevertheless, the information obtained from Chang'an indicated that on the third floor of the Yuhai massage parlor, not only were surveillance cameras absent, but even mobile phones were rendered useless, a testament to the stringent precautions in place. Were it not for the fact that Chang'an was a spirit, mere proximity would have been impossible. It was precisely for this reason that he shamelessly sought the aid of his cousin. On one hand, it was preferable for a family member to take the lead in this endeavor, while on the other, if HE Qing could be of assistance, he could secure her some benefits without exposing her involvement. After all, he had learned from his school that HE Qing had always earned her own tuition. HE Qing also found herself in a quandary. The art of traversing the realms of yin and yang was meant for communicating with items from both worlds. Typically, families who had accrued good karma would have their deceased ancestors leave behind relics for their descendants through this method. Likewise, descendants could present offerings that were inconvenient to honor with incense. However, in her recollection, she had never successfully connected with electronic devices. In this age of spiritual decline, where electronic devices proliferated, each possessed its own magnetic field, and she could not guarantee her ability to shield this field while simultaneously linking the cameras and storage devices. However, the alluring reward promised by Gu Ping was too enticing to resist. The prospect of wealth stirred the heart, and after much internal conflict, HE Qing ultimately acquiesced. Of course, as a novice embarking on such an official endeavor, she felt no trepidation. Instead, her spirit brimmed with eager anticipation. Gu Ping had prepared 3 sets of cameras. HE Qing ignited a set of incense sticks, 3 golden and radiant joss sticks, their hue remarkably pure, resonating with the immense dragon pillar spiraling above the forbidden city, as if an invisible aura was intertwining. With 4 fingers delicately grasping the incense, she enunciated the invocation to the deities with clarity and precision. Heaven has its decrees, and earth has its rules. Today, a valiant soul guards its blessings. The 2 realms are interconnected, and the dragon vein offers its protection. All laws are concealed, and the virtuous among the people prevail. Reciting the 48 characters of the invocation, HE Qing felt as if she were being subjected to a trial, caught between the depths of the ocean and the heights of flames. With each uttered syllable, it was as though Mount Tai bore down upon her, the weight almost unbearable. In her vision, the five-clawed golden dragon upon the eastern golden pillar appeared to come alive, coiling down the column with scales and claws of flame, whiskers and mane billowing. It then leaned forward, its brown pupils resembling massive amber, imprinted in her mind, exuding a subtle dragon majesty that crushed her entire being, causing her bones to creak under the pressure. HE QING gritted her teeth, bracing against the sensation of a metallic tang in her mouth. Gu Ping stood anxiously by, though he could see nothing. The sight of the beads of sweat cascading down HE QING's face filled him with profound distress. HE QING's skin was as delicate and fair as porcelain, yet the veins at his temple throbbed ominously under pressure, as if they might burst forth with crimson blood at any moment. He stood by, his heart heavy with concern for such a young girl. Gathering his resolve, he opened his mouth to say, "Never mind, I give up." Before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed HE QING abruptly sit down on the ground. The 3 incense sticks in the fragrant burner before her had not only failed to burn out, but had instead taken on an even more lustrous sheen, as if they had been tempered in gold. She spread her palm wide, revealing a small black camera glistening with perspiration in her pale hand. Chapter 48. Yinzhou. On the evening of Monday, the 3rd floor of the Yuhai massage parlor saw a steady influx of guests. Chang'an crouched by the elevator entrance, meticulously inhaling the scent of each arriving patron. Transformed into a spectral form, he shared a profound connection with Gu Ping. He remembered scents while Gu Ping remembered faces, their combined efforts yielding remarkable efficiency. Every camera had been strategically placed, unnoticed by all, and the electromagnetic shielding proved utterly ineffective against the 3 cameras. Once they exited the elevator, all electronic devices on the guests became inoperative, each individual having undergone rigorous scrutiny. However, no matter how thorough the inspections, no one would ever suspect the presence of an invisible black-backed dog, watching with keen vigilance beside the elevator. The Yunhai massage parlor was vast and had a stellar local reputation, attracting a considerable number of patrons daily. The guests arriving on the 3rd floor came in batches, arousing no suspicion whatsoever. Gu Ping had preemptively stationed a group nearby at a barbecue stall, ensuring that any unusual activities would go unnoticed unless one was specifically on guard. Many of the guests arriving here are from distant places and with no recent projects or events. It is indeed perplexing how such a multitude of individuals could converge simultaneously in an ordinary massage parlor from every corner of the country. A few individuals feigning enjoyment of barbecue exchanged glances, their skepticism regarding the command shifting to a silent acknowledgement of its veracity, prompting them to adjust their mindsets. Gu Ping sat quietly at the table, uttering scarcely a word, merely sipping water in silence. It was not that he was aloof and disinterested in conversing with the police, but rather that his thoughts were deeply intertwined with Chang'an. Given the brevity of their acquaintance, their synergy had yet to be finely tuned, thus rendering him somewhat clumsy in managing both matters simultaneously. Furthermore, the presence of numerous individuals on the 3rd floor demanded his utmost attention, as he needed to memorize each face meticulously, leaving little room for distraction. On the table lay a mobile phone that, if activated, would reveal a diminutive video interface showcasing footage from one of the hidden cameras discreetly placed by Chang'an. The camera, produced by the military, boasted impeccable audio and video quality. And within just a few minutes of the event's commencement, the extensive recordings could serve as compelling evidence to sweep across the majority of the venue. Simultaneously, in Lu Mingyuan's office, 3 computers were diligently storing identical footage. Gu Ping could not help but silently marvel at the advancements made possible by the flourishing of online communication in recent years, which had facilitated the smooth execution of various tasks. Nevertheless, as the old adage states, where virtue rises, vice ascends even higher. Particularly in the realm of narcotics enforcement, the challenges had escalated significantly, with every conceivable tactic employed. Although he was preparing for a transfer from the military to local armed police and had yet to officially commence his duties, he was acutely aware that similar task indicators existed across various national units, including the Narcotics Division. Were it not for this, Lu Mingyuan, an official enthusiast, would not be so zealous. This time, Lu Mingyuan has orchestrated so much, evidently harboring an intention to ensnare everyone in one fell swoop. Do you not see how many individuals are concealed within the Yunhai massage parlor? At precisely 10 o'clock in the evening, Gu Ping, through the perspective of Chang'an, learned that the elevator leading to the third floor of the Yunhai massage parlor had been temporarily locked with a password. The fire escape was also secured, and all electronic devices were prohibited from use. This unprecedented gathering of entrepreneurs has officially commenced. Wu Ji and Zheng Qiuxing arrived together, each holding a wine glass and beaming with satisfaction, brimming with ambition. How could they not feel proud? Among the crowd of over 30 individuals present, all of them are esteemed clients cultivated by the two brothers over the past 2 decades. Each client manages a sales team of no fewer than 100 individuals, and each salesperson oversees a multitude of retail and individual customers. The layers of interests are intricately intertwined, ultimately benefiting all and tightening their connections, with internal confidentiality maintained impeccably. It is akin to those brainwashing schemes in multi-level marketing, effortlessly raking in substantial profits. How could they not be elated? Wu Ji's Xianjian Tea House is responsible for observing and introducing guests, while the 2 major tea gardens under his purview openly produce tea, daring to experiment with various new products clandestinely. The Yunhai massage parlor is tasked with conducting business and arranging supplies. The two have forged a formidable alliance with clearly defined roles. To this day, they can easily establish an industrial empire in the capital with just a mere hair's breadth, their network of connections extending across the nation. In terms of lifestyle, they are no less than the leaders of the state. The two dispersed, seeking familiar clients for casual conversations. In the realm of criminal enterprises, the community of interest thrives not merely on heightened profits, but remains impervious to destruction. Yet, is there a profit greater than that derived from the trade of narcotics? Today, Boss, who has also graced us with his presence, the previous leader of the underworld in Yenzhou, harbored a profound disdain for such dealings, enforcing strict prohibitions within his domain. However, fate dealt a cruel hand, and a grave illness claimed his life, allowing Hu Long, his uneducated son, to ascend to power. Naive and brimming with ambition, he was soon led astray by his subordinates into the depths of indulgence. With his almost non-existent self-control, he spiraled into a chaos from which there was no return. Remarkably, within just over 2 months of his rise, he had become a significant client of Wu Ji and Zheng Qiuxing, and this meeting came complete with a formal invitation. Nonetheless, those who truly understood his background regarded him with disdain. In their line of illicit business, the most precious and essential trait is self-discipline. As purveyors of narcotics, they are acutely aware of its potency. When their underlings fall prey to addiction, they view it with a certain satisfaction, as it renders them easier to manipulate. However, if the leader succumbs to temptation, the enterprise is doomed to collapse. Thus, among the throng of dozens present, only Hu Long exhibited signs of dependency. Oblivious to his surroundings, he dashed about wildly, his boisterous voice resonating from afar, prompting Wu Ji to feel a twinge of regret. This fellow is insufferably rowdy. Conversely, Zheng Qiuxing found amusement in the spectacle. Our business has endured for a decade or two. What tricks could this Hu possibly unveil? Besides, at my age, I relish such vitality. He formed a fist, exchanging a knowing glance with Wu Ji, easily manageable. Wu Ji, too, grasped the sentiment. Indeed, with this one in our grasp, his addiction runs deep. Let the brothers below remain vigilant and take their time in providing him with resources, as it would be wise to reserve some for the coming years to lead the charge. Zheng Qiuxing patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You are absolutely right, my brother." Furthermore, previously, Hu Laogo maintained an excessively strict hold over his territory, leaving us without a significant presence in the Yin province. Now that we have Hu Long on our side, I am hopeful that we can establish a stronghold in Yin province in the future. The potential of that place is no less than that beneath the imperial city. Chapter 49. The function of the golden armor talisman. It is undeniable that Gu Ping's young ascent to his current stature is partly attributed to his family background. However, his own capabilities are equally indisputable. Had it not been for his initial lethargy and subsequent reluctance to abandon Chang'an, his future would surely have been far brighter. Gu Ping swiftly secured one individual in his grasp, turning with precision to silently place both onto the ground. With a flick of a small flashlight, he signaled, and soon a dozen or so individuals scaled the rope with grappling hooks. In the dimly lit corridor, the only striking feature was the glowing green letters spelling emergency exit. In the blink of an eye, individuals began to gather quietly from the fourth and second floors through the safety passage. Gu Ping allowed Chang'an to take a brief excursion. As Chang'an assisted Gu Ping, pride filled the air, and his sleek tail playfully brushed against his master's leg. Instinctively, Gu Ping tightened his grip, yearning to pet him, only to quickly remember that aside from him, no one could see Chang'an. Following Chang'an's line of sight, he noticed two individuals at the tightly shut fire exit and another two by the elevator. Surrounding the entire venue, at least 20 armed henchmen of drug traffickers lay in wait. 20 individuals. Gu Ping gritted his teeth. Such a sizable armed syndicate of brazen drug traffickers operating near the university city of the capital, eluding detection for well over a decade, signified a case that would not only accrue accolades for superiors, but also serve as a blatant affront to their authority. In this atmosphere of hushed apprehension, Gu Ping found himself inexplicably amused. He inhaled deeply, recalling Chang'an's demise, the desiccated froth on his lips, the mangled soles of his feet, and the coarse, labored gasps for air. After one last glance at the time, Gu Ping gestured decisively, "Move out." Suppressed gunshots echoed dully, rendering the remaining security personnel incapacitated. Their fates uncertain. Gu Ping's acute hearing detected the shouts of the raiding party from downstairs. A contingent of fully armed officers from the People's Armed Police, in concert with narcotics officers, stormed into the venue with irresistible force. Freeze. As the luminous characters on the backs of several narcotics special police officers reflected under the brilliant chandeliers, the boisterous gathering was abruptly silenced, as if a pause button had been engaged. After a moment, the room erupted into cacophony. Who leaked the information? How could this be happening? Old Wu, Director Zheng. How could this? This venue had been in continuous use since their numbers exceeded 10, for over a decade, without incident. They convened here numerous times each year. Yet today, narcotics officers had arrived. With the recent tightening of policies from above, each of them carried the burden of significant crimes. Incarceration offered no escape. In the venue, a palpable sense of trepidation enveloped everyone, akin to headless flies desperately seeking an escape. The reason the Yunhai massage parlor had eluded discovery for so many years was its singular lack of alternative exits. Confidentiality was paramount. At this moment, however, a wave of resentment surged among the crowd. Wu Ji and Zheng Qiuxing, having established their presence in the imperial capital for many years, had weathered countless storms. Although they had never been struck at their stronghold, they had previously exerted tremendous effort to evade danger. Facing the multitude of narcotics agents and special forces, Wu Ji swiftly seized a nearby and used megaphone, crouching beneath a row of dining tables, and shouted, "Xiao Zhang, Liang, quickly, where are my brothers? Fight with all you've got, or it's a dead end." This moment of chaos unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the underlings, who had never before encountered such a situation with the special forces, momentarily stunned. It was only upon hearing their boss's voice that they hastily drew their weapons. Gu Ping had already learned from Chang'an that they were armed, and he promptly alerted his colleagues, "Beware of their firearms." No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of gunfire erupted within the hall. Gu Ping's gaze swept across the scene, and he spotted a dark muzzle aimed directly at him from the right. Without a moment to ponder, he instinctively rolled to the ground, narrowly avoiding the shot. Just as he rose, a sharp crack echoed in his ears, and a bullet whizzed past him from behind. Gu Ping swiftly turned to evade, the proximity rendering him unable to react in time, leaving him to watch helplessly as the bronze-colored bullet hurtled towards his abdomen. The bullet drew ever closer, and suddenly, a searing sensation radiated from his body. A barely perceptible golden shield surged forth from his chest, steadfastly blocking the oncoming projectile. The golden armor talisman. Gu Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not been informed by He Qing that it could deflect bullets. Stunned, he beheld Su Liang, a capable subordinate of Zheng Qiuxing, whose face was a canvas of disbelief. Nearby, a member of the armed police approached and, without hesitation, delivered a decisive blow with the butt of his gun. Indeed, the bullet had been fired. Su Liang's eyes rolled back, and he instantly lost consciousness. Just last night at 10 o'clock, our city's Public Security Bureau, in collaboration with the armed police, successfully cracked a case, apprehending a total of 46 suspects at the Yunhai massage parlor on the third floor of number 437 in the Wenhua district of the imperial capital. Among these, 7 were the principal offenders, with notable entrepreneurs from various provinces implicated, including Zheng, a renowned philanthropist from the Wenhua district. Additionally, numerous individuals with cognitive impairments were coerced into involvement. 2 large underground drug manufacturing dens were uncovered. A total of 7 firearms were seized. According to the bureau chief, Lu Mingyuan, the dawn broke on the horizon, the hazy golden-red sun gently ascending into the sky, while He Qing, accompanied by the university professors, leisurely performed a series of palm movements, stepping aside, extending his right hand, executing horizontal cuts, and pivoting on the T-shaped stance beneath his feet. Beside her, an unseen aura spiraled in a delicate dance, gradually coalescing into a dense cocoon around He Qing. Accompanying the translucent energy's rotation was a surge of golden radiance, far more robust than what she had experienced previously at the courthouse, silently weaving itself into her being, permeating her essence. He Qing abruptly withdrew her hand, a resounding crack resonating through her 206 bones as she exhaled slowly, astonished to discover that the effects of this body tempering seemed exceptionally profound this time. Meanwhile, at the Public Security Bureau, Gu Ping gazed in delightful astonishment at his feet. Chang'an's silhouette appeared increasingly vivid. Chapter 50, Spirit Hound concluded. Gu Ping stood beneath the shade of trees, dappled golden sunlight filtering through the lush green leaves, casting a warm glow upon his face and form. A gentle breeze swept by, and he stood tall like a javelin, exuding an unmatched charm and charisma, especially with the aura bestowed by the bank card in his hand. He Qing's heart soared with excitement, her inner thrill instantly igniting. However, in reality, she merely restrained her exuberant emotions, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the man before her, trembling as she inquired. 200,000? Indeed, Gu Ping delivered on his promise, extracting 200,000 from Lu Mingyuan as a reward for He Qing, who had made the most significant contribution to the case. The bonus from the police? He Qing reiterated, seeking confirmation. Gu Ping nodded emphatically once more. Yes, indeed, 200,000 after tax. My goodness. She never anticipated that even before graduation, she would earn such a substantial amount. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. He Qing found herself ensnared in self-admiration, unable to extricate herself. She gingerly accepted the bank card, cradling it to her chest. Instructor Gu, your kindness is beyond measure. I am at a loss for how to repay such immense grace. Gu Ping's expression suddenly stiffened. Allow me to draw another talisman for you. He Qing exclaimed cheerfully. Having accomplished such a significant feat, Gu Ping's future was undoubtedly promising, far beyond mere millions. His lineage was commendable, while not exceedingly wealthy. A comfortable life was assured. Given the extraordinary efficacy of He Qing's talismans, it was certainly prudent to procure a few more for her family, should circumstances allow. 2 or 3 million. Such extravagance? He Qing nodded, readily retrieving the 4 protective talismans she had left over from her previous endeavor. Intended for sale at the Mo Baozhai, these talismans are priced at 200,000 each. How many would you like? After speaking, she grew concerned that Gu Ping might misconstrue her as being overly demanding, and quickly clarified, this is the price I sell to Mo Baozhai on Zhongshuan Avenue. You can certainly inquire about it. It's definitely worth more than this. Gu Ping readily transferred the funds. I am aware of their effectiveness, and at this price, I am certainly benefiting. Very well, I shall take them all. Do remember to check your messages. Nearby, Chang'an, with its coat of black and brown fur, was panting adorably in his direction. Gu Ping gazed at her earnestly and said, "Although it may seem of little consequence, I must express my gratitude. Thank you for your assistance and for your support towards Chang'an. Regardless of the circumstances, should any issues arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." He Qing nodded, saying, "There's no need. Although I have possessed this gift of seeing both realms since childhood, my actual life has only grown more impoverished. You have assisted Chang'an, and did you not receive compensation for that? This time, you even discreetly applied for a bonus on my behalf." She smiled, and the unfinished words lingered in the air, understood by both without further elaboration. Gu Ping chuckled as well. He Qing was the kind of girl who exuded generosity and confidence, always brimming with vitality and vigor, and her kindness and gratitude were genuinely heartfelt. Wherever she went, she had the ability to touch others' hearts. Strictly speaking, she could be considered Gu Ping's only female friend thus far. He Qing nodded, clutching her phone and bank card, which had just received a transfer notification. She felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Yet, she quickly smiled again and said, "Well then, if such good fortune arises in the future, do remember to seek me out." Regardless of the circumstances, she was never one to turn away from money. In the cultural district of the imperial capital, there stood a dilapidated, abandoned factory. The elderly gatekeeper appeared quite aged, his body trembling as he navigated the chaotic path of bricks and debris. He Qing followed closely behind, her eyelids fluttering with unease. "Old man, how can you ask for 30,000 for such a rundown place?" The elderly man seemed somewhat embarrassed, replying, "My dear, this land belongs to the government. Although it has been abandoned for over a year, one can never be certain when development might occur. It's quite spacious, for 100 square meters in total, albeit the interior is a bit worn down." As he spoke, he found himself at a loss for words. The nearby buildings were old structures, no taller than 5 stories, and demolition was unlikely in the coming years. In this long-abandoned tofu workshop, the cost of 30,000 a month seems exorbitant. A fully renovated 100-square-meter apartment would only command a rent of 10,000. Although this space is large, it offers nothing but dilapidated walls and a shabby roof. He couldn't help but say, "Young lady, if you're truly interested in renting, I could discuss it with my superior. For a year, you would pay 150,000, but this matter of persuasion." He rubbed his hands together. He Qing, adept at negotiations, surveyed the dreary premises. Were it not for the allure of affordability and its proximity to the university town, she would have no interest whatsoever. Her bright, dark eyes glimmered with cleverness as she lowered her voice, addressing the elderly man. "How about this, sir? I will rent it for 3 years and pay you 300,000. However, the contract should state a different rental amount. The specifics are your concern." With 80,000 from Gu Ping and a bonus of 20,000, along with a few scattered thousands, she felt secure. Possessing resources brings calmness. Recently, she has experienced the benefits of charms in generating income. Thus, she resolved to accumulate more pure and spirited blood. Living solely on campus would prove inconvenient. Hence, she decided to invest in a haven for Dehei and others, ensuring that stray cats, dogs, and other animals would not suffer. After all, during inclement weather, the plight of the animals on campus is truly pitiable. Furthermore, the strays brought by Dehei, emaciated and injured, tug at her heartstrings. With her current savings, providing for these animals adequately remains a challenge, but ensuring they have enough to eat is certainly feasible. 300,000. The elderly man mentally calculated the figures. After all, it is the nation's land and cannot be profited from personally. If we consider 6,000, there remains a substantial gap that can be divided between the two. The elderly individual contemplated several times, concluding that only what is secured is truly theirs. "All right, 300,000 it is. My dear, hold on a moment. I shall call the leader, and we shall sign the contract today." With that, they retrieved their mobile phone. He Qing noticed, to her surprise, that they too possessed the latest model from Longting, matching her own. Beneath the imperial city, indeed, there are hidden talents. She touched her wallet, which was about to diminish, and felt a pang of regret. Chapter 51. Romance. Once the holiday was over, With no classes in the morning, He Qing nestled in bed for an extended period, finally feeling revitalized. Recently, she had been as busy as a laborer, either seeking assistance to clean the animal shelter or scouring for suppliers of dog and cat food, bedding, and other necessities. Each day was a whirlwind of activity, wishing she could clone herself for efficiency. Nevertheless, she managed to complete everything before the autumn chill set in. Now, under the leadership of Dahe, she had locked the main entrance and created a small opening for the animals to come and go. Concerned about ill-intentioned individuals entering, she had even drawn chaotic protective symbols on the door, ensuring that anyone who dared enter would be beset by irrational thoughts and fear, compelling them to flee. As the weather was soon to turn cold, she aimed to settle the stray animals beforehand to spare them from the harshness of winter, providing her with a sense of peace. Although she could not offer them a lavish life, at the very least, their basic needs would be met. She planned to check on them once a week or every fortnight, with Dahe overseeing matters in her absence. Having resolved these trivial matters, He Qing felt an unexpected lightness. She stretched languidly, relishing the exquisite sensation of being ensconced in her warm blankets. Just as she was savoring this rare moment of leisure, she suddenly caught sight of Dandan emerging from the bathroom, unexpectedly beginning to apply makeup. He Qing gasped in astonishment and hurriedly rushed to the bedside, exclaiming, "Dandan, what is going on? Are you really putting on makeup?" Though Dandan diligently practiced skincare daily, she had only ever progressed to the step of applying sunscreen. In 2 years of university, the occasions she had adorned herself with makeup were few and far between. Struggling to apply eyeliner in front of the mirror, her eyes cast downward in an unappealing manner, she momentarily blushed at He Qing's inquiry and replied, "I have a study date with some classmates at the library." "But Dandan, didn't you tell me you wouldn't go to the library unless it was for exams?" He Qing nodded emphatically. Yes, I understand." With a hint of teasing, she continued, "In our dormitory, it's just the 3 of us who remain single. Now that there's a charming young man involved, Dandan, go for it. Don't let this opportunity slip away." Dandan deftly finished with her setting powder, turned, and began to gather her belongings. "Worry not, who do you think I am? I am a girl from Jiangnan, renowned for being gentle and possessing a geographical advantage in romance. Just look at me." With that, she clicked her heels and strode out the door. He Qing, filled with a mix of anticipation and melancholy, lay back down, sprawling herself out like a soft pancake, murmuring, "Why hasn't fate granted me a handsome man?" Her thoughts drifted to the charming Ning Rue, whom she had once overlooked, and the impeccably uniformed Gu Ping. Sigh. Just as her lamentation faded, the dormitory door swung open once more. Before her words had fully dissipated, Lu Xiaodan rushed into the bathroom, ready to wash off the day. He Qing. After a while, Lu Xiaodan emerged, wrapped in a towel, her attire absent, and began to dab and apply before the mirror. She drew and erased and drew, toiling for over half an hour before finally settling down. She retrieved her newly purchased garments, one by one, and began to model them in front of the mirror, calling out to He Qing, "Qing, come take a look. Which one do you think is beautiful?" He Qing leaned in to observe. "Xiaodan, this seems quite different from your usual style, doesn't it? Why is it so?" It was then that He Qing noticed the eyeliner she had applied today. It was bold, thick, and alluring, with an extended wing that exuded a mature charm. In her hands, she held a black lace-wrapped dress, featuring an enticingly low V neckline. The shoulders were adorned with sheer black fabric, sleeveless, and the back was intricately crisscrossed from the shoulder blades down to the waist. The lower half clung closely to her form, and although it was made of elastic material, the snug fit suggested just how alluring it would appear on her. He Qing shuddered slightly. "Me? I don't understand anything." After a brief moment of surprise, she suddenly remembered something and quickly sprang up to ask, "You Haven T, have you fallen in love?" The thought of love manifesting in such a way felt rather daunting. Lu Xiaodan, the epitome of a high-cold goddess, was undeniably stunning, and now her cheeks were flushed, making her even more captivating. He Qing found herself unable to control her gaze, scanning from head to toe, momentarily enchanted, only to swiftly chastise herself for her wavering inclinations. Indeed, today he expressed a preference for women who exude a more mature sensuality. Is this truly acceptable? The aloofness of a goddess stems from her demeanor. She rarely graces others with a smile, particularly when interacting with men. Lu Xiaodan stands out prominently in this regard. Apart from her playful interactions with Yu Dandan and He Qing, she remains quite serious with everyone else. Suddenly adopting a coy demeanor, her voice takes on a sweet, flirtatious tone. He Qing, observing this, feels an unsettling chill run through her. Having never been in love, she struggles to comprehend the allure of such a transformation, and hesitantly remarks, "But isn't that a bit too seductive? Won't the boys perceive you as lacking in decorum?" Lu Xiaodan contemplates for a moment before ultimately setting aside the dress in her hands. "Then this one should suffice, right?" she asks, now holding a black, fitted sundress. Fortunately, aside from the snug fit on the upper body, the rest of the dress maintains a tasteful simplicity. Upon seeing He Qing nod in approval, Lu Xiaodan's face brightens, and she eagerly smooths her hair, preparing to change outfits. Her deep chestnut curls and fair wrists create a fleeting impression of crimson as she moves. However, when He Qing focuses her gaze, the moment vanishes, as Lu Xiaodan dons her new attire and begins to organize her bag with a graceful sway. He Qing hesitates momentarily before succumbing to her curiosity, asking, "Xiaodan, who exactly is the person you mentioned?" Chapter 52. Embarrassment. Who is that person you referred to? He Qing could no longer contain her curiosity and finally posed the question. "Alas, you are truly a gossip. It is Zhang Haiqiang from the computer science department. He is from the same cohort as us." "Huh? Who is Zhang Haiqiang?" He Qing simply cannot recall. Lu Xiaodan, an exquisite beauty of unparalleled charm and distinguished lineage, is the epitome of a wealthy and beautiful woman. Given He Qing's understanding of her, she possesses discerning taste. If she were to seek a romantic partner at school, it would not suffice to merely consider someone of average appeal. He must at least be memorable, mustn't he? Thanks to the relentless gossip from Dan Dan, He Qing is far from being uninformed. She delights in browsing the campus forum daily. Yet, who exactly is this Zhang Haiqiang from the computer science department? She cannot help but scoff. The name sounds so pedestrian. Perhaps she has been too superficial? Observing the increasingly bewildered expression on He Qing's face, Lu Xiaodan could not restrain herself from stamping her foot. "Oh dear, how can you not know him? Haiqiang is quite capable, albeit exceedingly modest. He possesses a remarkable charm. And I finally understand the sensation of love at first sight. Enough of this. I shall seek him out." With a wave to He Qing, Lu Xiaodan exited, leaving He Qing as if struck by lightning. Love at first sight? It seems, indeed, something is amiss. Being in a romantic relationship undoubtedly transforms a person, as evident in the case of Dan Dan. Normally unadorned, today she has gone to great lengths to present herself, her smile radiating sweetness, yet her essence remains unchanged. However, Lu Xiaodan, renowned for her icy beauty, has suddenly adopted a more youthful demeanor, displaying pouts and playful antics, even donning seemingly ostentatious outfits and applying bold makeup, as if possessed. He Qing suddenly sat upright, a sense of unease washing over her. Could something truly be amiss? Yet, she distinctly recalled the protective talisman she had crafted, securely fastened to Lu Xiaodan's phone. The familiarity she shared with him could not be feigned. Unable to suppress her anxiety, He Qing resorted to nibbling on her nails. Perhaps it would be prudent to ascertain the situation first. Contemplating this vexing matter, she found herself devoid of the inclination to recline any longer and resolved to rise, seeking some movement. Upon entering the library, she was captivated by a familiar silhouette not far ahead. It was unmistakably Yu Dandan. With a quiet determination, He Qing slipped into a seat positioned diagonally behind her. She mused about how easily Yu Dandan had shed her reserve to agree to a date with the junior, and indeed, the junior was quite exceptional. With his thick, dark eyebrows, a prominent nose, and delicate, rosy lips, coupled with a slightly tanned complexion from military training and long lashes framing his single eyelids, He was undeniably handsome. He Qing marveled internally. Although she lacked a precise reference for his height, his status as a model during military training suggested he was likely tall. Yu Dandan, true to her reputation, possessed remarkable discernment. As she observed the two exchanging notes with a subtle yet playful demeanor, she felt as though her titanium alloy single-dog eyes might soon be blinded by envy. Thus, she resolved to peruse the forum, hoping to refresh her perspective. However, upon opening the forum, she was taken aback by several posts replete with images and undeniable proof. Her eyes were indeed blinded. Why would the goddess choose him? What merits did he possess? Regrettably, I am unable to process images directly. However, based on your textual description, here is a refined version. The photograph depicted a male and female walking together, their backs turned to the viewer, slightly out of sync. The man's t-shirt, carelessly rumpled and faded like a tattered rag, its color uneven and utterly shapeless, immediately struck HE QING as something that would never appeal to Liu Xiaodan. Yet, reality soon proved her wrong. It became clear why L University's beauty queens couldn't compete with those from Z University. Their very essence lacked the refinement one would expect from higher education. In the image, Liu Xiaodan's crimson lips were strikingly captivating, thanks to her enviable figure. The black sleeveless A-line dress she wore drew all attention to her face and bust, creating an aura of cheapness and a distinct lack of innocence. One might easily mistake her for a high-class escort. HE QING slammed her fist on the table in fury, producing a loud thud. Alas, she had been caught snooping. But soon, her attention was entirely consumed by the forum. I offered my heart to the shining moon, but the moon only illuminated a ditch. Who was this man? The male in the picture was identified as Zhang Haiqiang, a perpetually failing junior from the computer science department. Hailing from a small town and a single-parent household, his height was a mere 5'6", shorter than even the goddess herself. Heavens! What could be the explanation? Kneeling and weeping JPG, HE QING. The accompanying photo provided a close-up of the so-called Zhang Haiqiang. He couldn't be called ugly, exactly. His eyebrows were unkempt, his forehead narrow, and while his eyes were large, the double eyelids did little to enhance his appearance. His face was covered in a scraggly stubble. His eye sockets were deep-set, and his dark circles were pronounced. Of utmost importance is height. Liu Xiaodan stands nearly at 1.70 meters, whereas Zhang Haiqiang appears to barely exceed 1.60 meters. Dressed in a black dress and adorned with striking red stilettos, Liu Xiaodan walks beside him, effortlessly looking down upon him. The most intolerable aspect is that the photographer, in a moment of unfortunate timing, captured Zhang Haiqiang's expression, arrogant and imperious, rendering him a rather unsightly figure. Further exacerbated by his wrinkled old t-shirt, oversized and shapeless shorts, and a pair of sneakers whose color has long since faded from wear. It vividly illustrates the essence of being short, poor, and unattractive. Simultaneously, what deeply unsettles HE QING is that Liu Xiaodan, burdened with numerous bags, follows closely by his side. Her smile sweet and her gaze filled with infatuation, entirely devoted to the young man beside her, devoid of any other thoughts. With every gesture, she emanates an unwavering devotion, a heart willing to endure hardships and express unrequited love, which makes it difficult for HE QING to bear even from behind the screen. Her discomfort does not stem from her own feelings, but rather from a sense of indignity for Liu Xiaodan. Having spent so much time together, no one understands each other's personalities and thoughts better, yet this version of Liu Xiaodan is the one she finds most intolerable. Perhaps she is willingly transforming for the sake of love, but regardless, HE QING has resolved to intervene. At the very least, she wishes to help Liu Xiaodan regain her clarity before proceeding further. As she gazed at the photograph, she once again perceived the slender crimson shadow, subtly manifesting upon Liu Xiaodan's fair wrist, adorned with various men's accessories. A similar red shadow was also discernible on Zhang Haiqiang's ankle, albeit in a deeper, more vivid hue. Chapter 53. A backward glance in the late 1970s. The weather in Rinshan town was quite dismal. The wind howled through the clouds, and withered branches and fallen leaves danced in the gusts. The distant sky loomed heavy and murky, as if the very heavens were about to descend, heralding an imminent downpour. Not far away, a Japanese car approached slowly. Few in the town were familiar with the brand, yet in those times, who among the affluent would concern themselves with such trivialities? It sufficed to know that the driver was wealthy and powerful. The vehicle came to a halt in the middle of the road, and a middle-aged man alighted from the driver's seat, hastily moving to open the rear door on the right. First, a pair of immaculate white shoes emerged, followed by elegantly sculpted calves, and above them, a pale yellow dress that flowed gracefully. Out stepped a young lady, scarcely in her 20s, projecting an air of unattainability. Her striking beauty stood in stark contrast to the rustic village women surrounding her, and her slender waist, delicate as it was, became all the more enchanting. It appeared that the car had a tire issue, prompting the driver to discuss with the girl the necessity of waiting under the building's corridor while he retrieved a spare tire to effect repairs. Zhang Dadu, inebriated and dazed, clutched a bottle of Erguo too, leaning against a dilapidated earthen wall, his gaze fixed intently on the scene, murmuring softly, "Chow, if I could have such a wife in this lifetime, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life." Would you truly be willing to forfeit 10 years to have her as your spouse? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Zhang Datu, inebriated, carelessly replied, "Don't mention 10 years. I would sacrifice 20. What's the matter? Do you have a way?" His vision was blurred, yet he could vaguely perceive a tall, dark figure beside him. In his drunken stupor, he felt as if something had been placed upon him. "Very well. Although you are a scoundrel, your lifespan astonishingly extends to 80. I shall borrow 20 years from you to procure a wife. Take this red thread and bind it to your foot. As long as you find an opportunity to connect the other end to her, she shall thereafter love you unconditionally, yielding to your every whim." A year later, in the home of Zhang Datu in Rin Mountain Town, a baby boy was born named Zhang Haiqiang. Lu Xiaodan gazed at her handsome and charming beloved, her eyes filled with infatuation, utterly entranced. Today, she donned elegant high heels to accompany Zhang Haiqiang on a shopping excursion. Oblivious to the blisters forming on her feet after hours of strolling, her heart brimming with sweetness, she shyly mused, could this be the sensation of love? At that moment, they were seated at a shabby roadside stall, dining on barbecued delicacies with Zhang Haiqiang's classmates. Though Lu Xiaodan hailed from affluence, she was not overly particular. She often enjoyed such fare alongside her friends, Yu Dandan and He Qing. However, at the very least, the chosen place should exhibit a semblance of cleanliness, unlike this establishment. Although it is inexpensive, the tables and benches are decidedly greasy. In her heart, she felt a mix of disdain and an inexplicable sense of happiness. Zhang Haiqiang silently savored Lu Xiaodan's attentive service, whether it was her offering him fish or pouring him wine. Feeling the searing gaze of his classmates beside him, he experienced a blend of pride and contempt. What of this aloof goddess? At this moment, she was at my beck and call. She appeared rather common, oblivious to the matter of cleanliness. Moreover, during their outing today, Lu Xiaodan had quite extravagantly purchased clothes for him, a sum reaching into the thousands. What university student possesses such wealth? One could easily speculate that someone is financially supporting her. Zhang Haiqiang munched on his meat skewers, yet a tinge of jealousy lingered within him. This was also due to Lu Xiaodan's typically low profile and the distance she maintained from her classmates. Apart from He Qing and Yu Dandan, few female students could discern the luxury brands she donned. As for the boys, especially those like Zhang Haiqiang from the computer science department, how many could truly comprehend discussions about women's fashion brands? Nevertheless, after taking another sip of wine, Zhang Haiqiang gazed at Lu Xiaodan's voluptuous figure, feeling a surge of heat within. The effect was undeniably potent. They had only met in the morning, and by evening, she was completely under his influence. Once dinner concluded, a classmate who had been in a daze all evening discreetly nudged his arm and whispered enviously, "Haiqiang, when did you manage to win over the goddess? Indeed, you are quite fortunate." What an audacious remark. Haiqiang, if it were someone else, having such a goddess as a friend who treats you so gently, wouldn't you elevate her to the heavens? You must know that I have heard from the girls in their department that after 2 or 3 years together, they have scarcely seen Lu Xiaodan smile. Zhang Haichang slammed down his chopsticks. Elevate her? She must be dreaming. With her attitude, she doesn't even know her own worth. She's merely putting on airs in front of us poor students. He spoke with a slurred tongue, completely forgetting that it was he who had requested Lu Xiaodan to dress this way. Lu Xiaodan, fill my glass. His previous loudness had brought tears to Lu Xiaodan's eyes. Yet she quickly complied and poured him more wine. Zhang Haichang, animatedly addressing his brothers across the table, exclaimed, "Did you see that? She insists on catering to me. I can't even scare her off with insults. What can I do?" The other young men looked at him with a mix of admiration and awe. Haichang, you truly are remarkable. They all simultaneously gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Haichang, feeling elated by their praise, raised his chin toward Lu Xiaodan. Don't you have any sense? Go, pour wine for my brothers too, and keep them company. No sooner had he spoken than a foot clad in Adidas sneakers suddenly kicked over the entire barbecue table, sending the grill, charcoal, and hot pot sprawling across the ground with a loud crash. Accompanying this chaos was a furious shout. Damn you. Zhang Haichang, you bastard. The group was momentarily stunned by the outburst, and upon looking up, they realized it was Zhou Haoran from the finance department along with his 2 roommates. Zhou Haoran's hair nearly stood on end upon witnessing Lu Xiaodan obediently standing beside Zhang Haichang. A surge of anger welled within him. Moreover, the haphazard ensemble she wore, coupled with the garish makeup adorning her face, nearly drove him to the brink of madness. Without hesitation, he seized her and exclaimed, Lu Xiaodan, are you out of your mind? How can you associate with such a person? His grip was so forceful that Lu Xiaodan, teetering in her high heels, let out a startled cry as she twisted her ankle. Chapter 54. Cowardice. As Lu Xiaodan winced in pain, Zhou Haoran immediately released her, his expression a mix of concern and confusion. Zhang Haichang and several classmates, abruptly interrupted in their gathering, seethed with indignation at the chaotic scene. Upon recognizing Zhou Haoran from the finance department, their ire diminished slightly, for he was renowned as a wealthy scion, a figure of considerable influence and affluence beyond their reach. Yet, upon observing the familiarity between Zhou Haoran and Lu Xiaodan, Zhang Haichang's bravado surged, prompting him to mock loudly. Ah, so it's young Master Zhou. Do you know this woman who is so eager to attach herself to you? He feigned audacity, masking his underlying trepidation, while Zhou Haoran and Chun Cheng could barely contain their urge to retaliate. However, restrained by uncertainty regarding Lu Xiaodan's sentiments, they held back from any rash actions. Seeing them silent, Zhang Haichang grew increasingly arrogant, glaring at Lu Xiaodan and barking, "Why are you just standing there? Get over here." He coupled his taunts with a provocative grin directed at Zhou Haoran. Upon hearing those words, Zhou Haoran's fists clenched tightly, filled with an overwhelming urge to strike. However, beside him, Lu Xiaodan exhibited an unexpected obedience, pushing Zhou Haoran aside and exclaiming, "Zhou Haoran, are you out of your mind? What has Haichang done to deserve this?" Without heeding her injured foot, she hurriedly limped over to the smug Zhang Haichang, her concern palpable as she asked, "Haichang, are you all right? You weren't burned, were you?" Observing the fury etched on Zhou Haoran's face, Zhang Haichang could hardly contain his delight. He brazenly wrapped his arm around Lu Xiaodan's slender waist, his hands inappropriately roaming. Despite being significantly shorter than Lu Xiaodan, who wore high heels, he paid no heed to the disparity and laughed boisterously at Zhou Haoran. "Zhou Haoran, you didn't manage to win her over, did you? Oh dear, what a predicament. She insists on clinging to me." Zhou Haoran's gaze fixated on Zhang Haichang's hand, his fury intensifying. Turning to Lu Xiaodan, he exclaimed, "This is the kind of man you fancy? Which of your eyes is deceived into finding him appealing?" Although he and Lu Xiaodan's family shared a connection, their encounters were infrequent. Yet, Lu Xiaodan's character was evident even without extensive interaction. Her disdain for undeserving individuals was unmistakable. In their esteemed circles, if Lu Xiaodan dared to bring such a man home, her formidable family would undoubtedly reduce Zhang Haichang to mere rubble. How on earth could she find anything admirable in someone like him? Accompanying my dormitory roommate for some late-night barbecue, we happened upon Zhang Haiqiang, whose coarse language and imperious treatment of Liu Xiaodan ignited Zhou Haoran's indignation. Witnessing Liu Xiaodan's tearful countenance struck him like a thunderbolt. He wondered if she was unwell, recalling the time in their youth when she had unceremoniously sent him sprawling on the school lawn, a memory that remained a personal embarrassment. In all his years, he had never seen her shed a tear. Now, observing her tear-filled eyes and her contented dependence on Zhang Haiqiang, Zhou Haoran felt a pang of self-reproach. As he grappled with his emotions, a formidable young woman approached, radiating an aura of invincibility. He Qing had initially intended to observe Liu Xiaodan's situation for a few days. However, after encountering a video on the campus forum, she was immediately incensed. Zhang's cunning was evident, suggesting a calculated scheme. Prompted by this realization, He Qing hastened to the dilapidated barbecue stall. Her cherubic face, framed by disheveled long hair due to her hurried arrival, revealed skin of translucent fairness. Her dark eyes, illuminated by the dim light, sparkled with intensity. Fueled by her fury, she exuded an aura of unbridled rage, causing Zhou Haoran and his companions to involuntarily retreat, parting like the Red Sea to make way for her. He Qing stood before Zhang Haiqiang, and due to his lack of stature, she felt as though she could look down upon him. Glancing at his sleazy face, then at the strikingly red lips of Liu Xiaodan, she sighed. Truly her vision had been obscured. Yet, Liu Xiaodan looked at her with a mix of surprise and curiosity, softly saying, "Ah Qing, what brings you here?" With a swift motion, He Qing slapped Zhang Haiqiang to the ground. The sheer ferocity of her action sent shivers down the spines of Zhang Haiqiang's friends, who instinctively stepped back, not daring to utter a word. It was utterly humiliating to be knocked down by a girl. How embarrassing. Zhang Haiqiang, half sprawled on the ground, coughed twice, expelling 2 pearly white teeth. He lifted his head, and beneath his greasy hair, one side of his face was already swollen and red, faintly revealing 5 distinct finger marks. At that moment, Liu Xiaodan, cradled in He Qing's arms, finally reacted. She twisted her body, ready to rush forward. Haiqiang. He Qing released her grip and lightly tapped the back of Liu Xiaodan's neck. The latter's body went limp, collapsing into unconsciousness, and was once again embraced by He Qing. He Qing shot a fierce glare at the fallen Zhang Haiqiang and his unscrupulous companions. "Just you wait. I'll deal with you tomorrow." With that, she averted her gaze from the onlookers and squatted down to hoist Liu Xiaodan onto her back, striding away purposefully. As she passed by Zhou Haoran, Chen Qing, and Zhang Su, recognizing them as former roommates of Ling Zhe and evidently acquainted with Liu Xiaodan, she couldn't help but vent her frustration. Cowards. Beside him, Zhang Su quickly came to his senses, promptly delivering a slap to his own face, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness, a remarkable woman indeed." Moreover, Liu Xiaodan must weigh at least 120 jin. The 3 of them gazed at He Qing's retreating figure, momentarily forgetting to offer assistance, their faces betraying an unequivocal admiration. Chapter 55. Who's the Coward? Today, Zhang Datu from Rinshan Town is getting married. As neighbors, bound by the friendship of their forebears, everyone must attend, regardless of their desires. The wedding was rather shabby, with only a plate of sunflower seeds on the table. As they cracked the seeds, the guests murmured among themselves, "What extraordinary luck has befallen this Datu? How could such a celestial beauty agree to marry him? I've heard she hails from the capital, a true lady of high standing. After 3 years of being together, she must have truly seen something in him. This woman ought to adhere to the virtues of a wife. Just look at her, coming here without even a decent wedding ceremony, nor a single new garment to wear. I heard she had been causing a ruckus at home for over 2 years before escaping. In these times, attendees of celebratory feasts bring gifts ranging from money to eggs and flour. Zhang Dada's offerings were rather subpar. The table scarcely boasted any meat dishes, leading to discontent among the guests, who began to speak without decorum. I suspect Zhang Datu is trying to take advantage of this occasion to collect some monetary gifts. One commented, "That's for certain. Why would a city girl choose to be with someone like Zhang Datu? Not only is he unattractive, but a man of his caliber would have faced dire consequences just 2 years ago. Oh, who can say? As the old adage goes, fortune favors the ill-deserving. Amidst the murmurs, the bride and groom emerged. Zhang Dado, having meticulously groomed himself for the occasion, donned an antiquated, olive green woolen overcoat, complemented by a pristine, albeit artificial, collar. His trousers, seemingly intent on sweeping the floor, concealed a pair of incongruous, utilitarian shoes. His diminutive stature and slender frame, coupled with his less-than comely features, were only exacerbated by his attire. Yet, beside him stood the bride, her countenance radiant with joy, her alabaster complexion, delicate features, and lustrous hair, even when draped in a dated, maroon coat, exuded an elegance that overshadowed every other woman present. In her unwavering determination to marry Zhang Datu, Ning Weilon had resorted to desperate measures, including threats of self-harm, which, during a crucial juncture for her family, nearly jeopardized her brother's livelihoods. Ultimately, her parents were compelled to sever ties with her, a decision that did not deter her resolve. At this moment, she mirrored any other woman on the cusp of matrimony, suffused with an ethereal sense of bliss. He pivoted, his visage etched with bewilderment and indignation. Pray tell, who was that young woman? By what right did she deem me a pushover? What offense did I commit to warrant such a denunciation? Moreover, did she render Lu Xiaodin unconscious? How could she commit such an act? Zhang Su, unable to bear the sight of his friend's aggrieved expression, retorted, "Good heavens, Haozi, your belated realization is utterly futile. Are you acquainted with goddess Lu Xiaodin? What sort of person do you perceive Zhang Haiqiang to be? In the presence of so many onlookers, he dared to act so brazenly, and yet you remain passive? If it were me, I would deem you cowardly." "Cowardly? My foot," he retorted, his tone softening as he spoke. This situation indeed seemed to reflect a certain indecisiveness. Back in elementary school, not only was he sent tumbling across the grass by Lu Xiaodon's kick, but there was also a subsequent development. Her two brothers arrived upon hearing the commotion, ensuring he rolled on the lawn for a full 30 minutes. If he didn't T-roll, they would beat him. It was a dizzying experience, utterly disorienting. When he finally managed to rise, he had no idea which direction to take. All because of youthful folly, emboldened by a moment's audacity to lift that chunk of Ice's skirt. Just thinking about it brings tears. They walked away for quite a while, and it was only then that Zhang Haiqiang, forgotten on the ground, managed to clutch his chest and stagger off alone. As for his friends, they had long since vanished without a trace. Hearing the words, she snapped, "What nonsense are you spouting? Quickly wipe your face and help get Xiaodan to bed." Yu Dandan sensed the urgency in her tone and wasted no time in clearing her eyes. Upon glancing, she saw Lu Xiaodin sprawled on He Qing's back, sleeping like a log. She hurried over to assist. "What is going on? Has she been drinking?" A closer look at Lu Xiaodon's attire and face startled her. "What on earth is she wearing? Who did her makeup?" He Qing sighed. It's a long story, one that is difficult to convey. Come, support her from behind while I help her onto the bed." Yu Dandan nodded, acknowledging that amidst the vastness of the world, one's face holds the greatest significance. She suppressed her curiosity and headed to the restroom. He Qing sat beside the bed, gazing at Lu Xiaodon's serene sleeping visage. He meticulously examined her, noticing that her hands and feet bore no signs of anything amiss. Surely, there could not have been a mistake. He Qing stifled the torrent of questions swirling within him and glanced at the protective talisman hanging from her phone, which appeared to be perfectly intact. This talisman contained the essence of the utmost yang energy, infused with black dog blood, ensuring that anything tainted with malevolent energy could not come into contact with it. There was no way Lu Xiaodan could be free of affliction. Moreover, he distinctly recalled that a red thread had once adorned her wrist. He Qing fixated on Lu Xiaodon's pure, flawless wrist, enveloped in contemplation. Chapter 56. The thread of fate. Ning Weilon's married life commenced on a positive note. After entering the bridal chamber, Zhang Dada found himself captivated by his beautiful young wife, his heart a mix of trepidation and pride. How could he not feel a surge of masculine superiority with such a distinguished and affluent lady now utterly devoted to him? Following that stormy night, Zhang Datu awoke to discover a length of red thread in his hand. He recalled the vague murmurings from his dreams, leading him to contemplate his lifespan. According to that enigmatic voice, he would likely live until the age of 60. 60 years seemed sufficient. After all, it is rare for one to reach 70. In the prime of his life, he held no reverence for the passage of time. Tentatively, he tied one end of the red thread around his ankle, holding the other end in his hand, feigning nonchalance as he brushed past the girl in the elegant dress. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal young lady turned her gaze towards him, her eyes sparkling like a film star's, filled with a fervent longing for her beloved. Initially, this celestial beauty had caused quite a stir at home for 2 years before finally making her appearance. Zhang Dadu was on the verge of giving up hope. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she had escaped only to cling to him, remaining in this nameless, unacknowledged attachment for almost 3 years, without a hint of complaint. Thus, when they first married, Zhang Dadu approached Ning Weilon with earnestness. For it was indeed a stroke of fortune for a man of his leisurely disposition to wed such a stunning beauty. Ning Weilon devoted her heart and soul to him, aligning her desires with his. Whatever Zhang Dadu commanded, she complied without hesitation. Even when he lost his temper and struck her, she gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, never revealing any reluctance. In the household, she served him with a submissive grace, but as time passed, Zhang Dadu began to take her for granted. His nature, rather base, grew weary of the routine, and soon his thoughts began to wander. Half a year had passed since their marriage, and even within the confines of their humble abode, Ning Weilon retained her enchanting essence. Hailing from a distinguished family, her mannerisms, whether in movement or repose, were indelibly etched in her being, rendering her a sight to behold. Even clad in a tattered cotton floral shirt and oversized work trousers, she exuded a beauty and grace that surpassed that of those around her. Zhang Dadu's 2 brothers took a few swigs of liquor, their heads spinning from the effects of the drink. Ignoring the presence of Ning Weilon in the adjacent kitchen, one of them brazenly addressed Zhang Dadu, saying, "Dadu, what a stroke of luck! Your wife is so beautiful. We are brothers who share joys and sorrows. When will it be convenient for me to enjoy the company of this city's fair lady?" Despite his reputation, Zhang Dadu, in that moment, embodied the essence of a man. He slammed his cup onto the table and glared at the speaker, retorting, "What are you saying? She is your sister-in-law." Another brother chuckled and chimed in, "What's wrong with that? It's precisely because she is your sister-in-law that it is amusing. Haven't you heard the saying, nothing is more entertaining than a sister-in-law? Besides, haven't we had our fair share of fun together? Rest assured, it won't be in vain." As he spoke, he drunkenly fumbled in his pocket and produced 2 large bills, tossing them onto the table. Zhang Dadu stared at the pair for a moment, recalling the charming bride of another family, before downing the last of his drink in silence. HE QING was exploring the wrist of Lu Xiaodan, and when Yu Dandan emerged from the bathroom and saw her furtively groping around, she immediately clasped her chest and exclaimed, "Qing, what are you doing? You can't possibly be that kind of person, can you?" HE QING, lost in thought, momentarily oblivious to her surroundings, instinctively fidgeted with her fingers, as if trying to grasp the lingering energy in the air. Suddenly jolted by Yu Dandan's outcry, she drowsily queried, "What? What kind of person?" In an instant, she comprehended the implication and threw a wad of tissues at her, saying, "Yu Dandan, rein in your wild imagination. If you have time for this nonsense, shouldn't you be busy writing instead?" Yu Dandan, in a moment of distraction, upon hearing HE Qing's words, immediately abandoned her inquiries and swiftly retreated to her bed to open her laptop. Meanwhile, HE Qing remained ensnared in contemplation. There was no trace of malevolent force, no proxy curse, and no evidence of a soul attachment. It was certainly not a case of love-induced enchantment. Could it be that this was not a harmful entity at all? Yet, something felt amiss. To suppress and distort a person's true nature to such an extent, while being utterly subservient to that lecherous man, Zhang Haiqiang, could not possibly bode well. What could it be? She found herself unconsciously nibbling on her nails. Just as she was lost in thought, suddenly, the red thread on Lu Xiaodan's wrist reappeared, long and slender, adorned with intertwined knots at intervals. It was a vibrant shade of true Chinese red. As it emerged, it resembled a genuine thread, rich in color, devoid of any taint or base essence. HE QING fixated on the red thread until it gradually faded from view, her head feeling all the heavier. At that moment, Yu Dandan suddenly poked her head out. "HE QING, you sneaked off to the library today, didn't you? Tell me, do I look good with this younger student? Isn't he handsome? So incredibly gentle. How about this weekend, when we have no classes? You and Shout and accompany me to the matchmaker temple to inquire about love? We're already in our 3rd year. If I don't seize the opportunity for romance soon, I'll end up as an old maid with no suitors by graduation. It said that we girls from Jiangnan are the epitome of gentleness. The ideal type for every boy? Yet, HE QING paid her no mind. Just as Yu Dandan spoke, it seemed as though an epiphany had struck her. Love, the temple of the matchmaker, fate, the entwined heart knot, the red thread, the thread of destiny bestowed by the matchmaker. HE QING's expression instantly turned grim as she gazed at the slumbering Lu Xiaodan, her pupils dilating, devoid of focus, her eyes reflecting a blend of concern and disgust. Truly repulsive and despicable. Chapter 57. The heart knot. As her belly continued to swell, Ning Weilan's anxiety deepened. Both men were former brothers of Zhang Datu, and although she devoted herself entirely to him, she was not foolish. She had overheard their conversations during dinner, fearing each day that Zhang Datu might relent. The remnants of her rationality warned her. Once this matter was set in motion, the sweet taste of indulgence would lead Zhang Datu to inexorably push her into the abyss. From then on, she would become a woman for all, eternally descending into hell. According to the 2 idlers who peered in daily, Zhang Datu had completely won over the town's young wife. That woman was equally devoted to him, seemingly pregnant too. Had this been shortly after their marriage, Ning Weilan would have surely wept uncontrollably. However, now, she merely felt a brief pang of discomfort. Upon regaining her senses, she hastily discarded the weapon she had been clutching, her heart racing as she caressed her abdomen, fearing for the lineage of the Lao Zhang family. Within her womb lay the fruit of her love with Datu, a continuation of their lives. No matter what, it was imperative that nothing should go awry. As her belly expanded and the fetus reached 8 months, the 2 idle men at the door could no longer contain their desires. For half a year, the 2 men had gazed longingly, unable to contain their impatience any longer. Under the cover of night, they resolved to act. Ning Weilan seemed to sense their impending confrontation. For the past few nights, she had been plagued by insomnia, tossing and turning in a state of unease. On this particular night, upon hearing commotion outside, she was instantly roused, rising in darkness to grasp the kitchen knife that lay upon the table. The 2 men, emboldened by their numbers, made little effort to conceal their intentions. After all, they were in a house with only one woman, heavily pregnant and easily overpowered. She posed no real threat. It was worth noting that the brothers had yet to experience the thrill of a pregnant woman. Tonight, they would indulge in that novelty. In the shadows, 2 pairs of eyes locked in a tense stare, reflecting the flickering light. Ning Weilan held her breath, standing silently behind the door, too fearful to move. In the darkness, her eyes fixated on the entrance, glimmering with determination. After a series of soft rustlings, the heavy, decayed wooden door slowly creaked open. A dark figure stealthily slipped inside, and in that moment, Ning Weilan summoned an unexpected courage. Seizing the opportunity, knowing that compassion had no place in such circumstances, she gripped the knife with both hands and struck down fiercely. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night, awakening the neighboring dogs and roosters in a cacophony of alarm. Ning Weilan's hands trembled as she clutched the bloodied knife. Her blow had sliced downwards at an angle, carving through the man's shoulder and into his waist. Flesh and skin curled away, a horrifying sight. Had it not been for her lack of strength as a woman, it was likely that the impact would have splintered bone. Another unscathed idler gazed at his brother, whose shoulder was drenched in blood. In his fright, he realized that the knight's endeavors were doomed. Malice surged within him as he delivered a swift kick to Ning Weilan's abdomen, before hastily retreating with his companions. The heart knots, passed down by song for a millennium, have borne countless desires of love and union between men and women, possessing an extraordinary essence. Nonetheless, the true potency of such heart knots lies in their ability to enhance emotional communication between parties, serving as a catalyst only for those who already harbor affection for one another. However, the one adorning Lu Xiaodon's wrist is a heart knot fashioned from a red thread of fate, woven into a bracelet. The thread indeed possesses a spirit, yet the intentions of the one who tied it are malevolent. Should one side of the heart not be reversed, the other becomes ensnared. If awakened through secret arts, one party must inevitably assume an utterly submissive position, laboring tirelessly and yielding to the other's demands. If her intuition serves her correctly, this red thread was undoubtedly offered before the matchmaker's shrine by a devoted couple, with their incense burning continuously for 3 years, thus acquiring such a potent and vibrant thread of fate. Typically, as long as such a spiritual thread is properly knotted into a heart knot, and each partner grasps an end, it not only guarantees a harmonious union across 3 lifetimes, but also ensures a worry-free century of marriage, filled with love and unwavering trust. The elders often say, better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. The reason lies in the formidable power of the wishes and faith generated between deeply bonded lovers, which has historically accumulated much merit for matchmakers who solemnly facilitate such unions. Even in this present age, a millennium later, there remains a segment of elder women fervently passionate about matchmaking for the younger generation. Their motivations are not solely rooted in altruism. Rather, the formation of a loving couple undeniably contributes to their own spiritual cultivation. The red thread of fate, once entwined around Lu Xiaodon, swiftly manifests its power, revealing the potency of its magic. One end is securely tethered to Lu Xiaodon's wrist, while the other is anchored to Zhang Haiqiang's foot, subjected to relentless trampling. Unless this crimson cord is severed, Lu Xiaodon is doomed to remain in this abyss, forever devoid of clarity. Currently, this red thread appears intermittently, and HE QING finds himself at a loss for how to sever it. More pressing is the fact that while Lu Xiaodon seemed entirely normal yesterday, today he has undergone a complete transformation. The effects have surfaced with alarming rapidity. The creator of this love knot must possess profound magical prowess, making their intervention unlikely. How could such a powerful charm come into Zhang Haiqiang's possession without cause? His demeanor clearly indicates a deep understanding of the red thread's influence. Chapter 58. Where is he? The child in his arms was born to a young woman in the town, the first being a male, with a long face. Moreover, after the affair with the young woman became known to her family, she resolutely refused to part ways with Zhang Datu, even at the cost of her life. Such a beautiful woman, one after another, devotedly enamored with him, filled Zhang Datu with an unparalleled sense of pride. His thoughts were lofty, but upon entering the house cradling the child, he was met with a gruesome sight, a large pool of blood and a bloodied kitchen knife. Ning Weilan's child, barely 8 months along, had just been violently kicked, and now, on a makeshift cart, she writhed in agony, close to giving birth. The 2 experienced aunts who came to assist were also thrown into a state of panic upon witnessing the situation. It is often said that one may live through 7 trials but barely survive 8. They had not yet reached the physician's abode, and the amniotic fluid was nearly depleted. Ning Weilan felt as though her entire being had been cleaved in 2. Her mind was a cacophony, with vivid memories of her family's voices and laughter flooding her consciousness, the frail faces of her elderly parents, the innocent visage of her younger brother, and the earnest reassurances of her siblings, causing tears to stream down her cheeks. The agony intensified, and Ning Weilan's eyes widened, blood vessels engorged. Her expression a grotesque mask of pain. A distant voice echoed in her ears. Ning, gather your strength. Hurry. The child is about to be born. Breathe deeply. Exhale. And push. As her consciousness began to wane, she vaguely sensed a searing pain beneath her. In that fleeting moment, the child's head emerged. Simultaneously, it felt as if a bolt of thunder had struck within her mind. An unseen thread on her wrist began to fade, ultimately shattering silently and transferring to a young woman in the town. Ning Weilon lay on the cart, gasping for breath amidst the profound stillness of the rural night. The sky, adorned with twinkling stars, was devoid of any sounds of insects or frogs at this dawn hour. At that moment, the elder aunt cradled the child, pondering her words for a long while, uncertain of how to express herself. "My dear girl, do not grieve too deeply. You are still young. Who knows? Perhaps another pregnancy will come swiftly." She lowered her gaze to behold the infant in the aunt's arms, whose complexion was a ghastly shade of purple, already icy to the touch. Gazing at the still unfolded features, it seemed as though the shadows of her Ning family lingered within them. At that moment, the cart traversed a diminutive stone bridge. Below the bridge lay a crystalline waterfall and jagged, peculiar rocks. This ancient stone bridge, which had borne witness to the lives of the villagers for centuries, had now narrowed to such an extent that it could barely accommodate the cart's slow passage. The morning dew rendered the surface slick, and the fellow villager pulling the cart proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of mishaps. The child had not yet arrived, yet the lifeless form had already descended. Two elderly women looked on, their hearts heavy with sorrow, lamenting, "Such a shame," a boy nonetheless. Ning Weilon's expression was vacant, yet at that moment, a smile unexpectedly graced her lips. She wrapped her arms around the child, her bowed head reminiscent of blossoms emerging from the frost, a lotus rising from the water, pure and untroubled. Gazing at the child's serene visage, Ning Weilon sighed. "Perhaps this is for the best. A mother like me, you, an undeserved child. It is I who owe you an apology." As her words faded, she clutched the child tightly, abruptly turning and leaping towards the bridge's edge. The wind howled past her, and in that instant, Ning Weilon envisioned her gray-haired parents, her siblings, and the anguished face of her youngest brother, Ajin, collapsed on the ground. A night had passed, and HE QING was nearly pulling her hair out, utterly at a loss for how to sever the red thread. In a fit of rage the previous day, she had used her spiritual energy to halt the flow of blood at Lu Xiaodon's nape. Now, as she nurtured it with her powers, the time for awakening had arrived. HE QING's gaze burned with intensity, and soon Lu Xiaodon began to stir, groggily awakening. In the moment her eyes opened, she appeared relatively lucid. Slowly sitting up and inquiring with confusion, "Qing, don't we have class?" As she spoke, she prepared to rise from her slumber. At that moment, HE QING once again caught sight of the fleeting red thread. Lu Xiaodon immediately seemed to recall something, gripping her anxiously. "Qing, did you confront HE QING yesterday? How could you act this way?" "No, I must go take care of him." With that, she hastily began her morning routine. Witnessing her demeanor, HE QING, despite being fully aware of the influence of the fateful thread, could not suppress her frustration and anger. Without a moment's hesitation, she locked the door, and as Lu Xiaodon emerged, she executed a swift gesture, rendering her immobile. At such a time, she could not concern herself with the implications of exposure. She had intended to reveal this to them eventually. Lu Xiaodon's eyes widened. Ordinarily, she would have sought clarification on the matter, questioning how HE QING possessed such abilities. Yet at that moment, her thoughts were consumed by Zhang Haiqiang. Though her body was restrained, her mind remained alert, filled with a fervent struggle. "Qing, let me go. I must find Haiqiang. He is in pain. I need to care for him." HE QING glared at her defiantly. "In your dreams." Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to inquire of Lu Xiaodon. "You wish to care for him, and he is in pain? Then where is he now?" Chapter 59. Zhang Dada did not sleep soundly that night. Having lost his wife, he sought solace in the company of a younger woman, both hiding away in a neighboring village, fearful of being discovered. The young woman was newly wed to a wealthy family in town, and within the first month of their marriage, she had already fallen under Zhang Datu's spell. Her intellect was quite remarkable, and her husband, a soldier, departed shortly after their marriage. Thus, concealing the matter from both parties was not particularly challenging. However, upon the birth of the child, the infant's exceedingly unattractive features, coupled with the gossips circulating in the town, aroused the suspicions of her in-laws. It was then that she heeded the advice of Zhang Datu, absconding with a substantial sum of money and the child in tow. She was tall and slender, clad in a black attire reminiscent of traditional long robes. Her face was gaunt, with small pupils that glimmered a golden brown, giving the impression that if her eyes were to roll back, only the whites would be visible. Zhang Dada felt a chill run down his spine as he witnessed the man, whose fingers were curled like claws, pressed down firmly on his crown, forcibly extracting a mass of violet energy. The sensation was excruciating, and Zhang Dada could not help but let out a piercing scream. Yet, the scattered onlookers paid him no heed, as though obscured by an unseen barrier. Gazing at the swirling, ethereal violet orb in his grasp, the man in black smiled with satisfaction. I have borrowed 20 years of your vitality from your prime. Once you reach the age of 30, your appearance will transform to that of a 50-year-old. Fear not, you shall still live to 60. Noticing the terror etched on Zhang Dada's face, he added, rest assured, this is not a free handout. You willingly sacrificed 20 years of your life for that woman, did you not? I am merely fulfilling your desire. Gratitude is in order. Be aware, I am a practitioner of virtue, and there is a principle of reciprocity in this exchange. Zhang Dada stared at him, his complexion ashen. The man in black thrust 2 ropes into his hands, one for you, and one for the wife you desire. As soon as that part is touched, it will automatically knot itself in that very location. If both of you tie it around your hands, there will be mutual restraint. However, should you bind it to your foot while she binds it to her hand, you can firmly keep her underfoot. Whatever you say, she will comply. At this juncture, he wore a peculiar smile, his face taking on a sinister aspect rather than a warm one. I presume you have already contemplated where to tie it, haven't you? Of course, you must not be indecisive. Otherwise, with one knot binding 2 individuals, there's a chance one might break free. At that point, the consequences will rest solely upon your shoulders. How do you know that Zhang Haiqiang is in pain? Where is he? Upon hearing He Qing's inquiry, Lu Xiaodan was momentarily taken aback. Although her body remained immobile, her heart seemed to soar to the heavens, restless and unyielding. She glared at He Qing with wide eyes. Indignation etched across her face. A Qing, how could you harm him? Haiqiang is such a good person. How could you be so ruthless? I thought you were an old friend. With such cruelty, we should cease our interactions henceforth. He Qing was utterly infuriated. Lu Xiaodan, you ungrateful woman. I am ruthless? Just wait until I untie this wretched rope. I wonder if you will still have the audacity to utter such words. Frustration engulfed her in an instant. After a while, He Qing, in a fit of exasperation, grasped her hair. Forget it. What use is there in arguing with someone as foolish as you? You just mentioned that you share a tacit understanding. Recalling Zhang Haiqiang's lecherous demeanor, she couldn't help but shudder. Then tell me, where is he now? Lu Xiaodan gazed at her, hesitating for a moment before speaking candidly. He is with our counselor. If you struck someone, you are bound to face consequences. What? She exclaimed. A grown man, and he still has the audacity. How ridiculous. He is merely relying on Lu Xiaodan's unwavering compliance. As for grievances, I find it hard to believe that this perennial underachiever could possibly rival me. However, He Qing rolled her eyes thoughtfully. Though I may not yet discern how to unravel this red thread, I possess the means to address the hearts in sync situation. With a swift gesture, she sealed Lu Xiaodan's forehead, causing 2 swift beams of golden light to spiral from her brow, circling around her forehead without pause. Lu Xiaodan, momentarily dazed, found herself unable to sense her beloved's emotions and instantly fell silent. He Qing secured the dormitory door and rolled up her sleeves. Now, it is time to engage in a war of words. Their Chinese department counselor was a kind-hearted woman nearing 30, named Huang Qian, with a gentle demeanor. She typically spoke in soft tones. Fortunately, being a woman herself, communication was easier, thus earning her the affection of many. When He Qing knocked on the office door, Huang Qian wore an expression of both embarrassment and anger as she regarded the 2 individuals before her. Upon seeing He Qing, Huang Qian let out a sigh of relief. Teacher Zhang, look, this is He Qing. How could such a slender girl possibly have overpowered Zhang Haiqiang? I cannot accept such unfounded accusations. Originally, Zhang Haiqiang suffered a considerable grievance. Not only had he lost the woman he had hoped to claim, But he also became the subject of ridicule among his dormitory mates. Feeling suffocated by his frustration throughout the night, he sought out his counselor early the next morning to lodge a complaint. Their computer science counselor was a principled young man who, upon seeing the two prominent teeth Zhang Haiqiang presented as evidence alongside his swollen, pig-like face, was immediately incensed. Without seeking further clarification, he proceeded directly to the Chinese department. Before HE QING arrived, he was already demanding that Huang Qian summon the students for a thorough discussion. HE QING had consistently received several scholarships, thus establishing a reputation before the faculty that was not insignificant. The young woman had a round face with a double chin, a petite frame, and delicate skin. Perhaps due to anxiety, her intertwined fingers appeared plump and pale. Upon seeing her in person, Zhang Haiqiang felt his confidence wane, as if he had shrunk a head in stature. How could such a petite girl possibly knock out his two teeth? Zhang Haiqiang found himself struggling to contain his disbelief. Chapter 60. The Film Emperor. This was simply inconceivable. Zhang Haiqiang found himself at a loss for words. In terms of physical prowess, it was an undeniable truth that men generally held the advantage in combat strength. This was not a matter of gender discrimination, but rather a reflection of reality. In terms of explosive power and endurance, 90% of women could not rival men. In Zhang Haiqiang's eyes, HE QING epitomized this notion. Her youthful, round face, coupled with her fair complexion, made her appear delicate and fragile, and despite frequently working part-time jobs, she still exuded an air of softness that suggested vulnerability. As for Zhang Haiqiang, he is not only clumsy but also possesses a dark complexion, reportedly a result of working in the fields. Such a young man, despite his shorter stature, would certainly find it hard to believe that a girl could strike him so forcefully as to knock out two of his teeth. HE QING gazed wide-eyed at the counselor, her expression a tumult of anxiety and confusion. Director Huang Qian, upon observing her demeanor, felt a surge of frustration and directed her ire towards Director Zhang. Teacher Zhang, take a look. This is HE QING, as described by Zhang Haiqiang. She is barely in her 20s and has consistently been a recipient of our department's scholarships. This young lady has no relatives to speak of, and if it weren't for her frequent part-time jobs, she might not even afford her university education. I must ask, on what grounds can she be accused of violence? Just because she hails from a rural background and is an orphan does not justify such bullying. Given her weight, she barely reaches 100 pounds. To claim she is capable of violence is preposterous. How has this devolved into a rural versus urban issue? Teacher Zhang, known for his gentle disposition in the computer science department, would typically manage a room full of energetic young men with grace. Otherwise, a fiery temperament might not win him any allies. Yet, his shortcomings are evident, as he struggles to articulate a response in this situation. After all, when comparing the two individuals, it is clear that the girl is at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Zhang Haiqiang, standing behind, bristled with indignation. He is the type of person who values his pride above all else. For him, reputation reigns supreme. After finally tasting the sweetness of potential romantic success yesterday, only to have it disrupted by Zhou Haoran and HE QING, how could he not harbor resentment? Remarkably, Zhou Haoran, a tall and robust young man with a privileged background, ultimately decided to target a more vulnerable individual. Prior to entangling Liu Xiaodan with a red thread, he had conducted his research and discovered that Liu Xiaodan's attire was exceedingly modest, clearly indicating a lack of wealth. Occasionally adorned with a piece or two of jewelry, he surmised that such possessions were hardly acquired through legitimate means. In contrast, HE QING, despite receiving scholarships annually, toiled as a tutor and was cautious not to overindulge in the cafeteria, epitomizing a life of frugality. Rumored to have emerged from a rural village with no family ties, she was, in his eyes, the ideal target. Upon arriving at the office, however, he was met with an unexpected turn of events. Huang Qian adamantly refused to heed his instructions and summoned HE QING instead. The disdain and skepticism reflected in her gaze ignited a fury within Zhang Haiqiang. After HE QING unwittingly walked into the trap, he could not have anticipated the revelation, although devoid of any influential backing. Her academic prowess served as an unassailable foundation within the campus. Moreover, the adage that life resembles a play, reliant upon one's acting skills, was exemplified here. With mere facial expressions and subtle gestures, Huang Qian and director Zhang swiftly changed their allegiance, leaving him utterly bewildered. Zhang Haiqiang, who had relied upon his mother and a close acquaintance to navigate life comfortably, found it incomprehensible that HE QING had, since her youth, masterfully concealed her peculiarities without formal guidance. Throughout her tumultuous journey, her acting skills could easily earn her an Oscar, at the very least. Her ability to convey emotion and action could effortlessly overshadow Zhang Haiqiang. Her previous reticence to reveal such talents stemmed merely from a belief that it was unnecessary. Zhang Haiqiang remained oblivious to these matters, having grown up in a small town and benefiting from his parents' support. He had some experience with deception, but lacked the skill to intimidate teachers. After all, his academic performance had been dismal throughout his life, and his admission to Ming University was, ahem. Observing his advisor's ineffectiveness as a woman effortlessly dominated the situation, he stepped forward, his swollen and bruised face on display, and incoherently retorted, "Teacher Huang, your statement is quite erroneous. It is true that HE QING receives scholarships year after year. However, does that mean scholarship recipients are exempt from wrongdoing? Wasn't our finance department's top student involved in a murder and dismemberment case? He too was a scholarship holder. In my opinion, it is precisely those who receive scholarships that warrant thorough investigation." As he spoke, he could not help but audibly swallow, prompting disgust from Huang Qian. It was unavoidable. With a missing tooth and a swollen face, such physiological reactions were to be expected, yet it was equally natural for onlookers to find it repulsive. His words, once spoken, not only disconcerted Huang Qian but also caused Zhang's teacher to struggle to maintain composure. HE QING, perceptive to their expressions, could not help but feel a twinge of pain for them. In a prestigious institution like Ming University, those with poor grades were not necessarily inferior. Yet among those with commendable results, 80% were destined for success. Did they not see that the school's honors and funding each year were entirely derived from its alumni? He had mistakenly assumed this was a third-rate institution where wealth could easily secure admission. Taking a deep breath, Huang Qian, despite not being responsible for these students, restrained herself from speaking out. Yet Zhang Haiqiang persisted, pointing to the bruised half of his face. "Look, the handprint is still here. How can you deny it? Moreover, my tooth has fallen out, and my gums remain swollen to this day. As for my chest," he spoke in a moment of desperation, disregarding the presence of two ladies, and boldly pulled open his shirt to reveal a grotesque bruise upon his chest. Huang Qian furrowed her brow. Her impression of Zhang Haiqiang further diminished. At this juncture, the thespian HE QING took center stage, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke with a tone of feigned grievance. You are lying? I do not possess such strength. Your teeth are so robust that even a man could scarcely dislodge them. It is entirely impossible for me. And as for your chest, how could I possibly kick that high?" As she spoke, tears threatened to spill. Zhang Haiqiang, interpreting her emotional display as guilt, wore an air of arrogant satisfaction. However, the expression one wears is contingent upon one's countenance. His inherently repugnant features, coupled with the fact that he displayed only half of his face, rendered his smug demeanor akin to that of a petty villain, almost unbearable to behold. At the very least, the others present, including teacher Zhang, discreetly averted their gazes. In this pivotal moment, Huang Qian proved to be the most formidable. She cleared her throat and asserted, "Zhang Haiqiang, you claim that HE QING struck you, and yet you bear injuries on your body and face. How, pray tell, did she manage to inflict them upon you? It is inconceivable for a female classmate to attack without provocation. Moreover, in her current state, you could easily overpower her with a single punch. Why then, did you not resist if you were so grievously harmed?" Chapter 61. Resentment. Ning Weilon cradled her child as she departed from this world. A fleeting beauty with a tragic fate, her essence dissipating like the fragrant orchid. The tranquility surrounding her passing remained a mystery to those around her, just as her unvoiced grievances lingered in obscurity. Meanwhile, Zhang Daitu found himself utterly bereft of a wife. However, he was not in a hurry. With the red thread in his hand, he could choose any woman from this area at will. Were it not for his wife's tight hold and the slight tethering of his son, he might have squandered countless good girls. As for the fleeting moment of infatuation he felt for Ning Weilon, it seemed to vanish upon his realization of the allure of the red thread. Now, he believed that as long as he desired someone, they would come to him without any hindrance. Zhang Daitu, at 29, had only one son, Zhang Haiqiang, whom he cherished like a precious gem. Unfortunately, the money his wife managed was a one-way street, quickly disappearing. That day marked his 30th birthday, and by the next morning, he was horrified to find himself aged beyond his years, appearing as if he were 50. Zhang Daitu could not help but recall the words of the man in black from years past. He had given all his youthful vigor to others, and in 30 more years he would surely perish. Reflecting on this while gazing at his babbling son, he promptly resolved to start saving for his only heir, Zhang Haiqiang. Alas, his aging body and lack of industriousness made the task daunting. The mere thought of earning money drove him to once again grasp the red thread. This time, his eagerness for quick success backfired. In the past, it sufficed to simply flirt with women, but now he sought to extract additional funds, his insatiable desires causing him to falter in his steadiness. "Why do you not resist?" Huang Qian expressed her impatience, observing Zhang Haiqiang's chubby, swollen face with a sense of bitterness. As for teacher Zhang from the computer science department, his overly honest nature proved to be a disadvantage. The moment he felt a hint of guilt, he lost all semblance of combativeness. He firmly believed that it was his own student who had lied. At that moment, no matter how much Huang Qian pleaded, he remained silent and reluctant to speak. HE QING watched from the side, suddenly feeling a sense of embarrassment. Zhang, the advisor, was a professor due to his parents' connections, possessing average abilities but remarkable integrity. He was known for his honesty and kindness, not only within the computer science department, but also extending warmth to students from other disciplines. Compared to him, Huang Qian felt unworthy of being described as gentle and sincere. However, personal feelings aside, one must not forget past grievances. HE QING, clad in white canvas shoes, fidgeted nervously, sliding his feet back and forth, side to side, in a restless manner that showed no sign of stopping. This only deepened the counselor's frustration. Huang Qian felt that the girl under her care was being unjustly slandered, and deemed the boy utterly disgraceful. The small motions of the student revealed a heart filled with anxiety. Teacher Zhang felt that it was deplorable for a grown man to bully a girl to the point of tears, leaving her flustered and helpless. While he went to the teacher to complain, this was simply too much. Suddenly, the open door creaked softly, allowing a gentle breeze to sweep through the room, swirling languidly with a hint of coolness, briefly enveloping the individuals present before dissipating into thin air. As the breeze faded, the invisible essence it carried began to converge slowly beneath HE QING's feet, gradually taking shape. A translucent white mist coalesced into a vortex, forming faintly on the ground, revealing the character for resentment. In Buddhism, it is said that life is filled with 7 sufferings: birth, aging, illness, death, the pain of love and hatred, the sorrow of separation, and the agony of unfulfilled desires. This resentment signifies hatred, injustice, grievances, and lingering thoughts of discontent. Zhang Haiqiang, despite lacking in other virtues, displayed an overt machismo and an intense animosity towards the affluent, unable to tolerate anyone whose life surpasses his own. As time passed, his discontent festered, giving rise to a deep-seated resentment. He observed HE QING, who remained unfazed and leisurely gliding along, completely unperturbed. "Why do I not resist?" Zhang Haiqiang murmured, echoing Huang Qian's words, his heart brimming with frustration. "I truly wish to resist. Yet, when HE QING struck me, it felt as if I had been hit by a battering ram, instantly revealing to me the sheer magnitude of her strength. Not only did my face swell, but my ears buzzed with a deafening roar, rendering me unable to hear a single sound. Subsequently, I coughed up blood, losing 2 teeth in the process. What a metaphor for blooming pear blossoms. I had never encountered a woman with such power in my life. Clearly, she had trained rigorously, without a doubt, and that kick to my chest? It felt akin to being crushed like an ant. She was like a lion, and I dared not fight back. Faced with Huang Qian's incredulous expression, he felt an acute sense of humiliation. Why do I not resist? I cannot possibly overcome her. Teacher, in this era of gender equality, with so many learning Taekwondo, it is entirely reasonable that I am unable to defeat her. With such strength, she might very well be a black belt. The mere thought of admitting defeat to a woman left He Qing perplexed. Had she known he would concede so readily, she would have shown no mercy yesterday, effortlessly reducing him to a mere QR code. With this in mind, she resolved to be merciless, lightly stamping her foot, causing the nascent resentment to swiftly rise and silently attach itself to Zhang Haiqiang's nape, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Zhang Haiqiang's image is far from admirable. He is merely a perennial underachiever, yet his words do possess a semblance of reason. Huang Qian recalled the recent news of a female university student who bravely countered a knife-wielding assailant, and guilt washed over her. Could it be that she had unjustly judged him? After all, if his claims were false, it would be quite the embarrassment for a young man to admit he could not overpower a woman. Nevertheless, upon further examining Zhang Haiqiang's countenance, her skepticism resurfaced. After uttering his statement, a sudden wave of dizziness engulfed him, and memories of past grievances flooded his mind, overwhelming him with a tempest of emotions that begged for release. He thought, is it merely because of my poor academic performance that you all doubt me? If my grades were commendable, would I still be here languishing? I would have long since ventured abroad. Such words elicited discontent from both Huang Qian and teacher Zhang. Languishing here? What kind of place do you think this is? Mingjing University. It ranks among the top 3 across the nation every year. Countless individuals strive desperately to gain admission, and you dare to speak of languishing? Is this a place to simply pass time? And the notion of going abroad? As soon as those words left his lips, not only did the 2 counselors present momentarily freeze, but even He Qing could not suppress a gasp. Was there some underlying reason for Zhang Haiqiang's admission to Ming University? While doubts lingered in the air, Zhang Haiqiang continued unabated, his words laced with disdain. Is Ming University truly so remarkable? What is so extraordinary about a few tens of thousands of yuan? And you? I address you as Counselor Zhang out of respect, but isn't it all about connections? What is there to be proud of? Who doesn't know that? Counselor Zhang's amiable demeanor darkened. At this moment, Zhang Haiqiang was utterly devoid of reason. Unleashing a tirade upon Huang Qian, what is this old woman so proud of every day? You act as if you haven't heard me speaking, just a mere counselor. Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Qian's chest heaved with indignation, practically seething with rage. The fact that she was able to become a counselor at Ming University clearly indicated her commendable capabilities. After all, having guided students for so long, no one had ever dared to address her in such a manner. Enough was enough. At this juncture, the matters concerning He Qing and Zhang Haiqiang paled in comparison to the weight of Zhang Haiqiang's words. Ming University has long upheld the principles of integrity and moral rectitude, maintaining a rigorously disciplined academic environment. The admissions assessments are of utmost importance, drawing nationwide scrutiny each year. Thus, when a junior suddenly claimed to have gained admission through monetary means, it not only tarnished the university's reputation but also that of Zhang Haiqiang's alma mater. Although Ming University does offer a limited number of self-funded spots, they are exceedingly rare, for money and power must go hand in hand. A few tens of thousands could resolve this. Could it be that someone else took the exam on his behalf? Chapter 62. Flickering Zhang Dada had set his sights on a family in the capital. The young wife had eloped, and the couple, along with their child, had been evading capture, ultimately deciding to settle in the capital. In the 1980s, the population of the capital was still manageable, allowing for the concealment of 2 individuals. Zhang Dada vaguely understood that one could not simultaneously engage with 2 people across the red line. Yet he was certain of one thing. Once a woman bore a child, she would never leave, no matter the circumstances. Thus emboldened, He eagerly seized the opportunity to connect with a teacher from a family in the capital. He inquired about the situation and discovered that the family had only one daughter, who was quite affluent. The woman worked as a teacher, and seizing the opportune moment, he promptly initiated a connection. Although he was merely 30 years of age, his body bore the weariness of a full 50. After engaging with women, his intentions became muddled, leaving him with desires he could no longer fulfill. Thus, his sole objective this time was monetary gain. However, the girl, upon her initial encounter with the connection, found herself entangled with two others simultaneously, and previously, there had been another. Consequently, the potency of the connection had significantly diminished. The most evident manifestation of this decline was that the girl, inexplicably drawn to an elderly man, frequently appeared disoriented. She would spend large sums of money without a thought for discretion and had recently devised plans to sell her house, leaving obvious traces. Her parents quickly noticed these changes. The couple hired someone to investigate, only to uncover that their daughter was regularly handing over her earnings to an elderly man accompanied by his granddaughter. Due to the age disparity and the elderly man's lack of overtly inappropriate behavior, they were not inclined to believe that he was exploiting her for both affection and finances. After all, upon investigation, what was there to worry about regarding this old man? They merely suspected a semblance of a pyramid scheme, which had recently made its way from Japan to China. Those residing in the capital were among the first to be exposed to such concepts. Moreover, the girl's parents, who possessed some political insights, were acutely aware of the implications of purchasing property during this era. Thus, upon realizing something was amiss, no matter how much they implored their daughter, she remained obstinate, akin to being brainwashed. Was this not indicative of a pyramid scheme? The couple made a swift decision and, unbeknownst to their daughter, forcefully incapacitated the elderly man by breaking his leg. Initially, they had not intended to be so ruthless towards an elderly man. However, upon investigation, the truth became painfully evident. It was revealed that the young woman and the old man were not father and daughter, as previously thought, but rather husband and wife. Furthermore, the old man had eloped with the young woman. This revelation struck fear into the hearts of the girl's parents, who were fortunate to discover the truth in time. Otherwise, their daughter would have inevitably fallen prey to a lecherous old man. As a result, they resorted to extreme measures, threatening him never to enter the capital again. Zhang Dadu, having grown up in a rough environment, had never stooped to such depths before, and thus had never faced such severe consequences. A group of individuals subdued Zhang Dadu, mercilessly striking him with sticks from his ankles to his knees for the better part of a day, leaving him in excruciating pain and ultimately resulting in a permanent limp, ensuring he would never return to the capital. Now, with his mobility severely compromised and no savings to rely on, the only source of income left for the family was the young and beautiful wife. Observing the incessant phone calls between Huang Qian and Zhang Fudao after their conversation, while Zhang Haiqiang appeared dazed and oblivious, He Qing could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Zhang Haiqiang. Indeed, those who engage in ignoble actions often meet their just deserts. It is a pity for Mingda. Ever since He Qing had joined the school, a myriad of scandals had surfaced. First, there was the incident of a student committing murder, and now allegations of examination fraud. While technically, the school was not directly implicated, the lack of oversight and failure to verify facts had tarnished its reputation. She delicately curled her little finger, and the spiritual mark on Zhang Haiqiang's nape dissipated like ice melting in the sun, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Haiqiang shook his head, his greasy hair drooping limply against his scalp, motionless. He had just regained consciousness, his face still bearing an expression of madness. Yet he felt as though he had been pressed on pause, unable to advance or retreat, leaving him utterly bewildered. What had he just said? As he recalled his recent actions, Zhang Haiqiang felt as if he had been struck by frost, his entire being recoiling in dismay, his mind scattered in an instant. He was still clad in shorts and sandals, and around his darkened ankles, a red thread caught He Qing's eye like a warning light, strikingly vivid. The red string emitted a faint glow, flickering like a beacon, its brightness fluctuating, unstable, and erratic. He Qing's gaze remained fixated on that red thread, which had previously been elusive and hard to detect. Why had it suddenly become so conspicuous and unstable? Before long, as the incessant calls from Huang Qian and teacher Zhang continued, Zhang Haiqiang's expression grew increasingly pale, and the red thread flickered more violently, almost never settling. Indeed, He Qing's bright eyes sparkled with insight. Having never encountered a marriage line before, especially one with a reversed love knot, she found herself at a loss for how to unravel it, reluctantly leaving Xiaodan to remain in the dormitory. However, despite her uncertainty regarding why the red thread was so easily influenced by emotional fluctuations, this revelation sparked an idea. If Zhang Haiqiang's emotions were stirred enough, would it not simply fall away? Alternatively, one might await the results of the investigation concerning examination impersonation and then, seizing upon his moment of disquiet, employ spiritual force to dismantle him with unrelenting vigor. After all, it seems that, at present, this entity can only influence the mind and does not inflict physical harm. As for Zhang Haiqiang, should he maintain steady composure and resolutely clutch the red thread, refusing to relinquish it, then one might resort to subjugation. In any case, for such despicable individuals, if action is warranted, He Qing will certainly not exercise gentleness. I refuse to believe that his cowardly demeanor can withstand the agony of the flesh. Chapter 63. Mirror Flower. Since sustaining his leg injury, Zhang Dadu has come to understand a term: moderation. Of course, this moderation is not to be confused with another kind of moderation. Through hardship, he has gained wisdom, and now, in a foreign city, he and his two brothers deliberately target those of some repute who are also cautious of their reputations, seeking ways to extract their secrets concerning their wives, extorting them monthly in batches. To mitigate the risk of others acting out of desperation, they have expanded the base of individuals involved, with each person contributing monthly from the meager sum of 2 yuan in the 1980s to a range of 50 to 100 yuan in the 1990s, adjusting prices in accordance with market conditions, all while ensuring that no one is left destitute, thus conducting business in a steady and measured manner. Their initial monthly income of 10 to 20 yuan has burgeoned to nearly 100,000 yuan collected from 4 to 5 dozen individuals. Remarkably, they have become a household of modest means. Zhang Haiqiang, having inherited his father's genes, bears not a trace of the beauty of his mother. Instead, he is a complete replica of another Zhang Datu, idle and unlearned. From a young age, he had become accustomed to witnessing the entrapments laid for the wealthy within his household. Consequently, he harbored a dual sentiment of disdain towards the affluent while simultaneously looking down upon them. This sentiment extended even to his own mother, the female protagonist, with whom he shared a belief akin to that of Zhang Datu, that beautiful women are rarely virtuous and are often frivolous. Despite having lacked for nothing throughout his childhood, his academic performance suffered due to a lack of supervision. As the time for the college entrance examination approached, Zhang Dada finally recognized that his son would not be able to rely on his family's legacy as he had. With the rapid advancement in communication technologies, there had been several close calls where their illicit activities nearly came to light. Had it not been for the intervention of his wife's associates, they might have been exposed numerous times. Thus, Zhang Datu resolved to secure a prestigious education for his only son, ensuring that he would rise above the ordinary upon leaving the academic realm. At this juncture, the power of connections became apparent. Additionally, due to Zhang Haiqiang's rural household registration and status as an only child, he garnered extra advantages. With the support of this examination proxy industry, Zhang Haiqiang successfully elevated himself from an academic underachiever to a renowned scholar at Ming University. If he were to apply himself diligently during his university years, he would emerge as a significant success in life. After all, graduates from Ming University are distinguished not only by their capabilities, but also by their networks. However, upon Zhang Haiqiang's advancement to his third year of university, his family's business began to falter. The reason was simple: the female protagonist had aged. Such an elderly woman, even if photographed, would struggle to maintain credibility in the market, leading to a natural decline in business. Having experienced the complexities of dual relationships, Zhang Datu, now older, found himself lacking the courage to pursue younger women. Zhang Datu, increasingly fearful of death as he ages, is now 53 years old, yet appears as if he has reached 70. Each night, he dreams of the words spoken by the man in black from years past. Live to 60. His heart swells with trepidation, prompting him to pass the red thread to his son before the school year begins. The situation has escalated beyond a mere dispute between HE QING and Zhang Haiqiang. After sitting silently in the office for an entire morning, Zhang Haiqiang finally emerged, pale-faced, after repeated inquiries from the teacher. Despite refraining from involving the police out of concern for the school's reputation, the relentless pressure has left him exposed. Once the matter of taking exams for others came to light, his aspirations for university were effectively dashed, leaving an indelible mark on his record. In stark contrast, HE QING wore a radiant expression. This commotion not only unveiled Zhang Haiqiang's secrets, but also shattered his dreams of higher education. Was this not a case of self-inflicted misfortune? HE QING glanced at the incessantly flickering red thread around Zhang Haiqiang's ankle, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Dealing with such a person required this kind of decisive action. As he passed through the stairwell, the hunched-over Zhang Haiqiang suddenly halted, his breath catching, before he lunged at HE QING. "You wretch! I will kill you." The mysterious symbols that appeared only deepened the intensity of HE QING's gaze. Yet to Zhang Haiqiang, they appeared as terrifying specters. What is this?" he demanded, his voice trembling with evident fear. HE QING flashed a mischievous smile, embodying the playful innocence unique to youth. Yet to Zhang Haiqiang, she resembled a devil incarnate. He appeared flustered, at a loss for what to do, and after a moment of dazed hesitation, he attempted to flee. A hand reached out from behind and seized the collar of his shirt. HE QING sneered coldly. "Running away? It's not that simple." At the corner of the staircase stood a storage room. HE QING dragged Zhang Haiqiang in, as if he were a lifeless dog, crashing through the door. The storage room was cramped, filled with fine dust particles suspended in the air, swirling around HE QING, but kept at bay by an invisible aura, leaving her untouched. She forcefully slammed Zhang Haiqiang against the wall, and the elongated plastic tail of a broom came crashing down on his face. Yet, the cowardly and despicable boy dared not utter a word. He merely looked at HE QING in sheer terror, akin to a helpless bride on the brink of being ravaged. HE QING formed her fingers into a sword and, channeling her spiritual energy, struck fiercely at Zhang Haiqiang's ankle. The shimmering red line flickered increasingly, as ephemeral as a mirage, and immediately dissipated. This strike left no mark on his leg, yet Zhang Haiqiang screamed in agony, as if his wrist had been sliced. HE QING gazed at the fading red light, her heart swelling with delight. Xiao Dan would soon be all right. Chapter 64. Fearful when Zhang Haiqiang initially received the red thread from Zhang Datu, his expression mirrored that of someone hearing an outrageous fable. In the 21st century, even spirits were not sanctioned after the founding of the nation, and the notion of the supernatural was even less acceptable. In this scientific society, his own father had given him 2 red strings, claiming they could bind any woman's heart. Zhang Haiqiang mused that his consistent underperformance in studies had its reasons. After all, intelligence does indeed correlate with genetics. Zhang Datu recounted to his son tales of his past, including how he cunningly ensnared his mother with a red thread and the 2 decades of youth he sacrificed for it. Ultimately, amidst his son's skeptical gaze, Zhang Datu unveiled his pièce de résistance, a photograph. First, there was an awkward wedding picture, in which the man donned an ill-fitting wool coat, while beside him stood a woman, even swathed in tattered garments, exuding an enchanting grace. In the faded black and white image, her skin resembled fine porcelain, and her dark eyes sparkled like pearls, resplendent with an enduring charm. Had Zhang Datu not unearthed this photograph, he might have forgotten what his wife looked like entirely. After years with his young bride, he found himself emotionally drained and indifferent, having reached a point where he scarcely cared to glance at any woman. Observing the astonishment on his son's face, he swelled with pride. "What do you think? I didn't deceive you, did I? Without the red thread, Could your father have found such a wife? Not to mention her. Even your mother wouldn't spare me a glance before that. Zhang Haiqiang held the two humble threads in his hands with a near reverence, envisioning the illustrious beauties of his school's various departments, all the while unaware that the moment Zhang De untied the red thread, the woman diligently washing clothes in the courtyard, his mother, was suddenly struck by a searing pain in her heart, severing her connection to her husband's emotions. She unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of her garment, her mind adrift and her gaze unfocused. The invisible tether binding her spirit had been taut for far too long. At this moment of release, the string of her heart, once wound so tightly, snapped abruptly. With the severing of that delicate thread, her essence faltered, as the haunting interplay of past memories and present reality clashed with devastating intensity. She had succumbed to madness. Meanwhile, an Audi glided slowly into the community. Inside, Ning Zongjin sat with his eyes closed, resting, while the man beside him sighed repeatedly. Mr. Ning, according to the information I've gathered, the young lady you seek was married to someone who resides here. However, the details you provided are scant, merely a black and white photograph from her childhood. Given the tumultuous times she lived through, communication was scarce, resulting in this prolonged search. Additionally, Rin Mountain Town is rather remote. Despite its proximity to the capital, it remains obscured. If it weren't for our associates mentioning her name, overheard by two elderly women, we might have missed this lead entirely. Alas, so much time has elapsed. We invested significant resources, yet failed to uncover the reasons behind her tragic decision to end her life. Nevertheless, it is somewhat understandable, a child born through great hardship perishing, a husband straying, and succumbing to postpartum depression leading to suicide. Such tasks are far from simple. One need only consider the countless missing persons each year, vanishing without a trace, especially those from decades past. This endeavor has spanned 20 years, from the end of '83 until now, with no resolution in sight. They had long given up hope, yet fortune smiled upon them during a casual meal in the town, where serendipity led them to glean information from the two women. Regrettably, while news can often be a blessing, it is disheartening to learn of another's tragic demise. The image of that delicate young girl springs to mind, prompting a wistful sigh from the man. What a beautiful girl she was, even amidst familial turmoil. Surely there was no need for her to wed such a man. It is a pity that they both appear to have lost their way. Moreover, she displayed a remarkable coldness, having left home for so many years without so much as a single letter. Ning Zongjin let out a cold snort. After all these years without word, he had steeled himself for this eventuality. Yet he knew his sister well. She was the epitome of resilience and pride. When their family faced calamity, she had no time for his concerns, and at such a critical juncture, she inexplicably chose to marry a man she had only met once, creating turmoil at home for 2 entire years, ultimately resorting to threats of suicide. How could such a thing be possible? Alas, the troubles that had beset their family were overwhelming, leaving their parents in disarray and neglecting her plight, making her escape seem almost natural. Nevertheless, she would never have consented to marry a scoundrel like Zhang Daotu, only to end her life post-childbirth. Individuals hailing from political families have always been wary of appearances. HE QING glared furiously at the now-reformed red thread, which, despite its tangible presence and the sensations it had elicited when severed, seemed inexplicably unyielding. How could it be that, even as spiritual energy coalesces into a blade, the knot remains steadfast? As despair loomed ever closer, Zhang Haiqiang observed HE QING, his initially fearful expression transforming into one of arrogant delight. Wretched woman, why have you ceased your attempts to sever the rope? Let me assure you, no one but me can untie this knot. I knew you were here for Lu Xiaodan. You women are all the same. I won't untie it. What can you do? Kill me? This petty man's triumph and detestable mien ignited an inexplicable firestorm within HE QING, surging from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. After so many years, no one had dared to speak to her in such a manner. HE QING lifted her head abruptly, her expression fierce, her gaze like a sword. She sneered coldly at Zhang Haiqiang, her countenance radiating an air of supreme superiority. What? You think I wouldn't dare? With that, she curled her fingers into a claw and seized Zhang Haiqiang's neck, pinning him against the dusty wall. The force was so great that his eyes rolled back and his face turned blue. Choked and suspended against the wall, could neither kick nor scratch, and was filled with utter bewilderment, regretting his hasty words. He gasped like a fish thrown ashore, unable to utter a single word. Glanced at him, her gaze dismissive, as if he were nothing more than an ant. The heavens are indifferent, and who cares about the life or death of an ant beneath their feet? With just that one look, forgot even the pain of suffocation, his body turning cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his flesh prickling with goosebumps. He began to tremble, fear permeating his entire being. Noticed the red thread on his ankle, faint but undeniably connected. She frowned in annoyance and clicked her tongue twice. Still not broken? How troublesome. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, her expression instantly transformed back into that of the previously soft and tender girl, devoid of any sharpness. With an exclamation of delight, she exclaimed, I have thought of a solution. Chapter 65. No compulsion, is it truly him? Ning Zongjin gazed at the aged and hunched figure of Zhang Datu, his eyes revealing no trace of emotion. The man beside him observed the old man's countenance and could not help but grind his teeth in contemplation, ultimately nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it is he. Ning Zongjin's demeanor remained indifferent after so many years. His inability to locate his beloved sister had morphed into an obsession within his heart. Countless times, he pondered, what manner of man could persuade the jewel of the Ning family to relinquish her pride and dignity, wholly devoting herself to him? Yet, no matter how he reasoned, he never envisioned it would be a man such as the one before him. He recalled the details inscribed in the records, confirming one last time. You say she is engaged in what? Collaborating with two brothers to ensnare unsuspecting men? Precisely, in this small town, anyone with a modicum of notoriety has been involved. Though this man appeared unimpressive, both of his former wives were remarkably beautiful. The first had been nothing short of ethereal. Just as the words were about to spill from his lips, he remembered that the so-called ethereal wife was, in fact, the elder sister of the man beside him. The man felt a twinge of awkwardness, desperately racking his brain for a remedy. After much contemplation, he could only clumsily embellish. That is also a talent. Despite his unremarkable appearance, in earlier years, any woman he set his sights on ultimately followed him, undeterred by the prospect of attachment. Obedient and compliant. Upon uttering these words, he could not help but wish to slap himself. What nonsense is this? However, Ning Zongjin's attention was not diverted. He casually tossed the documents aside and inquired, So, you were compliant, and those with a modicum of renown in this city have all been threatened? After a lengthy pause, the man hurriedly nodded in affirmation. Yes, indeed. Initially, there were few, but later, those with leverage sought to recruit new members into the fold. After all, once such matters come to light, while it may not lead to losing one's position, it certainly tarnishes one's reputation in the eyes of superiors. Over time, it becomes akin to a token of allegiance among factions. This malignant tumor. Remembering his sister, Ning Zongjin clenched his fists, inhaling deeply a couple of times before imparting a rather indifferent instruction to those around him. Gather a few individuals and devise a means to ensure he cannot disseminate any information. Just don't take his life. In our society governed by the rule of law, it is best to rely on legal recourse. Understood, Ning Zongjin replied, finally exhaling a long sigh, his once rigid posture relaxing as he leaned back against the chair. His expression was one of unutterable melancholy and discomfort. The man beside him, also a member of the Ning family's collateral line, only then comprehended why his elder brother had tirelessly strived for advancement. He sought the recognition of the main family. It became clear that this was the hallmark and essence of how direct descendants conducted affairs. Simple, effective, and lethal in execution. Absolute strength yielding absolute dominance. Even if this family member merely held a nominal position, not being a political figure or a regional official. 2 days hence, the notorious scoundrel Zhang Datu, embroiled in a dispute over ill-gotten gains with 2 accomplices, engaged in a fierce altercation. One individual sustained severe hearing damage from the confrontation, while another suffered grievous eye injuries, leaving their vision reduced to less than 1%. As for Zhang Datu, after succumbing to a limp, he ultimately found himself incapacitated during the brawl. His fingers shattered from the blows, and his throat rendered mute from a debilitating strike, making swallowing an arduous task. In this moment, a group of individuals, once cowed by threats, began to rise against their oppressor. HE QING's expression brightened with revelation. I've devised a solution. The heart knot, crafted from a single rope intricately intertwined, holds great significance in ancient traditions, where the positioning of each strand, above or below, carries profound implications. The cord encircling Zhang Haiqiang's ankle mirrors that of Lu Xiaodan, allowing him to exert complete control over her. This is due in part to his role as the main line, pressing the spiritual thread beneath his foot. Furthermore, the order of the knots in the heart knot was misaligned. The red thread, revered for millennia and imbued with spiritual power, had been manipulated by those with ill intentions, thus wielding immense destructive potential. Previously, she had erred in her thinking, focusing solely on unraveling or violently severing it. The red thread itself was not inherently malevolent, its magnetic field pure and untainted, merely misused by those with nefarious designs. In addressing such ancient beliefs, one must resort to traditional methods for resolution. The eternal union of hearts signifies marriage, which transforms separation into reconciliation. A simple missive to the deity of love, requesting a divorce, suffices. How could I have overlooked such a straightforward solution? HE QING lamented, smacking her forehead. You foolish brain. He gazed tenderly at Zhang Haiqiang and inquired, will you write a divorce letter? Zhang Haiqiang, still reeling from the previous fright, nodded vigorously. I. Before he could finish, HE QING swiftly interrupted. I know you are reluctant, but fret not. I shall persuade you. With that, he landed a fierce punch. Zhang Haiqiang clutched his abdomen, sweat beading on his forehead as he hastily exclaimed, I will write. I am willing. HE QING followed up with a brutal kick to his kneecap. Watching Zhang Haiqiang grimace in pain as he collapsed to the ground, HE QING offered a disarming smile. I understand your hesitance. Do not force yourself. I am not one to impose. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Haiqiang's palm, pressing down with his heel. Zhang Haiqiang's face throbbed with pain, his neck ached. His abdomen hurt, and his knees were in agony. His hands felt numb. In despair, he wept silently, unsure where to seek solace, and could only cry out, I will write. I shall do it immediately. No coercion, no pressure. I am willingly compliant. HE QING's expression turned grave as he sharply jabbed his shoe into Zhang Haiqiang's stomach. Your cries are so loud. Surely, you wish to attract attention. Such a deep thinker you are. It is quite terrifying. Zhang Haiqiang. Woo, how could that be terrifying? Now, he lay on the ground, feeling utterly broken. Unable to move, his face swollen like a pig's, a pitiful sight. HE QING, seizing the opportunity, struck a particularly sensitive area with a decisive kick. Zhang Haiqiang, akin to a lobster plunged into boiling oil, instantly curled into a tight ball. His expression contorted, tears streaming forth. His mouth agape like a fish on the brink of death, gasping for air as if he were to faint at any moment. HE QING waited for over 10 minutes before leisurely inquiring, will you write the divorce letter? Chapter 66, A Parting of Ways. Each finding joy, will you write the divorce letter? HE QING's voice was gentle and serene, yet it struck Zhang Haiqiang's ears like a thunderclap, startling him so much that he disregarded his unbearable pain and hurriedly scrambled to his feet. He exclaimed, I will write. I will write. I'll do it right now. Immediately after, he instinctively covered his mouth, trembling in fear that HE QING might unleash another beating, particularly in that sensitive area, which could hardly withstand any further punishment. At that moment, HE QING felt a profound sense of satisfaction in having vented her frustration on him, especially for Lu Xiaodan, and she had even conceived a solution, bringing her immense joy. Zhang Haiqiang nodded vigorously, scrambling towards the door. All right. I'll go right now. Wait. HE QING called after him, her gaze scrutinizing. You wouldn't dare to run away, would you? As she spoke, She waved her left hand, conjuring a ghostly green luminescence in the air, bathed in the eerie glow. Her delicate face shimmered with an otherworldly light, making the dim storage room resemble a scene from a horror film. Leaving Zhang Haiqiang paralyzed with fear as she marked him with that faint radiance. He Qing spoke softly, "This is a locating talisman. With it on you, no matter where you flee, I shall be able to draw you back. It all depends on whether you possess the courage to endure pain once more." Zhang Haiqiang immediately shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle. Upon noticing his acquiescence, He Qing finally opened the storage room door. The light from the corridor flooded in, uplifting the spirits remarkably. He Qing stretched languidly and finally shifted aside to allow Zhang Haiqiang to pass. As she watched his figure fade into the distance, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Yes, finally accomplished. Lu Xiaodan remained immobilized in the dormitory, and upon seeing He Qing enter, she hurriedly inquired, Qing, what have you done to Haiqiang? How could you be so ruthless? You are not the He Qing I know. If this continues, we won't even be able to remain friends. Please release me." He Qing felt a surge of satisfaction and hummed a little tune, busily organizing her vermilion talisman brush and incense for the deities, disregarding Lu Xiaodan's words. After all, her mind was elsewhere, and what was there to argue with someone devoid of reason? Once He Qing had finished her preparations, she sealed Lu Xiaodan's mouth, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and carried her toward the grove. It was midday, and many residents of the dormitory were napping. As she descended the stairs, she encountered her classmate, Chao Meng, who looked astonished. "He Qing, what is going on?" He Qing responded with a broad smile. "Xiaodan is unwell. She has a stomach ache, and I'm taking her to the infirmary." Chao Meng nodded immediately, her enthusiasm evident as she exclaimed, "Oh, I understand now. Is it that serious? I have painkillers, ibuprofen. Would you like some?" He Qing awkwardly carried the tall and long-legged Lu Xiaodan, quickly declining. "No need. She won't benefit from it, thank you, Chao Meng. I must be on my way." Her roommates promptly clarified, Meng, you weigh 125 pounds. While I'm only 90, I truly cannot manage it. Moreover, despite her height, her figure is commendable, whereas you are all flesh. This signifies my caution, do you understand?" "Absolutely not." He Qing sprinted with Lu Xiaodan to the grove, where Zhang Haiqiang awaited nervously in the shade. He had changed into a fresh set of clothes, with a few bubbles clinging to his ears, and his hair was damply plastered to his scalp, yet overall, he appeared relatively clean, even though this was merely a tribute to the Moon Elder. One must not be careless. With livestock and grains absent, the incense dedicated to deities was far more potent in gathering faith. While 3 days of vegetarianism was unfeasible, maintaining a clean body was essential. She scrutinized Zhang Haiqiang, finally nodding at his anxious gaze. The grove featured several large stones suitable for resting, and He Qing personally selected one, clearing it of debris, setting up the incense burner, and preparing the red ink on rice paper in front of it. She dipped the talisman brush and handed it to Zhang Haiqiang. "I want you to write, and do so earnestly, understood?" She glanced at him. "It doesn't matter as long as it can be recognized." She then pulled Lu Xiaodan over, lifted the seal, and pointed to the grassy ground. "You two, kneel side by side, facing the stone platform." Lu Xiaodan was about to speak when she suddenly noticed that Zhang Haiqiang had obediently knelt down. In a hurry, she followed suit, her gaze fixed on him, brimming with an infinite tenderness. He Qing remarked, "What a sight to behold. Listen closely. The heavens bear witness, and the deity of marriage understands the heart. Today, I have erred, and I shall write a letter of separation to my wife. Let us dissolve our grievances and release our ties, harbor no more animosity. Let us part ways amicably, each finding joy in our own lives." Zhang Haiqiang hastily dipped his brush, but his nerves got the better of him. By the time he reached the second line, he had forgotten what came next and had to ask, "Today, I have erred. What follows?" "A letter of separation." Lu Xiaodan cradled the box filled with vermilion in her hands, looking at Zhang Haiqiang with a pitiful expression. "Haiqiang, are you truly writing a letter of farewell to me?" "Oh, my fiery temper." He Qing watched, unable to suppress a few deep breaths to regain her composure. "What comes next?" Zhang Haiqiang dared not look at her, fervently scribbling as if his brush were a pen. his head bent low. What else? What else? Dissolve grievances, release. The resentment of grievance and the release of ties. Haiqiang, sob. As Lu Xiaodan explained, she could no longer hold back her tears. Chapter 67 Red Thread concluded. Ah, how she longed to slap Lu Xiaodan away in that moment. He Qing, standing nearby, felt her anger escalating exponentially, while Lu Xiaodan remained oblivious. Zhang Haiqiang's hand trembled more with each stroke, nearly burying himself in the dust of despair. Fortunately, there were only 32 characters to write. No matter how slowly he moved, he eventually completed it. Zhang Haiqiang let out a long sigh, finally feeling as if he had come back to life. He Qing shook the paper in her hand, gazing at the scrawled words resembling a dog's paw print. The heavens bear witness, and the deity of marriage knows the heart. Today I err, parting from my wife's letter. Resolve grievances and release bonds. Let there be no mutual hatred. A farewell for two, each to find joy. TSK. Such phrases about resolving grievances and harboring no hatred. She truly wished to omit that line. Nevertheless, she decided to dismiss it. Come. She laid the paper on the ground and pointed at the box of vermilion. You two, sign your names and then affix your fingerprints. At that moment, Zhang Haiqiang resembled an obedient quail, heedfully signing his name without hesitation. Lu Xiaodan, however, wept and displayed her unwillingness, yet her thoughts were wholly swayed by Zhang Haiqiang. Once he signed, she, despite her tears, had no choice but to follow suit. In truth, the act of writing the divorce letter felt as though they truly shared some bond, which was utterly repugnant. However, the red thread binding them was inherently emotional. Without such a method, it could hardly be severed. It was likely that Xiaodan would feel utterly disgusted upon waking. He Qing held 4 incense sticks, invoking the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity to ignite, then handed them to Zhang Haiqiang. Take this incense and slowly place it into the censer on the stone platform. Then kneel and burn the divorce letter on the ground. Zhang Haiqiang followed her instructions meticulously. The 3 incense sticks stood steadily in the censer, and as a gentle breeze swept by, suddenly, the red thread on Lu Xiaodan's wrist flickered and reappeared. He Qing observed the waves of spiritual energy emanating from the red thread, subtly interfering with the incense in the censer, unwilling to be severed so easily. She looked down at Zhang Haiqiang, who was slowly bringing the flame to the letter, and commanded fiercely, "Burn the divorce letter at once. If you are unwilling, I shall incinerate you here today." Zhang Haiqiang trembled, his previously sluggish movements now hastening. The crimson thread encircling his ankle flickered erratically, its glow increasingly unstable, as if reflecting a growing urgency. Suddenly, a flame of yellow and blue ignited quietly, casting black-red sparks upon the pristine rice paper. On Lu Xiaodan's delicate wrist, the red thread appeared and vanished intermittently, its brilliance pulsating with mounting intensity. She abruptly closed her eyes, pressing her hands against her temples, emitting soft groans of distress. He Qing, too, became increasingly engrossed, his gaze fixed upon the stubbornly unburned divorce document. He hastily offered a fresh incense stick. In the realm of matrimonial contracts, all must seek your favor. Enmity between families renders wealth and status irrelevant. Distances of 1,000 miles separate the Wu and Chu. This thread binds, yet cannot be evaded. Yet now, 2 hearts remain indifferent. After parting, their paths diverge, each with its own destiny. The red thread possesses spirit, yet cannot compel affection. Thus, I present this to the matchmaker, hoping for your benevolence. Having spoken, he reverently prepared the incense once more. The 6 sticks burned silently, ethereal wisps of blue smoke curling in the air. While the red threads in Zhang Haiqiang's and Lu Xiaodan's hands pulsed in unison, their crimson glow responding to one another, yearning to shatter this invisible barrier. Zhang Haiqiang remained trembling, oblivious to the turmoil around him, while Lu Xiaodan could no longer contain herself, curling up on the ground, cradling her forehead. The veins on her temples starkly visible, clearly suffering greatly. He Qing observed this, then glanced at the unscathed Zhang Haiqiang, unable to suppress his frustration. Yet, recalling the importance of the moment, he ultimately restrained himself. After all, the matter of the exam substitute remained unresolved, and Zhang Haiqiang had yet to commit any tangible wrongdoing. To torment him now would be unjustified. In a couple of days, once the disciplinary action is taken, he will become a dropout from Ming University, lacking a diploma. And it will be intriguing to see how he manages to secure employment. Moreover, the art of fortune-telling, although HE QING may have only a superficial understanding, proves to be invaluable in critical moments. Just now, she observed that the color of Zhang Haiqiang's celestial palace had shifted from blue to black, indicating that another direct relative had encountered misfortune. Engaging in such deceptive practices as exam substitution and utilizing the red thread without a hint of remorse is undoubtedly a lesson imparted by his family. This profoundly imbued red thread is akin to a mystical artifact. Without sufficient cost, it is impossible to wield. Perhaps it has even caused harm to others before. Serves him right. The morning sun is splendid, with rays of dawn scattering like gold leaf. On the third floor of the girls' dormitory, in room 504, the bed by the window is already unoccupied. Yu Dandan clings to the door frame, lamenting, "Shout An. You've been in there all morning. How come you haven't finished yet? The hot water must be gone by now. Why are you still taking a shower? Most importantly, I can't hold it any longer." Early in the morning, the bathrooms are at peak usage, and Yu Dandan, who requires a significant amount of time each morning, finds herself in dire straits today. Just as she is lamenting, on the verge of desperation, she crouches down to take a deep breath. Suddenly, the door creaks open. Lu Xiaodan emerges, drenched and casually wrapped in a towel. Without uttering a word, Yu Dandan rushes in and slams the door shut. Lu Xiaodan's exposed shoulders, neck, and legs are flushed red, with spots of blood seeping, as if she had scraped off several layers of skin in the shower. After completing her workout, HE QING pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of a tall beauty marred by crimson stains. At a loss for words, she silently placed breakfast on the desk. "HE QING," Lu Xiaodan suddenly called out to her. "Thank you." She gazed at HE QING, her expression conveying an indescribable seriousness and sincerity. "I am immensely grateful for your unwavering support, even at the cost of revealing your identity. I cannot fathom what my life would be like without you. Would I have truly sunk so low, losing my sense of self? The mere thought is unbearable. If we were to develop any substantial relationship," Lu Xiaodan contemplated, "I would truly lack the courage to continue living. HE QING, you have no idea how fortunate I feel to have met you. Without you, I would likely find it impossible to endure life. It would be akin to hell for me. You cannot comprehend the gravity of my situation. Should anything happen to me, no matter how capable my family is, they might struggle to find help. HE QING, your abilities are such that wherever you go, you will be revered as a guest of honor. I have heard my grandfather speak of the many talented individuals in our country, yet calamity has left only a fraction of them standing. In short, your current capabilities are formidable. Do not underestimate yourself. If you ever find yourself in need of anything, whether it be material possessions or funds, do not hesitate to ask. You have saved my life, and from this moment forward, what is mine is yours." Chapter 68. The admirer HE QING looked at the bank card on the table, both amused and bewildered. "Xiaodan, what are you doing?" Lu Xiaodan extended her index finger, cautiously pushing the card towards HE QING, and ingratiatingly said, "HE QING, didn't you mention that your talismans are priced at 200,000 each? Here is 1,000,000. I would like to purchase 5, if that is agreeable." HE QING sighed. "That price is for outsiders. You are not one of them, so there is no need for such an extravagant sum." After a long moment of contemplation, HE QING finally nodded. "Very well. In a few days, I shall create a higher quality one for you." Just as she tucked the card away, she noticed Lu Xiaodan approaching with a cloth. "HE QING, I am going to clean the table now. Please sit on the bed for a while." HE QING responded with a pause. What should one do when a close friend in the dormitory suddenly turns into a cleanliness fanatic? She spends every day with Yu Dandan and HE QING, and at this rate, HE QING might begin to question her own inclinations. Previously, a post on the forum had been swiftly deleted by Zhou Haoran through connections, so not many were aware of the goddess's association with the short, impoverished Zhang Haiqiang. As Zhang Haiqiang's examination fraud came to light, whispers of his mother being deranged and his father disabled circulated. This expelled individual seemed to fade into obscurity, barely causing a ripple among his peers. He Qing felt no sympathy for him. She began to sense, in moments of introspection, that she was akin to a split personality, one moment perched high above, gazing down upon the world, and the next, tenderly nurturing the stray animals she could not comprehend. The nearby animal shelter she managed, under the guidance of the astute leader, De He, had recently amassed a considerable number of animals. The daily expenses for their sustenance alone amounted to a substantial sum, not to mention the exorbitant rent. However, the capital city imposes stringent regulations on stray animals. If the shelter were relocated beyond the 8th Ring Road, it may indeed be more cost-effective, yet the challenge of transporting the stray animals remains significant. Currently, there are over 300 stray cats and dogs, many of which are afflicted with illness or injury. Recently, she has been contemplating whether to collaborate with a veterinary clinic to transfer the injured and sick animals there, or to procure some basic equipment and employ a veterinarian directly. Furthermore, with such a large number of animals, including several newborns and even some trendy, expensive breeds, the absence of sterilization means that their natural instincts will inevitably lead to an unending cycle of offspring. This could deplete resources significantly. With the financial support from Lu Xiaodan, He Qing has decided to hire a veterinarian and additionally recruit 2 caregivers for the dogs, ensuring that the cats and dogs receive proper hygiene care. Those in good health can be put up for adoption. After all, being stray does not equate to freedom. Recently, He Qing and her companions have found their leisure time insufficient. In the past, they would spend their breaks shopping, reading, exercising, and indulging in self-care such as facial masks, before comfortably drifting off to sleep, rejuvenated for the next day. However, now there is a particularly popular romance drama online titled The Male God and I, which airs nightly at midnight. The male lead is irresistibly charming, captivating He Qing and her companions, with Lu Xiaodan merely being a passive observer, to such an extent that they binge-watch the series and engage in discussions, sharing their enthusiasm on social media. They find themselves staying up until 2 or 3 in the morning, leading to a state akin to addiction, leaving both of them feeling lethargic and drowsy throughout the day. Fortunately, the course load in the 3rd year is not overwhelming, and they are managing well. Watching. What time is it? Is my idol about to go live? Yudon was applying her face mask a bit late, anxiously washing her clothes, fearful of missing the moment, which prompted her to ask. As she scrubbed her collar, she became lost in her daydreams. Qing also fell into a frenzy of admiration. Yes, yes. If Xueling were my boyfriend, I would never mind that his name is Hao Yuqian. I would support him entirely, doing nothing but being there for him. Washing clothes, scrubbing pots, doing dishes, cooking. Oh, how can he be so charming? Even his double eyelids seemed to sparkle. Yudon tossed her clothes into the basin and exclaimed excitedly, "In fact, my idol's double eyelids are not subtle at all. They are quite pronounced. Look at my eyes. Aren't they similar? Aren't they?" Qing retorted, "What nonsense about idol similarities. Just look at your eyes. You have those broad, European-style double eyelids, completely different." Alas, I checked the shoes he wore last night. They are a new model from Adidas, costing over 1,000. No way. I can't afford the authentic pair. I need to search for replicas on Taobao. I must have the same shoes as my idol. Lulan is merely an ordinary white-collar worker in a foreign enterprise and rarely follows entertainment news. Thus, she did not recognize the man she encountered as the idol Lu Feng. After all, there is a noticeable difference between being barefaced and being on camera. Though the drama uses filters, even barefaced, she is stunning. Thus, the frugal and money-saving Lulan embarked on a tumultuous yet joyous life with the affluent Hao Yuqian, who, despite his memory loss, maintained an air of grandeur. This narrative was aired last night, and today's highlight revolves around a mimicry contest where the strikingly similar Hao Yuqian is recognized by his fans. The mere thought invigorated Yu Dandan and He Qing, prompting them to frantically wash clothes, tidy up, and compose essays, fearing they might miss the thrilling drama airing at midnight. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaodan, who harbors a phobia of men, or perhaps an extreme aversion, observed her companion's notebooks and phone wallpapers, all adorned with a poster of Xueling, whose striking brows and high nose were captivating. She couldn't help but sigh, contemplating the absurdity of fangirl behavior. Chapter 69. Trapped. He Qing and Yu Dandan watched the episode with a mix of satisfaction and frustration, and when the closing theme played, they simultaneously wailed in despair. Why? Why? Why is there only one episode each day? Why do our domestic dramas last only 45 minutes, complete with opening and closing credits? We crave the format of Korean dramas. We want an hour-long episode. He Qing yawned, listlessly muttering, "Come on, if it were like Korean dramas. We'd only get 2 episodes a week, which would be more worthwhile." Sigh. Sigh. The two exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Yu Dandan fumbled as she climbed onto her bed, and just before falling asleep, she couldn't resist shouting, "Aw, my idol is so handsome." Yet, why did it conclude so abruptly? Of course, it was not solely her. The neighboring dormitory also resonated with a chorus of lamentations. As if the entire female dormitory were sighing in unison, the mournful cry reminiscent of a cuckoo's lament, enough to evoke tears. He Qing felt her eyelids growing unbearably heavy. Ever since she began her physical training, it had been an eternity since she experienced such profound fatigue. Surely, it was the consequence of her late-night lifestyle, one to which she had yet to acclimate. After all, she was in her 3rd year, no longer youthful. With her exhaustion reaching such depths, Yu Dandan was in an even worse state. She had not even properly covered herself with her blanket and had succumbed to slumber, sprawled out. Fortunately, the weather was mild, her sleepwear thick, and with the windows tightly shut, she remained warm. Nevertheless, the cold would have been inconsequential, for Lu Xiaodan had long since donned her eye mask and earplugs, fully equipped to withstand the nighttime wails of her 2 infatuated companions. As for He Qing, she summoned every ounce of strength merely to clutch her blanket closer, before once again descending into a deep slumber. Strangely enough, while engrossed in the television, she was alert and spirited, yet, the moment the credits rolled, both of them yearned to collapse into sleep. He Qing was somewhat excused, given her infrequent late nights. But Yu Dandan was a quintessential night owl, having previously stayed up until the wee hours of 2 or 3 when My Idol and Me was not airing. Alas, one can only say that the allure of the idol is a mystery to mere mortals. As the dawn's light began to break, the campus remained enveloped in a tranquil silence, a thin veil of mist swirling above the city. In her hazy state, He Qing seemed to hear the furious roar of the divine dragon atop the pillar of the dragon. Its colossal form coiled around the pillar, its golden scales shimmering in waves. This time, He Qing beheld its visage with clarity. In a certain area of the neck, the scales curl inward, forming a semicircular arch, suggesting that something of utmost importance once resided there. The wrath of the dragon. Who would dare to defy its scales? Is this the reverse scale? The reverse scale signifies the very lifeblood of the dragon deity. Without it, its fatal weaknesses are laid bare, posing an extreme danger. Moreover, the reverse scale is intimately connected to the soul. Its loss symbolizes the weakening of the dragon's spirit and a detriment to its mystical power. The divine dragon stands as the pillar of the nation, capable of gathering spiritual energy, summoning the essence of the cosmos, and nurturing the dragon vein. Should it sustain harm, calamity would surely befall the state, and fortunes would dwindle. Any offspring of the dragon who dares to provoke the divine dragon, akin to offending one's parents, would inevitably face dire repercussions. What calamity could have befallen the guardian dragon of the nation, inflicting such grievous wounds? The dragon deity's fur is disheveled, its scales a blend of reality and illusion, with many areas revealing mottled flesh and blood. The nation, heavy with its imperial weight, is represented by the 5-clawed golden dragon. Yet now, its 4 claws are reduced to 4 digits, marred by scars, with severed digits lost to the void. Scales and claws are scattered. The reverse scale remains elusive, while the main soul, bound to its central position, is rendered immobile. What, then, has incited such fury? The words of Lu Xiaodan echoed unintentionally in her mind. A great catastrophe befalls the world, and among the practitioners of the mysterious arts, only 1 in 10 survives. The dragon vein of Hua country has scattered and fled, making it increasingly difficult to coalesce, resulting in a national fortune that remains less than prosperous. Yet, these thoughts felt insubstantial. In the blink of an eye, HE QING once again succumbed to a deep slumber, forgetting everything completely. This time, she found herself once more ensnared in a bizarre dream. She wandered through a bustling crowd, simultaneously reminiscent of a street and a campus. Faces of familiar people flashed by, mingling with those of strangers. In the crowd, where individuals appeared in a perplexing uniformity, every expression bore an eerie resemblance. All faces were pallid, devoid of color, and although their demeanor seemed vacant and lost, their eyes radiated an intense fervor akin to moths drawn to a flame. Beside HE QING stood her most familiar companion, Yu Dandan. Yu Dandan's gaze was vacant, her limbs stiff and rigid, as though she were a marionette being guided by the throng, her complexion ghastly pale, seemingly drained of all blood. Her eyes were fixed upwards, filled with an obsessive fervor, akin to a devout believer. To her, the divine was everything. HE QING struggled amidst the swelling crowd, desperately calling out to her. Yet Yu Dandan remained oblivious, muttering incomprehensible syllables, resolutely advancing step by step. As the scene gradually receded, HE QING suddenly realized they were congregating at the central square of the imperial capital. In the square loomed a colossal LED screen, prominently positioned among the towering edifices. And amidst the thousands of pallid faces, every gaze was riveted upon that screen. A chill of panic surged through her. The eerie stillness of the scene rendered her terror palpable. Each cell within her body seemed to clamor incessantly. Approach him. Approach him. Approach him. At that moment, the image shifted. The slender LCD screen illuminated with the recently premiered show, The Male God in Me. On the screen, Xueling portrayed the celebrity Lu Fang, making his debut appearance. He donned a lightweight sweater adorned with geometric patterns, paired with impeccably tailored cropped trousers, his ankles accentuated by asymmetrical cuffs, exuding an undeniable sense of fashion. Adorning his feet were the pristine white Adidas sneakers that HE QING had so earnestly desired. Facing the dazzling spotlights and the multitude of ardent fans, Lu Fang offered a gentle smile, his features blossoming with captivating charm and warmth. Abruptly, he erupted into a series of eerie cackles, his mouth transforming into a gaping maw, and with a swift snap, he devoured the head of the fan before him. HE QING jolted upright in bed, startled by the horrifying vision. Lu Xiaodan, immersed in slumber with high-end earphones, remained undisturbed. Yu Dandan, however, stirred irritably, mumbling, "Qing, what's wrong so early in the morning?" HE QING sat in stunned silence for a long moment before touching her forehead, discovering it drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 70. Nightmare. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. I just had a nightmare. HE QING quietly wiped away the perspiration and spoke softly to Yu Dandan. Yu Dandan scratched her head. Her curiosity piqued even in her semi-conscious state. A nightmare? What was it about? HE QING gazed at her fair hands and then at her own dark eyes in the mirror, sensing that something was amiss. Upon realizing it was only 4 o'clock, Yu Dandan groaned. It's nothing important. Just forget about it, Qing. Get some sleep. We have appreciation class this morning. HE QING glanced at the time and realized she had only slept for 2 hours. She knew she needed to replenish her energy, especially with Professor Lin's tendency to call on her during appreciation class, perhaps due to her nightly indulgence in television. HE QING has found it increasingly arduous to rise each morning. It has been nearly a month since she last engaged in her essential fitness regimen, leaving her feeling languid and devoid of energy. Despite her daily resolve to forego late-night viewing in favor of restful slumber, the moment the clock strikes midnight, her excitement becomes uncontrollable. This morning, she and Yu Dandan struggled out of bed at 8 o'clock, reminiscent of the saying that one cannot awaken after 30 years of slumber only to find oneself unable to sleep 30 years later. In their youth, they were blessed with ample sleep, yet they have stubbornly altered their schedules to accommodate television, requiring monumental effort to extricate themselves from their cozy blankets. HE QING once again admonished herself. Tonight, she must resist the temptation to watch. Yu Dandan, nearly brushing her teeth and washing her face with her eyes closed, ambled to the mirror, applying her skincare with the demeanor of a wandering spirit. HE QING, standing beside her, sighed, lamenting the toll that their idol has taken on her vitality, as rising each day has become a formidable challenge. While scrutinizing her reflection, she suddenly perceived a hint of pallor in her complexion. It must be the arrival of autumn, she mused, as her skin had become parched and in need of hydration. Grabbing a bottle of toner, Yu Dandan poured some into her palm, preparing to apply another layer when, oh no, it spilled profusely, cascading down her hand and onto the tabletop, drenched her phone in the process. In a flurry, she fanned her face to dry off the excess toner before hastily grabbing her phone to wipe it clean. Fortunately, no matter how much toner was spilled, it was limited, and thankfully, the phone remained mostly dry. However, the hollow pendant, resembling a ping-pong ball, seemed to have absorbed some moisture. This ornament, delicately carved with a rose pattern, was a trio of matching pieces for the sisters. The hollow sphere contained the talisman gifted by HE QING. Yu Dandan wiped her phone with a tissue, inadvertently cleaning the pendant as well. To her surprise, after the tissue brushed against it, the color appeared gray. Yu Dandan held the hollow sphere up to the light. Puzzled, how could this pink flower ball possibly shed gray paint? HE QING, who had been absent-mindedly wiping her face, was instantly alert at the mention of gray. What gray? Let me see. As she spoke, she snatched the pendant from Yu Dandan's grasp and opened it. Inside, what should have been a bright yellow vermilion talisman was now reduced to a small pile of gray ash. She had yet to share her own circumstances with Yu Dandan, leaving her friend bewildered. Nevertheless, as this was a cherished token of their friendship, Yu Dandan would carry it without hesitation. At that moment, Lu Xiaodan emerged from the restroom, and HE QING called out to him, "Xiaodan, check if your talisman is still intact." Lu Xiaodan straightened up, nodded earnestly, and hurried to the bedside to twist open his flower ball. Inside, a bright yellow talisman lay undamaged, untouched by any harm. HE QING glanced over and exchanged a puzzled look with Lu Xiaodan. It struck them as odd that the three of them, who had always been inseparable, had recently had no contact with anything unusual, yet Dandan's protective talisman had mysteriously disintegrated. The charm, hand-painted by her, should at the very least have been capable of warding off fatal harm multiple times, so how could it have vanished into dust without a trace? Moreover, protective talismans typically exhibit signs of activation, such as warmth or the sensation of burning. It was unfathomable that there was no indication whatsoever. HE QING stared at the pile of talisman ash, utterly perplexed. She then glanced at the charm on her own phone, which appeared to be perfectly intact. Her gaze shifted to the toner that Yu Dandan had just used. Could it be that the toner was the culprit? She poured a small amount of the toner onto the talisman paper and noted that aside from a slight discoloration on the yellow paper, nothing unusual occurred. What could possibly be amiss? HE QING inquired, "Dandan, have you been meeting anyone or doing anything behind our backs recently?" Yu Dandan protested vehemently. How could that be possible? Aren't the three of us together every day? Besides, I've been preoccupied with my crush lately, getting into several arguments with that charming young man. There's been no time for private escapades. As she observed the serious expressions on HE QING and Lu Xiaodan's faces as they scrutinized the talisman paper, she felt an involuntary sense of tension, despite her confusion. Zhao Zhendua, the charming young man, is the boyfriend of Yu Dandan. Although he is merely a freshman, he possesses an abundance of admirable qualities, including character, appearance, eloquence, and grace. Before the emergence of the male deity, Yu Dandan was utterly captivated by him, cherishing him as if he were a precious gem, their relationship radiating sweetness. Who would have imagined that they would quarrel over Xueling? HE QING couldn't help but drift into thought. The allure of the male deity is indeed formidable. However, with Yu Dandan's remark, it seems to hold some truth. Chapter 71. The amulet during class. HE QING glanced backward and discovered that indeed, a majority of the female students were catching up on their sleep. In the Chinese department, where females predominantly abound, A glance revealed a sea of raven-haired heads. The few remaining girls who hadn't succumbed to slumber were nodding off like marionettes, on the verge of surrendering to fatigue. It is worth noting that, although this is merely an analysis class of lesser significance, it is at Ming University. The lecturer, Professor Lin, renowned for his humor and engaging style, usually captivates even after the recent sports meet. Yet now, she couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the distraction of handsome men leads one astray. What to do? It seems she is beginning to understand the sentiment of the flames of war play tricks on the lords. Of course, the vow made in the morning was automatically disregarded as the clock struck midnight. HE QING and Yu Dandan shouted in exuberance. Chasing after the male deity with fervor, Lulan is far too reserved. With such a handsome male deity nearby, a warm-hearted boyfriend to boot, how can she possibly maintain her composure? Yes, indeed, she is far too modest. If it were me, I would have surely pounced long ago. Oh, Xueling performs splendidly. Oh heavens, grant me a Lu Fong. Lu Xiaodan had the foresight to prepare early, quietly donning her gear and retreating for some sleep. Within the entire dormitory, each room echoed with intermittent gasps of astonishment. Outside the window, a translucent white mist began to swirl around the rooftops, unbeknownst to anyone. Due to the destruction of the protective talisman, HE QING had been inseparable from Yu Dandan these past few days, even coordinating bathroom trips. Yet, they had found no signs of anything amiss. It was not until a week later that the talisman silently transformed into ashes. This was unexpected. HE QING stared in disbelief at the small pile of ash before her, utterly perplexed. Moreover, Yu Dandan was merely an ordinary person. It seemed excessively dramatic to go to such lengths to orchestrate a subtle form of harm. Most importantly, what could possibly render her so oblivious, allowing her to witness the talisman's transformation into ash without a hint of awareness? Though her spiritual sensitivity remained unstable, she instinctively sensed malevolent energies. Surely, nothing could approach her unnoticed. Furthermore, she had been diligently inspecting their talismans each morning and evening. She had checked the talisman just the night before, and there had been no unusual occurrences, with scarcely any malevolent energy present. How could it possibly have turned to ash by morning? As she pondered, a call from Gu Ping interrupted her thoughts. HE QING, do you have a moment? Something feels off, and I would like your assistance. With no leads on the talisman situation and a growing sense of unease, HE QING welcomed Gu Ping's arrival as a welcome distraction to ease her troubled mind. Indeed, she sighed, acknowledging that although her mind brimmed with knowledge, her experiences were woefully lacking. It seemed that only through adversity could she extract wisdom, akin to squeezing toothpaste. In critical moments, the urgency was truly exasperating. On the other end of the line, Gu Ping also exhaled deeply. It's hard to articulate. Regarding my family. If you have the time, shall we meet at the best CAF by the north gate of Ming University? HE QING readily acquiesced. Since her dormitory was not far from the north gate, she arrived at the best CAF within merely 5 minutes of hanging up. Before Gu Ping's arrival, she had already devoured 2 petite cakes. There was something undeniably captivating about Gu Ping as he pushed open the CAF's grand door. The ambient chatter within seemed to hush significantly. Accompanying Gu Ping was not only the increasingly robust black dog, Chang'an, but also a slender girl whose bones appeared almost too prominent. Gu Ping guided her to sit opposite HE QING, gesturing toward the girl. This is my sister, Guing. The girl seemed as if she had just awoken, her expression vacant and devoid of any apparent interest in her surroundings. HE QING observed her, yet received no response in return. When Chang'an was mentioned, Gu Ping's previously furrowed brow softened. He offered a faint smile. What capabilities do I possess alone? Oftentimes, it is the discreet messages brought by Chang and that prove invaluable. It was essential to note that she had annual health checkups, with the last one occurring merely 2 months prior. She dined exclusively on home-cooked meals. How could she possibly have suddenly become malnourished? This perplexity also troubled Gu Ping, prompting him to conduct a discreet investigation into those responsible for cooking and delivering meals. Most importantly, he had once clasped Gu Ying's wrist, upon which was tied a delicate embroidered pouch. He opened the pouch for HE QING to see, and within lay a startlingly dark pile of ashes. It was only on the day that Xiaoying was diagnosed with malnutrition that I realized this protective talisman had somehow turned to ash. Yet, the charm I carried with me still radiated warmth or even ignited whenever it warded off misfortune. However, when I inquired about her feelings, she seemed entirely unaffected. Gu Ping's merits were not easily amassed. The reason he could accumulate such a wealth of virtue for Chang'an was due to his relentless sacrifices. Were it not for He Qing's protective charm, he would likely still be confined to the hospital at this moment. In the span of just 1 month, his talisman had already been replaced twice, a fact He Qing was well aware of. If virtue were so easily obtained, it would hardly be regarded as precious. After finishing his remarks, Gu Ping produced a photograph for He Qing to examine. The girl in the photograph was none other than Gu Ying. It appeared to have been taken by the seaside, with a cerulean sky, azure sea, and white sandy beach. Gu Ying donned a vibrant bohemian long dress, her smile radiant. It was evident from the photograph that she possessed an oval face and, while not overly plump, had a curvaceous figure that was far from skeletal. No matter how one looked, she could not possibly resemble the pale girl before them, whose high cheekbones protruded sharply. Chapter 72. Acquire another one. He Qing compared the photograph and frowned at Gu Ping. The disparity was far too great. She gazed at him with concern. The talisman has clearly lost its efficacy. Something malevolent must have come into contact with her. As her brother, you should harbor some doubts about her associations, right? Is it perhaps due to idolizing someone? Or watching dramas? A fleeting thought crossed He Qing's mind. She vaguely sensed she might have grasped a clue, and with a furrowed brow, she continued to inquire. What star is she currently pursuing? What television series is she watching? Gu Ping retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, densely filled with names and titles of dramas. I anticipated your questions, hence I prepared this information in advance. Truly commendable for an investigator, He Qing mused, impressed by his efficiency and thoughtfulness. Holding the paper, she meticulously scanned it from top to bottom. Descendants of the Sun featuring Song Joong-ki, My Love from the Star starring Kim Soo-hyun, The Heirs with Lee Min-ho. Why Don't You Speak? A Smile Is Beautiful. The final entry was one she was also currently following, My God and I featuring Xueling. A vivid sequence of images flashed through her mind, bustling streets filled with pale faces converging upon the central square. In the square, a colossal LED screen illuminated with the smiling visage of Xueling. He Qing suddenly clenched the paper tightly in her hand. She recalled the numerous girls in her school who dozed off during classes, their spirits waning. There was also the campus network that would crash at midnight, allegedly due to all the female students watching My God and I, alongside the vague, swirling white mist that appeared in her dreams at that moment. You Danden's words echoed in her mind. We're not too bad off, just a bit challenged when it comes to getting out of bed. If you don't believe me, go take a look at the other girls. They can hardly attend class at all. He Qing gritted her teeth, gazing at the clearly marked name Xueling on the white paper, as if it were a monstrous beast lurking in the shadows, ready to devour her whole at the slightest lapse in vigilance, tearing flesh from bone. He Qing? He Qing? Gu Ping, noticing her suddenly pale countenance, feared that she might be in trouble as well, and promptly nudged her. She looked at Gu Ping and reassured, I am fine, just have a fleeting clue. After saying that, she retrieved a talisman from her bag and handed it to Gu Ping. Give this to Gu Ying. She should refrain from watching television tonight. At midnight. Observe her reaction and remember to inform me. Gu Ping nodded. All right, I will send you a video tonight. She discreetly messaged Lu Xiaodan. Xiaodan, please stay awake tonight. I need your assistance at midnight. With everything in place, He Qing gazed at the sky, resigned to waiting patiently for nightfall. At 8 in the evening, Lu Xiaodan was perched on her bed, engrossed in her phone. You Dandan, observing her, curiously inquired, Xiaodan, why haven't you put on your earplugs and eye mask early today? If you don't wish to sleep, why not join me in waiting for midnight? Let us watch television together. You have no idea. The male lead is incredibly handsome. Lu Xiaodan glanced at He Qing, who nodded in affirmation, and then smiled at Dandan. All right, since you all make such a commotion every day, I find myself intrigued. I'll join you to watch tonight. Ever since He Qing harbored suspicions about Xueling during the day, Her interest in the male god and me had waned significantly. However, as the clock ticked inexorably towards midnight, her heart felt as though it were being clawed by 100 restless hands, compelling her to open her computer. Even if she could not watch the drama, she could at least peruse the forum dedicated to her idol. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her inner strength to suppress this overwhelming urge. Meanwhile, Udandan was being urged by Lu Xiaodan, who was intently studying makeup in front of the mirror. Time passed slowly, and Dandan grew increasingly impatient. Xiaodan, are you nearly done? It's fine if it's just acceptable. I still want to watch the show. Lu Xiaodan smiled gently, turning to gesture the colors of several lipsticks with her lips, while soothingly saying, Dandan, don't rush. The drama hasn't started yet. Come here and help me decide which shade looks better. Is it 500, 504, or perhaps 400? Although Udandan felt a touch restless, she was still able to maintain her composure. Examining the lighting closely, she finally declared, let us go with 504. Just a single layer, don't apply too much. As the clock dragged on to 11:30, she could no longer contain herself. Xiaodan, let us continue this tomorrow. The drama is about to start. I must go watch my idol. With that, she hurriedly began to climb onto the bed. Lu Xiaodan grasped her arm firmly, exclaiming, why the rush? The show doesn't begin until midnight. It's only 11:30 now. Come here and help me choose which eyeliner is more effective. Udandan grew even more anxious. No. It's simply one do. I wish to watch television. Do not impede me. Lu Xiaodan gazed into He Qing's eyes and firmly grasped Udandan's hand, pulling her down. Oh, just wait a moment. The show has not yet begun. Once it starts, we can watch it together, shall we? As the clock approached 11:50, Udandan once again struggled fiercely. This time, Lu Xiaodan distinctly sensed her resistance was greater, more palpable. She clutched Udandan's arms tightly. It's available online. We can watch it anytime. There's no rush. Just wait a little longer. Udandan's expression instantly morphed into one of exasperation. She forcefully pushed Lu Xiaodan's hand away. No. It must be now. I absolutely need to catch a glimpse of my idol. Otherwise, I want to be able to sleep tonight. At that moment, He Qing finally took action. With an anxious demeanor, she exclaimed, Dandan, I just remembered I dropped something on the road today. Would you both accompany me to look for it? Udandan was utterly reluctant. Let us search tomorrow instead. What is it anyway? He Qing fabricated a tale. Xiaodan gifted me a platinum necklace, quite valuable. Worth 2,000 to 3,000. Losing it would be heartbreaking. You must help me look for it now. Otherwise, it may be lost for good by tomorrow. As she spoke, she noticed the time on her phone turned to midnight. The instant it changed, Udandan forcefully pushed He Qing aside. No, I want to watch television. I will not go out with you. At worst, I can buy you another one tomorrow. With that, she swiftly climbed onto the bed. Chapter 73, The Cult Leader. He Qing's expression darkened. Buy another one. This is utterly uncharacteristic of Udandan. Although she hails from a reasonably affluent family, her monthly allowance is strictly limited to a mere 1,000 yuan, which often leads her to agonize over the purchase of a simple silver necklace. Moreover, this so-called platinum necklace bears no relation to her whatsoever. To think she would make such a weighty promise just to watch a television series that can be viewed at any time. Indeed, this situation is rather perplexing. He Qing's expression darkened. Precisely. There is something amiss with this television drama. Not only Udandan, but even He Qing, who prides herself on her composure, found herself unable to quell the turmoil within, as if missing even a fleeting glance at the show would mean missing out on the entire world. Is the issue with the drama itself, or does it lie with the actors? After a moment of contemplation, He Qing turned to Udandan and said, Dandan, let us set the drama aside for now. I have breaking news about our idol. It seems he is coming to the capital. Udandan immediately pivoted her head. News about our idol? Show me quickly. He.S. coming to the capital? He Qing smiled and asked, Aren't you eager to watch the drama right now? Udandan scrolled through her phone. Qing, didn't you say there was news about our idol? Where is it? Of course, there was no news. She had been deceived. Just as He Qing was about to speak, she suddenly saw Udandan exclaiming in delight, There really is fresh news. Our idol just updated his Weibo. stating that he will be landing at the airport in the capital tomorrow. I must go to the airport. I want to see our idol with my own eyes. Xiaodan, hurry, come help me choose an outfit. He Qing, observing her frenzied demeanor, snatched the phone to discover that, indeed, it was the Beijing airport and an 8 o'clock flight. In the footage, Gu Ying, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly turned on the television, only to have Gu Ping swiftly cut the power. At that moment, Gu Ying became frantically determined, disregarding her brother's attempts to restrain her as she desperately tried to turn the television back on. When thwarted in her efforts to revive the television, she shifted her focus to the computer. Yet, no matter what she sought to activate, a hand was always there to extinguish it. As the clock struck 12, 5 minutes had already passed, and Gu Ying had yet to witness anything. Her previously vacant expression morphed into one of agitation, culminating in her shattering a large decorative vase that stood in the corner. She screamed, "I want to watch television. I want to see Schwelling." Schwelling. Just as the video concluded, a message from Gu Ping arrived. "So, what do you think? Is there something wrong with that star she idolizes? Or has she been possessed by something?" He Qing shook her head, replying, "It's not possession. It's either that star who has issues." When family matters were involved, Gu Ping's brows furrowed in concern. "Then I shall contact the broadcasting and television authorities to have him banned." She quickly interjected, "No. His fans are utterly infatuated with him. If they can't see him now, who knows what chaos might ensue. If a violent conflict arises, it will complicate matters significantly. I still haven't figured out how he incited such fervent adoration among his fans. We must be patient and resolve this all at once." According to his Weibo account, he is scheduled to appear at the Imperial Capital Airport tomorrow at 8 in the morning. If you know anyone working there, remember to allocate more personnel. Otherwise, with so many ardent fans, an incident might occur if emotions run high. Coincidentally, I will also take the opportunity to observe what method he employed. Heeding He Qing's advice, Gu Ping nodded and promptly made the arrangements. Early in the morning, the first light of dawn gently illuminated the sky. The indigo hue of the horizon had not yet fully receded, and faint starlight was still visible. At this early hour, the Imperial Capital Airport had already assembled a multitude of young women. Despite the increasing chill of autumn, they were still adorned in vibrant summer dresses, each meticulously made up, seemingly determined to present their most radiant selves before their idol. He Qing was roused from sleep by Udandan before dawn, and groggily watched her apply layer upon layer of cosmetics, followed by trying on countless outfits, finally departing successfully at 4 o'clock. Upon arriving at the airport, even with prior mental preparation, she was still taken aback by the immense crowd. It was only 5 o'clock, and the police officers who had received notification the previous day couldn't help but appear ashen-faced. This massive throng must number in the tens of thousands. Observing the crowd continuing to swell, they hastily picked up their phones and incessantly requested reinforcements. He Qing glanced at Udandan beside her, her makeup exquisite, clad in a light green chiffon dress, revealing her pale arms and calves. In this weather barely exceeding 20 degrees Celsius. Merely observing her caused He Qing to feel a layer of goosebumps rise upon her skin. Yet she herself felt no chill at all. Her complexion was pale, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and her gaze fervently fixed on the airport exit, as if fearing that her idol might vanish with the slightest blink. He Qing surveyed the surrounding crowd and noticed that nearly all the girls were dressed in similarly refreshing attire. Though the throng was vast and the atmosphere quite boisterous, it remained relaxed, devoid of any tension. Despite the absence of her idol, each girl instinctively composed herself, determined to present her most radiant self. The uniformity in makeup and style was striking. He Qing swiftly grabbed her phone and scrolled to Schwelling's Weibo. Indeed, in a past interview, he had mentioned his ideal type, a girl who dresses in a clean and fresh manner, with fair skin, a rosy complexion, and a gentle demeanor. Even though He Qing had come with a clear intention, she found herself captivated by Schwelling's enchanting aura. Looking at the girls present, each one sported a fresh outfit, with not a single red dress in sight. Their skin was flawlessly powdered, appearing tender and delicate. Even as her nervous fingers threatened to betray her excitement, she maintained a soft smile, exuding warmth. This wasn't merely an idol. It felt more akin to a cult leader. She revisited the information provided by Gu Ping last night. Xueling, born in 1988, a native of the capital, with an education from the Central Academy of Drama. He had played bit parts for 3 years. And the photos Gu Ping attached showed a face that bore little resemblance to the one before her now. It seemed as if he had undergone extensive refinement, artificially sculpted. Yet it appeared utterly natural, without a trace of artifice. For 5 years, he remained in a state of mediocrity, until this year, when he first captured the limelight with the drama Diamond Lover, and subsequently, he swiftly premiered a new series titled The God and I. Upon the release of the first episode, the online viewership skyrocketed to an astounding 4 billion in a single day, garnering countless admirers and solidifying his status as a true heartthrob. At precisely 8 o'clock, an aircraft glided across the azure sky, landing punctually at the capital's airport. Within Terminal 2, a throng of fans, including the fervent Udandan, collectively inhaled deeply, striving to suppress their trembling excitement, and simultaneously unveiled the faint smile that Xueling is famously fond of. Tens of thousands of fervent supporters congregated on either side of the passage, creating a sea of humanity, densely packed and suffocating. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. This peculiar stillness stemmed from Xueling's ambiguous declaration during an interview about his supposed fondness for quiet girls. What others felt was unknown to HE QING. However, standing amidst this throng, she felt as though she had wandered into an entirely different realm, both astonished and engulfed by a profound sense of dread. Merely a seemingly insincere remark had managed to quell the fervent enthusiasm of thousands, compelling them to stifle their starstruck inclinations and maintain an unsettling quietude. HE QING realized that she had underestimated Xueling. Such influence was not merely that of a charismatic leader, but rather akin to that of a cult figure. Soon, individuals began to emerge from the passageway. As soon as they stepped into the open, they were immediately taken aback by the sheer density of the crowd. Emerging first was a young boy, who, having observed the fervent expressions of the flight attendants during the journey, surmised that a prominent star was aboard their flight. Given the multitude of fervent admirers that accompany such celebrities, it is customary for them to traverse the VIP corridor. Yet, in a misguided attempt to showcase his cleverness, he exited through the regular passageway. To his astonishment, he was met with a scene that left him utterly speechless. Little did he realize that regardless of the corridor he chose, he would encounter an equally overwhelming throng, for each entrance was besieged by a comparable crowd. These fervent fans, entirely composed of young women, would certainly seize any opportunity to catch a glimpse of their idol. As he surveyed the scene, he noted that each fan was adorned with exquisite and tasteful makeup, their attire a vibrant kaleidoscope of styles, with scarcely any repetition among them. On any ordinary occasion, selecting any one of these girls would reveal a visage that was undeniably delightful. The aesthetic that captivated Xueling was characterized by softly smoky eyebrows, a dainty nose, and bright, expressive eyes, ideally accentuated with a gently curved eyeliner. He preferred that the forehead not be fully exposed, with wispy bangs offering a delicate concealment, and the hair, ideally cascading to shoulder length with a slight wave, preferably in a deep chestnut hue. Moreover, Xueling had an affinity for girls with pronounced apple cheeks and lips painted in a vibrant Barbie pink. Thus, amidst the throng of thousands, the hairstyles and makeup styles were strikingly uniform, akin to the output of a copy machine, creating a scene reminiscent of a grand assembly of cosmetic templates from the ancient kingdom of Goguryeo. Even for those afflicted with male chauvinism, this multitude presents a paradox. One is a goddess, two are surprises, but tens of thousands transform the scene into a veritable horror film. A silent horror devoid of any bloodshed, it instantly raises the hairs on the back of one's neck and sends a chill down the spine, particularly when these women realize that the first figure to emerge is not the idol of their dreams. A collective sigh escapes their lips, their expressions mirroring a shared sense of disillusionment and disappointment. With thousands sighing in unison, their disappointed gazes converge upon the boy's face, and under the immense pressure, he takes several deep breaths, hastily dragging his suitcase and scrambling away from this silent horror film set. He Qing observes in silence, increasingly convinced that Xue Ling may be the most challenging person she has ever encountered. Gradually, more individuals emerge from the passageway, equally startled and hastily retreating. At that moment, a girl in the crowd suddenly exclaims, "Oh, the idol has posted on Weibo." This exclamation instantly shatters the silence, prompting everyone to instinctively pull out their phones and refresh their Weibo feeds. "Thank you for your support. Kiss, kiss, kiss" attached is a selfie. Upon seeing this post, the girls present immediately erupt into a frenzy. Is the idol referring to this place? It must be the ordinary passageway, right? This is indeed the ordinary passageway, isn't it? The idol needs us. How considerate of him. Ah, how can he be so thoughtful and so handsome? Come on, let me check if my makeup is smudged. Shoo. Everyone, quiet down. Indeed, everyone, please remain silent, for our idol is about to make his appearance. Let us not disturb him. Do refrain from pushing forward. We must all heed his presence. Yes, our idol is sensitive to noise, so let us keep the atmosphere tranquil, ensuring that we do not leave a negative impression on him at the airport. Everyone, bear in mind, do not crowd. There will be ample opportunities for all. Just yesterday, fans from Yinzhou mentioned that our idol spent several hours greeting everyone individually, so there is no need for concern about missing a chance to connect. Should we become too boisterous, we risk causing him harm, which would be regrettable. At this moment, Yudandan was entirely preoccupied with Yi Qing, while the crowd murmured amongst themselves, preparing for the imminent arrival of their beloved star. Once their discussions concluded, they fell into a hushed silence, a stark contrast to the earlier fervor, as if the atmosphere had shifted to ethereal heights. Yi Qing observed this transformation, acutely aware of the fervent devotion that fans possess. Finally, amidst eager anticipation, a group of individuals clad in black emerged slowly. 8 imposing figures formed a formidable barrier at the entrance, with Xue Ling being the last to disembark from the flight, thus unobstructed by the throng. After all, such is the nature of stardom. Gradually, the familiar faces of Xue Ling's manager and assistant came into view. The manager, a woman in her 40s with her hair neatly styled in a bun and donning black-rimmed glasses, bore a stern and formal countenance. At first glance, one might mistake her for a strict school principal rather than a versatile manager, her distinctive presence unmistakable. Beside her stood Xue Ling's assistant, a portly figure, both in stature and presence, who undeniably captured attention. Yet, no matter how he attempts to evade the camera's gaze, the focal point of the crowd's attention will eternally be Xue Ling himself. Ultimately, the figure that emerges, summoned by the collective yearning of the masses, is the much-anticipated Xue Ling, albeit fashionably late. Chapter 75. The mist in the silent corridors of the airport, aside from the sound of breathing. There is an absence of noise. Perhaps also the rhythmic thumping of the hearts of the tens of thousands present. Yi Qing, too, remained transfixed, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the entrance, and soon someone appeared. From the corridor, a silhouette gradually materialized, with hair streaked in golden brown gently tousled. Beneath a flawlessly smooth forehead lay a pair of dark and bushy eyebrows. His irises, seemingly enhanced by contact lenses, shimmered with an alluring golden hue tinged with red, exuding an indescribable charm. A mere glance from the corners of his eyes sweeping over the crowd elicited noticeably deeper breaths from the surrounding girls. Naturally, Yi Qing was no exception. This individual seemed to radiate an irresistible aura of allure, captivating all with just a single glance. Beneath a pronounced nose, his lips formed a rosy diamond shape, glistening and seemingly perpetually inviting one to partake. Merely gazing at this visage was sufficient to leave the inexperienced girls blushing profusely. Xue Ling stepped forth slowly. With the autumn air becoming cooler, he donned a white short-sleeved t-shirt layered with a light brownish-red knit cardigan, complemented by light blue cropped trousers and casual white and blue sneakers, embodying the essence of a heartthrob. Against his slender stature of 1.78 meters, a slight turn of his body left his admirers utterly entranced. Although the girls present stifled their excitement from erupting into loud cheers, each one bore flushed cheeks, barely able to contain their exhilaration. Even HE QING, who was acutely aware of his own peculiarities, could not suppress the internal struggle that felt akin to addiction. Xue Ling bestowed upon the crowd a radiant smile, reminiscent of the clearing skies after a storm, illuminating the atmosphere. Thank you all for your tireless efforts in coming to greet me, and for not disturbing others at the airport. I shall forever cherish you. What about you? Upon uttering these words, Yu Dandan, who stood beside HE QING, immediately found her breath becoming erratic, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Suddenly, she opened her mouth, her voice rising in a fervent shout, "We will forever love you too." Xue Ling's enchanting smile broadened, and he unexpectedly brushed past his bodyguard to approach the fan nearest to him, taking her hand in his. "Thank you." His smile was utterly sincere, and the sight of his two prominent canine teeth added an innocent charm to his demeanor. In that moment, he embodied every essence of masculinity, idlehood, and youthful exuberance. How could one not be captivated? As he moved on to greet the next fan, the previous girl remained in a daze, her hands still suspended in the air. Her eyes glazed, she extended her other hand to tenderly caress her palm, as if entranced in a dream, unable to escape. Did the idol just shake my hand? Slowly, she turned her head to gaze at the idol who was shaking hands with other fans nearby, and suddenly, she covered her face and sank to the ground. Oh, how will the idol perceive my previous foolish demeanor? Then, glancing at her own delicate hands still intertwined, she abruptly released them as if struck by a whimsical impulse, murmuring in a daze, "Cannot touch, cannot touch. This is something touched by my idol. It must be cherished and never used to contaminate anything." After saying this, she gently placed her palm near her cheek, exclaiming, "Oh, how gentle my idol is." HE QING observed Xue Ling, whose charisma was almost overwhelming, and managed to restrain her own restless body. Focusing intently on the gathering crowd, she noticed a faint wispy white mist swirling in the air at the airport in the capital city. Following the tendrils of mist, she watched as they drifted gracefully, circling a few times before darting towards Xue Ling, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Surveying her surroundings, HE QING realized that these translucent white wisps were not without origin. They all converged upon Xue Ling. Yet, their source appeared to be above the heads of every fan present. Each fan who had interacted with Xue Ling exhibited signs of excitement and flushed cheeks once he had moved away. However, upon closer inspection, HE QING noted that, despite their rosy cheeks from elation, their lips, most indicative of one's vitality, were still noticeably pale and lackluster, even beneath a light layer of lipstick. Could it be that Xue Ling was siphoning the essence of his fans through their interactions? Yet, that did not seem to align, as Yu Dandan had evidently not come into contact with him, yet she had also exchanged 2 talismans. There must be more to uncover about Xue Ling. However, HE QING frowned. Such a method of sustenance was rather unsightly. The official Weibo account of Xue Ling boasts a following of 89,730,000 fervent admirers. Even if not every individual is an ardent devotee, the sheer magnetism of his allure ensures an astonishingly vast fan base. The collective essence continuously siphoned from each follower accumulates into a colossal reservoir. One can only speculate as to the magnitude of his capacity to assimilate such an immense influx. As time inexorably ebbed away, HE QING, observing the diaphanous vapor emanating from each person, found herself consumed by mounting anxiety. Should Xue Ling linger any longer, Yu Dandan would be next in line. Regrettably, the prevailing atmosphere of infatuation brooked no disruption. The sheer multitude of people rendered HE QING momentarily helpless. Presently, Xue Ling approached Yu Dandan, poised to extend a handshake. Similarly affected by the idol's attention, Yu Dandan's demeanor betrayed an uncharacteristic bashfulness, akin to a maiden in the throes of nascent romance, as she demurely proffered her palm. Xue Ling, with a genial smile, clasped her hand. HE QING, vigilantly observing them, harbored trepidation regarding any unforeseen circumstances befalling Yu Dandan, and also feared that Xue Ling might detect her protective amulet. Fortunately, the collective gaze of everyone present was fixated on the scene, rendering her scrutiny inconspicuous. Xueling maintained his affable smile, but upon making contact with Yu Danden's hand, he abruptly furrowed his brow, wincing in pain. A sharp, piercing sensation assailed his mind, causing excruciating agony. Fortunately, the pain was fleeting, and as a seasoned actor, his innate ability to control his expressions prevented his distress from being detected by his fans. HE QING, however, sensed something amiss. Yet she believed it had no connection to the talisman, as her talisman was of a passive nature, solely capable of protection without the ability to retaliate. Xueling furrowed his brows slightly. She was apprehensive about the possibility of her talisman being discovered, and her heart was filled with anxiety, causing her to overlook the subtler expressions of Xueling. He raised his index finger, discreetly massaging his temple, his expression softening just a fraction. He extended his hand towards HE QING, offering a gentle smile. Chapter 76. The Spirit Princess. Xueling smiled faintly, reaching out to HE QING with a tender demeanor. His smile became even more radiant as he gazed upon the rare and extraordinary girl before him. Within the throngs of tens of thousands present, only this girl stood before him unadorned by makeup. While she may not possess striking beauty, in contrast to the myriad of similarly styled girls around, she was undeniably captivating. Yet, she surely was not one of his fans. Otherwise, she would likely resemble the rest. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Xueling's eyes crinkled with delight as he looked at HE QING. The moment was not now, but it would come soon. Their hands intertwined. HE QING hesitantly extended her plump, white hand. Her touch was soft and yielding, exuding a sense of warmth. Truth be told, her hand, when observed alone, seemed imbued with fortune, distinctly unlike the hand of a girl emerging from the mountains, and certainly not resembling that of one skilled in the art of talisman crafting. Suddenly, with a sharp intake of breath, HE QING exclaimed. At the very moment their hands clasped, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from her palm, dissipating in an instant. Instinctively, she immediately constricted the spiritual nexus at the Laogong acupoint in her palm, forcibly severing the imminent outflow of spiritual energy. To Xueling, HE QING's palm felt like a pair of pliers, biting off a piece of his flesh. With such capabilities, why bother being a celebrity? Simultaneously, Xueling's face paled. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and the pain at the trigeminal nerve intensified once more, causing a blankness in his mind, beads of sweat emerging from his face, making him appear haggard and weary. Concurrently, the surrounding mist became active again, surging towards him. Amidst the crowd, the mist was so faint as to be almost invisible, and only HE QING would fix her gaze on it. Due to this inexplicable event, Xueling's disheveled hair, pale face, and once alluring eyes, now devoid of spirit, shattered the hearts of numerous fans present. Xueling turned his head, observing HE QING's helpless and anxious expression towards Danden, and seemed to comprehend something. In the next instant, he smiled at Yu Danden. Yu Danden emitted an infatuated exclamation. HE QING visibly discerned a stream of pure white spiritual energy emanating from Yu Danden's chest. Xueling murmured in a hoarse yet magnetic voice, "Apologies, everyone. I'm truly unwell today. I must take my leave. Please disperse." Having spoken, he immediately departed with his agent. Without hesitation, his departure was decisive and brisk, without a trace of sentimentality. In the midst of the crowd, the fans who had yet to encounter him were instantaneously overwhelmed with tears. Nevertheless, each one remained obedient, gritting their teeth and turning to silently bid farewell to their idol, nursing their own heartache at his weariness. HE QING watched as Xueling's silhouette faded from view, her gaze falling upon the mobile phone that dangled from Yu Danden's neck. Within that pink rose bouquet, there was a small cluster of gray powder. This was his exclusive bachelor apartment, spanning a total area of 90 square meters, comprising a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and an extra bedroom that had been transformed into a study. The study door remained tightly locked year-round, accessible solely to him. After hurriedly dismissing his manager and assistant, who were busy arranging his schedule, Xueling quickly retrieved his key and unlocked the study. Inside, there were no books, only the stark white, empty walls that surrounded a long table facing west at the center of the room. On the table, A pure lotus incense burner exhaled wisps of fragrant smoke, enveloping a snow-white statue, approximately 20 inches tall, resembling a celestial being, rendering its features increasingly indistinct. This diminutive sculpture, merely 20 centimeters in height, was entirely snow-white, its surface glossy and translucent, devoid of any blemish, smooth to the touch, akin to exquisite mutton-fat jade, having been carefully cherished and lovingly preserved over the years. The intricately carved figure of the enchanting maiden was vividly detailed, with flowing garments and graceful sleeves, her delicate features exuding an enchanting charm. Clad in wide sleeves and draped in flowing silk, she appeared utterly harmonious. With a gentle inclination of her head and eyes cast down, the subtle upturn of her exquisite eyes inadvertently evoked myriad allurements, rendering her ethereal and captivating. The artistry alone was worthy of being passed down through generations. Xue Ling cleansed his hands, ignited incense, and knelt upon a nearby cushion, taking deep breaths to compose himself. A breeze stirred within the silent chamber. The mist surrounding Xue Ling erupted instantaneously, coalescing into a vortex that surged toward the sculpted beauty upon the table. The mist, akin to undulating waves, seemed boundless, requiring nearly 20 minutes for complete absorption. In an instant, the statue stirred, and a porcelain-like figure ambled across the table, stretching languidly without reserve. How satiating! She extended her index finger, pressing it against Xue Ling's brow. Layers of profound, dusky light surged, cascading over him. Before long, Xue Ling lifted his head, his entire being radiating splendor, his handsomeness elevated to a new degree. Thick brows, almond-shaped eyes, a high-bridged nose, and the sharp contours of his jawline, coupled with seemingly more sculpted abdominal muscles. He had become even more captivating. Xue Ling promptly retrieved a mirror from his pocket. It was a high-definition, small steel mirror from a renowned brand, revealing every minute detail, leaving no imperfection concealed. However, the countenance reflected within was flawless, as if enhanced by a filter, smoothing the skin to the point of porelessness, with no unfavorable angle in sight. He gently stroked the bridge of his nose and smiled with immediate satisfaction. Lingji chuckled nonchalantly, assuming a cross-legged posture upon the table with unrefined movements. The incongruity of such boisterous action paired with her delicate, goddess-like form was peculiar. She reassured him, "Rest assured. The headache is merely due to an overabundance of nascent spiritual energy. Once I assimilate them, everything will be fine, won't it?" Seeing Xue Ling nod with a hint of skepticism, she continued with a compliment. "It seems your popularity has surged recently. You've managed to accumulate so much vitality and faith, especially these last 2 times. The faith is intertwined with spiritual energy, pure and unparalleled. I wonder where it's coming from. Could it be that a man who is only good-looking is being favored by someone from the mystic sects? However, it would be advantageous if he were truly infatuated. The pure spiritual energy of a mystic is far more nourishing than the vitality of these filthy, mundane mortals." Xue Ling listened, understanding little, but his greatest desire was to become famous. Now that his popularity was at its zenith, unmatched by any contemporary young idol, he hoped his face would forever remain captivating. Could this situation be the work of a mystic adept disguising themselves? Before she could finish speaking, he became smug again. "However, among the fans I met today, there were indeed a few beauties. I took a closer look, and they were buxom, slender-waisted, and long-legged. I'll mention it to my agent tomorrow and arrange a meeting." Lingji was frowning in contemplation, and a hint of mockery involuntarily surfaced in her eyes upon hearing this. However, the more unrestrained Xue Ling's actions were, the more benefits she could reap, which would be more advantageous to their plans. Recently, several of her earlier arrangements had encountered some issues, and if she didn't seize the opportunity to absorb more vitality, the master would suffer a loss of energy. As for the provisions, of course he can do whatever he pleases. Meng Tong hung up the phone, unable to resist kicking over the vase in the corner with a fierce force. The resounding crash of shattering porcelain startled the group of girls huddled in the corner. They instinctively recoiled, their bare bodies pressed together. After venting her frustration, she recalled the substantial commissions that Xue Ling had provided. and she resigned herself to resuming her phone calls. "Hello, have you contacted those fans?" The usual arrangement. What usual arrangement? What else could it be? For the group greeting him at the airport today, select a few attractive ones and tell them that Shui Ling wants to hold a small, private meet and greet. Emphasize that it's confidential. Actually, there's no rush. This can wait a few days. Once Shui Ling arrives to smooth things over, there are a few individuals higher up in the company who have a particular fondness for this sort of thing. We'll groom them and send them over for a couple of days of shared entertainment. Consider it a sacrifice from the fans for their beloved idol. He turned to the burly man beside him, his voice trembling as he asked, Is that sufficient? I'm merely a pimp. I haven't done anything else." The man on the floor was seeing stars from the pain, but his assailant was a seasoned fighter, wearing thick gloves that ensured no visible marks were left. Recalling that the man had entered under the guise of delivering a package, he couldn't resist slapping himself. "Are you an idiot? In this day and age, who delivers packages to your doorstep?" He immediately scrambled to the window, fearing he would be overheard. Below, several plainclothes officers were casually observing his residence. As the man receded into the distance, a silhouette resembling a large canine materialized beside him in the sunlight, only to vanish in an instant. Chapter 78. Better ahead of a chicken. When Shui Ling first emerged onto the scene, he was unremarkable, his features significantly different from what they are now. And the company he signed with was quite ordinary. Even then, he felt he had gotten an incredible deal. Now that he has risen to fame within the small company, he is undeniably the top star. Embracing the principle of better ahead of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, he is quite content. In any case, with his face, why should he worry about not being remembered by others when it comes to the film and television resources of larger companies? During a drunken stupor, Shui Ling stumbled upon Ling Ji, a fairy-like being who transformed into a statue before his very eyes. When he hesitantly began to worship it, it was modeled and appeared to have been salvaged from a pile of junk. Only as Shui Ling's charisma grew and his fan base expanded did it gradually become as lustrous as white jade. Shui Ling closed the door to his study. It's not as if he doesn't suspect that what he's worshipping might not be a benevolent entity. However, Ling Ji thinks he's foolish, and he won't expose her. After all, fame, status, and beautiful women are all within easy reach now, so why bother with such concerns? Would confronting her bring any benefits? Besides, who else but Ling Ji has the ability to make his face more and more perfect, erasing all traces of his earlier photos and videos? Shui Ling sprawled out on the sofa, casually embracing two girls on either side. Unfortunately, these girls, having been in contact with him for a long time, now possess exquisite features, yet they are like dehydrated vegetables, withered and lacking any vitality, their voices barely audible. Regarding this transformation, Shui Ling was quite aware that prolonged close contact had allowed Ling Ji to siphon off considerable vitality from them. TSK. The two girls were captivated by him. They were willing to do anything that would benefit Shui Ling. Thus, upon hearing this, although she felt a twinge of fear towards the stern Tong Jia, she quickly knelt beside her and began to massage Meng Tong. Meng Tong chuckled, expressing her satisfaction. The two of them no longer maintained a hierarchy. Shui Ling utilized her connections for discreet endeavors, while Meng Tong profited from him, resulting in a mutually beneficial and harmonious relationship. Reclining in her chair, she advised Shui Ling. The company has aligned with the annual blockbuster from Tianhua, preparing to elevate your profile. However, both President Qian and President Wang have exerted considerable effort. Since you have such promising talents, let them represent you in extending your gratitude. He nodded and addressed the several girls in the room. I am about to take on a major annual production, and the two executives have worked diligently for this. Please take care of them on my behalf and express my appreciation. However, do remember to be obedient. The girls, bewildered yet unable to suppress their trepidation, were entirely focused on him, naturally determined not to disappoint their idol. HE QING seized the documents from Gu Ping, her anger flaring once more. Why has she been confronted with such repugnant matters lately? Sooner or later, I shall eliminate all you shameless men. Gu Ping quietly stepped back, regretful that while he had a sense of shame, he was nonetheless male. At this moment, She was seated in a private room at the cafeteria with Gu Ping, having ordered some stir-fried dishes. Consequently, her pent-up grievances were released without reservation, emanating with remarkable intensity. Gu Ping noticed her huffing and puffing in anger, which reminded him of her earlier words. What else have you encountered? Why must you only ruin young women and engage in petty pursuits? He Qing furrowed her brow, recalling Xueling's reaction upon encountering spiritual energy at the airport and reflecting on his radiant face and unburdened emotions. A conjecture arose in her mind. Perhaps he did not wish to act, but was constrained to do so. Gu instructor, I kindly request you to assign someone to keep an eye on him. I suspect he is merely a puppet. After all, the faith and vitality of millions cannot be easily siphoned off by just anyone. With the facade of stardom, even the most fervent fans can be understood. Some may become physically weakened due to their frenzied idol worship, yet others would not suspect him. As she spoke, she absent-mindedly stroked Chang'an's increasingly lustrous hair. Chang'an barked once, filled with determination. He Qing frowned and cautioned, let us refrain from allowing Chang'an to get too close. We should first probe from a distance. If the individuals behind him can sense his presence, it could spell danger. After all, the loss of vitality among so many is not something that can be easily overlooked. Chapter 79. A Thief Below. Let us welcome our guest for today. The music on stage suddenly intensified, instantly stirring the emotions of everyone present. As all eyes turned in unison toward the guest platform, filled with anticipation and eagerness. As the frosted door on the guest stage slowly opened, a figure clad in a sleek black three-piece suit gradually emerged. Inside the broadcasting hall, aside from a handful of staff members, the remaining attendees were fervent and devoted fans. They gazed at the figure on stage, overwhelmed with excitement, fervently waving their glow sticks and placards, their cheeks flushed, as if expending every ounce of their energy. Shouting in unison, Xueling, Xueling. In the television station's backstage area, someone closely monitored Xueling's movements. Once he ascended the stage, they quietly picked up the phone. It's done. Under Gu Ping's arrangement, He Qing stealthily entered the apartment. In truth, she felt even more anxious than he did. Trespassing into a private residence was hardly the act of a legitimate official checking the water meter. As a well-mannered young lady, she was certainly taking a considerable risk. To avoid detection by the unknown occupant inside, He Qing dared not use even a trace of her spiritual energy, feeling utterly constrained, which was excruciatingly difficult to endure. After successfully bypassing the surveillance and entering the door, she felt like a thief, which was exceedingly frustrating. The celebrity's residence was quite ordinary. Observing the commonplace decor in the living room, He Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of profound disappointment. Not daring to use her spiritual energy to probe, she first circled the living room and found no abnormalities. This suggested that the person behind it all might not possess any real capabilities, or perhaps such a person did not exist at all. With a subtle movement of her spiritual energy, the study door clicked open. Among all the unlocked doors, this one was securely locked, indicating something amiss. The self-proclaimed He Holmes could not help but feel a surge of self-satisfaction. As the study door swung open, a dense haze billowed forth, obscuring the room in a nebulous shroud. The air, thick with incense smoke trapped within the sealed chamber, swirled and danced, concealing the depths within. He Qing wrinkled her nose, a disdainful expression flitting across her face. Is that all? She muttered. I thought he might be someone of consequence. But he doesn't even possess a divine seat. Resorting to unorthodox methods, unable to receive the reverence of believers' incense, and using such cheap, 2 yuan a bundle incense to feign piety. He Qing cautiously advanced into the room. The walls, stark white and devoid of windows, amplified the chilling atmosphere. Aside from the altar before her, there was only a single prayer mat. How blatant, she mused. Does he think no one will investigate? Or, perhaps, he's confident that even if they do, they'll find nothing. He Qing approached the prayer mat, her gaze fixed upon the extraordinary sculpture adorning the altar. As her focus intensified, the alabaster figurine of a beautiful woman seemed to stir to life. The upturned corners of her eyes flickered with animation, and like a marionette, the statue gradually rotated, from her neck to her torso, to her knees, until she stood upright. How utterly macabre, He Qing remarked with distaste. Even the statue's beauty couldn't overcome the oppressive silence and terrifying ambience. This entrance merits a poor rating. The statue regarded the ordinary girl before her, her smile widening. So, a vibrant young maiden, she purred. Did Xueling send you? Serendipitously, I find myself somewhat peckish. The jade-like, frigid statue deliberately raised its arm, brimming with spirit. Even the shawl draped over its arm seemed to slide off its shoulder in perfect harmony with the moment. Her slender, cotton swab-like fingers gently caressed He Qing's cheek. Due to the statue's diminutive stature, He Qing, with her eyes lowered, even noticed it tiptoeing on the table. I'm inexplicably tempted to chuckle. The frigid, porcelain-like texture brushed across her face inch by inch, as Ling Ji's voice, exceedingly charming, seemed to drip with moisture. Little girl, wouldn't you like Xueling to favor you more? If you simply offer a trifle, instantly, I shall ensure that Xueling becomes infatuated with you. In this regard, Ling Ji possessed a modicum of experience. He Qing, observing the ribbons scattered around her skirt, asked with a smile in her eyes, Really? Then, who are you? And why would Xueling heed your words? Ling Ji, having been triumphant for too long, had regrettably forgotten the meaning of prudence. She declared triumphantly, Me? You may address me as Ling Ji. Of course, Xueling listens to me, for I am the one who crafted him. Crafted? Indeed. Otherwise, as a plain and unremarkable pauper, how could you simpletons ever find him worthy of your attention? Her index finger began to caress He Qing's cheek, moving towards her jawline, when she suddenly sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy. This is, before her mind could fully process, her body had already reacted instinctively. Caught off guard, Ling Ji only managed to stumble back 3 steps before staring in astonishment at the seemingly harmless young girl before her. Who are you? With a surge of spiritual energy coalescing in her palm, He Qing emanated an aura of formidable power. She advanced, her footsteps accompanied by waves of spiritual energy rippling outward, a display of undeniable dominance. Her countenance grave, He Qing swiftly ensnared Ling Ji's delicate throat between 2 fingers, rendering her immobile. Even a being of stone possesses vulnerabilities. Ling Ji rasped, her struggles proving futile. A chilling sneer crept across her face as she managed to utter, Indeed, the Xiamen has fallen into decline. A mere girl such as yourself would have been confined to her household before the cataclysm. Did you truly believe we were so easily subdued without possessing considerable skill? With that, a pure white ribbon, concealed within her stone sleeve, unfurled in a series of rapid rotations, aiming directly for He Qing's eyes. Chapter 80, 6 Pulses Divine Sword Xueling. 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 The auditorium buzzed with fervent energy. The throng of fans, a sight typically achieved by hiring extras from local schools for a meager sum, were under strict instructions to feign enthusiasm. The station's executives had mandated a spectacle, emphasizing the need for high ratings to capitalize on Xueling's immense popularity. The host, seemingly overwhelmed by the sheer number of ardent admirers, theatrically clutched his chest in mock surprise before ushering Xueling to his seat with exaggerated deference. He gushed, Truly, you are deserving of the title national heartthrob. Just look at the fans, so numerous and so devoted. After decades of striving in this industry, why have I not garnered such a following? As he spoke, he feigned wiping away tears in a comical manner, as if genuinely heartbroken. Wow, really? The host's eyes widened immediately. Xueling harbored no interest in older individuals. So the host was not among his ardent admirers, and the live broadcast venue remained harmonious. How honored I am, he exclaimed. Fans in the audience, are you envious or not? On stage, Xueling blew a kiss at the opportune moment, captivating a multitude of spectators. Xueling shrugged his shoulders. For me, as long as the fans are happy, I feel very happy. The host immediately clutched her heart, feigning a swoon. Male god. You truly deserve to be called a male god. Her initial attack with the silk sash having failed, Ling Ji remained unperturbed. A hint of disdain immediately graced her alabaster, statue-like face. I thought you possessed some formidable backing, but it turns out you only possess rudimentary skills, incapable of even creating a semblance of the real thing. With such abilities, you dare to provoke me? Truly, ignorance is bliss. With that, she leaped from the statue onto the futon placed nearby. With a flick of her wrist, the white silk instantly ensnared the heavy, solid wooden desk behind her, and with a resounding crash, she hurled it down upon HE QING from midair. In the blink of an eye, HE QING only had time to kick out with her foot, intercepting the cumbersome wooden desk in midair and splitting it in two. Only then did she manage to steady herself and regain her composure. In 2 successive attacks, neither of which involved direct physical combat, she was stretched to her limits, barely able to defend herself. Ling Ji was correct in her assessment. Her martial arts skills were limited to basic punches and kicks, the instinctive result of daily physical conditioning. Within the confines of a school, subduing a couple of scoundrels is hardly a challenge. However, when embroiled in a formal magical duel, her shortcomings become glaringly apparent. At this juncture, she is merely at the mercy of Ling Ji's relentless assault. After all, a schoolyard skirmish is worlds apart from a martial arts confrontation. The former hinges on one's ferocity, agility, and brute strength, while the latter depends entirely on the profundity of one's techniques, the ability to levitate, and the finesse to pluck leaves and wield them as weapons. HE QING stood aside, meticulously surveying her surroundings. The room was stark and barren, its only furnishings consisting of a low table and a meditation cushion. The table had already been sacrificed, and the cushion was a soft, cotton-filled object, utterly devoid of any offensive capabilities. Even if she were to rely on her considerable strength to engage in a physical confrontation, she would first need to close the distance. If only the legs of that table weren't so short, it was utterly useless as a weapon. As she watched the statue on the cushion hurtling through the air, HE QING, in a moment of desperation, swiftly formed a hand seal, turned her wrists outward, and gently pushed forward. An invisible ripple of energy emanated outward, and she exclaimed sharply, "Freeze." Instantly, the airborne statue seemed to be frozen in time, suspended in midair, unable to move. It seemed she had stumbled upon the correct way to fight. Gazing at the immobile stone carving, she boasted, "So what if I only know this rudimentary skill? I've still managed to control you, haven't I?" But then, a thought struck her. No. Novels always say that one should not talk too much during a fight, or else one is easily overtaken. Consequently, a determination was made to promptly subdue Ling Ji. However, after considerable deliberation and racking of brains, a suitable method remained elusive. At this juncture, she deeply resented her intermittent memory, lamenting why it invariably offered a mere hint or two precisely when the situation became critical. At this moment, with her mind at ease, her combat memories stubbornly refused to surface, which was exasperating. It was akin to the 6th Meridian Divine Sword. While she was inwardly consumed with anxiety, a crisp, glass-shattering sound echoed from midair. HE QING looked up and exclaimed inwardly, "Not good." She observed that Ling Ji, who had just been restrained by the fixed character, was gradually freeing herself from the energy field that confined her. Once liberated, she swiftly lunged towards HE QING in the air, her hands contorted into claw-like shapes, aiming directly for her face. HE QING, in dire straits, hastily stamped her foot. Instantly, gurgling spiritual energy surged forth, radiating from her feet as the center, forming a transparent wall that rose perpendicularly 1 meter in front of her, effectively enclosing her. Just as the protective wall materialized, Ling Ji's hands arrived. Her jade-white, slender fingers, with tips as sharp as knives, upon entering the wall, found themselves ensnared in a viscous, tenacious substance, making progress exceedingly difficult. Instead, her hands seemed to be trapped, unable to move freely. HE QING, continuously exerting subtle force with her feet, persistently reinforced the wall with a steady stream of abundant energy. Only then did she manage to spare a moment to inquire, "Who exactly are you? And what do you seek by being with Shui Ling?" Given the prowess that Ling Ji has demonstrated, it is implausible that she alone could have devoured the life essence of several million individuals. Surely, she must have accomplices. Ling Ji glared at her, retorting with resentment, "Insolent little brat, why must you meddle in affairs that do not concern you? With your current abilities, Contact with the soul-reaping rings would result in a mere dissipation of spiritual energy, posing no real threat to your well-being. Yet you persist in your obstinacy. Like a dog chasing a rat. HE QING responded with sardonic amusement. A dog chasing a rat, am I? Well, I harbor no prejudice against dogs. I merely wonder if you find contentment in your role as the rat. With your limited intellect, barely the equivalent of an elementary education, you dare to commit evil deeds. How audacious! Having spoken, she exerted force with her feet, unleashing another surge of profound spiritual energy that directly overwhelmed Lingji. This time, not only were her hands immobilized, but her feet as well. Lingji exclaimed in dismay, "How can you possess such abundant spiritual energy? Your bone age is barely over 20. Bone age?" HE QING silently acknowledged the information. So, these practitioners of magic assess individuals by their bone age. Could there truly be those who retain their youthful appearance even after decades or centuries? She noted the fact, and as if on cue, several images flashed through her mind. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were the fundamental techniques of the mystic sex pupil arts, enabling one to perceive auras and determine bone age. HE QING thought to herself, even in the midst of battle, this memory retrieval system, triggered only by specific keywords, is truly exasperating. Having regained her senses, HE QING's gaze fell upon Lingji, who was immobilized, her expression a mask of fury. The earlier exchange echoed in HE QING's mind, and she retorted caustically, "Oh, darling. Just because you're inept doesn't mean I am. I'm extraordinarily gifted, a descendant of the dragon. It's only natural that I possess such abilities at a young age. Something a Philistine like you could never comprehend." You. Lingji writhed against her restraints. If looks could kill, HE QING would have been reduced to a sieve. Furthermore, what did you say about a soul-reaping ring? Are you implying that you're not merely extracting essence, but rather the very essence of one's soul? As she spoke the last words, HE QING's countenance turned grave. The innate essence of a person is composed of three elements: essence, energy, and spirit. Essence begets blood. Energy animates the body, and spirit illuminates the mind. The absence of any of these is detrimental. If one were to lose essence and energy, they would undoubtedly feel fatigued and enervated, lacking the vitality to accomplish anything. However, since Lingji mentioned a soul-reaping ring, it suggests that it's not merely the loss of essence and energy, but rather the depletion of one's very soul. The ramifications of the latter are far more dire. With each memory HE QING acquired, her understanding of the arcane arts deepened. Mystical artifacts are often divinely ordained, akin to all living beings, possessing true names that are intrinsically linked to their purpose. If it dares to employ the term soul-reaping, it must undoubtedly be related to the soul. The depletion of one's soul can lead to a myriad of ailments, compromised vitality, mental instability, and erratic behavior. How dare you? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Divine retribution? Lingji scoffed. Only you practitioners of the arcane arts concern yourselves with such things. If we feared divine retribution, we would never have dared to sever your lineage in the first place. Severed meridians? Which ones? Spiritual meridians? Terrestrial meridians? Dragon meridians? Or the lineage of the esoteric school? HE QING inquired urgently. At that moment, a hazy mist surged into the room again, and another wave of fragmented soul energy poured in, collectively burrowing into Lingji's body. HE QING immediately intensified the binding of her spiritual power, but the soul energy permeated through bone, and Lingji instantly felt invigorated and her power surged. A cloud of gray mist emanated from her chest, and with a forceful exertion of her hands, she broke free in a matter of moments. This room didn't even have windows, but someone like Lingji didn't need windows at this point. She turned her body and slammed forcefully against the wall. With her strength, breaking through was highly probable. She couldn't be allowed to escape, her face devoid of expression. She watched the direction in which Lingji was flying and lightly sent a hand gesture forward. Since she doesn't want you to leave, you might as well stay. Lingji, dragging her heavy stone statue body, was desperately smashing against the wall. How could this young girl have such profound spiritual power at such a young age? It's a pity that the absorbed soul energy is all used to offer to the master, and what remains on my own body is merely insignificant dust. It's barely enough to enhance Shui Ling's appearance, so how could there be any ability for combat? The previous two moves were only possible because I managed to intercept some of the new soul energy. If I don't escape now, when will I? Seeing the snow-white wall getting closer and closer, she felt a surge of joy in her heart. As long as I get out the door, the sky's the limit. And there's no way this headstrong girl will be able to find me. Just as she was rejoicing, she suddenly heard a voice from behind that was completely different from before. Since she doesn't want you to leave, you might as well stay. Who is this now? Could it be that someone has entered unnoticed? When did the Xianmen produce such a formidable figure? Apart from those few ancient relics, this voice was chilling and detached, imbued with an indescribable air of superiority. Merely hearing it, she felt the hairs on her stone form stand on end. A sense of impending doom washing over her. Escape. Flee quickly. Amidst the violent tumbling, she seemed to hear a series of cracking sounds, and in a fleeting glance, she caught sight of fragments akin to shattered porcelain. Chapter 82. The soul-nurturing cauldron Ling Ji was constrained by an immense force, rolling rapidly inward across the ground. In the periphery of her vision, she glimpsed pieces of what appeared to be shattered white porcelain scattered about. Though merely a stone sculpture, even stone has its sensibilities. As the dizzying sensation subsided, she immediately surveyed her surroundings, and what she beheld filled her with utter dismay. Her once jade-like form was now marred with mottled blemishes, revealing the decayed, cotton-like substance beneath. The illusion of the celestial maiden was instantly shattered, leaving her resembling a wretched beggar, a pitiable sight. HE Qing's countenance was serene, her brow and eyes conveying an aloofness beyond words. She frowned, rebuking her. Enough with the clamor. Since you are to remain, obey. Why all the incessant prattle? Her voice, like her expression, was nonchalant. Ling Ji was momentarily stunned, and even as she found herself at this person's mercy, indignation welled up within her. You think you can just decide I'll stay? Why would I have struggled with you for so long then? Wait, you're the voice from before. You were feigning weakness all along, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Is it truly amusing to manipulate others? HE Qing furrowed her brow once more, earnestly retorting, what do you mean by feigning weakness to deceive? If you are capable, then you are. If not, then you are not. For a tiger to force itself to play the part of a pig would only serve to extinguish its own ferocity, corrupt its indomitable spirit, and ultimately transform it into a pig in truth. You people. She clicked her tongue in disapproval. Her earnest demeanor and disdainful expression left the bound Ling Ji momentarily speechless. With no hope of escape, she sought only to delay the inevitable, and thus immediately resumed her frantic cries. You speak of not disguising yourself, yet your sorcery was once clumsy, and now it is as natural as an extension of your own limbs. After all these years, you Xianmen people are still so shameless. Bah! Speaking of Shuaman's lack of shame, perhaps you should reflect on the deplorable deeds you have committed, ruining the lives of countless young women. And yet you dare to turn around and accuse us? Let me tell you, my abilities are simply this extraordinary, my intellect this superior. And I am proud of it. Otherwise, how could you, with all your years, still be inferior to me? How utterly mortifying. This torrent of words nearly caused Ling Ji's stony chest to explode with rage. HE Qing, observing the mottled and filthy state of her body, could not resist adding another cutting remark. Indeed, beauty is but a fraction of appearance. The rest is artifice. Otherwise, in this state, even a ragpicker would not deign to claim you. Ling Ji was no exception. Staring at HE Qing, she suddenly perceived something, her expression undergoing an abrupt transformation as she exclaimed in exaggerated surprise, You are a dual soul. 2 souls in one body. Such immense power, contained within such an ordinary vessel. You are a soul-nourishing cauldron. Ha ha ha. Those decrepit elders of the mystic sects, who prided themselves on acting with a clear conscience, are now entrusting their souls to be nurtured by a mere slip of a girl who knows nothing. How lamentable and ludicrous. Ha ha ha. She laughed, her elation and frenzy stemming from this earth-shattering discovery. No wonder they faced their impending doom with such solemnity and unwavering resolve when the mystic sects were on the verge of extinction. It turns out they were determined to disseminate a portion of their legacy in this manner. How sanctimonious, not unlike your painstaking efforts, my lord. A dual soul inhabiting a single body, a soul-nurturing cauldron? A heavy gloom descended upon He Qing's heart. The power of human nature is immense, and the slightest misstep could lead to mutual destruction during the separation or fusion of the two souls. Surely, the mystic sects wouldn't resort to such a method to perpetuate their doctrines? As she pondered with deep concern, a familiar dizziness washed over her once more. She opened her eyes, her dark, mist-laden eyes projecting a faint displeasure, spouting falsehoods. As the words fell, the air seemed to compress, and a powerful force of oppression rapidly converged upon Ling Ji from all directions, further exacerbating her already tattered form. Ling Ji's expression underwent a sudden transformation. Amidst grating creaks, she struggled to curl the corners of her lips. Heh, you couldn't resist emerging so soon, undoubtedly worried that the little brat would heed my words. Such a feeble soul as yours, unable to even control a human body, would have long since dissipated into nothingness were it not for the support of vast spiritual energy. And now you can still emerge to aid her in battle. Could it be that I was right about her body being not a soul-nurturing cauldron, but a soul-nurturing vessel? Observing the individual wearing He Qing's countenance, Ling Ji could not help but erupt in a triumphant peal of laughter, her lips subtly curving. It seems I was correct. She is indeed the most favored vessel for nurturing souls in the netherworld. Had you not shielded her all these years, her body would have undoubtedly become a battleground for countless specters upon reaching adulthood. Despite the evident creaking of her frame, her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable smugness. Alas, humans are most prone to suspicion and ingratitude. Do you suppose she believes you after my recent words? As the words left her lips, she suddenly noticed the corner of He Qing's mouth twitch, her hands pressing forcefully towards the center. Ling Ji was instantly overwhelmed by a searing agony. Under the immense pressure, she could only cast her gaze downwards to witness her chest and below completely suffused in crimson, crisscrossed with a dense network of fractures. Her mouth agape. She managed a strangled gasp before her entire being exploded into countless fragments, like tattered tissues discarded in the wind, instantly succumbing to oblivion. A pristine white canvas shoe nonchalantly crushed one of the fragments as He Qing coldly observed, showing no mercy. Attempting to sow discord between us. As if I am ignorant of such ploys. Let me assure you, my knowledge of the arcane arts is triggered by keywords. Nurturing souls? Utter nonsense. Chapter 83. Touch up. While the rationale behind Ling Ji's nonsensical fabrication in her desperate attempt to escape remained perplexing, it did not hinder He Qing's awareness of the millions of souls she had absorbed, nor her complicity in allowing Shui Ling and his cohorts to defile numerous young women in the prime of their lives. They could be students, recent graduates entering the workforce, or even young ladies born into affluent families. They might also be university students, whose families have exhausted all their resources to support their education. However, with Ling Ji's demise, the soul-binding ring that has empowered Shui Ling is on the verge of losing its efficacy, once deprived of this ability to deceive others. Those young women who have fallen prey to his manipulations will likely be forced to confront their harrowing memories. He Qing instinctively bit her fingertip, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, amidst the scattered fragments on the ground, a white orb, the size of a ping-pong ball, abruptly emerged. It was pure and immaculate, exuding a dense and substantial aura. As it flickered past He Qing, she immediately sensed the profound essence of soul energy contained within it. The nature of the soul is ethereal, a concept He Qing found elusive. Yet, a foreign researcher had once posited that the difference in weight between a living person and a deceased one is 21 grams. The veracity of this claim is debatable and arguably imprecise. Nonetheless, regardless of its truth, it indirectly suggests that the soul is remarkably light. At the very least, He Qing understood that the soul possesses no physical weight. Furthermore, the essence of the soul is devoid of color, akin to mist, much like the youthful ghost Zheng Mingcui, which, if subjected to arcane compression, would be virtually indistinguishable to the naked eye, reduced to a size comparable to that of dust. As this thought flitted through her mind, In a moment as swift as lightning, HE QING extended her hand, intent on capturing the white orb suspended in the air. Within that sphere of white soul energy, distinct fluctuations were undeniably present. HE QING chuckled coldly, realizing that Ling Ji had not been obliterated into nothingness, nor had her soul dissipated. Instead, she had cunningly concealed her spiritual essence within these objects, seeking to blend in with the masses and deceive the heavens. It remained a mystery what cultivation method she had mastered that allowed her to exert such control over her soul. However, just as her hand ascended into the air, the pristine white soul orb seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, swiftly darting upward, deftly circumventing her grasp, and vanishing through the wall. "What?" HE QING exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration. At that moment, she could not afford to ponder deeply. Her resentment toward this dilapidated room, devoid of windows, surged. A wave of heat emanated from her palms. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, her hands instinctively overlapped, striking a poised stance, with the spirits of heaven and earth. "I summon clarity of mind and righteous energy. Today, I invoke the laws of nature. May the cosmos be purified. In this realm of spirits devoid of virtue, I capture souls. May the celestial way assist my pursuit." As her words fell, a sudden gust of wind erupted within the confines of the small, enclosed room, breaking through the solid walls from all directions. HE QING's fingers twitched, and with the breeze, 8 slender golden threads emerged, weaving gracefully from her fingertips, swiftly penetrating the walls. Outside the house lay a broader expanse of scenery. In the clear and radiant sky of the imperial capital, a few rumbles of thunder resonated ominously. Just moments ago, the host, Sister Ting, had, in an unprecedented move to ensure everyone's welfare, posed several intrusive questions, one of which had stunned the entire audience. Sister Ting inquired, "Recently, several young stars in the entertainment industry have entered matrimony early. As the nation's beloved male idol, have you ever contemplated who your future partner might be? Is she the daughter of a wealthy family, a peer in the entertainment industry, a renowned model or actress, or perhaps an ordinary outsider?" Shui Ling interlaced his fingers and raised one eyebrow slightly, his skin seemingly glowing under the lights, resembling exquisite jade, flawless and unblemished. He thought to himself how he should inquire backstage about the foundation the makeup artist used on him. Sister Ting wore a sly smile, momentarily lost in thought. Shui Ling's gaze drifted from the stage to the audience, where fervent fans were as uncontrollable as skaters gliding on ice. He feigned a troubled sigh and said, "Although I wish to keep this little secret to myself, everyone is so enthusiastic that I shall speak candidly today. I have long contemplated my future partner. I suppose I am a rather possessive boy when it comes to those I cherish. A daughter of a wealthy family would surely not tolerate such behavior. One day, I will strive to become part of that elite circle myself." He clenched his fist in a gesture of determination. "As for my peers, I simply cannot accept the idea of my beloved sharing intimate moments with others in a performance. Thus, I admit I can be quite unreasonable and very possessive." At this point, he bashfully touched his nose, inciting a chorus of cheers from the audience. "So manly." Hearing the fervent applause, Shui Ling shyly remarked, "My other half is likely to be among my fans. Each of my fans truly loves me, and I have great affection for them as well. If destiny allows for one of them to become my family." Before he could finish, the entire auditorium erupted with excitement. "Ah, my dearest, I am utterly captivated. How could any mortal be so exquisitely handsome and alluring?" The entire audience was left in stunned silence. The appellation of national idol is certainly well-deserved. Shui Ling, with a comforting smile, sought to assuage the crowd, when suddenly, a sharp, excruciating pain pierced his mind. This agony, arriving with unforeseen swiftness, proved far more intense than any he had previously endured. His face drained of all color, and with a stifled groan, beads of perspiration cascaded down his brow. Ting Jie, ever observant, was the first to notice his distress. Quickly covering the microphone, she discreetly inquired, "What is it?" The pain, though intense, was fleeting. Shui Ling swiftly regained his composure, offering a reassuring smile. "It's nothing." Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Ting Jie perceived a subtle diminution in his charisma. In the backstage area, the director, intently monitoring the live feed, also discerned the change. If Xueling had previously resembled a radiant, self-illuminating moon, he now appeared as a distant star in the firmament. Though both celestial bodies, their perceived brilliance differed vastly. He surreptitiously instructed through his headset, Ting, cut to commercial break immediately and alert the backstage crew to touch up Xueling's makeup. Chapter 84. The nose. Ting Jie, enlightened, exclaimed. No wonder he appeared less appealing just now. It must be the perspiration that has compromised his highlighting, contouring, and foundation. She promptly initiated the commercial break, simultaneously endeavoring to calm the atmosphere, lest the fans become overly excited and disrupt the proceedings. Having ascended to his current eminence, Xueling now confronts the limitations inherent in smaller enterprises, most notably, their inability to furnish him with a proficient makeup artist. Previously, Xueling's stage presence relied predominantly on his natural allure, enhanced by subtle applications of highlighting and contouring, rendering him utterly captivating. However, this was contingent upon his optimal condition. Today, however, they are somewhat unprepared. Backstage, the makeup artist, holding her powder compact, found herself momentarily perplexed, unsure of where to commence. She had applied his initial makeup before he went on stage, employing minimal concealer, opting instead for a layer of dry powder to mitigate any on-stage shine. A slight refinement of his eyebrows, coupled with strategic highlighting and contouring of his nose and a touch of brightening around his eye sockets, had transformed him into a veritable luminary, radiating unparalleled brilliance. But now, how could his skin be so poor? If Xueling's skin had once resembled exquisite porcelain, smooth, delicate, and flawless, his face now bore the hallmarks of common skin, a sallow complexion, coarse texture, comedones, acne scars, and the conspicuous traces of a heavy beard. She stared incredulously at Xueling's face for a moment before turning to a nearby staff member, inquiring, "What did you do to him on stage? How could he be so ravaged in such a short time? He's unrecognizable." He frowned, replying, "Just the usual procedure, asking questions." His words were cut short by the makeup artist's incredulous gaze. How could this be? However, the immediate priority was not to investigate these matters. With only a few minutes of commercial break remaining, the makeup artist deliberated briefly before retrieving her arsenal of products: primer, concealer pencils, foundation, highlighter, setting powder, and more, applying each item with expeditious precision. At that moment, Ting Jie at the front desk felt a tinge of remorse. She mused that even if the atmosphere was lively, and Xueling's complexion was slightly off, as long as he wasn't genuinely ill, it was best if he persevered. The station had invested a substantial sum to engage such a popular celebrity, all in pursuit of higher viewership ratings. However, things had taken an unexpected turn. During a brief interlude for makeup touch-ups backstage, the once exuberant fans had seemingly been subdued, their fervent emotions extinguished, resembling wilted vegetables. Even their enthusiasm for Xueling appeared to have waned. Ting Jie was perplexed, unable to fathom the situation. Backstage, the staff engaged in hushed whispers, while the director general was utterly dejected. He lamented that had he not suggested Xueling refresh his makeup, the atmosphere wouldn't have plummeted to such an extent. In the audience, the previously zealous fans appeared to be dozing off, their energy depleted, and their eyes heavy with sleep. Were it not for the artful makeup applied before their arrival, the venue would have been filled with pallid, sickly countenances. The young women exchanged glances and murmured amongst themselves, "I'm so tired. Why am I so tired? Indeed, I haven't done anything strenuous. Yet, I'm incredibly sleepy. Am I being disloyal to my idol? I genuinely want to sleep. And I don't want to watch him anymore." Since the intense surge of pain earlier, Xueling had experienced no other symptoms. After the makeup artist completed the touch-ups, he instinctively reached into his pocket for a mirror, yet hesitated, wary of compromising his image. He had not yet reached the stage, and the lighting was not as intense, allowing him to discern the heavy traces of foundation on his face, along with the eyeliner. Just as he was about to express his displeasure, someone at the front called out, "Teacher Xue, it's time to go on." Regardless, he possessed unparalleled looks. Ling strode forward with unwavering confidence, but as he neared the stage, he suddenly faltered, feeling a weakening in his knee, nearly falling to the ground. His quick-witted, portly assistant swiftly grabbed him and steadied him. Ling examined his surroundings, noting that apart from the staff, there were no other spectators. He casually brushed off the assistant's hand, straightened his attire, and proceeded to the front. He gazed up, observing Ling's figure, which appeared inexplicably slender and frail. As the stage lights illuminated him, Ling forced a smile, but before he could utter a word, he abruptly covered his nose and sneezed resoundingly. He promptly retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously wiping his hands, and mused, "Could it be that I'm catching a cold? That would explain the headache, the poor condition, and the lackluster skin." The sensation was so distant that he couldn't quite place it. After all, since meeting Ling Ji, he had been immune to illness. Ting Jie smiled faintly, acknowledging that celebrity mishaps were commonplace, and a mere sneeze was hardly significant. Just as she was about to interject with a conciliatory remark, she noticed Ling pressing the handkerchief firmly against his nose once more. Ling felt utterly mortified. He was about to offer an explanation when he sensed two streams of fluid threatening to escape his nostrils. To avoid any further embarrassment, he tightly covered his nose with the handkerchief, intending to discreetly wipe them away. Unexpectedly, just as she placed the handkerchief down, Sister Ting, seated across on the sofa, suddenly gasped in terror and covered her mouth in shock. Ling gazed at her, utterly perplexed. At that moment, the cameraman closest to them quietly exclaimed, "The nose. It has collapsed." Chapter 85. The Conclusion of the Male God and I. Explosive news. The popular male star's nose suddenly collapsed during a live broadcast. Those years, when celebrities underwent cosmetic surgeries together, the national idol, Ling, experienced an unexpected nasal collapse during his live stream. Was it hyaluronic acid or some filler? XX Cosmetic Hospital. Thanks to the rapid dissemination of news via modern networks, various angles of the incident were already circulating. Yet, Ling was backstage at the toilet, fuming. "Who authorized you to release this news? Delete the live stream. Erase all the photos. Damn it, a bunch of superficial women. When I looked good, they all flocked to me, wanting to play however they pleased. What a pathetic company. They are all too eager to indulge in women and fans. Yet when it's time to act, not a single one of them speaks up. Damn it." The crowd backstage was left in stunned silence. Is this truly the national idol? My eyes are about to go blind. It's an unbearable sight. After Ling's furious outburst, he suddenly recalled the elusive Ling Ji, and with a frenzied scream, he shouted, "Ling Ji, come out. You wretched person. Where have you hidden my face? Come out." As the onlookers regarded him with incredulous expressions, he finished his frantic plea and abruptly fled the scene. In the tranquil hush of the night, the hill behind Ming University's campus lay in profound silence. The sky above was as dark as ink, devoid of even the moon's presence, save for a mere scattering of stars emitting faint, subdued light across the deep firmament, with the autumnal night air carrying a distinct chill unlike the summer's warmth. HE QING hastily donned a pink, bunny-eared hoodie. As her companion slumbered, she deftly scaled the wall and slipped out of the dormitory window, making her way directly to the back hill. Within her grasp, she cradled a pure white soul orb, the size of a ping-pong ball, invisible to onlookers. Recalling the circumstances of its acquisition, HE QING couldn't help but feel a sense of poignant reflection. Unlike her previous state of complete amnesia, this time she keenly perceived that someone had been consistently aiding and safeguarding her within her own body. For HE QING, who had been devoid of friends before university due to her unique peculiarities, this realization was nothing short of a delightful surprise. She watched, increasingly anxious, as the spiritual orb rapidly traversed the high altitude, nearing the Great Wall. It was at this moment that she truly understood the efficacy of the incantation she had recited earlier. Had it not been for the spell's ability to draw spirits, a bolt of lightning would not have conveniently descended from the heavens at that precise moment. While vulnerable spirits fear thunder, the orb was primarily composed of living souls, with only Ling Ji being a heroic spirit. The radiant thunderbolt from the ninth heaven didn't directly strike the orb, But the sheer yang energy contained within its nearby explosion was enough to obliterate Ling Ji, reducing her to nothingness. Although the mastermind behind the events remained unknown, He Qing felt a sense of contentment simply knowing that the health and well-being of the millions of people whose soul energy had been stolen were now secured. In the dead of night, one must stealthily emerge under the cover of darkness to release the wandering souls. After all, the night is far more preferable than the glaring sun of day. The multitude of souls involved carries significant weight. He Qing reverently presented 3 sticks of returning incense, intoning, "By the decree of the highest authority, I call upon you, lost souls. May all spirits and entities receive grace." Now, the living, though intangible, are connected through their thoughts and familial ties. Each family must swiftly return to their rightful place. May the spirit platform be clear and one's true nature be restored. From heaven to earth, souls, return. Do not linger until dawn, for the stars guide your journey. The Bagua radiates light, illuminating your path. Hasten back to your rightful position. This bow was entirely appropriate. After countless individuals expressed their gratitude in layers, they inevitably soared toward their homeland. He Qing stretched languidly, feeling an immense sense of relief. Alone in the tranquil morning, she strolled along the deserted hillside, surprisingly untouched by loneliness. Instead, she murmured softly, unsure whether she was conversing with herself or addressing another within her. From the farthest corners of the earth, one must travel for hours on the high-speed train. Indeed, the path of the soul in the underworld differs greatly from our earthly road, moving at a much swifter pace. Her tone carried a playful jest, merely a light-hearted remark. Yet, as soon as her words faded, a symbol of the underworld flashed in her mind. By inscribing this symbol and affixing it to oneself or their mode of transport, one would unwittingly embark upon a shortcut. No matter how distant the journey in the underworld may seem, it exists in an entirely different dimension from the earthly road, arriving in an instant. Even the longest journey would not exceed 15 minutes. He Qing squinted her eyes. This I adore. Chapter 86, Extra Chapter, 1 or 2 with a vexed sigh. Lin Lin made his way toward his apartment. Since childhood, he had harbored an inexplicable aversion to his great-grandfather. In his early years, lacking understanding, he simultaneously yearned for connection with his remaining kin while harboring feelings of animosity. This internal conflict filled his childhood with guilt and remorse, as he felt unworthy and disrespectful toward his great-grandfather. However, as he matured, Lin Lin gradually realized that his great-grandfather reciprocated his feelings. The way he looked at Lin Lin was as if he were a dish, and not one he particularly savored, filled with criticism and reluctance. Despite his young age, Lin Lin was astute enough to perceive this, and during his adolescent years, he naturally disregarded his great-grandfather, immersing himself in his own world, a state from which he might not have fully emerged. Regardless, Lin Lin never forgot that the person he disliked had provided him with a comfortable life. Consequently, he endured. From a young age, he displayed unremarkable talents in various areas. Had it not been for his distinguished family background, his mediocre abilities would have been lost among the increasingly inadequate teaching resources. Yet, at the age of 18, he had successfully gained admission to Ming University, owing not only to his advantageous residency status, but also to his access to superior education. Currently, he was not attending classes, solely to avoid the trivial military training. He planned to officially register after the National Day holiday. By noon, he could no longer bear it, feeling like a caged animal eager to break free from its constraints. After kicking over the trash can near the door, he put on his coat and left. Navigating the unostentatious Volkswagen Polo, Lin Lin meandered languidly with the vehicular flow. Upon reaching the midpoint of the Chintzy Bridge, his attention was piqued by a throng gathered ahead. Never one to eschew a spectacle, Lin Lin cleaved through the crowd to the epicenter, where a middle-aged man was besieged by an irate multitude. On the ground lay a small, indistinct dog, its form a macabre tapestry of blood and flesh, teetering on the precipice of expiration. Lin Lin's gaze sharpened, his demeanor instantly solemn. Endowed since childhood with an uncanny intuition for malevolence, he found himself instinctively distrustful of humans, preferring the company of animals. A bird, a cat, A dog, even a humble mouse, could more readily earn his esteem than his fellow man. Despite youthful introspection, he remained unable to disregard the palpable aura of malice that emanated from certain individuals. Consequently, despite his occasional impetuosity, those in the vicinity of his abode, save for his great-grandfather, perceived him as inherently benevolent, attributing his behavior to youthful exuberance. The driver of the offending vehicle, claiming provocation by the dog's biting, a unilateral assertion, had allegedly succumbed to momentary indignation, resulting in the canine being tethered to the vehicle and dragged along the thoroughfare. A refined middle-aged woman castigated him with venomous eyes, her countenance contorted in disgust. The atmosphere was charged with collective indignation, further inflaming the ire of the accused. "Pah, what a nuisance you all are. My own dog is my business. I can play with it however I wish, and it is not a crime to feed it. What a bothersome bunch. Enough of this idle chatter." With that, he yanked on the rope still binding the dog in the trunk, and the little creature, lying in a pool of blood, emitted a faint whimper, quickly drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. Enough. Lin pushed through the throng and crouched down. With all this time wasted, it would be better to take the dog for medical attention. "Useless, young man," a nearby uncle remarked. "I work at a pet hospital. Just look at this dog. It has lost so much blood that its intestines are exposed." At this point, aside from euthanasia, it would be kinder to let it be. It is nearly unresponsive now, unless suffering would provide it some comfort. Indeed, earlier when we suggested taking it to the hospital, he insisted that it was his dog and that no one should touch it, or else it would be considered theft. TSK. Lin's expression turned disdainful as he gently lifted the dog, cradling it in his arms. Rising to his full height, he surveyed the crowd with contempt. "Is this how you handle matters?" With that, he turned and delivered a swift kick to the dog owner's abdomen, causing the man to collapse in pain. From his elevated position, he spoke nonchalantly. "This dog belongs to me now, and as for its survival, I shall ensure it lives." The dog owner grimaced in agony, unable to utter a single word. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, astonished by the audacity of this young man from the capital. With that, Lin placed the dog on his lap and promptly drove away. The nearest reputable veterinary clinic was a 20-minute drive away. By the time he arrived with the dog, it was barely clinging to life. The medical staff could tell at a glance that its condition was grave. Indeed, upon arrival at the pet emergency room, the doctor, observing the dog's mottled blood clots, the froth around its mouth, and the lacerations on its abdomen, shook his head somberly. "It's beyond saving. It's likely not experiencing pain at this point. Attempting resuscitation would likely result in its demise on the operating table, which it would not appreciate." He then scrutinized Lin, his expression disapproving. "Is this your dog?" Those who bring pets to veterinary hospitals are generally compassionate individuals. Lin observed the others in the vicinity, all of whom were staring intently at him. He pursed his lips and stated succinctly, "It was being dragged by a scoundrel named Chen Shiqiao in that area. I intervened and took it." By now, images and videos were circulating online, and many of those waiting were whispering among themselves. Lin gazed at the dog in his arms. Its eyes were wide open, the dark pupils still gleaming brightly. Noticing Lin's gaze, it exerted its remaining strength to gently lick his lapel. Lin abruptly tightened his embrace. He blinked back tears and declared, "Attempt resuscitation. Even if there's a glimmer of hope, we must try to save it." As soon as these words were uttered, as if by magic, an imperceptible ray of golden light emanated from his chest and subtly vanished into the puppy's wounds. Far away, HE QING, engrossed in her studies at the library, inexplicably raised her head, gazing into the distance with an inscrutable expression. Chapter 87. External Chapter 3. As HE QING stepped out of the school gates, she made a significant financial decision to hail a taxi immediately. After a series of right turns and convoluted pathways, 30 minutes later, she glanced at her watch, which read 74, causing her heart to ache. "Driver, take a left up ahead." "Right, right, right." "Driver, make another right." The taxi driver was quite the chatterbox, and as they continued to twist and turn, there was hardly an opportunity for conversation. Finally, witnessing the long queue of cars ahead, he could no longer hold back, asking, "Miss, where exactly are you headed? Just name a place, and I'll take you there directly. Rest assured, I'm not a rogue driver. I won't cheat you. If all else fails, you youngsters are adept with your phones. Why not use the navigation? He Qing sighed inwardly. I wish I could. Observing the driver's frustrated expression, she felt equally perplexed. She had been compelled to leave by an unseen force, completely unaware of her destination, only able to perceive the ethereal aura rising in the sky, a sight invisible to others. She could hardly point to the heavens and say, "See that? There lies a dragon's energy. Just follow it." That would be utterly foolish, as no one else could see it. A frown creased her forehead as she silently questioned, "That someone? Where exactly is this place?" The someone referred to the entity inhabiting her body, who stubbornly refused to reveal their name. Frustrated, He Qing resorted to this vague appellation. Yet, the entity seemed indifferent to her plight. "What are you searching for?" The urgency in He Qing's voice broke through her thoughts, leaving her in a state of anxiety. "It's not convenient to tell you right now. Just keep going and take a right ahead." He Qing instinctively exclaimed, "Turn right." Once uttered, silence engulfed her mind. She clenched her teeth in the back seat, muttering in frustration, "What the heck?" The conversation was abruptly cut off, and there was no indication of what I was supposed to do. Why am I even going? Raising her gaze to the sky, she noticed the bright yellow dragon energy above, suppressed beneath a blanket of gray mist. Someone was forcefully severing the pathway to the underworld. They sought to reverse the duality of life and death and preserve vitality. The boundary between life and death is not to be trifled with. Who exactly was she searching for that possessed such formidable power? He Qing gritted her teeth, resolute. In any case, I will find out upon arrival. Glancing at the meter, she noted the fare had escalated to 101. At this point, an odd sense of reckless abandon washed over her. Having already surpassed the 100 mark, what did a little extra matter? After another 20 minutes, she finally reached her destination. Looking up, she saw Harmony Pet Hospital. Inside the taxi, the driver, while fumbling for change, chattered incessantly, "Harmony Pet Hospital is quite renowned, my dear. If you had mentioned this earlier, it would have only cost you 100. You didn't believe me and took a detour. Now look, you've wasted your money." He Qing gazed at the driver's face, a mixture of earnestness and schadenfreude. Her heart filled with unspoken bitterness, she could only acquiesce. For, right at the school gate, there was a subway station providing direct access for a mere $5. Inside the hospital, a small dog lay in the operating room while Lin Ling waited anxiously outside, his heart aching with every passing moment. Sitting in a chair, his brow furrowed and his complexion pale, he was drenched in cold sweat. The physician passing by cast a concerned glance at him, inquiring several times with trepidation, fearing he might be suffering from a heart ailment, lest the dog be healed while he himself faltered. It felt as if threads were being pulled from within his heart, an unfamiliar and increasingly intense pain that he had never before experienced. He Qing stood at the end of the corridor, captivated by the source of the dragon's energy. It was a young boy, whose tall frame could not conceal his youthful innocence, with bushy eyebrows and large, lively eyes. In He Qing's eyes, he radiated a vibrant yellow aura, rich and profound, piercing through the ceiling and into the operating room ahead. Like the birth of the morning sun, his brilliance shattered the stillness, resembling a golden halo, as mountains and valleys overflowed with streams of radiant light, an unparalleled spectacle that instantaneously imprinted itself upon He Qing's heart. A memory she would surely never forget in this lifetime. In that moment, every visage He Qing had ever encountered, be it the pale visage of a skull, natural beauty, or ethereal grace, paled in comparison to the boy's splendor and radiance. The luminescence of fireflies and the brightness of the moon were but shadows beside it. She seemed entranced. Stepping forward, irresistibly drawn to Lin Ling, with his head bowed and hand pressed against his chest, noticed a pair of white canvas shoes before him. He looked up, irritation etching his features as he remarked, "I told you I'm fine. Who are you?" His gaze fell upon the girl, scrutinizing her with caution. From He Qing, he sensed not a trace of malice or emotion. Even the throbbing pain in his chest seemed to subside significantly. Strangely enough, he felt an inexplicable closeness to the girl standing before him. His gaze wandered, lingering for a moment on He Qing's delicate, soft palm. And he slightly softened his tone. "Who are you? What do you want from me? Oh my, how mortifying. To be so infatuated with a young man. It was utterly shameless. He rose to his feet, instantly at a loss, his ears flushed crimson. Why you? Who exactly are you? What do you seek from me? HE QING was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she too was curious about her own motives for approaching this boy. In a fleeting moment of shock, her body acted beyond her control. Lin Ling observed her silence and fell into a contemplative hush. At that moment, HE QING felt her body moving on its own. She lifted her arm, her fair hand directly reaching for the boy's chest. The instant her fingers made contact, Lin Ling's heart began to race with an intensity that was unmistakable. Thump, 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 thump. Lin Ling was a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. How bold? What should I do? The girl opposite him grew increasingly audacious, pressing her profile against his chest, half sighing, half drawing closer as she whispered, after more than a century. I have finally found you. HE QING. Chapter 88. External chapter for HE QING. Release my body. Let me take control. In the midst of her desperate thoughts, Lin Ling, with the soft girl pressed against his chest, felt his mind completely engulfed in crimson. He resembled a rusted robot, his arms suspended awkwardly in the air, unsure of where to place them. His ears were flushed as well. What should I do? With unvarnished candor, she wondered if her rejection would elicit tears. The presence of so many onlookers amplified the potential for embarrassment. The girl's hand, cool and silken against her cheek, possessed an exquisite softness. Furthermore, her profile rested against her chest. Through her ubiquitous perception, HE QING discerned the increasing tenderness in Lin Lin's gaze, the deepening blush on his face. His hesitant hands trembled, poised between uncertainty and resolve, ready to alight upon her shoulders. Little did anyone know, a pure-hearted youth was not to be trifled with. I refuse to engage in a May-December romance. HE QING mentally protested, striving to salvage her precarious moral compass. Alas, to no avail. Lin Lin, hearing her cryptic words and observing her gaze, experienced an abrupt dissipation of his blush, replaced by a pallid complexion. His expression grew severe, his eyes filled with suspicion. Through me, whom do you behold? What is your ulterior motive? HE QING, perplexed by the sudden shift in the youth's demeanor, responded with mild bewilderment. I am looking at you. You must have reached adulthood by now. Your memories should be complete, and you should perceive my presence. Her words barely escaped her lips when a surge of golden effulgence emanated from the youth, akin to a subterranean spring erupting with irresistible force. This intangible radiance propelled her backward, causing her to collide with the corridor wall. He was repelling her, his subconscious resisting her. Now is the opportune moment. HE QING seized the chance, desperately imploring in her mind. Oh, my exceptionally gifted sibling. Is this a reunion or a vendetta in the making? Didn't you see that they are utterly oblivious? HE QING. So, I am merely here to clean up the mess, am I? She opened her eyes, her gaze piercingly clear, her entire aura shifting once more. Lin Ling stood opposite her, silently observing the girl before him, captivated by her ever-changing presence and the strangely intimate sensation it evoked. Could it be a case of dual personalities? A lunatic. He furrowed his brow, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. HE QING looked at him and let out a dry chuckle. The two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the door to the operating room swung open unexpectedly. A veterinarian and his assistant emerged, having completed the pet surgery. The middle-aged doctor at the forefront smiled warmly at him. Young man, you possess a compassionate heart. It is thanks to your persistence that this creature's life was saved. It is truly a miracle, such severe injuries and a significant loss of blood, yet throughout the procedure, it exhibited an extraordinary will to survive, displaying remarkable vitality, simply astonishing. HE QING regarded the small dog quietly lying in the cage beside her, her eyes brimming with compassion. She had overheard the staff at the front desk discussing the situation earlier, and coupled with the sight before her, she could not help but silently berate that man while simultaneously admiring the boy's actions. The little dog would need to remain here for observation, above the cage. A small foredrip was affixed. Its fur had been entirely shaved, its emaciated belly wrapped in thick bandages, and its front paw bore a needle, with the surrounding wounds tenderly bandaged in gauze, evoking profound pity. Observing Lin Linsong seated again in a relaxed manner, He Qing rubbed his shoulder, still stinging from the recent collision, and approached him, extending his hand. I am He Qing, a third-year student from Ming University, and I assure you, I am not a nefarious individual. Today, I come to you on behalf of someone else, though you may have already sensed their presence. Lin furrowed his brow, the youthful exuberance he had just exhibited evaporating entirely. He appeared as a statue of ice, emanating a chilling demeanor. Yet, He Qing seemed oblivious to this, maintaining a smile as she reached out her hand. In the world of social interactions, one must possess a certain level of fortitude to navigate effectively. Who could it be? Such navette, a disdainful scoff echoed in his mind. Lin fixed his gaze upon her hand, fair and delicate, resembling a slender green onion, seemingly soft to the touch. He glared at He Qing. This is utterly perplexing. What nonsense is this? I do not comprehend a single word. He Qi was genuinely astonished. What? That cannot be. With such a commanding presence, surely you've encountered unusual situations throughout your life? Lin felt a jolt within. Unusual situations. Does sensing another's benevolence or malevolence count? He narrowed his eyes, his gaze laced with skepticism. If I wish for something to survive, it surely cannot perish. Does that count? He Qing's eyes widened, nodding fervently. Indeed, it counts. Not only that, but it is exceptionally remarkable. However, she observed his pale cheeks and inquired, after each success, do you not feel an overwhelming fatigue? Moreover, during the process, do you experience any discomfort in your body? Unlike this time, it truly hurts. Speaking of this, He Qing wore a pained expression. I really don't know. Every time I ask her, she remains silent. However, rest assured, she harbors no ill intentions and possesses remarkable abilities. She gazed at Lin, whose previously radiant aura now showed no trace of its former brilliance, and recalled the dazzling light just moments ago, feeling a mix of envy and admiration. Nevertheless, your abilities surpass hers. Your aura is a strength I have never witnessed before. Lin, somewhat skeptical, replied, my abilities? I possess no such powers. As for the aura you speak of, I cannot sense it at all. He Qing was momentarily speechless. Lin nodded. All right. Once it has healed, I will take it over. After all, I cannot care for it myself. Observing He Qing's suddenly radiant smile, a smirk of derision crept upon Linling's lips. Indeed, everyone perceives him as a good person. Chapter 89. External Chapter 5. Indeed, everyone perceives him as a good person. Lin rubbed his fingertips, recalling the soft palm he had just touched. He pursed his lips, watching He Qing's retreating figure, his expression inscrutable. Having just struck up a conversation with someone, and with her youthful beauty clouding her judgment, she was naturally reluctant to leave, especially since she was under the professor's guidance. Reluctantly departing from the pet hospital, she remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the mind of the youth behind her. As night fell, Lin silently left the hospital, glancing at the small dog resting in the recovery room. The night in the imperial capital was even more vibrant than the day. Upon raising his arm at the entrance, a light green taxi promptly halted before him. He deftly opened the car door and settled inside, candidly stating his destination, the south gate of Area A, Gui's community. Chenxi East Road, Room 708, Unit 3, Building 6, Wanghuayuan. He silently repeated this in his mind. On his phone screen, glaring news headlines about animal cruelty flashed before him, accompanied by the personal details of the perpetrator unearthed by the online community. Contemplating the inevitable fate that awaited such a scoundrel, Lin felt the pent-up rage that had been simmering within him throughout the day begin to ease. He turned to gaze at the dense stream of vehicles behind him, momentarily blinded by the harsh lights. Yet in the shadowy recesses of his heart, a dark seed began to flourish unchecked, coiling like a vine around his very soul. Thump, thump, thump. Born with a rebellious spirit, he found it difficult to restrain himself. In stark contrast to his tumultuous heart, however, was the tranquility of his thoughts. As night fell, the insidious, covetous gaze that had haunted him vanished without a trace, as if the individual who cast it had succumbed to slumber, akin to a venomous serpent in hibernation, momentarily lax. He watched the incessant flow of cars outside, feeling inexplicably exhilarated. As the ancient saying goes, those who do not perish with age are akin to thieves. The destination was not far. In just over 40 minutes, the driver had successfully delivered him. Upon payment, he caught a glimpse in the car's headlights of a youth in the back seat, his skin glowing like fine porcelain. Prompting an inward reflection, what a striking young man. Lin Ling was momentarily taken aback, then sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, I will. He walked alone down the pitch-black corridor, his footsteps light, the antiquated motion sensor lights failing to respond, leaving not a glimmer of illumination. First floor, second floor, third floor. Until he reached the 7th. Upon arrival, the corridor, as dark as ink, seemed to reveal its secrets to Lin Lin, who, with an uncanny night vision, strode unhesitatingly towards the end of the left side, room 708. At the door, an inverted character for fortune glimmered with a sinister crimson hue. Without any prompting from him, the security door emitted a faint creak. The lock turned effortlessly, granting silent entry. Inside, the room was shrouded in darkness and silence, expansive at over 100 square meters. Adorned with well-appointed furniture that spoke of a life of affluence and comfort, Wang Huayuan, deep in slumber, was suddenly jolted awake, groggy and disoriented. He initially thought he was ensnared in a nightmare. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he glanced at his wife, who lay in a deep sleep, and turned on the bedside lamp, intending to visit the restroom. As he turned to his side, he noticed his son, barely 15 or 16, sitting up in a daze. Unperturbed, he was about to dismiss the moment when a familiar stench of blood began to permeate the air before him. His son, still half asleep, rubbed his nose in dissatisfaction and muttered, "It's the middle of the night. Mom's not gone yet. Can't you hold it in until tomorrow when I'm off school to go with you?" In the darkness, the door to the utility room directly facing Wang Huayuan suddenly took on an ominous quality. Cold sweat trickled down his back once more. The door creaked open, revealing a youthful and strikingly handsome boy, standing silently, observing him. Despite Wang Huayuan's self-assured mental fortitude, he could not suppress a step back, his expression betraying his alarm. However, being no stranger to bloodshed, he quickly regained his composure and, with a steady voice, inquired, "Who are you?" The boy opposite him smirked. A bizarre and terrifying expression. "Me? I'm just here to have some fun with you." Suddenly, the light in the utility room flickered on, illuminating the tools behind the boy. Once meticulously cleaned and carefully concealed, they were now stained with gore, displayed as if after a previous amusement. Lin Lin picked up a drill, scrutinizing it intently. "I heard you used this to bore into 47 dogs. And this," he continued, grabbing a crochet hook, "piercing through fresh flesh with this must feel quite exquisite." With a swift motion, he seized Wang Huayuan's son, pulling him forward. "You shall experience the suffering they endured." Wang Huayuan's son erupted in a frantic scream, his face contorted with terror. The father and son duo often indulged in capturing stray dogs for their amusement, reveling in the unparalleled pleasure of witnessing their agonizing whimpers, desperate pleas, and hateful glares. Wang Huayuan embraced his son protectively. "My son is still young. If you have any grievances, direct them at me." Lin Lin shook his head in disagreement. "Not so young. I hear he's 16, nearly an adult." Seizing the opportunity as Lin Lin turned his back, Wang Huayuan swung an axe, aiming for his head. Sensing the whoosh of air behind him, Lin Lin reacted instinctively, dodging the blow just as the axe landed. In the same instant, he delivered a forceful kick to Wang Huayuan's stomach. He effortlessly hoisted Wang Huayuan up. Addressing the securely bound Wang Yi, he declared, "Remain still. I shall allow your father to experience a taste of things first, before returning to you." With that, he proceeded directly into the living room. "Oh, there's no need to cry for help. Unless I permit it, your scream shall fall on deaf ears. Until I have concluded my business, the dawn shall be withheld. The night is yet young." Chapter 90. Extra Chapter 6. The evening unfolded beneath an auspicious sky. An inky cerulean canopy was dominated by a resplendent moon, its luminosity exceptional. It cast its glow upon wisps of cloud, transforming them into ethereal, translucent ribbons of white, evocative of a celestial realm. With the lunar star so brilliant, Only a scattering of stars could be discerned at the outermost edges of the firmament. Even the roadside lamps seemed to pale in comparison, while the adjacent trees cast elongated, menacing shadows, unrestrained in their display. As the autumnal chill deepened, Wang Huan was forcibly extracted, clad only in his sleepwear, and involuntarily shuddered. He was hauled towards the garage of his own residence. Throughout the entire ordeal, Wang Huayuan vociferously cried out for assistance, yet the entire building remained shrouded in darkness. Devoid of any response, two elderly individuals resided on the ground floor, typically roused by the mere sound of someone ascending the stairs. However, on this particular night, despite the illumination emanating from their lavatory, they remained unresponsive to his desperate cries, exhibiting not the slightest reaction. It was profoundly unsettling. Ever since their encounter with the youth, both he and his son had experienced a marked sluggishness in their reactions, struggling even to muster the will to resist. He had desperately summoned his courage to retaliate with an axe, only to find himself immediately subdued. And then there was the entire building, with every single household remaining utterly unresponsive, as if it were merely an ordinary, tranquil night. Just what manner of being was this youth? His discontent with his own cruelty to the dog. Could it be that the canine had metamorphosed into a spirit? Nonsense. Such transformations are forbidden after the nation's founding. He was being foolish. He glanced at his black Audi in the garage, tentatively inquiring, "My friend, do you seek restitution? How much? Name your price. I vow, I shall cease such actions henceforth." Lin Lin cast a fleeting glance at him, a wry smile playing on his lips. Too late. Wang Huayuan's heart skipped a beat. Lin Lin caressed his Audi, its surface gleaming, even the tires meticulously maintained. Wang Huayuan's eyes brightened, and he hastened to say, "Indeed. It's quite remarkable. The performance is exceedingly stable. I acquired it just this year. Do you admire it? It's yours." "Nay, I require it not." Lin Lin regarded him, a cryptic smile on his face. "As long as its performance is stable. Otherwise, should the driving prove unsteady, it is you who shall bear the consequences." Upon hearing these words, Wang Huayuan felt a creeping dread. He observed Lin Lin retrieve a length of rope from the trunk, swiftly binding his neck and wrists, immobilizing him. Then, with a few deft maneuvers, he reversed the car out of the garage. As the vehicle came to a halt in the center of the road, Wang Huayuan, anticipating the impending doom, was already trembling in his boots. "My friend, whatever you desire, simply name it. Anything within my power, I shall grant you. Please, let us not." Indeed, his ominous premonition had materialized. By the time he was tethered to the rear of the vehicle, he was drenched in a cold sweat. He pleaded incessantly, "Spare me. Hero, I swear, I shall never abuse another dog. I implore you, release me." Lin Ling sat in the driver's seat, ignoring his pleas. And with a cheerful whistle, he felt quite elated. Off we go. The car emitted a low hum as it roared to life. The security guard at the community entrance heard the honk and promptly emerged to open the electronic sensing gate. Wang Huayuan, out at this hour? The guard, having worked at the old community for decades, was well acquainted with each resident. Wang Huayuan, seated behind the wheel, offered a polite smile. "Yes, just stepping out for a matter." Having seen many night excursions, the guard skillfully pressed the closing button as soon as the car passed halfway. The electronic gate slowly began to retract. But just as it approached the end, it suddenly emitted a beep as if sensing something, halting abruptly. The guard hurried out to investigate, puzzled. "It shouldn't be. The car has already exited, hasn't it? It's a couple of meters out." In the time taken to speak, the Audi had already turned onto the road and gradually disappeared from view. The guard shook his head and pressed the closing button once more. The night breeze at the end of September was neither cold nor warm, perfectly pleasant, allowing people to enjoy the fleeting autumn season. In the early hours, the Audi ascended Chintzy Bridge, where pedestrians and vehicles had dwindled. After all, no matter how vibrant the city might be, it was already 1 in the morning. Wang Huayuan's hands were bound securely behind him, and a peculiar loop of rope encircled his neck, not constricting but merely limiting the range of his gaze. The Audi was not moving swiftly. On this quiet night, with few cars on the road, it ambled along at a leisurely pace of about 40 to 50 miles per hour. Lin Lin's driving skills are commendable. Though he has only just reached the legal age for obtaining a driver's license, he navigates the vehicle with remarkable steadiness and smoothness. For Wang Huayuan, who is being dragged behind, this experience is nothing short of a nightmare. Clad in a cotton pajama, he endures a 20-minute journey from his home to Chintzy Bridge. The thin, checkered autumn sleepwear has become tattered from the friction against the ground, leaving his body, which is in constant contact with the surface, bloodied and bruised. Although it has not yet reached the point of exposing bone, the blood he has lost along the way is sufficient to inflict significant suffering upon him. Particularly upon reaching Chintzy Bridge, the roadway, constructed years ago, consists of asphalt mixed with gravel, providing a relatively smooth ride for the vehicle. However, the friction against the human body is akin to being scraped by a blade, rendering Wang Huayuan in excruciating pain. The torment he endures is undeniably cruel. If recounted by others, it would seem excessively brutal. His chest is battered and bloodied, the protruding area long since eroded, and the vital regions of his lower body are in grave jeopardy, foreshadowing further hardship. Throughout the journey, no matter how he curses or cries for help, those around him remain indifferent, as though he were invisible. At this moment, despair has enveloped him completely. The sharp stones scrape against his chin, sending waves of agonizing pain through him, yet he lacks the strength to lift his head. In a desperate attempt to protect his face from being ground into the earth, he strains to keep his head raised, despite the constraints of the rope. Nevertheless, he perseveres against the odds. However, at present, his entire consciousness commenced to descend into a state of obfuscation, his vision blurred, and every inch of his body below the neck was thoroughly lacerated. The successive gusts of the nocturnal breeze brought a modicum of coolness, providing a slight respite from the scalding, piercing pain. In his dazed state, Wang Huayuan felt utterly enervated. He reminisced about the canine he had dragged along the road the previous morning, its intestines ruptured and mangled, as well as the dogs he had vivisected with a chainsaw. In the night wind, his face gradually adhered to the ground. Chapter 91. Extra Chapter 7. Within the master bedroom, the door ajar, Wang Huayuan's wife could be discerned, slumbering soundly beneath the covers. The tenebrous room resembled an anthropophagus behemoth, obliterating all sound. He pushed open the door to the storage room. Upon the substantial table, or rather, the workbench, lay Wang Yi, securely bound, his face contorted with terror and copious tears streaming down his face. Wang Yi was beside himself with fear. Since his youth, he had consistently accompanied his father in engaging in extracurricular amusements. When in high spirits, they would ensnare a dog to celebrate. When in low spirits, they would ensnare a dog to vent their frustrations. Oh, not merely dogs, but also cats. In essence, regardless of the creature, they indulged in their pastimes to the fullest extent. However, the events of this evening had utterly subverted his understanding. In particular, regardless of his cries and shouts, neither the other residents upstairs nor his own mother, who was in the same dwelling, reacted in the slightest, remaining in a deep slumber. As if it were merely an ordinary night, Lin Lin's spirits were, of course, exceptionally high. In the stillness of the night, devoid of the intrusive and inexplicable gazes of the day, and free from the assumptions of the multitude, even the tumultuous roar of rebellion within his being seemed to subside. This somber canopy of darkness served as his shroud. Here, in this domain, he was free to revel in unrestrained joy. He meticulously caressed the array of tools arranged beside him, seemingly at a loss as to which one to wield first. Despite Wang Yi's brutal and cruel nature, he was still not yet 16, and the sight of his movements instilled a profound fear, rendering Lin Lin speechless, his teeth clenched tightly together. At that moment, Lin Lin was in a relatively good mood, granting him the rare gift of a smile. You choose from which to begin. When not smiling, his demeanor was cold and brooding, yet now, with a radiant grin, it was as though he had unleashed the beast within, his gaze chilling and indifferent, utterly devoid of humanity. A faint, unpleasant odor wafted through the air as the tightly bound Wang Yi had soiled himself. Sking in annoyance, Lin Lin was about to speak when he suddenly turned his head, his eyes fixated on the living room. Who goes there? with a soft yet illuminating glow. The lights in the living room flickered on. He Qing stood at the entrance, her face a canvas of pronounced indifference. She strode in with purposeful steps, her voice laced with anger. Is this never-ending? Can't you allow someone a peaceful night's sleep? Everyone in the capital knows about this hostility. I was sleeping soundly. And now look at this. Do you even understand what waking up on the wrong side of the bed feels like? She shook her oversized white nightgown, feeling utterly despondent. Today, I was compelled to traverse half of the capital clad in this unflattering attire. Lin, initially brimming with indignation, glanced over and, upon witnessing He Qing's fluffy nightgown and disheveled hair, felt as if the air had been let out of a balloon, all her frustration dissipating in an instant. He Qing had rushed out in such haste that she hadn't even donned a bra. Fortunately, her thick nightgown compensated for her unconscious tendency to gather shadows during the night. Had it not been for that, well, last night, she had been in a deep slumber, indulging in a beautiful dream concerning a love story spanning 3 lifetimes. Although she could not distinctly see the face of her beloved, it did not detract from her dream-esque certainty of his handsomeness. Just as the narrative was beginning to unfold, she was abruptly awakened by someone insisting she rise. Peering through the window, she beheld a colossal plume of dark gray mist rising ominously towards the sky, nearly obscuring the dragon pillar under the resplendent moonlight, particularly from the southern heavens near the Forbidden City. Instantly, her drowsiness fled in terror. The situation was dire. The dragon pillar was vital to the nation's fortunes, and should it be besieged by malevolent forces, the leaders entwined with the nation's fate would become exceedingly radical. In this currently harmonious society, such upheaval from the upper echelons heralded significant turmoil. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed downwards, her tousled hair, ravaged by the pillow, streaming behind her as she ran against the wind. Her slippers, surprisingly sturdy, remained steadfast as she expertly vaulted over walls without faltering. Then came the most pressing concern. After enduring the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers, she realized with dismay that she was entirely unprepared for the day ahead. But fear not. In the taxi, under the driver's peculiar gaze, she feigned calmness while running her fingers through her hair. I am also quite the seasoned driver. My resilience is commendable, and my thick pajamas offer ample comfort. I have no fear. What nonsense. She is a girl, after all, especially recently, with the nurturing of spiritual energy. She has been gradually becoming more beautiful. She, too, dreams of finding a handsome boyfriend. Damn it, a lifetime of honor lost in an instant. It is no wonder He Qing harbors no fondness for Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's expression shifted numerous times, ultimately turning curiously crimson. Crimson? He Qing clutched her chest, adjusting her tightly fitted clothing, and instinctively scolded, "What are you staring at?" Lin Ling opened his mouth, yet in the end, he could only respond with a hint of grievance. I wasn't looking at anything. He Qing observed the sudden absence of any hostility in his demeanor and could not help but scrutinize him further. You didn't speak the truth during the day. Your abilities surpass mine by far. It seems that whoever said that was not mistaken. You might indeed be a significant figure from over a century ago. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's bashful expression instantly faded. His gaze regained its cold detachment. I am who I am, not a significant figure. Moreover, the person I was over a century ago is still the same as I am today. He Qing assessed him once more. Oh, a case of delusions of grandeur. I see. Only you on this entire planet are unique, right? I understand. You are you, a firework of a different hue, correct? Her initial irritation had not yet subsided, and her displeasure threatened to engulf the sky, only to dissipate the moment she arrived, leaving her with a sense of unfulfillment. Although the bitterness may not dissipate on its own, it does not hinder her from continuing to harbor anger. She approached Wang Yi, who looked at her with a pleading gaze reminiscent of a savior, and couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. Such scum. Only a fool would take matters into their own hands. It could have been dealt with easily. After speaking, her expression froze. She used to be a timid and gentle girl. When had her words turned so violent? Surely, someone had influenced her. In the presence of this boy, she seemed to unleash her most primal and savage instincts, almost as if it were a matter of life and death. Chapter 92. External Chapter 8. Lin Ling's face was a tumultuous blend of colors, for He Qing's earlier remark about his Chinibyu had filled him with profound embarrassment. However, upon seeing He Qing, he found his heart calming considerably, the previously overwhelming desire to annihilate everything within him fading away, leaving him in a state of tranquility. He suppressed the gnawing sensation in his heart and feigned composure, asking, "How shall we deal with this?" He Qing approached, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Ye's urine-soaked pants, rolled up her sleeves, and declared to Lin Ling, "For scum like this, one must first deliver a couple of slaps. Only then can we negotiate." With that, she raised her delicate hand and, with two sharp sounds, struck Wang Ye's fair face. In an instant, two vivid red handprints blossomed on his cheeks, the marks standing out prominently, revealing the force behind her blows. At that moment, the juxtaposition of red and white was surprisingly beautiful. He Qing lowered her hand, gazing at the tearful Wang Yi, and inquired with authority, "Are you convinced?" The boy lay sprawled on the table, his face awash in tears, acutely aware of the stinging pain that coursed through him, nodding in a state of grievance. He Qing was not one to fall for such theatrics. Her infatuation was not reserved for someone devoid of humanity. Although he appeared pitiable at that moment, the room was suffused with the anguished souls of countless animals, their spirits steeped in torment. They had lived lives of wandering and hunger, only to be subjected to gruesome fates, their bones sawed and flesh carved, enduring unimaginable suffering. Having perished unjustly, their spirits were burdened with resentment, unable to reincarnate, and who would offer them sympathy? All slaughter not driven by the necessity of sustenance was utterly forbidden. The laws of nature are merciless, yet profoundly compassionate. In a land that prides itself as the descendant of dragons, it is lamentable that such vast territories of millions of square kilometers provide no sanctuary for stray animals. He Qing remained unmoved by Wang Ye's pitiful demeanor. What distinguishes humanity is the possession of morality, ethics, compassion, and the capacity for reflection amidst malevolence. At such a tender age, he bore the weight of so many innocent lives, it was uncertain whether the underworld would receive him kindly. The divine protection granted by the dragon to its recognized progeny would be entirely extinguished. From that moment onward, his protective aura would dissipate, leaving him vulnerable to the filth of the mortal realm. Observing Wang Ye's expression of terror and bewilderment, He Qing spoke softly, assuring him, "Do not worry. You shall not be possessed. After all, you carry a heavy aura of malice. At worst, all misfortune will befall you and your father until the day you truly repent and take action. This is the punishment I bestow upon you. For now, let us first collect some interest." Her palm hovered gently over Wang Ye's eyes, moving slowly. Yet he seemed to perceive countless overlapping shadows of hands slowly rotating within his vision, spinning. He found himself ensnared in a dream. In this dream, he transformed into the gaunt, yellow dog that he had first tormented years ago, while two figures, indistinct in their features, one large and one small, held pliers and gazed at him with mirthful expressions. Observing Lin Lin's countenance revealed a palpable disdain. However, He Qing shifted the tone of the conversation, offering praise. "You handled Wang Huayuan exceptionally well. Returning his own methods against him was simply brilliant. A perfect score for you. Go forth with pride." Wang Huayuan was no ignorant child to be manipulated by adults. He was a grown man, and such deranged behavior had begun in his 20s. Initially, it occurred once a year, but once he tasted the thrill, it became increasingly frequent. For such a heartless and depraved scoundrel, inflicting minor injuries was far too lenient. He Qing had sensed before that while Wang Huayuan's injuries appeared horrific, they amounted to little more than scars. There was no significant harm, right? Oh, perhaps there was excessive blood loss, and, something else, but that paled in comparison to the lives tragically extinguished. Nevertheless, this punishment had etched a profound shadow in his heart, likely instilling a lasting fear that would deter him from any further misdeeds. This night was marked by a waxing crescent moon, and as the clock struck 3, the moon began to fade gradually. On the horizon, the morning star shone brightly. In the community, the lamps lining the pathways exude a soft, golden glow, casting gentle shadows that seem to embrace the night. The evening breeze rustles through the leaves, as if it were listening to the melodious serenade of dawn. He Qing and Lin Ling stood beneath the building, gazing at the tranquil surroundings. Her eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. What immense power! If only one desires, one can achieve anything. Even to suspend the passage of time in this place is truly unfathomable. One wonders about your true origins. Noticing Lin Ling's disapproving gaze, she promptly raised her hands in surrender. All right. I understand. You are you, and there is but one Lin Ling. Matters of past lives hold no relevance now. You may lift the enchantment. As the most equitable truths in this world are that all must eventually face death and that each person is granted only 24 hours in a day. Consequently, your confinement has obscured the sense of time for those within this building, akin to having taken a brief nap, only to awaken without realizing that dawn has arrived. One must understand that sleep does not merely replenish energy, but rather restores that sense of relaxation. But I suppose you, with your youthful exuberance akin to a spirited pup, cannot yet comprehend this. In any case, such occurrences should not recur. After all, should I find myself deprived of restful slumber, I might swiftly become irate. Lin Ling's expression returned to its usual cold demeanor as he nodded, suddenly turning his gaze to He Qing, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Who are you referring to as a little pup? Such an appellation, remarkably devoid of any sense of insult, instead carries a sweet, affectionate undertone. At the very least, this was Lin Ling's impression. Upon finishing his inquiry, he felt a warmth creeping up to his ears. He Qing was taken aback, unsure of the reason. Perhaps she was indeed influenced by someone else, which led her to feel an inexplicable familiarity with the handsome youth, Lin Ling. The atmosphere between them was not that of mere acquaintances who had known each other for a short time, but rather that of the closest of companions. Their bond felt as fresh as new beginnings, yet as comforting as old friends reuniting.